a talent bestowed from the heavens, only to fall into the hands of grave robbers, unexpectedly unravels the mystery of his origins. Is the immortal body a curse, or is there a deeper secret? A mysterious water coffin, a chilling cliff coffin, a beautiful and enigmatic sorceress, descendants of the tomb raiders, and the living dead within the tomb. Who truly holds the ultimate enigma? Chapter 1. Tang Sancheng. Sanya Village, a humble and obscure place nestled within an ancient capital, has never birthed any remarkable figures, remaining blissfully ignorant of the outside world. They are unaware that Yuan Shikai has long since passed away. It is now 1931, a time when the world outside is tumultuous, and the global landscape is subtly shifting, yet none of this concerns the villagers, who rarely encounter significant events aside from the cycle of life and death. Alas, alas, as dawn breaks, the tranquil village erupts with the sound of gongs. Tang Sancheng has been abducted by bandits. Tang Sancheng has been taken away. The voices cry out with a desperation that suggests they have suffered a grave blow. The villagers, bleary-eyed from sleep, toss and turn in their beds, and upon grasping the news, they leap from their beds in alarm. Oh no, Tang Sancheng has been kidnapped. Who is Tang Sancheng? He is the first extraordinary individual to emerge from the village. At merely 19, he is regarded as the village's living treasure. Whenever a death occurs, he is called upon to choose the burial site, pointing decisively. This is the spot. Once interred, the deceased family is guaranteed fortune and prosperity for the year ahead. The villagers have privately calculated that Tang Sancheng has selected 11 burial sites, and each of these families has thrived. The origins of Tang Sancheng remain shrouded in mystery. He was found by the village's elder, Tang Laoyes, amidst a chaotic graveyard as a mere infant of 3 months, clothed in coarse, hand-stitched garments, lying within a candle-wrapped bundle. In the frigid winter, the child did not weep, but gazed up at Tang Laoyes with large, dark eyes, smiling. The elder felt a chill at the sight of this little one lying among the graves, and after hesitating for a moment, he returned to embrace the child and swiftly departed the graveyard. On his first day in the village, an event occurred that sent ripples of shock through the community. Tang Laoyes, having no children of his own, was overjoyed to see the infant, and the elder's wife reached out to hold Tang Sancheng. The previously silent child let out a wail akin to a ghostly cry, continuing for 7 days. On the 7th day, the elder's wife collapsed before the hearth, passing away, leading the villagers to understand that the child possessed a unique sensitivity, sensing the impending death of the elder's wife and refusing to allow her to embrace him. As Tang Sancheng grew older, he exhibited a peculiar affinity for graveyards, often wandering among the tombs and murmuring to himself. The villagers, perplexed, suspected he had become possessed by spirits, a mystery that was only resolved when he turned 13. A child from a nearby family had been ill for years, despite numerous visits to doctors and even spending money to seek help in town, all to no avail. Standing atop the family's ancestral grave, 13-year-old Tang Sancheng pointed at a robust tree, declaring, "Chop it down, and your child's illness will be cured." This tree disrupts the tomb's feng shui. Laughter erupted among the villagers. What could a 13-year-old know about feng shui? That night, the sick child burned with fever as his mother wept with red-rimmed eyes. In desperation, she recalled Tang Sancheng's words and urged her husband to cut down the tree. The husband, sullen and silent, complied, and after the tree was felled, the mother returned home to find her child standing at the door, wiping his nose and declaring, "I'm hungry." With this incident, Tang Sancheng gained notoriety, and the entire village buzzed with excitement, proclaiming him a spiritual child who had absorbed the energies of the graveyard. Tang Laoyes took Tang Sancheng's hand and said, "My son, I see that you are destined for greatness. You cannot remain in Sanya village for long." "Indeed, I believe so," Tang Sancheng replied with a smile, unperturbed by the notion of departure. "Father, would you like some soup? I shall serve it to you." 6 years later, Tang Sancheng departed in a most extraordinary manner under the cover of night. A group of bandits stormed into his home, their leader masked, a knife pressed against Tang Sancheng's throat. "I seek nothing but you," he declared. With a sigh, Tang Sancheng responded, "I will go with you, but my father is elderly." The masked man produced a heavy bundle from his cloak. "This will suffice for your father's old age." "Allow me to bow to my father," Tang Sancheng insisted, kneeling before Tang Laoyes, who was in tears. My son, the elder cried out. Father, each person has their fate. Mine is already sealed. I must leave. Take care of yourself. After bowing 3 times, he lifted his head, tears glistening in his eyes. Wiping them away, he turned toward the masked man. Let us go. The masked figure lowered his knife. You are indeed a brave man. He commanded his followers. Withdraw. A talent bestowed from the heavens fell into the hands of grave robbers, inadvertently unraveling the mystery of his lineage. Is the immortal body a curse, or is there a deeper secret? The enigmatic water coffin, the eerie cliff coffin, and the alluring sorceress woe among the descendants of the tomb raiders holds the ultimate key to this enigma. Chapter 1. Tang Sancheng. Sanya Village, a nondescript locale in an ancient capital, has never produced any remarkable figures throughout generations. Its inhabitants remain blissfully unaware of the outside world, even oblivious to the fact that Yuan Shikai has long since passed away. It is now 1931, and while the world outside is tumultuous and its landscape quietly shifting, such matters hold no significance for the villagers, whose lives rarely deviate from the cycles of birth, aging, sickness, and death. Alarm! Alarm! At the break of dawn, the tranquil village erupted with the clang of gongs. Tang Sancheng has been taken by bandits. Tang Sancheng has been taken by bandits. The cries were frantic, as if a great calamity had befallen them. The villagers, roused from their slumber by the cacophony, tossed and turned in their beds. Upon grasping the gravity of the situation, they sprang up, their bodies jolted with shock. Alas, Tang Sancheng has been abducted. Who is Tang Sancheng? He is the first remarkable figure to emerge from the village, merely 19 years old, yet regarded as the village's living treasure. Whenever a death occurred, he was revered as the village's ancestral guardian, declaring, "This is the spot for the burial." Those who interred their loved ones under his guidance invariably prospered in the subsequent year, often experiencing a stroke of good fortune. The villagers had privately counted that he had selected 11 burial sites, all of which led to flourishing fortunes for those families. The origins of Tang Sancheng remain shrouded in mystery. He was discovered by the village's elder, Old Tang, amidst a disturbed graveyard, as a mere infant of 3 months, swathed in coarse, hand-stitched garments, and resting within a candle-wrapped bundle. Despite the harsh winter, the child did not weep, instead gazing up at Old Tang with wide, dark eyes, smiling. Old Tang felt an unsettling chill, realizing a small child lay amidst the graves. After hesitating a few paces, he turned back, scooped up the child, and hurried away from the graveyard. On his first day in the village, a shocking event transpired. Old Tang had a wife, and the couple, having lived their lives without offspring, were overjoyed to see the child. However, when the old woman reached out to embrace Tang Sancheng, he let out a wail akin to a banshee's cry, and this continued for a week. After 7 days, the old woman collapsed at the hearth, succumbing to death. The villagers soon understood this child possessed a spiritual sensitivity, perceiving her impending demise and refusing her embrace. As Tang Sancheng grew, he developed a penchant for wandering among the graves, circling the burial sites while murmuring to himself. The villagers speculated that he was possessed by spirits, a mystery that remained unresolved until he turned 13. A child from a local family suffered from a chronic ailment, one that even physicians could not cure. Standing atop the family's ancestral grave, 13-year-old Tang Sancheng pointed to a robust tree, declaring, "Chop it down, and your child shall be healed. This tree disrupts the grave's feng shui." Laughter erupted among the villagers. What could a 13-year-old know about feng shui? But when night fell, the ailing child burned with fever, and his mother, eyes red from crying, recalled Tang Sancheng's words. Desperate, she urged her husband to fell the tree. He remained silent, head bowed, until she cursed and stormed off to the ancestral grave with an axe. Once the tree fell, she returned home only to find her child waiting at the door, wiping his nose and murmuring, "Hungry." Word of Tang Sancheng's fame spread like wildfire through the village, with everyone claiming he had absorbed the essence of life and death from the graveyard was a spiritual child. Old Tang grasped Tang Sancheng's hand, saying, "My son, I see you are extraordinary. Your time in Sanya village is limited." "Indeed, I believe so," Tang Sancheng replied, his smile unfaltering. "Father, Would you care for some soup? Allow me to serve you." 6 years later, Tang Sancheng departed in an extraordinary manner. In the dead of night, a band of bandits invaded his home, their leader masked, brandishing a knife at Tang Sancheng's throat. "I seek nothing but you." With a sigh, Tang Sancheng acquiesced. "I will go with you, but my father is elderly." The masked man produced a heavy parcel from his cloak. "This will suffice for your father's care. Let me bid my father farewell." Tang Sancheng knelt before old Tang, who was overcome with tears. "My son, father, each person has their fate. Mine is already determined. Take care of yourself." After bowing 3 times, he wiped his eyes and turned to the masked man. "Let's go." The masked figure lowered his knife. "You are indeed a brave man." He commanded his followers, "Retreat." A talent descended from the heavens fell into the hands of tomb raiders, inadvertently unlocking the mysteries of his lineage. Is this immortal existence the result of a curse, or is there a deeper secret at play? A mysterious water coffin, a sinister cliff coffin, and an enchanting sorceress will ultimately holds the final enigma amidst the descendants of the tomb robbers and the living dead within the burial chamber. Chapter 1. Tang Sancheng. Sanya Village, located in a little-known corner of an ancient capital, had never produced any remarkable figures throughout generations. The villagers were largely oblivious to the world beyond their own, unaware that Yuan Shikai had long since passed away. It was now 1931, and the outside world was turbulent, its dynamics shifting subtly, yet none of this concerned the inhabitants of Sanya Village, where significant events were rare, except for the cycles of life and death. Alas, alas, at the break of dawn, this secluded and tranquil village was suddenly filled with the clamor of gongs. Tang Sancheng has been kidnapped by bandits. Tang Sancheng has been kidnapped. The voice rang out, hoarse and desperate, as if it had suffered a great blow. The villagers, roused from their slumber by the unexpected noise, tossed and turned in bed. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, they all sprang from their beds, shivering. "Oh no, Tang Sancheng has been taken." Who is Tang Sancheng? He is the first remarkable person to emerge from this village. At merely 19 years of age, Tang Sancheng is regarded as a living treasure. Whenever death strikes, he becomes the village's ancestral veneration, simply because he possesses the uncanny ability to choose burial sites. With a mere gesture, he declares this is the spot. After the deceased is interred, their family invariably thrives and experiences a bit of fortune. The villagers have privately calculated that Tang Sancheng has selected 11 burial sites, all of which have brought prosperity to the respective families. As for Tang Sancheng's origins, no one knows for certain. He was discovered by the elderly Tang, who found him among a pile of graves. According to the elder, the child was merely 3 months old, dressed in a rough, hand-stitched garment, lying within a bundle of candles. In the dead of winter, the child did not cry but gazed up with large, dark eyes, smiling at the elder. This sight made the elder feel uneasy, for it was strange to find an infant in such a place. After hesitating for a moment, he turned back and embraced the child, swiftly departing from the forsaken graveyard. On the very first day Tang Sancheng arrived in the village, an event shocked the villagers. The elder had an old wife, and the couple, having no children of their own, were overjoyed to see the child. However, when the old woman reached out to hold Tang Sancheng, he wailed as if possessed, continuing for 7 consecutive days. On the 7th day, the old woman collapsed at the hearth and passed away, leading the villagers to conclude that the child had a spiritual awareness, sensing that the old woman was nearing her end and refusing to be held. As Tang Sancheng grew older, he often wandered among the graves, circling the tombs while murmuring to himself. The villagers were puzzled and suspected that he was possessed by spirits. This mystery remained until he turned 13. A family in the village had a child who fell ill year after year, yet miraculously did not perish. Despite consultations with doctors and even trips to the town for treatment, the ailment persisted. On the ancestral grave of this family, 13-year-old Tang Sancheng pointed at a sturdy tree and declared, "Cut it down, and your child will recover. This tree is disrupting the feng shui of the grave." The villagers erupted in laughter, dismissing the words of a mere child. However, that very night, the ill child burned with fever, and the mother, her eyes swollen from crying, recalled Tang Sancheng's words. In a moment of desperation, she urged her husband to fell the tree. Though he remained silent, she scolded him and took an axe to the ancestral grave. Once the tree fell, she returned home to find her child standing at the door, wiping his nose and saying, "Hungry." As Tang Sancheng's fame spread, the entire village was abuzz. Everyone claimed that the child had absorbed spiritual energy and energy from the grave, dubbing him a spiritual child. The elder grasped Tang Sancheng's hand and remarked, "My son, I see you are extraordinary. You cannot remain in Sanya village for long." "Indeed, I believe so," Tang Sancheng replied with a smile, unperturbed. "Father, would you like some soup? I shall serve you." 6 years later, Tang Sancheng departed in a most extraordinary manner. He was taken from his home one night by a group of bandits. Their leader masked, a knife pressed against Tang Sancheng's throat. "I want nothing but you," he declared. With a sigh, Tang Sancheng replied, "I will go with you, but my father is elderly." The masked man produced a heavy package from his pocket. "This will suffice for your father's old age." "Let me bow to my father," Tang Sancheng insisted, kneeling before the elder, who was overcome with tears. "My son, father, each person has their fate. Mine is already determined. I must go. Please take care of yourself." After bowing 3 times, he looked up, tears glistening in his eyes. Wiping them away, he turned to the masked man. "Let us go." The masked man lowered his knife. "You are indeed a brave one." He commanded his followers, "Withdraw." Chapter 2. The tomb raider Tang Sancheng was forcibly thrust into a carriage, his eyes shrouded in darkness. While the howling wind filled his ears alongside the indistinct murmurs of nearby voices, creating a cacophony of buzzing sounds, he huddled in on himself, shivering from the chill of the night. A woolen blanket was draped over him, and he trembled as he managed to utter a soft thank you. No one responded. He then inquired, "When will we arrive?" At last, one individual could no longer contain himself. "Why don't you ask us what we intend to do with you?" Tang Sancheng sidestepped the question, replying, "You speak quite eloquently, unlike a bandit." "Ah, big brother, this little one is quite sprightly, like a dog," a coarse voice interjected, inciting a round of boisterous laughter. The leader fell silent, and once again, Tang Sancheng was enveloped in darkness, relying solely on his hearing and sense of smell to ascertain his surroundings. The carriage traversed a well-trodden path, then a bumpy trail, until it finally came to a halt. He was seized by a pair of robust arms and hoisted onto a shoulder, his face flushing crimson. At 19, being carried like this wounded his pride. Though frail in appearance, he was sturdy, prompting the burly man to exclaim, "Kid, you're heavier than you look." The blindfold was abruptly torn away, revealing a hazy vision that gradually sharpened. The first figure that caught Tang Sancheng's eyes was a refined gentleman standing at the center, indeed a gentleman, fair and handsome, resembling a scholarly instructor. The blindfold dangled in his grasp as he gazed at Tang Sancheng with a profound expression. "Brother, is this lad truly as remarkable as you say?" inquired a towering man beside him. "Whether he is remarkable or not, we shall know soon enough. Just 2 days hence," the gentleman replied. "What does that mean?" Tang Sancheng felt a surge of frustration. They were discussing a matter of significant consequence concerning him, yet withheld the details. A fire ignited within his 19-year-old chest. "What do you want me to do?" "Simply put, we want you to rob a tomb," the fair gentleman stated with a smile. This declaration resounded in Tang Sancheng's mind like a thunderclap. He had previously selected graves for others, yet now they were asking him to commit tomb raiding. Defiantly, he declared, "I will not." He had never engaged in such an endeavor. "You have chosen graves and possess knowledge of feng shui. Thus, you are destined to raid tombs." The fair gentleman recalled their first encounter with Tang Sancheng, who had been in Sanya village while searching for ancient tombs. At that time, Tang Sancheng stood at the center of a throng, without even a compass in hand, confidently pointing to a location and proclaiming, "This is the emperor's seat, facing south. And this is the position of a wealthy family, facing east. This lad has potential. On the night after tomorrow, we shall set out together. It is best if you can be of use. Otherwise," the fair gentleman's palm revealed a flying dagger, which he deftly flung, embedding it deep within a tree, leaving only the hilt exposed. Tang Sancheng stood frozen as if the dagger had pierced his own heart, his legs trembling slightly. "I agree," he conceded. Unaware of the notion that those who adapt to circumstances are the true heroes, he merely wished to survive. "Excellent." The scholarly youth gently patted his shoulder and said, "Remember my name, I am Bai Yi." I am Tang Sancheng, and you should remember that too. The rough men gazed at Bai Yi until a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, prompting them to erupt into hearty laughter. This lad dared to challenge Brother Bai, quite audacious. Thus, Tang Sancheng mingled with a group of bandits, or more accurately, a band of grave robbers. He felt neither particularly good nor bad about it, so he decided to stay. After all, there was no escaping now. After a night of mingling, Tang Sancheng grasped the situation. This was a band of individuals driven to desperation by the Nationalist Party. Some had been blacksmiths, others had run restaurants, and some had farmed. They were unwilling to engage in the nefarious deeds forced upon them, so they turned to the dead, embarking on the profession of grave robbing. Bai Yi was originally a scion of a wealthy family, reportedly educated abroad. His family's fortune was seized by the Nationalist Party, who falsely accused them of crimes, resulting in the imprisonment of his entire family, with Bai Yi being the sole survivor. This was recounted by the middle-aged man supporting Tang Sancheng, named Ding Dali, a man of immense strength, true to his name. After a night of rest, Tang Sancheng clarified the situation. Bai Yi and the others had discovered a cluster of ancient tombs and had even dug an exploratory hole to investigate. Surprisingly, many of these tombs belonged to commoners and contained no treasures. Bai Yi speculated that there must be a principal burial chamber among them, but its location remained a mystery. It was impractical to dig individual holes one by one. Tang Sancheng's task was to identify this main tomb. How confident are you? Bai Yi inquired. Seated in a rocking chair, holding a delicate, bound ancient book from the late Qing dynasty, his refined demeanor making it difficult to associate him with grave robbers or bandits. Yes, for the sake of my life. I must have confidence, Tang Sancheng replied, pointing to his stomach. I'm hungry. Chapter 3. Selecting the tomb before setting out. Tang Sancheng devoured 4 chicken legs, 3 steamed buns, 3 bowls of rice, and 2 bowls of soup, contentedly patting his belly after producing a satisfied belch. Ding Dali lifted the bowl that had contained rice, finding not a single grain left. This fellow truly cleared the table. Brother Bai, we should send this glutton away if he proves useless. We can't afford to be eaten out of house and home, Ding Dali said gruffly. Bai Yi cast a glance at Tang Sancheng. Let us see if he is of any use first. Tang Sancheng understood clearly, wiping the grease from his mouth. I want he enter the tomb. Ding Dali burst into laughter. What kind of grave robber doesn't he enter the tomb? Are you joking? Hearing this, Tang Sancheng's face flushed red. I am not a grave robber. Not important, Bai Yi sneered, rising to his feet. It's time. Tang Sancheng stood as well, inadvertently letting out another belch. His previously righteous demeanor faded as his face turned crimson. Ding Dali laughed boisterously. What are you pretending for? I truly am not. Tang Sancheng muttered. Since childhood, his father had taught him that thieves and rogues were not to be trusted. As he felt the weight of being labeled a grave robber, his heart sank. Let us go. With a command from Bai Yi, the other brothers emerged, each wielding various implements, their eyes fixated on Tang Sancheng with disdain. The night air was brisk, the wind biting at their faces, while Tang Sancheng's legs felt numbly unresponsive. Behind him, Ding Dali gave him a push, urging him to move faster. Anger flared within Tang Sancheng as he shot a glare at Ding Dali, then silently continued forward. Bai Yi led the way, his expression impassive, traversing a vast plain overrun with wild grasses, an embodiment of desolation. The wind obscured Tang Sancheng's vision, yet the sounds around him were crystal clear, the crunch of his feet upon dry branches and the faint sound of a child weeping. He scanned the surroundings but saw no signs of habitation, an occurrence he found unsurprising, as it had always been this way since his youth. They had arrived. Bai Yi halted, and his brothers instinctively followed suit, but Tang Sancheng collided with the back of the person ahead. Once steady, he beheld a disarray of tombs scattered about, so many that it was no wonder a band of thieves had faltered here. Bai Yi turned and approached Tang Sancheng, stating that the tombs of royal families throughout history were surely selected based on feng shui principles, and that the most auspicious tomb here must be the primary one. Tang Sancheng, this is your moment. Let us see if you are of any worth. Tang Sancheng recalled the image of a flying dagger whistling past his ear and embedding itself in the heart of a great tree, causing him to tremble slightly. He stepped forward and surveyed the area, murmuring, the acupoint must be aligned, the 8 dragons must be distinguished in their flow. The fire dragon must not create water's demise. The wood element must support the fire dragon's rise. The wood dragon must not bring forth metal's suppression. The water element must support the wood dragon's joy. The balance of yin and yang holds great significance. Fortune and misfortune lie within a single alignment. Ignorance of life and suppression in acupoint matters is perilous. Having recited this, Tang Sancheng seemed entranced as he wandered aimlessly around the tombs. Ding Dali leaned closer to Bai Yi and whispered, "Brother Bai, is this lad intentionally playing tricks on us?" Suddenly, Tang Sancheng halted, looking at Bai Yi and pointing to the ground beneath him. "This is the spot." A sudden silence enveloped the group. All eyes turned to Bai Yi, awaiting his decision, to dig or not to dig. Without hesitation, Bai Yi commanded, "Begin." Ordinarily, this would entail digging a thief's tunnel in hopes of reaching the tomb chamber directly. Now, Ding Dali wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering, "God knows what lies beneath." Tang Sancheng's legs trembled in the wind, feeling the sluggishness of those around him. Abruptly, Ding Dali looked up, incredulity in his eyes. "Brother Bai, come look." Bai Yi quickly approached, and Ding Dali raised a kerosene lamp to illuminate the area. Bai Yi noticed the steps leading down and abruptly turned back, gesturing for Tang Sancheng to follow. Trembling, Tang Sancheng approached and beheld the stone steps without a trace of surprise, as if it were the most natural occurrence. He leaned down to peer into the depths. Ah, indeed, it is here. Suddenly, Tang Sancheng felt himself plummeting downwards, and Bai Yi's voice echoed behind him. "You must descend into the tomb." Chapter 4. The underground passage. Tang Sancheng fell, bracing himself with his hands, which were scraped by sharp stones, blood oozing from the wounds, pain radiating throughout his body. In the darkness, Tang Sancheng's blood was indistinguishable, yet he managed to steady himself, realizing he had merely tumbled onto the fourth step. He rose to his feet, a sense of vexation washing over him. Yet he found himself captivated by the scene before him. In the dim glow of the kerosene lamp, a stone stairway astonishingly extended straight downward into an abyss of impenetrable darkness. Bai Yi had also ventured in, clutching a rope, a hook, and a piece of white cloth of uncertain purpose. This must surely be the passage leading to the main burial chamber. This marked Tang Sancheng's inaugural descent into a tomb, his body pressed closely against the stone wall, composed of massive blocks of bluestone, which were encrusted with moss. A layer of moisture enveloped Tang Sancheng's back, chilling him to the bone. He instinctively huddled, his teeth beginning to chatter, his clothing too scant for the cold. Bai Yi raised the kerosene lamp and led the way downward. Ding Dali gave Tang Sancheng a nudge, "Move." In a daze, Tang Sancheng followed closely behind Bai Yi, seeing only the imposing silhouette of his companion, his feet slipping occasionally on the damp steps. He endeavored to steady himself, otherwise, he would certainly incur another heavy-handed push from Ding Dali, whose rough and sturdy palms were no trifling matter. Having endured too many such blows, Tang Sancheng found himself increasingly wearied. The staircase seemed interminable, descending until it met a stone wall that barred their passage. Bai Yi placed the kerosene lamp into Tang Sancheng's hands. "Light the way." Bai Yi's hands began to explore the surface of the stone wall, a hint of perplexity crossing his features as he glanced back at Ding Dali and shook his head. Then, forming a half-fist, he began to knock on the wall. Tang Sancheng's ears perked up. He distinctly heard that the sounds produced when striking the third and fifth bluestones differed, resonating with a deeper timbre. Bai Yi, feeling disheartened, released his hand and shook his head. "Strange, I cannot find the mechanism." "It must be among the third and fifth bluestones," Tang Sancheng blurted out. Ding Dali's hoarse voice filled the air, laced with skepticism. "How do you know?" "My ears." Tang Sancheng pointed to his ears. "I heard it." The group that should have erupted in laughter found themselves swallowing hard in unison, for they had only perceived identical sounds moments ago. Without hesitation, Bai Yi pressed down on the third and fifth bluestones, gritting his teeth as he applied force. Suddenly, the stone wall swung open, releasing a surge of warm air that caught Tang Sancheng unawares. The warmth washed over his face, feeling oddly comforting, but when he turned to look at the others, they had covered their mouths and noses with pieces of cloth, crouching low to the ground. Bai Yi stared at Tang Sancheng in disbelief, his urgency to enter momentarily set aside as he waited for the warm air to dissipate. Cautiously, he approached and raised the kerosene lamp to peer inside. Behind him, his keen-eyed subordinates erupted in cheers, and suddenly, 3 or 4 of them rushed in. "Wait!" Bai Yi shouted, but it was too late. A horrifying scream echoed through the chamber, and upon hearing it, Ding Dali immediately yelled out, covering his face and crouching down, emitting a series of sobs. Driven by curiosity, Tang Sancheng leaned halfway into the opening. Under the feeble light, he beheld the faces of the 4 individuals, grotesquely decayed, oozing a reddish-brown liquid. Their bodies twisted and contorted upon the ground, hands clenched into fists, pressed tightly against their faces, devoid of any semblance of life. Bai Yi's face turned an ashen hue, and the subordinates who had initially intended to advance instinctively withdrew, paralyzed by fear. Chapter 5. The Double Layer. Beside the 4 individuals sprawled haphazardly on the ground lay a scattering of jewels, alongside an already opened chest. Tang Sancheng had never laid eyes upon such an abundance of treasures. Large pearls appeared to have been forcefully scattered, splattered across the area. Several hairpins of unknown material lay silently on the ground, and Tang Sancheng gazed in astonishment, yet dared not step forward. The grotesque corpses mingled with the disordered jewels, creating an eerie tableau. Bai Yi, what kind of cursed place is this? The moment we entered, it claimed the lives of our 4 brothers. Ding Dali, of course, was deeply loyal. Witnessing the tragic demise of his comrades, tears streamed down his face as he clenched his fists in panic. Bai Yi, we cannot enter this tomb. It is forbidden. The remaining brothers choked on their words, unable to articulate their fear. Bai Yi uttered a solitary phrase. Those who wish to leave may do so now. But what about you? Asked one brother. I intend to venture deeper and discern what force is so formidable. I, Bai Yi, have already been marked for death. Having narrowly escaped, I consider my life forfeit. I will avenge my fallen brothers. Bai Yi seized Tang Sancheng by the arm. But you cannot leave. Tang Sancheng murmured, I had no intention of leaving. We shall not depart either. If we must enter, let us go together. Upon Ding Dali's declaration, a chorus of agreement arose from the other brothers. We are blood brothers, sworn to life and death. If we abandon now, what does that make us? Bai Yi raised a hand to silence them. He approached the 4 lifeless bodies, cautiously covering his mouth and nose, careful not to touch their remains. The ancients had long employed poisons. Who could know the nature of such toxins? There was no visible smoke, nor any foul odor. It resembled the legendary colorless and odorless poison, leaving no trace. Or perhaps, the toxic residue lingered upon the jewels, the chest, or even upon the corpses of their brothers. Bai Yi shook his head and took a step back. To survive, no one must disturb anything here. Do not touch the bodies. No one dared to move. Dali inquired, Bai Yi, shall we proceed? Years later, Bai Yi would reflect upon this moment with regret, his ignorance unfolding in the years to come. At that moment, he felt as though a searing furnace resided in his chest. Let us advance. Ding Dali glanced upward. Bai Yi, we have descended over 10 meters. I have never ventured this deep before. Bai Yi remained silent. The 4 brothers had ventured into the burial chamber, which housed offerings for the deceased. The very opening of this tomb was a trap. Clearly, the tomb's master had a profound understanding of human nature. Typically, tomb raiders would be unable to resist the temptation of opening the chests filled with offerings. The deceased brothers exhibited signs of poisoning. Their faces had darkened, their skin rotted, and their bodies twisted. The secret within that chest was indeed a lethal toxin. As they moved forward, a narrow path of blue stone emerged before them. Situated at the far side of the burial chamber, inconspicuous yet ingeniously designed, its purpose to eliminate those who dared to intrude upon the sanctity of the tomb. Bai Yi continued to tread ahead, his feet pressing upon the azure stone slabs. Tang Sancheng once again detected an unusual sound, a faint rustling emanating from the stone beneath him. With every 3 steps, a soft whisper of noise would reach his ears. He cast a glance at Bai Yi, realizing he remained oblivious to it, and his heart raced with trepidation. What could this rustling signify? The ancient rites of burial require careful selection of land, and the grave must be deep and well chosen. Tang Sancheng blurted out, striking at the very essence of a tomb's characteristics. Bai Yi increasingly found Tang Sancheng's intellect unfathomable. Was this lad truly a simple country boy? Bai Yi came to a halt, and the space before them suddenly expanded. The narrow path of azure stone diverged into 2. One continued straight ahead, while the other veered upward, ascending as if it led to a double-layered tomb. Chapter 6. Sand. A choice was inevitable. Bai Yi raised the lamp in his hand to peer ahead. The upward path appeared to spiral infinitely, while the forward route seemed narrow and congested, suggesting it may lead to a dead end. Bai Yi turned back and inquired, which path shall we take? Tang Sancheng shook his head. I do not know. Bai Yi felt somewhat ridiculous for even asking. The decision lay with him. He leaned forward, upward. Ding Dali interjected, blocking Bai Yi's way. Brother Bai, allow me to go first. Ding Dali advanced up the steps, and as Tang Sancheng gazed at Ding Dali's broad, powerful back, an inexplicable sensation surged within him, an intense feeling of blockage and urgency. Bai Yi had already followed suit, prompting him to hastily pursue behind. The rustling continued to echo in his ears, gradually intensifying with each step. Initially, it resembled fine sand cascading softly, but soon it transformed into a rapid, urgent sound, as if it had coalesced into a river. No, a waterfall. Tang Sancheng glanced down. The fissures beneath his feet were widening. A chilling gust of air ascended from below, sending shivers through him. This was perilous. He shouted, abruptly pushing Bai Yi upward. Hurry! In the midst of this chaos, Tang Sancheng uttered only 4 words as the chasm below expanded dramatically. The steps split apart, revealing torrents of quicksand surging downward. A series of anguished cries echoed behind them, accompanied not by the dull thud of falling objects, but by the harrowing realization that 6 lives were at stake. They vanished into the quicksand, leaving only a fleeting glimpse of one person's hair. Tang Sancheng's body convulsed in shock. His right hand clutched the azure stone slab tightly. Bai Yi pushed forward, turned pale, and grasped Tang Sancheng's hand, pulling him upward with great force. Ding Dali's fist struck the stone wall, producing a muffled sound as the lives of their 6 comrades extinguished in an instant. Hurry up! Bai Yi remained remarkably composed, even delivering a punch to Ding Dali. Dali! Ding Dali sobbed as he raced upwards alongside Bai Yi, emitting sounds akin to a beast's roar. Tang Sancheng, overwhelmed by this spectacle, found himself at a loss for words. His instinct for survival had compelled him to clutch the steps above with a fierce grip, his fingers still aching, and his legs felt numb, moving only in a mechanical rhythm. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until he sensed the surroundings opening up, the rustling sounds ceasing, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. They found themselves in a quicksand trap, with Bai Yi's back pressed against the stone wall, murmuring to himself, "Who exactly is the master of this tomb? We should not have come here." Ding Dali, in a fit of agitation, banged his head against the wall, the sound resonating in Tang Sancheng's ears like the drums of a funeral procession. His throat ached painfully as he glanced around. In the dim light of the kerosene lamp, the space appeared vast and empty. Bai Yi, holding the lamp, slowly approached the center, calling back, "Dali." Both Ding Dali and Tang Sancheng beheld 2 identical stone coffins. The carvings upon them were unlike anything Tang Sancheng had ever encountered. They resembled hornless dragons, adorned with long, flowing whiskers, their bodies entwined, bearing sharp fangs as if poised to bite into one another. These dragons did not convey the usual majesty associated with their kind, but rather resembled a horde of monstrous beings intent on devouring one another. A chill enveloped the 3 of them. Chapter 7. Opening the coffin, Tang Sancheng felt an unsettling sensation ever since leaving Sanya village. It had been an unusual experience. Perhaps it was fate that led him here. He understood that his escape was futile. He approached the stone coffin, his hands instinctively reaching out to touch it. "Don't move." Bai Yi seized his wrist, flinging him aside, and then produced a vial of liquid from his pocket, sprinkling it over the coffin. After a moment of silence, he exhaled in relief. "Dali, prepare to open the coffin." To Tang Sancheng, opening the coffin merely entailed lifting the lid, a task of physical exertion. However, Bai Yi and Ding Dali exchanged cautious glances, retreating to either side of the coffin, keeping their distance. Noticing Tang Sancheng still standing in place, Bai Yi shouted, "If you wish to keep your life, step aside." Being younger, Tang Sancheng complied immediately under Bai Yi's command, squatting down with his head cradled in his arms. Bai Yi then retrieved a pale stone from his pocket and struck it forcefully against the coffin lid. With a dull thud, 6 arrows shot forth from the center of the coffin, embedding themselves into the stone wall, their shafts disappearing into the rock while the fletchings remained visible. Such tremendous force. If a person had been standing there, 1 arrow would have sufficed to penetrate deep and claim their life. A cold sweat broke out on Tang Sancheng as he observed Bai Yi and Ding Dali, who, clearly seasoned veterans, appeared unfazed by the ordeal. 2 individuals employed the same method to validate the stone sarcophagus on the opposite side. Similarly, 6 arrows were launched forth. Tang San was immensely curious about the nature of the potion, but recognized that this was not the appropriate moment to inquire. Ding Dali and Bai Yi combined their efforts to attempt to lift the coffin lid. Tang San stepped forward to assist, and together the three exerted their strength. With a creaking sound, a corner of the stone coffin was shifted, releasing a foul stench that immediately assailed their nostrils. Ding Dali turned his head aside and exclaimed, "Ugh! The stench of decay." Yet, Bai Yi and Tang San detected a faint fragrance wafting behind it. They exchanged glances, turning to Ding Dali, who was now visibly unsettled. "What's wrong, Brother Bai? Can't you smell it?" Ding Dali asked. Bai Yi's expression shifted. "Of course I can smell it. How could one not?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yi fell silent, concentrating solely on the coffin lid. With a powerful heave, he lifted it, revealing to Tang San's astonishment an empty sarcophagus devoid of any remains. Merely a hollow shell. Ding Dali erupted in fury, seizing Tang San by the throat. "What grave did you choose? My brothers perished. And this is what we find, a mere empty coffin. I will avenge them today." The robust Ding Dali's hands tightened around Tang San's neck, rendering him breathless. Tang San heard the ominous creaking of his bones. Bai Yi's cold voice pierced the air, "Enough, Dali." Ding Dali hesitated, releasing his grip and sinking to the ground. Despite his rugged exterior, this man harbored a fragile inner self. Bai Yi, maintaining his composure, proceeded to pry open another sarcophagus, only to discover it was also empty. He sighed, suddenly agitated like an ant on a hot stove. "This is dire. We must find an exit, or we shall be trapped here." This realization struck the trio with the gravity of their predicament. The path they had ascended was now blocked, and a cascade of quicksand lay ahead, rendering passage impossible. Absent another exit, they faced entrapment. Their only supplies were 2 flasks of water and a few flatbreads. Tang San approached the stone sarcophagus, his keen eyes probing within. To his astonishment, he retrieved an object. Bai Yi gasped, "A jade sword ornament?" It comprised 2 dragon-shaped jade pieces, resembling a sword when placed together, one serving as the hilt and the other as the guard, the blade tapering into an elongated trapezoid shape. The top featured 3 grooves on each side, and a solid circular hole at the base for the hilt. The surface was adorned with intricate patterns of serpents and swirling clouds, while the guard was oval, with a diamond-shaped perforation for the bronze hilt to fit. Encircled by 8 grooves embellished with cloud motifs. Bai Yi had previously examined these 2 sarcophagi, finding nothing of value. Yet, Tang San, seemingly like a specter, had randomly grasped this jade ornament. How uncanny! Tang San, with a sense of understanding, placed the jade sword ornament into Bai Yi's hands. Bai Yi sighed. "After losing so many brothers, this is all we have to show for it. A cruel jest indeed." Chapter 8. The way out. Tang San was taken aback. "There is more inside." Bai Yi's countenance darkened. Tang San was indeed enigmatic. He had thoroughly searched and found nothing. Yet here Tang San emerged with a jade sword ornament, claiming there was more yet to discover. He stared in astonishment as Tang San once again explored the stone sarcophagus, his hands gliding along its edges, pressed against the walls. Taking a deep breath, Tang San withdrew his hand, revealing a gleaming pearl nestled in his palm, the so-called night pearl. Ding Dali whispered, "This kid is truly uncanny." Bai Yi seized the night pearl and inquired, "Is there more?" "There may be more within the sarcophagus," Tang San replied confidently, a strong intuition guiding him, as if the tomb itself were beckoning him. He reached inside, and before long, he emerged with 2 exquisite jade pendants, one depicting a dragon, the other a phoenix, perfectly matched. Bai Yi felt a dryness in his throat, nearly rendered speechless. Tang San instinctively placed the dragon and phoenix pendants in Bai Yi's hands, shaking his head resolutely. "There are no more." Holding the treasures, Bai Yi was overwhelmed with shock, a sense of desolation, an immense worry about whether he could carry these precious artifacts out of the tomb. "You found the entrance. You will surely find the exit," Ding Dali urged, standing before Tang San like a whirlwind. "Find the exit, or we all perish." Tang San, unwilling to meet his end in this tomb, began to explore the vast chamber. While Bai Yi and Ding Dali fixated on his every movement, their fates intertwined with this so-called spiritual child. Time passed, and Tang San turned back, dejected. "I found nothing." Before either could respond, he asserted firmly, "Not finding anything doesn't mean there isn't an exit. There must be one." Pressing his ear against the wall, he moved inch by inch, discerning the sounds of the wind, the rustling of insects, and the dripping of water. With eyes closed, he continued to explore until his fingers suddenly grazed a recess, where he heard the faint sound of water trickling. "I found it," Tang Sancheng exclaimed. Bai Yi erupted with excitement, while Ding Dali emitted a muffled sound of exhilaration. The desire to survive coursed among the three of them. Tang Sancheng's heart raced painfully, gripped by an unfamiliar fear. He, who had never known fear, felt a sense of trepidation. Would this pressing moment lead to life or death? Resolutely, Tang Sancheng decided to take the plunge. If it were a trap, they would all perish together, but if it were an escape, they would emerge into the light. Summoning all his strength, he pressed forward, revealing a square opening before them. Ding Dali leaped 3 feet in the air, shouting, "There's an exit, Bai Yi. We have a chance to live." Ding Dali was the first to dive through, while Tang Sancheng stepped back to let Bai Yi go first, following closely behind. Beyond the opening lay a winding path spiraling upwards, where a chill enveloped them, likely the source of the earlier mist. Tang Sancheng's gaze fell upon a patch of green grass, a surprising sight within the ancient tomb. Having never ventured into a tomb before, he instinctively reached to pluck a blade. Seeing this, Bai Yi shouted, "Put that down." Tang Sancheng froze, his arm tingling and his legs refusing to move. Bai Yi's face spun before him, accompanied by Ding Dali's heavy breaths. Tang Sancheng felt everything slipping away, his eyelids growing heavier, their faces becoming blurred, until he succumbed to a veil of darkness, his body collapsing into a limp heap. Bai Yi placed his hand beneath Tang Sancheng's nose, shaking his head in sorrow, no breath left. Ding Dali gazed dejectedly at Tang Sancheng, slumped on the path, a flicker of sadness crossing his heart. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have made it out. What shall we do with him? Should we carry him away? Observing the narrow path, Bai Yi shook his head. Carrying him would only hinder us. Dali, take him back. Bai Yi referred to the tomb chamber. Ding Dali sighed, hoisting Tang Sancheng and moving forward. The chill of Tang Sancheng's body intensified in his grasp, and as he recalled the hearty meals Tang Sancheng had enjoyed just that evening, he felt increasingly that he had merely succumbed to gluttony. The empty stone coffin appeared to be a specially prepared resting place for Tang Sancheng. Ding Dali laid his body within the stone coffin, adjusting his garments as best he could. The already thin fabric now seemed even more pitiful. He removed his outer garment and draped it over Tang Sancheng. "Brother, we have shared a bond. Let this serve as your shroud." Bai Yi glanced at Tang Sancheng's ashen face. "If you truly are a spirit child, grant me and Dali the fortune to escape. If not, my brother and I shall return to accompany you in burial. Dali, let us depart." Chapter 9. The Path to Life. Leaving behind Tang Sancheng's lifeless form, Bai Yi and Ding Dali retraced their steps to the narrow path, winding upward. Whether it led to salvation or was a road of no return, all was left to fate. Each step was measured and deliberate, Bai Yi's body taut with tension. Perhaps with each footfall, he would trigger a mechanism, and the terrifying quicksand would engulf them once more. Ding Dali shared in this dread, a storm of fear rumbling in his throat, a testament to his terror of death. Fear of death? Merely a pretext to encourage oneself to persevere. The stone walls on either side loomed coldly, resembling the visage of death. Bai Yi averted his gaze, focusing solely on the path beneath his feet. After what felt like half an hour, the ascent seemed endless. In the confined space, one had to bend their knees to progress. Though half an hour is not long, his legs had begun to weaken, and the towering Ding Dali was even more affected, gasping heavily for breath. "Bai Yi." Ding Dali wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "Wait here, I'll go up and take a look." Bai Yi instructed Ding Dali to rest in place, forcing himself onward. Surely, this could not be an unending journey, no matter how vast the tomb chamber. Space is finite. Bai Yi drew a flying knife from his possession and carved a mark upon the wall to serve as a beacon before continuing forward. Ding Dali sat alone on the long, dark stone path. The passage of time heightened his sense of unease, every hair on his body standing on end. In the silence, fear began to creep in, until Bai Yi's voice broke through the stillness. "Dali, hurry up, I've found the exit." Like an arrow released from its bow, Ding Dali swiftly ascended, employing both hands and feet, reaching Bai Yi's location in no time. Above Bai Yi loomed an immensely heavy stone slab. He had used a flying knife to carve a gap beside it, faint light filtering through, illuminating Bai Yi's head, a glimmer of hope for life. Bai Yi produced another flying knife and tossed it to Ding Dali. "Hurry." Two individuals tirelessly excavated around the stone slab until it began to shift slightly. Bai Yi retreated to the side, while Ding Dali spat twice into his palms and, with a thunderous roar, exerted all his strength to push the slab upward. Suddenly, light flooded in, illuminating the two men as they struggled to crawl outside, collapsing onto the ground in sheer exhaustion. After an indeterminate period, Bai Yi exhaled deeply and called out, "Dali, we have emerged." Receiving no reply, he turned to see Ding Dali lying on the ground, his fingernails digging into the earth as he suppressed his sorrow, emitting a muffled sound from his throat that betrayed his restrained emotions. Bai Yi sighed, lamenting the near-total loss. Dali, having composed himself, did not await Bai Yi's comfort. Such was the nature of his brother. Yet this did not imply he was devoid of feelings. With reddened eyes, Dali inquired, "What shall we do with this stone slab?" "Seal it," Bai Yi replied, a sudden thought stirring within him. "No, do not seal it too tightly." Dali paused, his rugged heart contemplating that perhaps Bai Yi believed the brothers inside still had a breath of life left. A wave of melancholy washed over him as he stifled his grief, lifting the slab back to its original position and covering it with a modest layer of soil, not fully concealing it. He then staggered to follow Bai Yi, their figures growing distant against the expansive plain until they vanished into the vastness. At this moment, it was the autumn of 1931, the year often referred to as the 20th year of the Republic. This year marked the onset of an anti-Japanese sentiment in the commercial circles of Shanghai, a fervor that spread nationwide, creating a significant uproar. Yet, none of this concerned Tang Sancheng and Bai Yi, for they had embarked on remarkably divergent paths. While 1931 would signify an end for the majority, it was poised to herald a new beginning for the two of them. Chapter 10. The Bookworm. As time swiftly passed, it was now 1981. This year saw the implementation of the new marriage law, the damming of the Yangtze River at Gezhoba, and the conclusion of the counter-revolutionary cases. The streets resonated with the lively rhythm and melody of On the Fields of Hope as families gathered around their black and white televisions, eagerly awaiting the scheduled broadcast of a television drama. Amidst the cheerful and vigorous beat of On the Fields of Hope, Lu Zhishi, dubbed a bookworm, adjusted his glasses perched on his nose and, clutching a thick, weathered tome, exited the ancient bookstore. A young man riding a bicycle sped past him, calling out, "Hey, Lu the fool." Lu Zhishi responded with disdain, scoffing, "What do you know?" Excitedly, he made his way to the right side of the street, where someone appreciated his worth, his mentor. This was an ancient scion, unremarkable in the burgeoning city of Beijing, where such courtyard residences were plentiful. The owner had studied abroad before venturing into business, a person of exceptional intellect. In Lu Zhishi's eyes, this individual was his guide, the only one who recognized the value of his fervent dedication to books and the remarkable inventions therein. Lu Zhishi felt a twinge of envy, for he possessed a strikingly handsome visage that captivated women, along with the aura of a mature man. Adjusting his glasses, he lamented that he could not emulate such charm. In the eyes of others, he was merely a bookish scholar, engrossed in ancient texts. Lu Zhishi rang the doorbell, adhering to the customary waiting period of about 20 seconds before someone would answer. However, today he waited 30 seconds with no response. The grand doors remained firmly shut. Perhaps they were not home? Disappointed, he was about to turn away when the door swung open, revealing a man. Lu Zhishi smiled foolishly. "Brother Bai, are you at home?" The man who emerged was Bai Yi. Had Tang Sancheng still been present, he would have been astonished. Time had left no trace on Bai Yi over the past 50 years. His features were identical to those from half a century ago, yet now bore an inexplicable melancholy. His tall frame retained an air of elegance, and upon seeing Lu Zhishi, he exhibited little emotion, merely stating, "You've come." "Ah, Brother Bai, are you heading out?" Lu Zhishi asked, somewhat disheartened, for he had hoped to discuss recent discoveries regarding the ancient text in his possession. "Indeed, let us go together," Bai Yi sighed. "I wish to take a walk." As they walked along the cobbled path of the quaint alley, silence enveloped them. Lu Zhishi sensed something unusually different about Bai Yi today. He seemed less spirited, overshadowed by an unusual sadness. Lu Zhishi dared not inquire, simply accompanying Bai Yi in silence. They arrived at the bustling heart of the nearby district, where the noise somewhat eased Bai Yi's spirit. Lu Zhishi, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother Bai, look how lively it is today." Suddenly, Lu Zhishi spotted a fortune-teller's stall by the roadside, where a man was napping with squinted eyes, the sign above boldly declaring heavenly secrets. Lu Zhishi scoffed. What heavenly secrets? These fortune-tellers only thrive on mystique. Following Lu Zhishi's gaze, Bai Yi's eyes ignited with an extraordinary light, akin to a predator spotting a lively rabbit, filled with disbelief. He abruptly lunged towards the fortune-teller, toppling the modest stall and pinning the man to the ground. Breathing heavily, his voice became hoarse as he demanded, "Is it you? Ah, are you Tang Sancheng?" Chapter 11. Death. The onlookers murmured and pointed, while Lu Zhishi, at a loss, stepped forward. He had never witnessed Bai Yi so unrestrained. Cautiously, he inquired, "Brother Bai, what's wrong? Do you know this man?" The man pinned beneath Bai Yi widened his eyes, unable to utter a sound. He merely pointed at Bai Yi, as if confronted by an otherworldly beast, a mix of fear and curiosity crossing his face. After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to stammer, You are? Bai Yi. You are really Bai Yi." Bai Yi cast a sidelong glance at him and nodded slightly. Although he confirmed that the person before him was undoubtedly Tang Sancheng, a glimmer of shock flickered in his eyes. "Aren't you dead?" Lu Zhishi was utterly perplexed. "What do you mean dead?" "I'm very much alive," he muttered, unable to comprehend the situation. He stepped forward to assist Bai Yi, but Bai Yi waved him off. "Allow me a moment to gather myself." The sudden appearance of Tang Sancheng left him momentarily breathless. This was a man who had once been eternally dormant within an ancient tomb, yet he now stood vividly before him. More astonishingly, he appeared unchanged after 50 years. His skin bore no signs of sagging. Though the naive vigor of his youth had diminished, he remained utterly the same. The timid yet stubborn demeanor was still etched into his very being. To claim there had been no change would be inaccurate. Tang Sancheng was taller and more mature than 50 years prior, resembling a more developed man, shedding the remnants of youthful innocence. What could account for this transformation? Suddenly, Bai Yi sprang to his feet, seizing Tang Sancheng by the arm. "We must go swiftly." Tang Sancheng turned back to his stall, hastily attending to some matter before returning to Bai Yi, declaring they were now ready to depart. Bai Yi tugged at Tang Sancheng as they sprinted towards his home, as if embarking on a momentous endeavor, urgency propelling them forward. They left Lu Zhishi standing in place, staring blankly at their retreating figures, struggling to regain his senses. "What on earth is happening?" he murmured to himself. At the Bai residence, in a room that was tidy yet somewhat monotonous, an elderly man lay in bed. Laboring to breathe, his eyes tightly shut. The hand protruding from beneath the covers had withered to little more than skin stretched over bone. Tang Sancheng scrutinized the man's face, feeling an unsettling familiarity, yet unable to pinpoint its source. Bai Yi leaned forward. "Dali, you won't believe whom I've encountered." "Dali?" Ding Dali. The elderly man was indeed Ding Dali. An indescribable discomfort surged within Tang Sancheng, prompting him to step back in disbelief. "What has happened to him?" "As you can see, he is nearing the end," Bai Yi sighed. "He has been bettered in for 6 months. I have summoned the finest doctors, yet their efforts have been in vain. I do not know how much longer Dali will remain with me. He is my last companion in this world. Let us not forget, he is over 70. A profound silence enveloped them, as both men gazed into each other's eyes, a wave of dread washing over them, pondering the fate of others like themselves in the world. Once Ding Dali passes, the only ones privy to their secret will be each other. This peculiar sensation permeated the air between them, and had it not been for Ding Dali's sudden cough, they might have been lost in despair. Ding Dali's frail hand clutched his chest tightly, emitting a muffled groan. Bai Yi and Tang Sancheng rushed to his side. "Dali." Ding Dali weakly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Tang Sancheng, he was struck with incredulity. Yet, he could not utter a word. Merely flailing his arms as though he had encountered a specter, Bai Yi supported his frail form. "Dali, he is human. I've checked. He has warmth. He is not a ghost. Dali, how are you?" "Hold on, I will fetch a doctor." No need for that." Ding Dali suddenly revealed a faint smile, a countenance of liberation as if approaching the end of his journey. "With someone by your side, I can rest assured, Bai Go. I shall take my leave now." Ding Dali's eyes gradually closed, impervious to the calls of the two, never to open again. Bai Yi pressed his ear to Ding Dali's chest, listening intently. After a lengthy moment, he lifted his head. "He has passed away." Once Ding Dali's affairs were settled, Bai Yi appeared as though 3 parts of his spirit had dissipated. Typically reticent, he spoke even less than usual, save for moments alone with Tang Sancheng, when his words flowed a little more freely. "For 50 years, Dali was my sole companion, the only one privy to the secrets I bore." Bai Yi regarded Tang Sancheng. And you? Why are you like me? Were you not devoid of breath within the ancient tomb? Tang Sancheng gazed at his hands. When I first awakened, I found myself already inside the stone coffin, covered by a shroud. As I crawled out of the tomb, I believed I had merely reclaimed my life, never anticipating I would become what I am today. What do they call this? An immortal body? The shroud belonged to Dali. A strange noise escaped Bai Yi's throat, and the thought of Ding Dali's demise filled him with unbearable sorrow. When did you realize you would not age? I awakened a year later. Tang Sancheng's words struck like thunder. Bai Yi laughed incredulously. A year later? No one can survive a year without food or water. There are too many wondrous phenomena in this world. Consider you and I. Do you dare to claim disbelief? Tang Sancheng was no longer the foolish lad of yore. His tongue now wielded a sharper wit. Indeed, Bai Yi had not anticipated that 50 years later, he would find himself rendered speechless by Tang Sancheng. He pounded his fists on the table. Of those who ventured into that ancient tomb, only you and I remain alive, while the others perished. What mystery does that tomb conceal? When I returned to Sanya village, it was no longer there, reduced to rubble. My father was nowhere to be found, leaving me adrift, surviving by fortune-telling. I lived like a mouse, scurrying and hiding until today. Tang Sancheng closed his eyes. Before coming here, I cast a divination, which pointed towards the southeast. Bai Yi suddenly erupted in anger. Enough? 50 years ago, it was Tang Sancheng who had chosen that grave, transforming everyone into their current state. Deep down, Bai Yi understood he was ultimately the true culprit, yet he unconsciously shifted the blame onto Tang Sancheng. Tang Sancheng smiled. Since you've had your fill, I shall take my leave. Wait. Bai Yi exhaled deeply. Stay with me. As expected, Tang Sancheng turned back. I was waiting for you to utter those words. Beneath the heavens, it is only you and I who can share the same age as time itself, at least for now. With Dali gone, I am your sole companion. I understand. Bai Yi replied impatiently, so I beckon you to remain. What truly transpired with your resurrection in the tomb? To have not died, how could there be a resurrection? Tang Sancheng remarked. After regaining consciousness, I searched far and wide for the name of that herb. It was not until 2 decades later that I learned from a grave robber about a plant found within ancient tombs, known as the bitter herb. Its fragrance can induce a state of apparent death, typically lasting 3 days and nights before one awakens. As for why I returned to life after a year, that remains a mystery. Following the passage, I discovered an exit, which, to my fortune, was still operable, allowing me to escape. Bai Yi shook his head. The veracity of the bitter herb remains uncertain, yet your revival is undeniable. Setting that aside, what is the nature of our predicament? Regarding that exit, a chill crept down my spine. Had it been sealed, would you not have perished from hunger within? Chapter 12. Memories. The arrangements for Ding Dali's final rites were finally completed, and Bai Yi appeared to have lost a portion of his vitality, typically reserved. He spoke even less than usual, except when he shared solitude with Tang Sancheng. For 50 years, Dali was my sole companion, the only one privy to the secrets I harbored. Bai Yi gazed at Tang Sancheng. And what of you? Why are you in the same predicament as I? Did you not lose your breath within the ancient tomb? Tang Sancheng examined his hands. When I awakened, I found myself already entombed, draped in a garment. Climbing out of the ancient tomb, I believed I had merely reclaimed my life, never anticipating my current state. What is this? An immortal existence? The garment belonged to Dali. A strangled sound escaped Bai Yi's throat. The thought of Ding Dali's demise filled him with sorrow. When did you realize you would not age? I awoke a year later. Tang Sancheng's revelation struck like thunder, prompting Bai Yi to laugh incredulously. A year later? No one can survive a year without sustenance. This world is filled with wondrous phenomena. Look at us. Do you still dare to express disbelief? Tang Sancheng was no longer the naive youth he once was. His words flowed with newfound agility. Indeed, Bai Yi was astonished that after 50 years, he found himself at a loss for words in the presence of Tang Sancheng. He slammed his fists upon the table. Everyone who ventured into that ancient tomb, save for you and me, has perished. Yet here we are, defying age. What secrets does that tomb hold? When I returned to Sanya village, it had been reduced to rubble. My father had vanished, and I was left with nowhere to go, wandering aimlessly and relying on fortune-telling for sustenance, much like a rat, hiding and scurrying until today. Tang Sancheng closed his eyes. Before arriving here, I cast an oracle. Pointing southeast, Bai Yi's fury erupted suddenly. Enough. 50 years ago, It was the tomb chosen by Tang Sancheng that transformed everyone into their current state. Deep down, Bai Yi understood that he was the true architect of their plight, yet he unconsciously shifted the burden onto Tang Sancheng. With a smile, Tang Sancheng replied, "If that suffices, I shall take my leave." "Wait." Bai Yi exhaled deeply. "Stay with me." As anticipated, Tang San turned around. "I was waiting for you to utter those words. Under the ordinary heavens, only you and I can share the same age as the heavens, at least for now. Since Dali has departed, I am your sole companion." "I understand," Bai Yi replied with impatience. "That is why I urged you to remain." "What exactly transpired during your resurrection in the ancient tomb?" "Resurrection? If I had not died, how could there be a resurrection?" Tang San responded. "After I regained consciousness, I searched far and wide for the name of that herb. It was not until 20 years later that I learned from a tomb raider about a plant within the ancient tomb, known as the bitter herb, which can induce a state of apparent death in those who inhale its scent, typically lasting 3 days and nights before one awakens. As for why I awakened after a year, that remains a mystery. I followed a passage and found an exit, fortunately still operable, which allowed me to escape." Bai Yi shook his head. "Whether the bitter herb is real or not is uncertain, but your revival is indeed genuine. Setting that aside, what exactly is our situation?" Regarding that exit, he continued, a chill creeping up his spine. Had it been sealed at that moment, wouldn't Tang San have starved to death within? Chapter 13. Reminiscence 2. Bai Yi discovered he had not aged when he was already 40. Ding Dali often jested that Bai Yi bore no signs of aging, and both dismissed it lightly, until Bai Yi reached 50 and still appeared in his 20s or 30s. Then, he sensed something was amiss. Ding Dali had fully entered middle age, with increasing wrinkles and declining vitality, while Bai Yi retained his tall and slender figure, devoid of even a single wrinkle. This stark contrast sent shivers down Bai Yi's spine. Initially, Bai Yi consulted doctors, but as time passed, he realized this was beyond their expertise. He feared the curious gazes of physicians, and, to avoid drawing attention, he and Ding Dali moved frequently, akin to guerrilla warfare. Bai Yi scoured all ancient texts, attempting to unravel the riddle of his agelessness, visiting places in Xiangxi and Yunnan, wherever strange legends abounded. For 50 years, he left no stone unturned. Yet his enigma remained unsolved. Ding Dali aged day by day, which deeply unsettled Bai Yi. Today's melancholy stemmed from this very concern. Ding Dali had been his steadfast companion for many years, a true pillar of support. The thought of Ding Dali's impending departure left Bai Yi feeling utterly alone. Confronted with the reality of his own immortality, he was on the brink of despair when unexpectedly, Tang San descended from the heavens. And the situation seemed to take a different turn. "This residence?" Tang San inquired, puzzled. "It appears you are faring quite well. Do you recall the jade ornaments?" Tang San shook his head. "What are those?" "They are what you extracted from the stone coffin, 1 head and 1 tail, crafted from jade." Bai Yi replied calmly. "I prospered through them. Indeed, you share some credit for this. Then does this grand estate not entitle me to half?" Tang San stated with utmost seriousness. Bai Yuan could hardly fathom how Tang Sancheng had transformed over the course of 50 years. He recalled that night when Tang's trembling legs betrayed his fear of death, his pitiful demeanor, and the gluttonous expression he wore while indulging in food. Yet now, he stood composed, exuding an air of a sage untouched by worldly concerns, which caused Bai Yi to regard him with newfound respect. "You claim to have divined?" he inquired. "Divination, an ancient practice of seeking knowledge about future events, indeed. I employed 6 copper coins to generate the yin and yang lines, thus forming a hexagram. This hexagram revealed to me that today, in the southeast direction, fortune awaited. Hence, I proceeded straight to the southeast, the most accurate orientation being this county. Upon arriving, I set up my stall directly in the true southeast." Tang spoke of it as though it were as simple as eating or drinking. Yet Bai Yi found himself frowning in confusion. "Are you implying that our reunion is fated?" "Fate, or perhaps destiny as it is sometimes termed, dictates that each individual is born at a specific time, predetermined by the laws of nature. Our current encounter is a reality, merely accelerated by my intervention." Tang Sancheng sighed. "I must confess, this is a revelation of celestial secrets. If your celestial insights are so valuable, why not enlighten me on how we might behave like ordinary individuals?" Upon hearing Bai Yi's question, Tang erupted into laughter, and thus, "We have gathered once more." "What do you mean?" We must unravel the mysteries that enshroud ourselves. This, too, is our destiny. Tang nodded. Celestial secrets are meant to be deciphered by man. Chapter 14. The Seven Evils. Bai Yi was utterly bewildered by Tang Sancheng's philosophical musings when a sudden thud resounded from the courtyard, as if a heavy object had fallen. Aside from himself and Ding Dali, the only other frequent visitor was a bookish fellow named Lu Jishi, who was always polite and never intruded uninvited. Who could it be? Might it be a thief? The two ventured outside, only to find a bald man clad in a Zhongshan suit, surveying the area. Before Bai Yi could utter a word, Tang called out, "Qixia, I am here." The Seven Evils approached with a nimble grace, taking strides that belied his robust physique. Bai, having undergone training himself, recognized that this man was no ordinary individual. His footsteps were so light they made no sound. Strangely, the Seven Evils stood silently beside Tang Sancheng, an oddity in itself. "Qixia, did you see the note I left for you?" Tang inquired, to which the Seven Evils nodded and replied succinctly, "I saw it." So he was not mute. Bai Yi asked, "What note?" "Before I arrived here, I left a note for him, instructing him to find me here should I not return by afternoon. However, he is not fond of knocking on strangers' doors, hence he entered unannounced," Tang recounted nonchalantly. Bai Yi grunted in disapproval. Trespassing without invitation is still an invasion of privacy. Yet, upon glancing at the towering walls surrounding his abode, which stood over 3 meters high, he realized that the Seven Evils' entrance was rather unremarkable. Truly, he was a formidable character. Just who was this seemingly unassuming man? "This is my friend, Qixia," Tang Sancheng introduced, turning to the Seven Evils. "This is Bai Yi. It appears that I have become quite a remarkable figure in the eyes of Tang Sancheng." Bai Yi extended his hand towards Qixia, greeting him. However, Qixia's response was to take a step back, showing no intention of shaking hands. Tang Sancheng remarked, "He has always been this way. One becomes accustomed to it." Bai Yi, having encountered myriad individuals, was unfazed. No surprise there. "Nevertheless, starting tomorrow, it would be prudent for you to move in with me for convenience in our endeavors." Tang Sancheng shifted to the right, and only then did Bai Yi notice the bundle Qixia carried on his back. Indeed, was he not prescient? Even his belongings were prepared. Tang Sancheng chuckled, "We can settle in right away." As Qixia ascended the stairs with his bundle, Bai Yi's curiosity could not be contained. "Who is he?" "I do not know," Tang Sancheng replied candidly. "When I first encountered him, he was on the brink of starvation and freezing to death. After rescuing him, he has lived with me for 8 years. He speaks little of his past, and I do not inquire. We let things unfold naturally. He is my loyal protector." "Protector?" Bai Yi was perplexed, yet recalling Qixia's graceful movements. He understood. His martial prowess undoubtedly surpassed mine. I possess only external skills, lacking inner strength, whereas he excels in both realms. What manner of person could he be? "I do not know," Tang Sancheng repeated, clutching his stomach as it grumbled. "I am hungry." Bai Yi turned and called out, "Dali, it's time to cook." Mid-sentence, he abruptly halted, exchanging a glance with Tang Sancheng. It seemed the time had come to adjust to life without Ding Dali. Now he had a new companion, a true ally, as they all shared the same secret. Chapter 15. The tomb raider Lu Jishi stood anxiously outside the door, having waited over 20 seconds for it to open. He hopped nervously in place to express his agitation. Ever since Bai Gu and that fortune teller departed, his mind had been consumed by curiosity regarding the talk of the dead and resurrection, nearly driving him to distraction. Another 20 seconds elapsed before Lu Jishi could no longer restrain himself and called out, "Bai Gu, are you home?" The door swung open with a loud creak, revealing a stern, unfamiliar face, a bald man. Startled, he took a step back, patting his chest. "Who are you?" Qixia remained silent, turning to walk away. Lu Jishi cautiously entered, observing Bai Yi seated in the courtyard with the fortune teller, engrossed in their studies. Was this the reason they had not answered the door? Just as Lu Jishi entered, Bai Yi gestured, "You arrived just in time. Come help us take a look." Approaching, Lu Jishi saw they were examining a diagram of a mechanism. He glanced at it and exclaimed, "Ah, it's a quicksand formation." "Indeed," Bai Yi acknowledged, which explained why he had grown close to Lu Jishi. He rarely formed bonds with others. Yet this young man possessed remarkable talent and a profound understanding of tomb raiding tools. The peculiar items he collected seemed nonsensical to others, but Bai Yi recognized his potential. Those tools could prove invaluable in the art of tomb raiding. "Is there a tool that can ensure one's safety from quicksand?" even if the formation is activated? Bai Yi gazed at Lu Zhishi with an expression of eager anticipation. Not at the moment, yet I shall endeavor to uncover it, Lu Zhishi replied excitedly, caressing his book. Brother Bai, look what I just discovered at the antiquarian bookstore, the complete guide to tomb robbing mechanisms. I wanted to show it to you last time. Bai Yi opened the book's front page, where the name Xiao Tianyi was inscribed, and his countenance immediately lit up with excitement. This is Xiao Tianyi's journal. Who is Xiao Tianyi? Tang Sancheng wondered, perplexed by the reverence Bai Yi displayed. A descendant of the tomb-robbing general. Xiao Tianyi was a legendary figure in the world of tomb raiding, having mysteriously vanished 2 decades ago. Bai Yi, having dabbled in the tomb-robbing trade, was technically a senior to Xiao Tianyi. The tomb-robbing general was a sect of tomb raiders in ancient China. Historical records indicate that this sect originated during the late Eastern Han Dynasty, in the era of the Three Kingdoms. At that time, Cao Cao, the leader of the Wei army, established military titles such as the general of the tomb-robbing troops to supplement military funds through tomb raiding. The tomb-robbing general primarily relied on geomancy and atmospheric discernment, adhering to the principles of the I Ching to locate ancient tombs' auspicious sites. Due to its clandestine nature, there are scant official historical records of the tomb-robbing general. Practitioners were adept at locating graves. Upon excavating a tomb, they would light candles placed in the southeast corner of the chamber and commence their work. If a rooster crowed and extinguished the candle, they were obliged to return the valuables to their original position and perform 3 respectful bows before departing empty-handed. After sharing this, Bai Yi cast a glance at Tang Sancheng. You bear some resemblance to them. You also select burial sites based on geomancy. Could it be that you are a descendant of the tomb-robbing general? Tang Sancheng only knew that he had been salvaged from a graveyard, shaking his head in response. If that were the case, wouldn't the principles of geomancy have been imprinted in my mind since birth? A mere infant of a few months cannot retain such teachings, can they? The inherent understanding and acquired knowledge are indeed distinct. Thus, could it be that Tang Sancheng possessed an innate grasp of geomancy from birth? Not just Bai Yi, but Lu Zhishi's jaw dropped in astonishment, unable to close. Chapter 16. The thief. That night, Tang Sancheng lay in bed, tossing and turning, pondering a singular question. Where had he been before being placed in the graveyard? Where did he come from? This is the primordial question of humanity. Tang Sancheng couldn't fathom why he was only beginning to regard this matter with gravity today. Such thoughts rendered him incapable of sleep, prompting him to pick up the nearby Complete Guide to Tomb-Robbing Mechanisms, a book Bai Yi had insisted Lu Zhishi leave behind, claiming it would prove invaluable and that Tang Sancheng must study it diligently. The crossbow, a mechanical device capable of automatically launching sharp arrows, is typically concealed in the death traps of tombs, a path often traversed by grave robbers. Only the most esteemed imperial mausoleums would employ such a device. Tang Sancheng, immersed in his study of the Complete Guide to Tomb Robbing, absorbed each character as if etched in his mind. As the night deepened, he succumbed to slumber amidst an array of imagined traps, his book slipping from his grasp and landing softly upon the quilt. Suddenly, a shadow appeared outside the window, skillfully pushing it open and rolling into Tang Sancheng's room. With stealth, it approached his bedside, a hand reaching toward the book at his side. Tang Sancheng's eyes flew open, and he seized the tome tightly, exclaiming, "Thief!" The shadow, taken aback, attempted to retreat, but Tang Sancheng's reflexes were remarkably swift. He sat up and firmly grasped the intruder's clothing. At that moment, the door was forcefully kicked open, and Qixie dashed in, sweeping a leg across the shadow's calf. With a yelp, the shadow collapsed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Sancheng turned on the light and glanced down, only to discover that the shadow was a woman. Hearing the commotion, Bai Yi rushed over. Upon seeing the scene, particularly the curvaceous figure sprawled on the floor, he was utterly perplexed. Tang Sancheng, I've never had a thief in here. You truly attract them. Your arrival has brought this thief right to us. The woman lifted her head, revealing a strikingly beautiful face. Her eyes resembled those of a fawn, exuding an innocent charm. Far from the demeanor of a thief, she appeared more like a pure-hearted girl lost in the wrong home. I am not a thief, she protested vehemently. Tang Sancheng, brimming with indignation, retorted, climbing through a window without the owner's consent. Attempting to take someone else's belongings, does that not constitute theft? The woman blinked, a mischievous glint in her eye. What if what I was trying to take was actually mine? She pointed at the book in Tang Sancheng's hand. That book originally belongs to my family. The exchange resembled a thief attempting to delineate the difference between stealing and taking. Tang Sancheng found her argument amusing. By your logic, you could point to any item in my room and claim it as yours, thus justifying your right to take it. Correct? The woman rolled her eyes, dismissive of his reasoning. The owner of that book is named Xiao Tianyi, is it not? Throughout the encounter, she had neither seen nor opened the book. Her knowledge of its author could only stem from prior information. Tang Sancheng and Bai Yi exchanged curious glances, their intrigue piqued. Who exactly are you? Xiao Ning, she declared with conviction. I am the daughter of Xiao Tianyi, the heir of the tomb robber's legacy. Chapter 17, Collateral. The woman, asserting herself as Xiao Ning, stood defiantly before Tang Sancheng. Qixia's agile form quickly positioned itself in front of her, recalling the earlier encounter. Xiao Ning, having previously suffered at Qixia's hands, hesitated, but her indignation compelled her to step back. That book is rightfully mine. Return it to me. And where is your evidence? Bai Yi remained composed. This book was purchased by a friend of ours. By all accounts, even if it once belonged to you, it has now changed hands. If you desire it, you may certainly buy it back. However, resorting to thievery hardly aligns with the principles of a gentleman. A gentleman? Xiao Ning suddenly burst into laughter. As a woman, what need do I have for the pretense of gentlemanly conduct? A robe, perhaps? How troublesome. Bai Yi was about to respond when Xiao Ning produced a pawn ticket from her bosom. Look closely. This is the collateral ticket for the antiquarian bookshop, where I have temporarily placed this item. When the time comes, I shall naturally retrieve it with the necessary funds. Bai Yi took the ticket and examined it, then nodded at Tang Sancheng. Indeed, what she stated was the truth. It was the collateral ticket from that very shop, with today's date clearly inscribed upon it. It appeared the proprietor lacked professional ethics, having hastily sold it to Lu Shi before the due time. This matter had become quite complicated. So, I was not lying, was I? Xiao Ning crossed her arms and spoke triumphantly. Tang Sancheng noticed that she wore a pair of relatively new leather shoes, undoubtedly a girl who took pride in her appearance. However, he was irritated by her underhanded actions and remained unconvinced. It may belong to your family, but once the transaction is completed, the book has a new owner. Furthermore, to be precise, this handwritten note belongs to your father, not you. Xiao Ning was indignant, hopping in frustration. You are being unreasonable. If I were to inscribe my name on your television, would that make it mine? This left Tang Sancheng and Bai Yi momentarily speechless. Yet, Bai Yi remained calm. Being the elder of the two, my dear lady, let us converse civilly. You could have approached this matter openly, yet sneaking through the window seems rather less than honorable. Do not forget what my profession entails. Your words do not suit a girl of my disposition. Xiao Ning suddenly pulled out several bills. I am prepared to conduct this transaction openly. I shall purchase the note right now. Bai Yi, however, merely scoffed and took the handwritten note from Tang Sancheng's grasp. The owner of the note is not us. Consulting with us is futile. If you wish to negotiate, return tomorrow during the day. Xiao Ning, seemingly vivacious yet astute, realized she was at a disadvantage, especially with that formidable bald man present. She smiled serenely. Surely you can provide a specific time for tomorrow? With 3 men standing here, one of you must speak. This is Bai Yi's residence. Tang Sancheng looked to Bai Yi, who smiled nonchalantly. It is good that the lady has shown sincerity. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning. The owner of the note will come. Let us not miss one another. Xiao Ning chuckled softly. Fear not. I have the audacity to climb through windows, yet lack the courage to enter through your front door. Then it is settled. Tomorrow at 10, we shall not miss each other. With that, she walked toward the window, suddenly turning to glare at Tang Sancheng before leaping through the window. A flurry of light footsteps echoed, then silence enveloped the room, indicating she had departed. Will she truly return it? Tang Sancheng lamented the loss of such a valuable textbook. Bai Yi suddenly turned to him. How long has it been since you practiced your calligraphy? I practice often. Tang San suddenly understood. Are you suggesting that we should transcribe this and keep a copy? It seems you have become considerably wiser over time. There is little time left. Can the 7 Evil Society members write? Come on, Bai Yi said as he went to fetch pen and paper. Taking a deep breath, Tang San hurriedly began to transcribe. That night, none of the 3 managed to sleep. Chapter 18. Companions. When Lu Zhishi received the notification, his expression was rather grim. Adjusting his glasses that had slipped down his nose, he appeared quite unwilling. I went to great lengths to persuade the boss to sell this to me. And now you want me to return it? Ahem. Tang San, not adept at deceit, cleared his throat softly. However, Bai Yi remained composed. The amount you spent. The other party has compensated you. Thus, we are even. Moreover, the deadline has not yet arrived. What sort of transaction did you engage in with the boss? Let us not dwell on this. They are about to arrive. Lu Jishi held a length of rope in his hand. Originally cheerful, he reluctantly set it down. His enthusiasm for showcasing his invention now entirely diminished. Fine, I suppose I shall return it. Bai Yi leaned in to whisper something in Lu Jishi's ear. And Lu Jishi's spirits lifted once more. I knew it. He quickly quieted down, a bashful smile crossing his face. All right, I will do as you say. By the way, I came to show you this. Lu Jishi presented a set of ropes, one end equipped with a claw hook, its tip sharpened considerably. Brother Bai, you mentioned dealing with quicksand formations. This set of tools would be quite useful. One end can be tied to your waist, while the other can be secured to a stable point. Even if the quicksand formation activates, we can use it to avoid falling into the quicksand. That may not suffice. Tang Sancheng shook his head. The tombs are comprised of stone walls. Finding a stable point is quite difficult. Even if one is found, it is improbable that it would have enough strength to support a human's weight. Bai Yi appeared somewhat surprised. It seemed that over the years, Tang Sancheng had learned quite a bit and matured considerably, which was precisely what he wished to convey. Not enough strength? Stone walls. Lu Jishi, ever the bookworm and stubbornly adhering to his beliefs, declared, I will find a way. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Lu Jishi rushed to open it and was greeted by Xiaoning. He swallowed hard. Her long hair was tied back with a red ribbon, exposing her smooth forehead. Dressed in a white dress adorned with red dots, she stood tall and graceful, a veritable embodiment of youthful beauty. Her eyes, reminiscent of a doe's, met Lu Jishi's bewildered gaze, and with a huff, her rosy lips succinctly stated, I'm here to retrieve something. Xiaoning unceremoniously pushed past Lu Jishi and entered. Upon seeing Tang Sancheng, she shot him a glare. Where are my father's notes? Tang Sancheng, being an honest person, promptly produced them. Here they are. Xiaoning snatched them up without hesitation, flipping through a few pages to confirm their contents. She then counted out several bills and placed them on the table. Look, is this enough? Glancing at the notes in her hands, she proclaimed proudly, whatever I, Xiaoning, seek, shall surely not escape my grasp. What an arrogant girl. Tang Sancheng pouted, inadvertently revealing his expression to Xiaoning, who met him with a fierce stare. Tang Sancheng scratched his head, perplexed as to how he had become entangled with this Xiaoning. Bai Yi gestured for Lu Jishi to check if the money was sufficient. Lu Jishi grabbed the cash from the table, repeatedly exclaiming, It's enough, it's enough. He had a look of bewilderment, reminiscent of Tang Sancheng from 50 years ago. Xiaoning's gaze fell upon the rope on the floor, prompting her to inquire casually, What is this? This is for dealing with the quicksand formation. Lu Jishi began to explain, but, realizing he had revealed too much, wished he could bite off his own tongue. Xiaoning, with a look of suspicion, asked, Quicksand formation? Who are you people? Oh, the flood has washed away the Dragon King's temple. So you are actually peers. She exclaimed. No wonder you are interested in my father's journal. Suddenly, Qi Xia stood beside Tang Sancheng, wary of any actions from Xiaoning. She playfully stuck out her tongue at Qi Xia, saying, Don't worry. As long as our waters don't mingle, we can each mind our own business without any conflict of interest. Until we meet again. With a smile, Xiaoning took the journal and exited. Lu Jishi wore a distressed expression. Brother Bai, I didn't mean to. Never mind. Since she is one of us, there's no need for concern. However, remember to keep your mouth tightly sealed in the future. Bai Yi cast a disapproving glance at Lu Jishi, who, feeling guilty, remained silent. After a moment, he picked up the rope from the ground. I'll head back to study this, he said, almost rushing out the door. Once the door closed, Tang Sancheng abruptly asked, All these years, have you been engaged in tomb raiding? Chapter 19. Benefactor Bai Yi was secretly astonished by Tang Sancheng's keen observation. They were like grasshoppers tied together. There was no need for concealment, especially since Tang Sancheng's skills could be of use to him. Bai Yi admitted candidly, Indeed, I couldn't imagine a more suitable profession for myself. That is correct. Maintaining such a large residence certainly requires a considerable sum, Tang Sancheng remarked with a smile. The feng shui of this house is quite favorable. Sun represents both the wind gate and the earth's entrance. With myriad forms appearing daily, 2 yang and 1 yin, formless evasion occurs. The release of wind emerges from the earth, hence it is called the earth's entrance. The entrance refers to a window. through which the vital energy of heaven and earth flows. Could you simplify that? Bai Yi asked. While I am pleased to hear the feng shui is good, being left in confusion is rather unsatisfying. To put it simply, the sun position in the 8 trigrams is a place of ventilation, akin to a window in a house that allows the vital energy of heaven and earth to pass through. Your residence is perfectly situated in the sun position, which is the southeast. Your courtyard gate opens in the southeast corner, a fortunate placement indeed. Tang Sancheng spoke leisurely, as if discussing something as trivial as a meal. Therefore, your tomb raiding business must have been quite prosperous over the years. Bai Yi's expression darkened, reluctantly admitting that since moving to this courtyard, his endeavors had indeed flourished. However, with Ding Dali aging, he had lost a formidable assistant and sought new members to join him, with Lu Zhishi being one of them. Tang Sancheng, with a nose for detail, was remarkably perceptive. Tang Sancheng chuckled. Did I hit the mark? Bai Yi remained silent, prompting Tang Sancheng to add, the feng shui here benefits both yin and yang. You are not merely engaged in tomb raiding, are you? This revelation weighed heavily on Bai Yi's heart. Though he had not fully revealed his cards, Tang Sancheng was gradually unearthing the truth. Clearing his throat somewhat awkwardly, Tang Sancheng chuckled, stating, for many years, I have sought wise mentors and delved into the mysteries of the incantations in my mind, and I have indeed gleaned some insights. Despite his reluctance, Bai Yi ultimately confessed, my primary enterprises are situated abroad. Domestically, I own an export trading company and an antique shop. My public persona is that of a businessman, and I do spend considerable time overseas, which perhaps allows me to benefit from foreign investments. I have also invested in some industries domestically, maintaining a decent rapport with those in higher circles. Otherwise, acquiring certain items would not be so convenient. As for tomb raiding, I have largely stepped back from that in recent years. He deliberately downplayed the fact that the antiques in his shop were acquired through tomb raiding, unwilling to lay everything bare even as some truths were poked at. You seem to have achieved much in these years, remarked Tang Sancheng. This prompted an uneasy feeling in Bai Yi as he recalled the luminous pearl, the jade sword ornament, and the pair of dragon and phoenix jade pendants he had once procured from that eerie tomb, all thanks to Tang Sancheng's assistance. Yet, through the wealth gained from these treasures, he had steadily built his financial strength over the past 50 years. In truth, Tang Sancheng remained a benefactor to him. Tang Sancheng seemed to perceive Bai Yi's thoughts. There is no need for suspicion. Although I have not lived in luxury, I can sustain myself. One person's hunger does not burden the entire family, and life is quite pleasant for me. We both find our joy in our respective ways. Curious about Bai Yi's life over the years, he asked, how have you been faring? Bai Yi glanced at Qi Xia, feeling a twinge of unease. Should anyone discover that these two were ageless, they might swiftly be whisked away to a scientific institute for vivisection. However, Qi Xia was reliable, and Tang Sancheng dismissed such doubts with disdain. Bai Yi, feeling somewhat thwarted, merely nodded in response, neither affirming nor denying. Since my birth, I have remembered those incantations. I have always had an innate ability to choose tombs, with no one to teach me, self-taught. Initially, I did not sense anything unusual, but the more I pondered, the more I felt something was amiss. Subsequently, I traveled to Mount Wutai and Wui Mountain, seeking out wise mentors. They recognized that I possessed knowledge of geomancy, yet they could not explain my self-taught phenomenon. Could it be the reincarnation of a spiritual child? Bai Yi attempted to jest, but upon meeting Tang Sancheng's grave expression, he quickly suppressed his smile. This matter, akin to their immortality, was too peculiar for levity. Chapter 20. Poisonous goo. With the conversation reaching this juncture, the two opted for candor. Bai Yi continued, in addition to accumulating wealth over the years, I have pursued a most significant endeavor, uncovering the secrets surrounding my existence. In this regard, I have made some progress. Tang Sancheng's interest peaked. Oh, I am eager to hear more. Have you heard of goo? Bai Yi inquired. It is the poison that claimed the lives of my 4 brothers. I have been investigating it. It is colorless and odorless, capable of instantaneously corroding skin. Besides goo, I find no other explanation for this, nor for the extraordinary phenomena we experience. If we were to attribute our situation to goo, it would indeed make sense. Goo poison must be mediated by insects, typically venomous creatures such as poisonous bugs, spiders, and centipedes, along with some nameless insects. Naturally, these are the most commonly used mediums. However, in the realm of goo poison, virtually anything could serve as a medium, even a single strand of hair. When the poison is cast, the recipient may remain entirely oblivious, or they might experience a tingling sensation, a chilling pervasiveness that seeps deep into their bones. This sensation evokes the feeling of being laid bare upon a butcher's block, helplessly watching as the assailant raises their cleaver, unable to resist. Bai Yi spoke, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his body trembling slightly, as though he were truly present in that grim scenario. This exceptional reaction sent shivers down the spine of the listeners. Tang Sancheng coughed softly, finally pulling Bai Yi back from his reverie. Bai Yi regained his composure, as if the earlier episode had never transpired. "It sounds as though you have genuinely fallen victim to a goo curse," Tang Sancheng remarked casually, causing Bai Yi's complexion to pale. He straightened his face and replied, "It is not merely a semblance, it is indeed true." "Astounding. So, you have unraveled the mystery that has plagued you," Tang Sancheng said, somewhat perplexed. "No, it is unrelated to immortality," Bai Yi sighed deeply. "It is likely her retribution against me." "Her? This requires a lengthy explanation." Bai Yi paused, his thoughts abruptly returning to the past, to a time 30 years ago when he traversed various locales in search of the key to his own body's enigma. The picturesque scenery of Xiangxi captivated him, yet it was the enchanting Miao maiden who held his gaze. At that time, Bai Yi was by an unnamed brook in the Lar Mountains, washing his face, cupping the cool stream water in his hands, and splashing it upon his face, refreshing indeed. Once he had dried his face, he noticed the young maiden, clad in traditional Miao attire, standing merely 2 meters away. She had her back to him, facing the towering mountain, her hands reverently raised above her head, palms inward, mirroring each other. Her body gracefully descended into a half-squat, repeating this motion countless times. Though her face remained hidden, an air of solemnity enveloped the scene, pious and sacred. Bai Yi was entranced by her silhouette, unable to tear his gaze away. Time slipped by unnoticed until she finally paused, slowly turning to meet his eyes. The maiden was adorned in resplendent Miao garments, an intricate silver collar resting upon her chest, and her vibrant, pleated skirt accentuated her serene and sanctified visage. The depth of her lovely eyes shimmered like the surface of water, and as their gazes locked, Bai Yi felt as though he were drawn into a black hole, ensnared by the allure of her dark pupils. Separated by a small brook, they gazed intently at one another, as if 1,000 years had passed in a single glance. Chapter 21. The Gu Maiden. Who is she? Tang Sancheng was profoundly captivated by Bai Yi's depiction, the image of the Miao maiden coming vividly to life amidst the pristine natural beauty, where a sacred girl performed what might be a unique ritual of her ethnic group, beautiful and imbued with an air of mystery. Tang Sancheng's curiosity ignited like a flame. The daughter of the Miao village chief, she is also a practitioner of the mystical art of Gu, and can be regarded as the most exceptional shaman in Miao territory in the past 50 years, perhaps even to this day. Her name is Fuyu, and she is fluent in Mandarin. Bai Yi closed his eyes, and the beauty of their first encounter ignited a fervent emotion within him. Following Fuyu, he arrived at the secluded Miao village nestled deep within the mountains, where he took residence in a stilted house. Bai Yi introduced himself as a mysterious enthusiast of Gu, claiming to have lost his way in the mountains. This explanation, though not entirely lacking in merit, reflected humanity's age-old fascination with the enigma of Gu. Fuyu scrutinized Bai Yi, her eyes briefly revealing astonishment before it vanished. Even now, Bai Yi remained puzzled about the source of that astonishment. He yearned to inquire further. Yet Fuyu retreated from the stilted house, suggesting he should rest. 30 years ago, the Miao village was not as modern as it is today. The villagers maintained a certain distance from outsiders, a blend of curiosity and trepidation. Although Bai Yi was free to wander the village, he could not escape the gaze of the villagers, who observed him with keen interest. The villagers, burdened with baskets, wore cloth shoes, many even going barefoot. They donned garments crafted from their own hand-dyed fabrics, and spoke in a deep, melodic Miao dialect, punctuated at times by bursts of laughter. Bai Yi felt as if he were a spectacle, being scrutinized like a curious creature. Suddenly, Fuyu appeared before him, conversing with the villagers in Miao. Her tone was not stern but gentle, imbued with authority. The villagers seemed to hold great respect for Fuyu, and within no time, they dispersed. Our location is remote. They have seldom encountered outsiders, hence their curiosity. They harbor no malice, Fuyu reassured him, her voice possessing a soothing quality that immediately alleviated Bai Yi's earlier discomfort. Intrigued, he remarked, "Your Mandarin is remarkable." Are you the only one in the village who speaks it? A flicker of hesitation crossed Fu Yu's face, leading Bai Yi to later suspect that she may have been less than truthful. However, it was understandable for a young maiden of merely 16 to exhibit some wariness towards a stranger from afar. My father sent me to study outside. That is how I learned Mandarin, she explained, emphasizing, I can also write. At this juncture, Tang Sancheng could not suppress his curiosity, interjecting, when did you realize she was skilled in Gu? Bai Yi, immersed in his reminiscences, could only roll his eyes at Tang Sancheng's lack of decorum. After all, he was merely a wild lad. Taking a sip of tea, he reflected, in the common perception, Gu is often seen as a means to inflict harm. Yet, in the Miao village, it can also serve to heal, akin to the ancient shamans. Just 2 days later, Fu Yu used her Gu skills to save a villager bitten by a snake. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Tang Sancheng immediately perked up. What happened? At that moment, a knock echoed through the air. Bai Yi glanced at his watch and muttered, at this hour? Rising to answer the door. He found a middle-aged woman in her 50s entering, greeting him with a smile, while carrying a basket filled with meat, eggs, and various vegetables. Mr. Bai, as per your request, I've prepared more ingredients for your meals. Here are today's provisions. What do you think? That is perfect, Aunt Nyo. Please, go about your tasks. He replied. Aunt Nyo scrutinized Tang Sancheng and Chi Xia, whom she was meeting for the first time, murmuring something under her breath before hastily making her way to the kitchen. Bai Yi remarked, this is Aunt Nyo. She comes over at this time every day to cook and clean, and she will return again at 6 in the afternoon. So what as for breakfast? It was no surprise that Tang Sancheng's first concern was food, a constant over the past 50 years. Bai Yi regarded him with a hint of disdain. Breakfast will be taken care of outside. Bean juice, fried dough sticks, and sesame pancakes, along with donkey rolls. In Chapter 22, The Unseen Crisis, Aunt Nyo appeared to be rather rough around the edges, yet the dishes she prepared were delicious. Tang Sancheng, already with a hearty appetite, dove into the food with gusto. Watching him devour the meal, Aunt Nyo felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Oh dear, brother, do take your time. There's plenty more. Chi Xia only consumed vegetarian dishes, avoiding anything that contained meat, which perplexed Aunt Nyo greatly. How can such a strong man like you survive solely on vegetables without meat? Aunt Nyo, being quite forthright, picked up her chopsticks to serve Chi Xia some meat. His reaction was quite vigorous. He cradled his bowl and turned away, his face bearing an expression of horror, as if he had seen a ghost. Tang Sancheng quickly intervened. Aunt Nyo, he doesn't eat meat. Just give it to me. With that, he seized the meat from Aunt Nyo's hand and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing ravenously, as if he hadn't tasted anything rich in flavor for 50 years. Not eating meat. Bai Yi mused as he regarded Chi Xia. Who exactly was this man? He was taciturn, yet possessed formidable martial skills and adhered to a vegetarian diet. Although vegetarianism is not uncommon abroad, it has yet to gain widespread popularity domestically, aside from Buddhist practitioners who would shun meat. Chi Xia's loyalty to Tang Sancheng was evident, proving the adage that a fool may find fortune. The table was a chaotic mess, and Bai Yi frowned slightly. Tang Sancheng was not merely unrefined. He resembled a wild beast. After taking a sip of tea, satisfied, he eagerly inquired, by the way, how did Fu Yu use the curse to save someone? Bai Yi glanced at Aunt Nyo, who was still busy in the kitchen, shook his head, and fell silent. Tang Sancheng, lacking Bai Yi's keen insight, continued to press for answers. What exactly happened? Speak up. At that moment, Aunt Nyo emerged, having finished her chores, wiping her hands as she walked out. Mr. Bai, I'm done with everything. I'll be leaving now, and I'll return on time this afternoon. All right. After watching Aunt Nyo exit, Bai Yi could no longer tolerate Tang Sancheng's ignorance. Can you not read the room? Tang Sancheng blinked innocently. I only know how to read feng shui and physiognomy. Bai Yi was left speechless. Tang Sancheng rubbed his nose thoughtfully. For example, your forehead is smooth, slightly protruding. What does that signify? A smooth forehead indicates a developed intellect and excellent interpersonal relationships, while a protruding forehead signifies deep emotions, yet also a knack for rational thinking, making you suited for business. Though this assessment was accurate, Bai Yi felt as if he had been duped. Did you come to know of my circumstances and deliberately say that? Tang San shook his head, saying, not at all. Not at all. A person's face possesses 5 features, 3 divisions, and 12 palaces. With these 3 elements alone, one can discern an individual's fortune. Currently, You are at the peak of your power, yet there lurks an unseen peril. Is the crisis related to this ageless form? Bai Yi's heart sank instantly, his expression falling. Aren't you curious about how Fu Yu used poison to save a life? Indeed, Tang San, with a mind untainted by ulterior motives, promptly dismissed the notion of impending danger and immersed himself anew in Fu Yu's tale. The Miao village, nestled deep within the mountains, was inevitably frequented by venomous snakes. A moment's carelessness could result in a bite. Ordinarily, the villagers would employ their homemade herbal remedies to counteract the venom, as they had long resided in these mountains and deemed such antidotes essential. However, on that fateful day, the creature that bit a villager was not an ordinary snake, but rather a guiding ghost rope. Tang San felt a chill run down his spine. A guiding ghost rope? Chapter 23. Guiding ghost rope among the Miao people. Venomous snakes are referred to as guiding ghost ropes. Of course, for a snake to attain such a designation, certain conditions must be met. They believe that venomous snakes can connect with spirits. If one wishes to encounter a ghost, they must let their tears fall upon a leaf for the snake to consume, subsequently keeping the snake in a place devoid of sunlight, accompanied by any plant to serve as a ghost's habitat. As the sun sets, one must burn a piece of red paper inscribed with their birth details and scatter the ashes around the plant. After repeating this ritual for 4 consecutive days, they may witness a ghost at the site where the snake is kept. This is a legend passed down within the Miao community. Observing Bai Yi's solemn expression, Tang San broke into a cold sweat. So, did they truly summon a ghost? Not at all, Bai Yi scoffed. It is merely a legend. That individuals simply fell prey to the tale and foolishly let their tears fall upon the leaves to feed the snake. The snake indeed consumed the tears, but it also bit him. Did the antidote fail? This time, Tang San finally displayed some cleverness. Precisely. This is why the villagers were thrown into a panic. They attributed the incident to a ghost's influence. While I personally do not believe such notions, the individual was on the verge of death, his lips turning black, his body trembling. Bai Yi began to recollect the scene from that day. It was unclear who first suggested seeking Fu Yu, but ultimately, the injured man was brought before her. Bai Yi found himself on the periphery of the crowd, gazing from a distance. Fu Yu listened intently to the villagers' accounts. Her brow furrowed, as she produced a finely crafted wooden box from her bosom. Upon seeing the box, the villagers fell silent, and a heavy atmosphere enveloped the scene. Fu Yu placed the box before the injured villager and murmured something. The expression on the villager's face shifted to one of resignation. Approximately 2 minutes later, a tear welled in the corner of the villager's eye, falling directly into the wooden box. Fu Yu's demeanor visibly lightened. She extended her hand, palm facing upwards, revealing it to be entirely empty. In the brief moment that Bai Yi blinked, he noticed a small black spider crawling onto the back of Fu Yu's hand. Merely imagining it made Bai Yi feel as though something foreign had settled upon his own hand, prompting him to instinctively shake it off. All the villagers directed their gaze towards the small spider, their eyes brimming with anticipation. The spider swiftly ascended to the wound of the injured, performed a quick turn, and hurriedly crawled back to the back of Fu Yu's hand. The entire process took less than 15 seconds. Yet Bai Yi heard a collective sigh of relief from the onlookers, which left him utterly perplexed. What could possibly transpire in such a brief span? Upon reflection, Bai Yi found the event to be nothing short of miraculous. Approximately 10 minutes later, a thick, dark red liquid began to ooze from the injured's wound, prompting cheers of jubilation from the crowd. Their expressions conveyed a sense of entitlement to this outcome. Although Bai Yi was knowledgeable and possessed a modicum of medical understanding, he could not fathom any theoretical explanation for a spider performing such a life-saving act. Tang Sancheng, resting his chin on his hand, inquired with curiosity, could it be a case of using poison to counteract poison? This seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Bai Yi replied, "This is my first encounter with the astonishing capabilities of goo, and I have come to realize that Fu Yu possesses the ability to manipulate and resolve goo. I have garnered considerable insight about goo from her, yet the enigma of goo remains elusive, even to Fu Yu, who merely stated that she learned from an earlier generation of shamans. So, you suspect that the brother who was harmed back then was not poisoned, but rather fell victim to goo?" Tang Sancheng exhibited a moment of brilliance. Bai Yi nodded gravely. The act of using goo to harm someone is predicated on certain conditions. It is possible that the goo beneath the treasure chest in that tomb was designed to activate when someone touched those artifacts or the chest itself. The application of goo, meeting the conditions, leads to the activation of its poison and subsequent death. This seems to be the crux of the matter. I once inquired with Fu Yu, and she deemed it entirely feasible. Tang Sancheng paused. Then what goo were you afflicted with? Was it cast by Fu Yu? Chapter 24. Longing. Tang Sancheng's question drained all color from Bai Yi's face. He chose not to elaborate on the matter, instead shifting the conversation. In truth, I had not considered this possibility at that time. Could our peculiar phenomenon perhaps also be orchestrated by goo? Bai Yi had indeed not entertained this notion back then. Firstly, the belief that goo harms people was deeply ingrained. If goo could bestow immortality, everyone would be desperate to seek its embrace. Secondly, he wished to keep this secret guarded. Being an ancient demon, an oddity in the eyes of ordinary people, why would he proclaim his uniqueness? Even in the presence of Fu Yu, whom he had fallen for at first sight, Bai Yi was cautious to conceal his true self, fearing that one misstep might lead Fu Yu to regard him differently. While Bai Yi remained silent, Fu Yu often regarded him with a peculiar gaze, tinged with a hint of confusion, which left him bewildered. One day, while they were fishing by the river, Fu Yu squatted at the water's edge, frequently casting that same enigmatic glance back at Bai Yi. Unable to contain himself any longer, Bai Yi asked, Fu Yu, what is it? You possess something unusual. Fu Yu's words sent a jolt of fear through Bai Yi, as if his heart might leap from his chest. What do you mean? He stammered. There is something, but I cannot articulate what it is. I do not understand, Fu Yu replied, shaking her head in bewilderment. It lies beyond my comprehension. If my aunt were still alive, she might know. Aunt is the one who taught Fu Yu the art of witchcraft, and Fu Yu, the most formidable witch of his time, has long since passed away. Upon hearing this news, Bai Yi was engulfed in profound disappointment. Fu Yu could discern certain aspects about himself, yet could not articulate them. He was both astonished and disheartened. Finding himself in a daze by the riverbank, observing Bai Yi's slender figure and handsome profile, Fu Yu felt an irresistible urge to draw closer, gently cradling Bai Yi's head in his embrace, asking, what troubles you? Countless words lingered unspoken. A wave of emotion surged within Bai Yi, rendering him speechless. Fu Yu, have you ever thought about marriage? Fu Yu, at the tender age of 16, had yet to reach the appropriate age for such commitments. I have contemplated it, dreaming of sharing my life with the one I cherish, hand in hand through eternity. If fate permits, I wish to depart this world on the same day. At the same time, should there indeed be a reincarnation, I hope we shall meet again, reborn to start anew. As a member of the Miao tribe, Fu Yu held a deep belief in the tales of reincarnation. This sentiment struck Bai Yi's heart like a cold blade, for although they had never explicitly declared their love, their era favored subtlety, and Fu Yu was particularly bashful. Yet, an understanding had blossomed between them, igniting sparks of love in their gazes. Fu Yu's yearning for love and marriage jolted Bai Yi into stark awareness, forcing him to confront a harsh reality. Could he bear the thought of Fu Yu aging alone while he lingered on in sorrow? The answer was a resounding no. Their love was too pure, untouched by material concerns or external circumstances, merely a bond of affection. Should Fu Yu uncover the truth about his condition? Would he accept it with grace, or would he view himself as a monster, like any ordinary person? Bai Yi sighed softly, and in the stillness by the stream, they embraced boldly, listening to each other's heartbeats while each harbored unspoken thoughts. Tang Sancheng, overhearing this, grew agitated. You left her? If it were me, I would never let go of the girl I love, no matter what. The stark contrast between them was evident. Bai Yi, with his meticulous nature, often pondered consequences and weighed costs, complicating matters that could otherwise be simple. In contrast, Tang Sancheng was inherently straightforward, believing unequivocally in right and wrong. Had he been in Bai Yi's position, he would likely never relent. Tang Sancheng's words provoked Bai Yi, stirring a tempest of emotion within him. Am I someone who can abandon so easily? If her father had not sought me out, I would never have summoned the resolve to part ways. Nor would Fu Yu have turned against me, casting a curse upon me. Chapter 25. Expulsion. Watching Bai Yi's animated reaction, Tang Sancheng felt a thrill of satisfaction. Riling Bai Yi was indeed pleasurable. Nevertheless, a tinge of curiosity remained. Isn't her father the leader of the Miao village? Did he not approve of you as his son-in-law? Or did he disdain you for not being of Miao descent? I do not know, Bai Yi replied tersely. It is uncertain when the chief discovered the affair between himself and Fu Yu, but he unexpectedly tracked down Bai Yi's stilted residence. At that time, Bai Yi had been residing in the Miao village for over 6 months, having taken up residence and board there. To avoid being a burden, he contributed a considerable sum to procure essential supplies for the villagers, such as salt and farming tools, which earned him their acceptance. No one questioned how long he intended to stay. The chief's face was lined with numerous wrinkles, and though he was not particularly tall, an unspoken authority emanated from his countenance when he remained silent. Sitting in Bai Yi's stilted abode, he appeared deeply contemplative. He had 2 children, with Fu Yu having an elder brother who, as rumored, had been sent away for education, suggesting that the chief possessed a remarkably progressive awareness within the Miao village. How much longer do you intend to stay? The chief's voice was hoarse and carried a hint of somberness, his Mandarin heavily tinged with a rural accent, sounding somewhat awkward compared to Fu Yu's standard. That is uncertain, Bai Yi replied awkwardly. Despite the chief appearing older, Bai Yi was, in fact, his senior by several years, prompting him to clear his throat uneasily. If it's merely to appreciate the scenery and understand the culture of the ethnic minorities, I believe I have gathered sufficient experience. It may be time for me to depart. The chief spoke rather candidly, issuing a subtle eviction notice. Even the shrewdest individuals dread directness. Bai Yi took a deep breath. However, I wish to remain a while longer. You can no longer stay. Pack your belongings and prepare to leave in a few days, the chief stated, placing his hands upon his knees before rising. The longer you remain, the worse it is for Fu Yu. For her sake, it is best that you depart sooner rather than later. At that moment, Tang Sancheng, with his mouth full of fruit leather, managed to squeeze out a question. What does this mean? I have no idea, Bai Yi mused. He cannot possibly know of my youthfulness. He is not a shaman like Fu Yu, who can perceive the subtle differences about me. Does he perhaps think I am too old? Upon uttering these words, Bai Yi inadvertently caused Tang Sancheng to choke, prompting Qi Xie to swiftly flip him upside down. With a cough, the obstruction was expelled, leaving Tang Sancheng slumped over as if lifeless. After a brief pause, he erupted into laughter. You old trickster. Haha. Bai Yi, sweating profusely, thought to himself, Tang Sancheng, this mischievous rascal, a traitor in disguise. As a successful individual, Bai Yi maintained his composure, choosing not to stoop to Tang Sancheng's level, recognizing him as merely a country bumpkin. Eventually, Tang Sancheng ceased his laughter, wiped his mouth, and continued to munch on the fruit leather, mumbling, So you are leaving? How heartbroken Fu you must be. She hasn't driven you away. Even if she knows you are an old trickster, she may not fear you. Perhaps she is utterly devoted to you. You are too quick to give up and overthink things, leading to erroneous actions. Boom. It felt as though a thunderclap reverberated in Bai Yi's mind. Tang Sancheng, exhibiting profound wisdom disguised as folly, flooded Bai Yi's body with a tingling sensation, as if his heart were being gripped painfully by a hand. The color draining from his face, leaving him pallid. Regret washed over him. Was this the emotion he was experiencing? As Fu Yu recalled the moment she had to depart, the delicacy of her features turned pale, her entire being trembled slightly from the unexpected turn of events. She gently bit her lower lip. Yet words of entreaty for Bai Yi remained unuttered. In that instant, Bai Yi wished more than anything for her to speak, thinking perhaps the outcome could have been drastically different. However, she remained silent, stepping closer to him, her eyes glistening with tears that appeared as if they could spill forth at any moment. Chapter 26. The twin fish pendant. A solitary tear cascaded from the corner of Fu Yu's right eye, its crystalline droplet clinging to her fair cheek, rendering her heartbreakingly vulnerable. Bai Yi fought to suppress the sorrow of their impending separation and turned his gaze away, yet this only deepened Fu Yu's distress. Why? She implored silently. Bai Yi found himself at a loss for words, shaking his head. I must leave. Take care of yourself. He took a step forward, only to have his garment grasped by Fu Yu. The leader standing aside sighed deeply, his face etched with the weight of years, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Such is a daughter's fate. One cannot defy destiny. This calamity, let it be borne by oneself. With a fierce determination, Fu Yu clutched Bai Yi's sleeve, her voice strained. I will ensure you do not forget me. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, splashing against the ground and creating a faint cloud of dust. The moment her tears fell, Bai Yi was momentarily immobilized, engulfed by an inexplicable sensation. A chilling aura enveloped him, as if frigid air seeped from his very bones, leaving him utterly cold. It felt as though he lay upon a butcher's block, unable to resist as the cleaver was raised, an irrational terror akin to stepping into the depths of hell. Eventually, the feeling subsided. Bai Yi gazed at Fu Yu's face, which bore a sorrowful smile. Do not forget me, or you shall suffer the consequences of the curse. Your heart will burst. She warned, her words etched with urgency. In that moment, a small object appeared in Fu Yu's hand, an intricately carved round pendant of white jade, depicting two fish entwined in a tight embrace. The fine lines traced their eyes, gills, and fins with lifelike precision, especially the gazes exchanged between the two fish, which seemed to convey deep affection. A golden chain threaded through their mouths connected them, but Fu Yu, stealing a glance at Bai Yi, suddenly withdrew the chain, separating the two jade fish. She placed one into Bai Yi's hand without a word and turned away. Bai Yi clutched the jade fish pendant, overwhelmed with conflicting emotions as he watched Fu Yu tremble and depart, his heart heavy with sorrow, yearning to shed tears as a man might. Suddenly, Fu Yu collapsed to the ground, prompting the villagers nearby to rush to her aid, many of whom cast accusatory glares at Bai Yi, unaware of the true circumstances. With a deep sigh, Bai Yi restrained himself from advancing, and then turned to vanish completely from their sight. That moment had transpired 30 years ago. I do not understand. Tang Sancheng shook his head. Something feels amiss. What is amiss? Bai Yi inquired, perplexed. Why does the leader fear Fu Yu being with you so? It seems illogical. Is it merely because you are Han Chinese, an outsider to their tribe? From your account, he appears to bear some reluctance, and his statement about it being for Fu Yu's own good suggests deeper complexities. Tang Sancheng lifted his teacup and drank it down in one breath. You understand nothing. Bai Yi thought to himself, suppressing the urge to retort at Tang Sancheng. As of now, it remains uncertain. Our immediate priority should be to return to that grave and investigate, to determine whether the goo is at play. In truth, not aging wasn't so bad. Others yearned for it, yet Tang Sancheng remained cheerfully oblivious. We merely need to be cautious not to be discovered, otherwise, we could end up in a scientific research facility. The mere thought of being subjected to experiments like lab rats sent a chill down Bai Yi's spine, and he exclaimed sharply, do not speak of it any further. Tang Sancheng, however, was not one to take a hint. What concerns me is not the possibility of being used for live research, but rather that we may merely be ageless, not necessarily immortal. Would you dare to test that theory? Bai Yi's expression darkened, and after a long pause, he finally managed to utter, I wouldn't dare. Chapter 27. Companions. As the two were lost in their reminiscences, another individual arrived. Bai Yi already knew who it was and calmly approached the door, reminding Tang Sancheng. Keep your lips sealed. A secret is a secret and must not be leaked. Despite Bai Yi's warning, Tang Sancheng remained jovial, with a sense of resignation. Bai Yi opened the door to admit a man of around 40, not particularly tall, with a thin frame and small, constantly darting eyes that scanned the surroundings. His thin mustache gave him a somewhat unsavory appearance. Boss Bai, who are these two? The newcomer inquired, scratching his nose, clearly intrigued by Tang Sancheng and Qi Xie, especially by Qi Xie, whom he scrutinized several times. Qi Xie remained unfazed, firmly rooted beside Tang Sancheng like a steadfast tree stump. My fellow townsmen, this is Tang Sancheng, and this is Qi Xie. Bai Yi lied effortlessly, maintaining his composure. He then turned to Tang Sancheng. Sancheng, this is Wu Tong. Hee. Wu Tong chuckled while scratching his nose, an apparent habitual gesture. A friend of Boss Bai is a friend of mine. This flattery was delivered with such finesse that even the seasoned Bai Yi felt a sense of appreciation and nodded slightly. I have summoned you to discuss our next target. Tang Sancheng appeared somewhat bewildered, pondering what the next target might be. Noticing his distracted demeanor, Bai Yi felt compelled to lay the matter bare. I have ventured into that grave before, where I discovered a coffin filled with burial goods. Unfortunately, I was unable to acquire them. After much contemplation, I have resolved not to abandon my pursuit, hence I wish to descend once more. Certain matters were voiced, yet others remained unspoken. Wu Tong, unfazed, had been following Bai Yi for over 3 years, serving him to earn a living, as long as he could obtain payment. The specifics of the graves or the reasons for delving into them were of little concern. Oh, I shall begin my preparations then. The so-called preparations entailed necessary tools and provisions, a task Wu Tong was well acquainted with. Was it truly necessary for him to make a special trip for this? This time, the three of us shall descend together. Bai Yi's words astonished Wu Tong. Bai Yi had never before personally entered a grave. Such labor had always been his subordinate's domain. Bai Yi typically provided financial and technical backing, reaping the rewards, a privilege reserved for the affluent. Wu Tong questioned, Boss Bai, you are coming too? Indeed, let us refrain from further inquiries. Therefore, this time, we shall prepare provisions for 5 individuals, including Lu Jishi. As soon as Bai Yi's words fell, Wu Tong was taken aback. Lu Daixi is going as well? Lu Daixi is a nickname for Lu Jishi, who has been responsible for the improvement of tools, seldom venturing into the tombs, not out of reluctance, but rather due to the lack of necessity. Yes, Bai Yi's assertion left no room for doubt. You may return to prepare. We shall depart in 3 days. Wu Tong acquiesced and stepped outside, pushing open the grand doors of Bai Yi's courtyard. He lingered at the entrance for approximately 15 seconds before stealthily making his way around to the back door. Skillfully climbing over it, he approached the window of the dining hall where the conversation had just transpired, pressing his ear against the glass, intently listening to the voices within. Chapter 28. Eavesdropping the dialogue that emerged from within compelled Wu Tong to absently touch his nose. Where did you find this Wu Tong? He does not seem like a reputable individual. Tang Sancheng's voice was somewhat muffled, as he had a piece of maltose in his mouth. Do not judge a book by its cover, Bai Yi replied in a low tone. His skills are among the finest in the industry, rivaling the heirs of the famed treasure seekers. He is astute and a rare talent. Tang Sancheng fell silent. The man's appearance was unappealing, with a notably narrow space between his brows, a short philtrum indicating a narrow mind, and a pronounced nasal bridge with a hint of a squint, traits associated with a vengeful disposition. When that man raised his hand, Tang Sancheng noticed he had a severed palm, and beneath his index finger, a distinctive pattern resembling a well, a palmistry sign indicating a preoccupation with wealth, making him particularly calculative about monetary matters. Anyone attempting to gain advantage from him would find it impossible. Very well, I shall take you to see my trading company. Bai Yi remained entirely unfazed by Wu Tong's concerns. Their relationship was straightforward, based on mutual exploitation of each other's needs. Tang Sancheng, indifferent about persuading Bai Yi since he was not the one dispersing wages, stood up and declared, "All right, let us go." Wu Tong had gleaned nothing and felt a tinge of disappointment. He had never heard Bai Yi speak of any compatriots before, and suddenly two had emerged. Moreover, the typically cautious Bai Yi planned to take both of them into the tomb, which was highly unusual. The individual named Tang Sancheng appeared to be rather dull, while the one called Qi Xie emanated an extraordinary aura. Wu Tong's instincts suggested that there was undoubtedly more to this situation. What could it be? Hearing movement from inside, Wu Tong swiftly retreated to the back door, leaping upward to scale the wall. Qi Xie, puzzled, glanced outside, and Tang Sancheng inquired, "What is it, Qi Xie?" "Someone is listening," Qi Xie replied succinctly. "Are you certain?" Bai Yi, now drenched in cold sweat, asked. "Indeed, someone is listening," Qi Xie reiterated. "Who could it be?" Bai Yi felt a creeping sense of crisis coinciding with Tang Sancheng's arrival. Wu Tong hurriedly crossed the street, and Xiao Ning emerged from the opposite side, a playful smile gracing her face. "I did not expect I was not the only one intrigued." Xiao Ning's attire today was simple, contrasting with her previous cute and charming appearance, now highlighting her straightforward elegance. She watched Wu Tong depart, turning back to glance at the courtyard, her finger resting on her chin. What a peculiar group of people. Bai Yi, accompanied by Tang Sancheng and Qi Xie, stepped outside, where a sleek black car awaited them. Tang Sancheng, unfamiliar with automobiles, expressed his excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, you've truly made it, owning your own little car." His fingers gingerly caressed the vehicle, reminiscent of a child encountering a delightful confection. Bai Yi furrowed his brow, pondering how Tang Sancheng, having mingled in the world for nearly 5 decades, had made no substantial progress beyond his expertise in feng shui. "This is a German car, imported. Now let's get in," Bai Yi said, opening the rear door for Tang Sancheng and Qi Xie. Tang Sancheng smoothly slipped inside, while Qi Xie's movements appeared rather cumbersome. Clearly struggling to adjust to the confined space, Bai Yi settled into the front passenger seat, where an employee from the trading company turned to him and asked, "Boss, are we heading to the company now?" "No, let us first visit the antique shop." Chapter 29. The antique shop. Bai Yi's antique shop is nestled within Beijing's Lilikang, a renowned cultural street that traces its origins back to the Qing dynasty. Lined with numerous antique and stationery shops, Bai Yi's establishment, at first glance, seemed unremarkable to Tang Sancheng. However, upon entering, he quickly grasped the saying that fine wine does not fear being hidden in deep alleys, as the shop was bustling with patrons and the staff were busily attending to customers. "Wow, Tang Sancheng exclaimed, and Bai Yi felt a surge of pride. As Tang Sancheng wandered about, he reminded Bai Yi, "See, I told you so? I said your house has great feng shui, benefiting both yin and yang." Approaching a porcelain vase, Tang Sancheng's heart skipped a beat. He sensed a hint of negative energy emanating from it. Could it be? His mind sharpened, realizing that many items in the antique shop bore similar ominous traits, perhaps the work of that Wu Tong. Chuckling foolishly, Tang Sancheng remarked, "Alas, is business truly this good?" Bai Yi, oblivious to the underlying implications of Tang Sancheng's words, replied with pride, "Our shop enjoys an excellent reputation among clients, with a plethora of return customers, and many visitors seeking to sell their antiques." After a casual stroll through the shop, the trio exited. Tang Sancheng displayed little interest in the various jars and vases, which he deemed unattainable. Bai Yi suggested, "Shall I take you to the trading company? It forms a crucial link between my domestic and international enterprises." Tang Sancheng chuckled. "After that, can we indulge in a bath?" Bai Yi's heart stirred at the thought. He too yearned for a soak. Could it be that Tang Sancheng was in tune with his thoughts? With a grunt, he replied, "All right." Bai Yi's trading company struck Tang Sancheng as decidedly opulent. It took him considerable effort to utter just 2 words, extravagant. Inside, numerous small cubicles housed unfamiliar machines, though he recognized one, a telephone. He had seen one before. The neatly organized files on the racks made his eyes widen, while the employees donned formal suits, with men in ties and women in black skirts. Upon Bai Yi's arrival, they all nodded respectfully, greeting him with, "Good day, boss." Meanwhile, some individuals fluently conversed in English over the phone, their mouths too busy to speak to him directly. Yet they smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Hearing the word extravagant, Bai Yi couldn't help but chuckle. "It's modernity, do you understand?" Tang San reached up to scratch his head in confusion. "What exactly is this?" He pointed at a machine nestled in the corner, which appeared square-shaped and sported a small television screen atop, accompanied by an array of buttons. "It's a photocopier, the latest model I ordered directly from abroad," Bai Yi explained, contemplating how to convey the concept to Tang San. "It's akin to writing by hand. However, this machine can instantly replicate documents with identical content. Do you understand?" "I more or less grasp it," Tang San replied readily, leaving Bai Yi exasperated. "Let's assume he comprehends it entirely. And what about that device next to the telephone?" "A typewriter," Bai Yi clarified. "It is far more efficient than handwriting." It was hard to believe that Tang San bore no resemblance to a modern individual. For heaven's sake, it was already the 1980s. Tang San cast a glance at Qi Xie and sighed deeply. "Had I known I would spend so little time on the mountain, I would have acquainted myself with more. Now, I find myself bewildered by so many things." Bai Yi felt compelled to inquire, yet words eluded him. Had this fellow truly been on the mountain for an extended period? Finally, he swallowed hard and asked, "May I inquire when you descended the mountain?" Tang San counted on his fingers before replying earnestly, "Approximately 10 years ago. It was then that I encountered Qi Xie." Bai Yi glanced at Qi Xie helplessly, who nodded gravely in confirmation. Chapter 30. Fate in the Southeast. "So, you merely traversed from one Taoist temple to another? How did you manage to survive?" Bai Yi inquired while ushering them into his office, where curious glances from the staff had already been directed at Tang San. "You claim to have spent all this time studying?" With a playful grin, Tang San replied, "Feng Shui is a profound art that inherently requires time for comprehension. I've only devoted less than 40 years to it." "Less than 40 years?" Bai Yi scoffed, a hint of sarcasm dancing upon his lips. "I had assumed you were a genius. Turns out you are just ordinary, needing 40 years to master it." Tang San chose not to respond. Yet Qi Xie's eyes flared with indignation as he interjected, "An ordinary person would require a century to reach Tang San's level." Bai Yi was taken aback, his mind drifting back to their first encounter with Tang San. Qi Xie's assertion rang true. Perhaps Tang San was no ordinary individual. The origins of his vast knowledge and numerous incantations remained a mystery. Shaking his head, Bai Yi decided to put those thoughts aside. "Let us go enjoy a bath." Tang San nodded, realizing that explaining to those who did not comprehend was merely a waste of breath. Instead of engaging in discourse, indulging in food or a bath seemed far more appealing. As they exited, Bai Yi suddenly recalled a matter and approached a staff member. "Xiaozhong, please arrange for me to install surveillance equipment in my home." The employee showed a hesitant expression. "I'm afraid that is only available from abroad." "I care not for the details," Bai Yi insisted. "You are to procure a complete set in the shortest time possible, understood?" You may contact Mr. Smith for assistance. The rest, I trust you can manage without my guidance." Bai Yi's words were indisputable, prompting the staff member to obediently close his mouth. The challenge was formidable. One must find a way to surmount this towering obstacle, lest one's livelihood be jeopardized. Tang Sancheng had little interest in machines. He was fervently eager to visit the bathhouse, to luxuriate in a soothing scrub and soak. Prior to his departure, he had consulted an oracle, which indicated a favorable connection with water in the southeast today. What sort of connection? The secrets of heaven must remain concealed. All Tang Sancheng knew was that he would discover the answer upon arrival. Seated in Bai Yi's vehicle, this time driven personally by Bai Yi, they headed towards the southeast, indeed fulfilling the prophecy. An inexplicable anticipation welled up within Tang Sancheng. To which bathhouse were they bound? E1The Bathhouse, Bai Yi continued, is no ordinary establishment. It was founded in 1916 by Wang Shuangkue, a member of the Manchu Yellow Banner, originally named Shuangxing Tang, and only renamed E1The Bathhouse after the establishment of the People's Republic of China. Tang Sancheng absorbed none of the subsequent information. The name E1The Bathhouse, containing the character Nan, resonated with the oracle's reading, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Upon disembarking, he beheld a grand sign emblazoned with the characters Shuangxing Tang in resplendent gold, practically leaping into the eyes of passers-by, flanked by dark red banners bearing golden inscriptions that, while not truly couplets, proclaimed, "A treasure of Great China, traditional Beijing bathing," each character as grand as those on the sign itself. Tang Sancheng could hardly contain his eagerness. He was desperate to unravel the nature of his connection to this place. Chapter 31. The birthmark. Bai Yi looked on in disbelief as Tang Sancheng rushed into the establishment, then watched as he veered to the right. "Tang Sancheng, you're going the wrong way," he called out. A young girl at the ticket counter echoed, "Hey, newcomer, we're not open yet." But Tang Sancheng paid them no heed, stepping directly into the right-hand bath area, oblivious to the sign that clearly indicated women. At this hour, the bathhouse was relatively quiet, and as Tang Sancheng entered, his gaze fell upon a stunningly beautiful girl in the nude, causing his heart to skip a beat. This was no other than Xiao Ning, a descendant of the renowned treasure hunter. The young lady swiftly wrapped herself in a towel and strode toward him with an imposing demeanor. Should one describe her as composed, or as a tigress unleashed? Tang Sancheng instinctively stepped back, raising his hands to shield his face. "Miss, please remain calm. We are acquainted, after all." At that moment, Xia, hearing the commotion from within, was about to intervene to protect Tang Sancheng, but halted upon catching sight of Xiao Ning in nothing but a towel, his face reddening as he retreated several steps. Suddenly, Tang Sancheng noticed a birthmark on Xiao Ning's left collarbone and began to speak animatedly. "Miss, please stay calm. I see you have a birthmark on your left collarbone, dark as pitch. Such a mark is considered auspicious. In physiognomy, it symbolizes a gentle disposition, valuing harmony in all matters, even when deceived, maintaining a less is more approach to interactions, and excelling in social engagements with excellent rapport." With a swift motion, Xiao Ning raised her foot high and brought it down upon Tang Sancheng's shoulder, causing him to double over in pain, exclaiming through gritted teeth, "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" Tang San lay prostrate on the ground, pondering the peculiar connection he had with the southeast. What sort of bond was it? A cursed one? Xiao Ning, clutching the towel around her chest, spoke with a voice as piercing as the winter wind, chilling enough to sting the face. "What is your name?" Tang San felt no pain in his face, yet his shoulder burned with discomfort. "Tang San. Even your name is odd," Xiao Ning muttered, observing Tang San still crouched on the ground. "What's the matter? Haven't you had your fill? Hurry up and leave. Be careful, or I shall accuse you of indecency." Tang San dashed out of the women's bathhouse, and the girl at the ticket booth regarded him with disdain. Xia, anxious, approached him and asked in a low voice, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Tang San replied while making his way to the men's bathhouse, which was utterly deserted. His face felt as if it were ablaze, and he turned back. Xia and Bai Yi halted simultaneously, and Bai Yi suddenly rushed forward, retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to hastily wipe Tang San's nose. "You fool. Your blood." Confused, Tang San could not fathom why Bai Yi was suddenly furious. "What's wrong?" Bai Yi displayed the handkerchief, and Tang San's eyes widened. Blood, a deep purplish red. Xia blocked the door. Though typically taciturn, He was perceptive enough to signal that outsiders were not welcome. Bai Yi scrutinized the blood on the handkerchief. It had just flowed from Tang San's nose, with the earlier strike now revealing its consequences. Yet this blood was unlike that of an ordinary person. It was a purplish hue. Do you not realize your blood is purplish red? Bai Yi asked Tang San in a serious tone. Tang San shook his head. I rarely bleed. Good heavens, could such a person exist in this world? Bai Yi suddenly bit his own middle finger, and blood immediately oozed forth, a vibrant red, starkly contrasting with the purplish hue on the handkerchief. Chapter 32. Rogue Chi Xie's expression grew more solemn than usual. He was privy to Tang San's secret, having spent 10 years together. Tang San had shown no signs of change, except for this blood. This was the first time he had witnessed it. Purplish red, neither purely red nor merely purple. Bai Yi gazed at the two starkly different blood colors, his mind clouded with confusion. If we both underwent a transformation, why would the colors of our blood differ? Tang San shook his head. I do not understand. He struggled to recall whether he had bled as a child. What color was his blood? For Tang San, childhood was a distant memory, over 60 years ago, now blurred like an old photograph, indistinct and elusive. I only remember bleeding when we went to select a grave together. But at night, I cannot ascertain whether it was this color. Curious. The mysteries multiplied. This grave was indeed worth returning to. Bai Yi inquired. Do you remember where that grave is located? Upon mentioning this, Tang San spoke with enthusiasm. The location of that tomb was chosen based on feng shui. As long as there are no disturbances to the original feng shui arrangement, I will be able to find it. Qi Xia whispered. Someone is coming. The two individuals ceased their conversation, and the three of them shed their garments and descended into the bathing pool. Seven Evil took a towel and began to scrub Tang San's back, a task that was not new to him. The towel glided back and forth across Tang San's back, brushing against a peculiar blue mark resembling a reclining tiger. The markings, like golden inscriptions, adorned its neck and flanks, though they were too small to discern clearly. Seven Evil was unperturbed by the tiger's imprint, while Bai Yi glanced at the elderly figures who had just entered, swallowing his questions for the moment. As the trio indulged in their soak, two uniformed individuals suddenly entered, pointing at Tang San and inquiring, Is this the person? A knot tightened in Tang San's stomach. Standing at the doorway was precisely Xiao Ning. Could this girl truly be accusing him of a crime? Upon observing Xiao Ning's downcast demeanor, which exuded an air of indignation, he noted the young lady who had issued the ticket standing nearby, casting him a disdainful look. It dawned on him that this ticketing girl had likely summoned the police. Xiao Ning glanced at Tang San and nodded affirmatively. It is him. In an instant, Tang San felt his head swell. One of the officers barked, Come here. You need to accompany us. His first instinct was to look at Bai Yi, who, however, was absorbed in meditation, appearing indifferent to the situation. With a grimace, Tang San seized a towel and climbed out of the pool, turning to retrieve his clothes. Xiao Ning caught sight of the mark on his shoulder and murmured softly. The symbol of armor, the right signifies the emperor, the left the Yang tomb. What are you saying? The ticketing girl nudged Xiao Ning, her laughter bright as the sun. You should be thanking me. I called the police for you. We cannot let any scoundrel escape. Yet Xiao Ning wore a perplexed expression. This person seems not to be the one. I believe we have mistaken our identification. The ticketing girl jumped up, exclaiming, It is clearly him. I saw him rush in and then dash back out. How can you forget? Mind your own business. Xiao Ning had no intention of pursuing the matter further. In this day and age, accusations of hooliganism were serious offenses. She stated firmly, If I were wronged, I would certainly remember the face of my assailant. Regardless, I assert he is not the one. The situation took a convoluted turn as Tang San found himself frozen in place, unsure of whether to move or remain still. The officers, exasperated, asked Xiao Ning, Are you certain? Is it truly not him? No. Xiao Ning replied emphatically. The two officers exchanged glances, helplessly stating, Then you must file a report. You are the victim. Xiao Ning shook her head. I am not a local. Let us not pursue this. The officers, finally irked, directed their frustration at the ticketing girl. Look at the chaos you've caused. Do not make frivolous reports in the future. As they departed, the girl regarded Xiao Ning as if she were a monster, practically on the verge of tears. With a stomp of her foot, she bitterly declared, You are truly a dog-biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize a good person. Xiao Ning smiled at her. Sister, I apologize for any offense. Chapter 33. Stalking Tang San narrowly escaped a predicament and returned to the bathing pool, where the elderly gentleman regarded him with the scrutiny befitting a suspect, leaving him feeling immensely uncomfortable. Fate in the southeast? Bah! Tang San no longer found bathing to be a source of comfort. After carelessly scrubbing himself a few times, he insisted on returning after barely 2 minutes in the water. Qi Xie maintained a stern expression, realizing that their bath was futile. Bai Yi had pressing questions to address. Upon their return to the courtyard, he first inspected all the doors and windows, glanced outside to ensure there were no eavesdroppers, and then spoke. Your blood and the marks on your body strike me as quite peculiar. Could they be connected to your origins? As for the blood, I am uncertain, but the marks have been with me since my father retrieved me from the graveyard. Today, Tang San, usually unperturbed, was evidently irked, his tone tinged with impatience. That girl, Xiao Ning, was exceedingly ruthless. He wiped his face with both hands and let out a long sigh. We shall depart the day after tomorrow. Bai Yi produced a map. Our destination is Luoyang. I have outlined a rough area. After so many years, it is unlikely to remain unchanged. Whether we can locate it will depend on you. He marked a general circle on the map. Right here. Very well, Tang San replied absent-mindedly. Observing Tang San's demeanor, Bai Yi resignedly folded the map. It seems you are not in the mood to listen. Rest early. Tomorrow, we shall see how Lu Dazi's tool development is progressing. Suddenly, Qi Xie tensed, thrusting open the window and leaping out. Tang San anxiously leaned over the window. Witnessing Qi Xie land in the garden and pull out a figure from behind a flourishing rosebush, none other than Xiao Ning. You wicked girl. Tang San scrambled onto the windowsill. Sensing something was amiss, he exited through the door and ran to the garden, where Xiao Ning, pinned down by Qi Xie, wore a smug expression, defiantly regarding Tang San with a sneer. You scoundrel. Tang San was taken aback, his face flushing crimson, rendered speechless. Qi Xie's grip on Xiao Ning's shoulder tightened, causing her to yelp in pain. Ouch. What kind of heroes are you, bullying a girl? You were following us. Bai Yi's face betrayed no amusement, his demeanor as sharp as a glacial blade. Xiao Ning let out a muffled sound. I wasn't following you. I was following him. She pointed at Tang San. I am only interested in him. Do not misconstrue my intentions. Sharp-tongued, Tang San felt flustered, stumbling over his words. Why are you interested in me? Xiao Ning straightened her posture, shaking off Qi Xie's hand, and shot him a glare. How rude. Is this how you treat a girl? She approached Tang San. Show me the birthmark on your body. Tang San took 3 steps back, arms crossed defensively. You are being inappropriate. Even the usually docile Tang San retorted, striking a nerve with Xiao Ning. A flush crept across her cheeks as she stamped her foot. Do you think I am eager to see you? I want to see your birthmark, not you. Isn't it all the same? Tang San's blunt remark left Xiao Ning at a loss for tears, her eyes darting. Only I know what that is. Chapter 34. The Tiger Talisman. These words struck like a thunderclap, yet Tang Sancheng remained unfazed, while a tempest stirred within Bai Yi's heart. That mark seemed eerily familiar. The conclusion hovered on the tip of his tongue, yet he could not articulate it. Xiao Ning, however, was resolute. Despite knowing of the formidable presence of the 7 evils, she recklessly breached their sanctum, underscoring the significance of that mark. Tang Sancheng regarded Xiao Ning's youthful demeanor and suddenly flung open his garments, exposing the mark to her without reservation. This unexpected action nearly drew an exclamation from the 7 evils, for it was not typical of Tang Sancheng's character. Bai Yi, incensed by Tang Sancheng's brazen display, felt as though he might spew blood. The phrase hopelessly foolish instantly manifested in his mind. The nature of Xiao Ning, friend or foe, remained ambiguous. Yet Tang Sancheng appeared bewitched, placing himself in perilous exposure. Should Xiao Ning prove to be an adversary, Tang Sancheng would find himself at a distinct disadvantage. No, it was not merely Tang Sancheng. Both of them were now inextricably linked. As Xiao Ning discerned the mark, she clearly enunciated several phrases. The talisman of armaments. To the right the emperor, to the left the Yang tomb. In the bathhouse, the details had not been entirely clear, but now it was unmistakable. The tiger talisman. Bai Yi suddenly comprehended. The tiger talisman was an ancient imperial military token employed for the command of troops. Crafted in the shape of a crouching tiger from bronze or gold, split in 2. One half was entrusted to the general, while the other remained with the emperor. Only when both halves were utilized simultaneously could one command the army. While it was not unusual for Tang Sancheng to bear a birthmark, the shape and inscription aligning with the tiger talisman posed a significant concern. Who, indeed, was this Tang Sancheng? It was, without doubt, the tiger talisman. Xiao Ning's gaze towards Tang Sancheng shifted, as though she had glimpsed a faint glimmer in the darkness. Despite its tenuous nature, she would unhesitatingly pursue the light. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Tang Sancheng found himself at a loss for words, yet Bai Yi's expression soured. He grunted. What business does a young lady have amidst us men? Clear words were unnecessary. They all understood each other's backgrounds. Should the truth be unveiled, it would spell disaster for all. Thus, it was wiser to cooperate amicably. I intend to follow him. What you gain will not incite my envy. From Xiao Ning's perspective, it seemed Bai Yi feared she would usurp their opportunities. However, Bai Yi's concerns were far more intricate. It appeared Xiao Ning was akin to an unyielding piece of toffee, impossible to shake off. Most critically, she had uncovered their secret as tomb raiders. No matter how glamorous their facade, they were still thieves of the dead. Tang Sancheng scrutinized Xiao Ning, asking, "Are you intrigued by me, or by the birthmark upon me?" The flush that had just faded from Xiao Ning's face returned with vigor. She spat on the ground, declaring, "If you continue to babble nonsense, I shall skin you alive." While speaking, she cautiously observed the movements of the seven evils. She had experienced their prowess firsthand and understood that avoiding conflict, or at least minimizing it, was the path to survival. Life, after all, is a balance of yielding and asserting oneself. It is perilous to follow us, Tang Sancheng said, his expression vacant. You might lose your life. Bai Yi let out a sigh. Tang Sancheng was the quintessential do-gooder. Now was not the time to be concerned about whether this female tomb raider would meet her demise. Accompanying Xiao Ning was bound to stir up trouble, while not bringing her along posed its own risks. It was truly a dilemma. Is this birthmark of great significance to you? He pondered, uncertain and in need of clarity. Thus he felt compelled to follow her. A glimmer of anticipation danced across Xiao Ning's face, mingled with a trace of excitement, shrouding the situation in further mystery. Where, indeed, lay the truth? Tang Sancheng, brimming with enthusiasm, seemed lost in thought. He cast a glance at Xiao Ning. I mentioned before that you have a mole on your left chest. It signifies a generous spirit. Why bring that up now? Xiao Ning's countenance hardened like ice. Tang Sancheng, if you dare to mention it again, you will regret it. Tang Sancheng felt dejected and turned to Bai Yi. Let her come along. There is no shaking her off now. It seemed there was no other choice. Bai Yi resignedly acquiesced. Chapter 35. Transformation. The next morning, shortly after 6. The door to the Bai family's courtyard was rapped upon vigorously. Qi Xia was the first to spring up and open the door. Outside stood Lu Daisy, pulsating with energy, his glasses askew and oblivious to the state he was in, his face alight with excitement. Where is everyone? Where is everyone? Sleeping, Qi Xia replied curtly. Stop sleeping. Lu Zhishi shouted into the courtyard, causing the lights in the rooms to flicker on. Tang Sancheng and Bai Yi both arose. Tang Sancheng yawning as he made his way outside. At this moment, the dawn was just breaking, and he could vaguely see that Lu Zhishi was holding something in his hands. What is that? He inquired. Modified tools. Lu Zhishi replied as he placed the item down and began a demonstration. Bai Yi, donning a coat, stepped outside and, upon seeing the object on the ground, was suddenly intrigued. The object resembled a safety harness seen in amusement parks abroad, but it featured a small box with a button and a lengthy rope with a sharp hook at one end. Lu Zhishi fastened the item around his waist and retrieved a stone. Watch closely, he instructed. Lu Zhishi aimed the hook at the stone, pressing the button on the small box at his waist. With a whoosh, a gust of wind swept past Tang Sancheng as the sharp hook shot into the stone, disappearing entirely, leaving only the rope visible. What incredible force! Tang Sancheng exclaimed. The modification has succeeded. Indeed, Lu Zhishi confirmed. Previously, the force was insufficient to penetrate the stone wall due to a lack of power. I was inspired by the ancient crossbow, which employs a tension mechanism involving the bow arms and the bow mechanism. The internal components include a sight, a trigger, a hook, and keys that connect all parts into a cohesive whole. In essence, I have built upon the crossbow's mechanics for a more user-friendly design. What do you think? Lu Zhishi removed the apparatus from his waist. Would you like to give it a try? Tang Sancheng was the first to take it, though instead of testing it, he asked Lu Zhishi, with such a long rope, do we need to drag it along? Lu Zhishi was momentarily speechless. This was indeed a flaw. He adjusted his glasses. It appears I need to make further improvements. The rope should be retractable for convenience when not in use. Brother Sancheng, You truly are astute. It was merely a fortunate oversight. Bai Yi expressed his skepticism. The power aspect is commendable. With further refinement, it could achieve perfection. I shall return to make the necessary adjustments. Lu Zhishi was exhilarated, as if he had discovered a treasure. Considering himself a meticulous researcher, he would never overlook the opportunity to enhance his inventions. Wait, Bai Yi interjected. After perfecting it, prepare several sets, at least 6. This startled Lu Zhishi. Isn't the departure scheduled for tomorrow? This implied he had merely a day and a night to accomplish his task. I am aware. Bai Yi's words carried an undeniable authority, his demeanor as indifferent as if he were discussing a task of no difficulty. Lu Zhishi promptly swallowed back all uncertainty. Very well. I shall do my utmost. His declaration of effort implied a certainty of success. As Lu Zhishi departed, Tang Sancheng remained somewhat perplexed. Doesn't Lu Zhishi appear to be an intellectual? How did he end up mingling with you? Bai Yi disdained the term mingling. Only those of inferior quality gathered in such a manner, while those accompanying him should be regarded as individuals of growth. He shot Tang Sancheng an exasperated glance. He is indeed an intellectual, but previously, he was merely a scholar without a platform for his talents. His inventions were dismissed as lunacy, a waste of time. Only I recognize the value in his work, and I have transformed that value into financial returns. I am both his mentor and his employer, understand? Tang Sancheng was unfamiliar with the term mentor, yet he grasped the meaning of employer. In truth, he understood. But he relished witnessing Bai Yi's restrained fury, finding it amusing. Bai Yi cast another disdainful look at Tang Sancheng. I knew explaining this to you would be futile. Chapter 36. Equipment. Following Lu Zhishi's arrival, Wu Tong appeared, accompanied by 2 assistants, each bearing a bag slung over their shoulders. Upon entering, they unceremoniously dropped the bags in the courtyard, the impact suggesting their contents were substantial. At that moment, the 3 were enjoying breakfast, soy milk, fried dough sticks, and a delightful treat known as donkey rolling. Tang Sancheng was particularly fond of this delicacy. Made from long rolls of yellow millet filled with various ingredients and rolled in soybean flour, resembling a donkey rolling about. Inside, aside from the soybean flour, there were white sugar, sesame oil, osmanthus, and other ingredients. No wonder Tang Sancheng devoured it with such fervor that he seemed to forget to breathe. With his mouth full, he mumbled, "What are these?" Wu Tong clapped his hands. "Essentials. This brother clearly appears to be a novice. No worries, you will become acquainted with everything in due time." Previously unaware of the full context, Wu Tong momentarily regarded Tang Sancheng and Qi Xie as new recruits introduced by Bai Yi. With a gesture from Bai Yi, Wu Tong emptied the contents of the bags. Besides provisions, there were several toolkits. Opening the boxes revealed hand shovels, loyang shovels, masks, and various small bottles filled with liquids. Most notably, there was a finely crafted electronic device. Tang Sancheng pointed and inquired of Bai Yi, "What is this?" "E1The find this in the country. I brought back a metal detector from abroad, a first release. It can detect metals buried up to 4 meters underground and will emit an alarm upon detection." Bai Yi spoke with a hint of pride. It took considerable effort to procure this set. "Certainly, it has indeed been a great help," Tang Sen murmured. "What a sophisticated piece." "Indeed," Wu Tong flattered. "Whatever Boss Bai desires, he can surely obtain. However, Boss Bai, you have not revealed a hint about our destination this time, and the brothers are beginning to grow anxious. Rest assured, after all this time together, do you not know my temperament? When have I ever let my brothers suffer? This time, follow my lead. Do more and speak less. I assure you, we shall have a grand venture." Bai Yi replied solemnly. "Once the inspection is nearly complete, let us ensure we are thoroughly prepared. What about the gas masks and gloves?" "They are right here," Wu Tong replied, lifting another bag. "All accounted for. Not a single one missing." The scale of the operation was indeed impressive. Tang Sen felt somewhat bewildered by such a formidable arrangement. 50 years ago, he had been coerced by a band of brigands, equipped with rudimentary tools, into a tomb. Now, half a century later, a plethora of professional equipment lay before him. It felt less like a tomb raid and more akin to a scientific expedition. Bai Yi nodded in appreciation. Wu Tong was indeed meticulous in his preparations, which was precisely why he valued him. No one is perfect, but if one possesses qualities of worth, then let them be utilized. Very well, you all should rest well. Tomorrow morning at 6, we shall meet at the usual place. With a wave of his hand, Bai Yi dismissed Wu Tong and his 2 subordinates, who promptly departed. Suddenly, Tang Sen felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. pressing a hand to his heart, puzzled by the source of this unease. It seemed he ought to consult an oracle regarding this venture. He suddenly recalled something. Should he inform Xiaoning? Bai Yi shot him a glance. I see you have taken a liking to her. You seem quite concerned. Do not worry. I have her contact number. Rest assured, even if I do not notify her, she is likely lurking in some corner, observing our every move. Tang Sancheng chuckled, neither confirming nor denying the implication. Chapter 37. Return to Old Grounds. Luoyang. Situated on the southern bank of the Yellow River, is the birthplace of the river diagram in the Luo book. Here, 105 emperors established their reigns, ushering in the Scion dynasty. Regrettably, this city is, in the minds of ordinary citizens, more often remembered as the land of peonies. Its rich historical weight gradually fading from collective memory. Seated in Bai Yi's vehicle, Tang Sancheng glanced back at the car following them, occupied by Wu Tong and 4 subordinates. Wu Tong drove with a fierce vigor, exuding an aura of boldness, while Bai Yi remained calm and composed, maintaining their pace. In the front passenger seat, Xiaoning hummed a cheerful tune, On the Fields of Hope. The 3 men, Tang San, Qi Xie, and Lu Ji, the latter often referred to as Lu Dullard, squeezed into the back seat. Their discomfort palpable. Lu Dullard's glasses perpetually slid down his nose. He adjusted them, and, with a grin, inquired of Xiaoning, What song are you singing, Xiaoning? Xiaoning turned to him, a smirk playing on her lips. Dullard, I hardly believe you are truly ignorant of this song. You are feigning ignorance. If you wish to converse with me, speak plainly and spare me the theatrics. Lu Jishi had never encountered a girl as forthright as Xiaoning, whose doe-like eyes had long stirred his heart. Her words did not incite anger within him. Rather, they felt like a vital injection, suddenly infusing him with vigor. Yes. I simply wish to converse with you. Xiaoning abruptly closed her mouth, her gaze shifting to Tang Sancheng, who now bore a hint of tears in his eyes, clutching a map in his hands. Bai Yi, we're nearing the vicinity of Sanya village. Can we take a look? Bai Yi remained silent, his expression impassive, concerned that Tang Sancheng's emotions might spill over, revealing something to the astute Xiaoning. The vehicle, however, continued to lead them toward the location of Sanya village, now referred to as Sanya town, a place transformed beyond recognition. It was noon, and the group needed to replenish their energy. So they entered a somewhat respectable restaurant in town. Tang Sancheng could hardly contain his excitement, his hands trembling as he held the bowl, while Bai Yi remained remarkably composed. Observing Tang Sancheng's demeanor, Bai Yi occasionally shot him a warning glance, urging him to temper his emotions. Although Wu Tong did not voice his thoughts, suspicion had already taken root in his heart. He sensed that this journey was anything but ordinary. Typically, Bai Yi was one for meticulous planning. Yet this time he had not convened the group for detailed preparations, which struck Wu Tong as peculiar. Boss, after we finish eating, should we rest a bit before continuing? Inquired a subordinate named Xiao Qi, who appeared gaunt. Tang Sancheng wondered if those who often dealt with graves became emaciated, perhaps due to an excess of yin energy. No. We must find a place and set up camp before nightfall. Bai Yi was reluctant to linger in a location laden with past memories, fearing that prolonged exposure would trigger greater crises, especially with someone as emotionally driven as Tang Sancheng. He wished to avoid trouble. Tang Sancheng felt a tinge of disappointment. Those who had been of a similar age to him years ago had now aged into their 60s or 70s. If he were to encounter them, he would yearn to ask, Do you still remember Tang Sancheng? Do you remember Tang Sancheng's father? As he observed the bustling bicycles in the town, faces unfamiliar and incongruous with his memories flitted before him. Tang Sancheng understood that 5 decades could obliterate everything. His aspirations were mere illusions, unattainable. He lifted his teacup and drained it in one gulp, unexpectedly rising first. I'm full. Shall we depart? Bai Yi was taken aback by Tang Sancheng's decisiveness, realizing he had underestimated this fortune-teller. Chapter 38. Anger having departed from Sanya town, the vehicle proceeded steadily across the flat expanse toward their destination. Bai Yi felt as though he had returned to that fateful night, methodically leading his team toward the designated tomb cluster. Yet, time had shifted. Apart from himself and Tang Sancheng, everyone else had donned new visages. As a water tower appeared in the distance, Bai Yi remarked, We are almost there. Over the years, Bai Yi has incessantly sought the current location of the tomb cluster. He had traversed this area 3 times with Ding Dali, ultimately concluding that the vacant land behind the water tower was indeed the site of the tombs. Fortunately, This space is now unoccupied, free from any obstructions. Is this the place? Tang Sancheng was the first to alight from the vehicle, followed closely by Qi Xia, as they surveyed the chaotic expanse resembling a rocky field. His eyes widened in disbelief. He turned to Bai Yi and exclaimed, "Are you certain this is the correct location?" The area appeared untouched, still a vast plain, yet, compared to 50 years ago, it was now littered with disordered stones, devoid of any trace from the past. "No, you are speaking too much." Bai Yi felt an urge to silence Tang Sancheng, wishing to stuff his socks into his mouth to curtail his incessant chatter. After careful comparison, I am convinced the tomb cluster lies here. As for the main burial chamber's location, that is up to you. Aren't you quite skilled? Show me your prowess and do not let me down. I have brought you here for this reason. Bai Yi cast a meaningful glance at Tang Sancheng. While Wu Tong and the others had already disembarked and were approaching, there were also two unaware individuals, Xiao Ning and Lu Zhishi, who needed to mind their words. Standing on the vacant land, with tiny stones underfoot, Tang Sancheng extended his empty hands. He closed his eyes. Xiao Ning observed him curiously, while Tang Sancheng, eyes shut, wandered about like a blind man trying to discern an elephant, his hands exploring the air. What is he doing? Lu Zhishi adjusted his glasses and inquired of Bai Yi, "Can this really lead us to the entrance of the tomb?" Bai Yi could not hear, his heart pounding incessantly. At last, Tang Sancheng halted, pointing to the right front. "It should be here." "Why here?" Lu Zhishi, ever the skeptic, challenged. "You can't just arbitrarily point in a direction and expect us to follow. There are so many variables. What if we go the wrong way? It would be a grave mistake." "Right, Xiao Ning." Xiao Ning merely gazed at Tang Sancheng, lost in thought, refraining from echoing Lu Zhishi's sentiments. "I can feel the wind," Tang Sancheng proclaimed. In ancient times, people chose to bury their dead in land imbued with life force. To find the tomb, one must locate a place where vitality converges. The group gathered around him, their expressions a mixture of confusion and intrigue as they turned to Bai Yi for guidance. He nodded affirmatively, "Follow Tang Sancheng." Bai Yi understood that this tomb cluster was not quite as it had been, though its location remained unchanged. The surrounding landscape had transformed entirely. To locate it, they had to rely on Tang Sancheng. Leading the way, Tang Sancheng attuned his ears to the sounds of the earth beneath, occasionally testing the ground with his foot. Suddenly, he shuddered and came to a halt. "It is nearby? How do you know?" Lu Zhishi, still perplexed, continued to question. "The flow of qi serves as the guiding principle for wealth and poverty. The bright hall represents the essence of sand and water, both beautiful and malevolent. And the water mouth signifies the balance of life and death. These three principles, authentic dragons, proper burial sites, exquisite sand, embracing water, and auspicious orientations, constitute the quintessence of geomancy. The direction we face is already propitious. The wind that passes through here indicates a gathering of vital energy. Our current pursuit is to locate water, specifically water that is embraced by surrounding sand." Chapter 39. Water embraced by sand. The term water embraced by sand refers to a location surrounded by elevated terrain and water, both of which must either coexist or be in harmony. This area is predominantly flat, with elevated land being scarce, thus increasing the likelihood of finding water embraced by sand. Here, vital energy is concentrated. Such water can prevent the dispersal of the Earth's gathered vitality. Ancient practitioners of burial selection would certainly consider this aspect. So discovering a site with water embraced by sand brings us closer to our destination. Tang Sancheng gritted his teeth, sensing a familiar feeling. He was nearing his goal and needed only to proceed a little further. Wu Tong and several of his subordinates were somewhat skeptical, while Lu Zhishi was on the verge of exasperation. A man of science, he found himself perplexed by the unwavering faith displayed by Bai Yi, Qi Xia, and Xiao Ning, leaving him with no choice but to follow Tang Sancheng's lead. "Hey, boss, there's a water channel over there," Xiao Qi exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the channel. "Look, it encircles this area." Before Tang Sancheng could respond, Bai Yi promptly dismissed the notion. "That cannot be it. When we came here before, that water channel did not exist. It must have been dug recently and has no relation to the ancient practice of burial selection." Tang Sancheng nodded in agreement, affirming that this was not the water they sought. Tang Sancheng crouched down, pressing his ear to the ground and closing his eyes. He discerned a faint sound of water, similar to what he had heard while searching for an exit after descending into a tomb. This was groundwater. He moved along the ground like a frog, while Xiao Ning furrowed her brow, pouting in disapproval. What a peculiar person. Qi Xie closely followed Tang Sancheng, who continued onward, guided by the sound of water. After advancing about 10 meters, he suddenly leaped up in excitement. This is it. This is water embraced by sand. The individual who selected this tomb was truly remarkable. They not only considered the orientation, but also chose an unparalleled site with water embracing it, revealing the circular pathway of the underground water. It is said that even after decades, let alone centuries, this arrangement may remain unchanged, ensuring the favorable conditions of this burial site. Tang Sancheng was momentarily lost in thought, pondering the identity of the person who chose this tomb. Having identified the water embraced by sand, the question remained, where was the tomb? Bai Yi's anxiety began to mount. Wait a moment, Tang Sancheng urged, continuing to listen intently to the direction of the underground water. His odd behavior caused Wu Tong to frown, prompting one of his subordinates to whisper, "Where did this eccentric boss come from? He is quite peculiar. Mind your own business. If he can help us locate the tomb, that's all that matters," Wu Tong reprimanded. And his subordinates fell silent, retreating behind him. Tang Sancheng persisted in crawling along the ground, advancing for over 30 meters until the underground water vein gradually revealed itself. Upon returning to the starting point, he exhaled deeply. It's within this range. He indicated the central area, declaring, "Let us begin digging from here." With a command from Bai Yi, Wu Tong led his team forward. Through their collective effort, they swiftly unearthed a hole large enough for a person to descend, though it was merely 3 meters deep, leaving the ultimate truth still shrouded in mystery. Compared to 50 years ago, where might this newly excavated tunnel lead in the tomb? Only time would tell. Xiao Ning observed Tang Sancheng's filthy attire and grimy face, tossing him a tissue. "Wipe yourself. You're filthy." "It's quite the mood killer." "My apologies for affecting your mood," Tang Sancheng replied with a grin. The excitement of discovering water allowed him to loosen up, making his tongue more agile. Xiao Ning shot him a sidelong glance. "Who would have thought you looked so earnest? Yet your words are anything but obedient." After saying this, she turned away but couldn't suppress a smile. Lu Daizi adjusted his glasses, watching the banter between the two with a hint of melancholy. Chapter 40. Airdrop. Digging a Tomb Raider's tunnel is indeed a speculative endeavor. The likelihood of connecting to the tomb remains uncertain, necessitating multiple tunnels to ultimately reach the burial site, or risking a futile return. As Wu Tong led his men in excavation, doubt filled his mind about the utility of their efforts. There was no certainty in their endeavor. Bai Yi and a few others began setting up camp, serving a dual purpose of rest and a cover story should anyone stumble upon them, claiming they were merely camping. Tang Sancheng, restless, frequently glanced towards Wu Tong, questioning whether this was still the same tunnel as before, in the same location. "I don't know," he replied, bewildered. "Aren't you the one who can calculate? Can't you deduce that?" Tang Sancheng appeared flummoxed. "I'm not a deity. Such calculations require a theoretical foundation, and practical application invariably entails deviation. For instance, if the water source is compromised, the original feng shui arrangement would be disrupted." All right, you wild child, discussing theory with me. We'll know the truth once we dig deeper." Bai Yi glanced at his wristwatch, an authentic Swedish piece brought from abroad. It's been 2 hours. Yet still no sign of success. Indeed, Wu Tong and his 4 companions had been digging for a full 2 hours. The sky gradually darkened as the tunnel continued its descent without revealing any changes, save for the occasional stone unearthed. Nevertheless, Tang Sancheng remained confident, murmuring, "Almost there. Almost there." He approached the hole, straining to listen. This was a sound only he could discern, the water's murmur intensifying. "Almost there. Almost there." Sure enough. About 5 minutes later, Xiao Qi exclaimed, "Boss, come quick. There are blue stone slabs below." After speaking, Xiao Qi leaned against his waist, panting heavily. It had been a strenuous effort, working for over 2 hours without a sip of water. Though Wu Tong appeared lean, his stamina was commendable. He merely wiped the sweat from his brow, unperturbed by the exertion. Bai Yi gathered several water bottles and approached, distributing one to each. "Brothers, you've worked hard. Have some water and take a breather." Daizi, grab the rations. Wu Tong felt a stir of unease. Bai Yi intended to send the brothers away. With a grunt, he said, "Let us go, we'll rest for a bit." Bai Yi and Tang Sancheng arrived at the entrance of the cave, exchanging a glance before simultaneously lifting the stone slab and casting it aside. Bai Yi directed his flashlight downward, his heart sinking upon discovering the emptiness below. The light illuminated the darkness, revealing only drifting motes of dust, nothing more. Suddenly, Qixia spoke. "I'll go down and take a look." "No," Tang Sancheng exclaimed, grabbing Qixia. "I'll descend. You've never been in a tomb before. It's too dangerous." "Enough. Let us all go down together. The three of us," Bai Yi suggested, believing it prudent for those knowledgeable to descend as a group. Xiao Ning approached, tilting her head. "No, it should be four of us." Bai Yi nodded. "If you're unafraid, that's fine." "Fool, bring over 4 sets of tools." A slight smile graced Bai Yi's lips, hinting at deeper implications. Lu Zhi jogged over, carrying 4 bags containing gas masks, gloves, and modified ropes, along with Bai Yi's vials of potions. With preparations complete, Wu Tong arrived with his subordinates, carrying a thick rope, which he secured around the waists of the 4, encircling them like intertwined serpents. One by one, they were lowered into the abyss, with Bai Yi leading the descent. The rope gradually unfurled into the darkness. Time seemed to stretch until the rope halted, followed by a whistle. Wu Tong swiftly pulled the rope back, and Bai Yi reached solid ground. Tang Sancheng was the second to descend, his heart fluttering as he slowly plunged into the obscurity. A beam of light emerged from below Bai Yi's, bringing him some comfort. The void beneath vanished, and he finally stood on firm ground. As he stumbled, Bai Yi steadied him, untying the rope around his waist. "We're back." Chapter 41, Awareness. Where is this? As he watched the rope retract upwards, Tang Sancheng's eyes struggled to adjust to the underground darkness. Bai Yi illuminated their surroundings. "This is not a double-layered tomb. It seems we have reached the other side of the burial chamber. Remember, the tomb is divided into 2, and we chose the upper path, encountering quicksand. Is this another path?" Tang Sancheng began to comprehend. "It appears so," Bai Yi replied, suddenly pressing his hand to his chest, feeling a tightness that could stem from cold or anxiety, both eliciting a physical response. He trembled slightly, which Tang Sancheng noticed. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Bai Yi assured, clearing his throat. In the confined underground space, the sound echoed ominously, sending chills down their spines. A shadow descended gracefully. It was Qixia, approaching Tang Sancheng. He seemed protective, as if Bai Yi posed a threat to him. Bai Yi felt a mix of exasperation and resignation. The last to descend was Xiao Ning. Bai Yi whispered something to Qixia, who responded with a knowing smile, leaving Tang Sancheng puzzled. "What are you two discussing?" As Tang San's inquiry lingered in the air, Xiao Ning had already released the rope and was gazing upwards as it was pulled away. Qixia moved swiftly, darting behind Xiao Ning and delivering a diagonal strike to the nape of her neck with his right hand. Xiao Ning let out a soft groan and then slumped to the ground, utterly limp. "What are you doing?" Tang San exclaimed in fury. "Qixia." Qixia remained silent, wordlessly hoisting Xiao Ning onto his shoulder. For the first time, Tang San felt disregarded by Qixia, his anger flaring as he glared at him. Yet, Qixia remained unfazed, his expression unyielding. Tang San felt exasperated. Qixia was akin to a stubborn bull. Once he had made up his mind, not even 8 horses could pull him back. He was resolute in his belief that this was for his own good. Thus he obeyed Bai Yi's directives without a second thought. "Surely you do not believe we would bring an uninformed person down here and reveal our secrets before her unreservedly?" Tang San lamented. "Oh, Tang San, what can I say? Life is not so straightforward." Bai Yi was quite pleased with Qixia's cooperation. Beneath his rugged exterior lay a discerning mind. Tang San, resigned, glanced at the unconscious Xiao Ning and sighed. "Could you not inform me in advance next time?" "If I did, you would surely refuse." "I do not wish to waste words with someone who does not understand my intentions," Bai Yi remarked, aware that such incidents would become more frequent in the future and that Tang San would eventually grow accustomed to them. Bai Yi switched on the flashlight, which featured several brightness settings, and adjusted it to the maximum. The previously dim space was instantly illuminated. Tang San felt an odd sensation, exclaiming, "Strange. Look at the stone walls here. They appear to be arranged according to a certain formation, irregular yet centered, entirely unlike the dual-layered tomb's walls." "Formation?" Bai Yi mused, noting the intertwining stones of various sizes. Each one seems identical, as if meticulously measured. Yet, why is there still mist emanating? "Trouble," Tang San observed as Bai Yi's eyes lost focus. He turned to Qixia, who, though exhibiting greater composure, was already beading with sweat, visibly straining. "This is not good. This is the mysterious chaos formation." Chapter 42, Chaos as Bai Yi and Qi Xie teetered on the brink of losing their minds. Tang San bit into his fingertip, allowing a few drops of blood to spill, which he then flung against the stone wall. Chanting softly, he intoned, Supreme Tai Shang Star, ever-changing and unceasing. Banish the evil. Bind the enchantment, protect life, and shield the body. Wisdom is clarity, the heart is tranquil. The three souls endure, the spirit shall not perish. Tang San's voice resonated throughout the tomb, echoing like thunder in the enclosed space. Each word struck Bai Yi and Qi Xie like a hammer upon their foreheads. Suddenly, both jolted awake, Qi Xie recovering swiftly while Bai Yi appeared disoriented, asking, "Where are we?" In the tomb, Tang San replied, relieved to see them regain their senses. Do not gaze at the stone walls any longer. The architect of this tomb arranged the stones in a chaos formation, which can lead one to lose their sanity. If one cannot withstand it, they risk losing consciousness, or worse, descending into madness. Bai Yi felt a wave of trepidation. This tomb is quite sinister. However, why are you unharmed? I don't know. Perhaps it is because I am familiar with the calming mantra? Tang San touched his head, pondering. How peculiar. Why would this array be arranged upon the stone wall? Leaning closer to the wall, Tang San remarked, "It is truly strange. Could there be something behind the stone wall that necessitates protection through such an array?" Bai Yi's heart stirred. It is possible. He instinctively gazed at the stone wall, recalling the earlier scene, feeling a twinge of fear, and quickly turned away. Please examine it. Tang San took the flashlight and directed its beam upon the stone wall. Oddly, every few bricks, one of them bore a depression at its center, resembling a dot of red cinnabar. If Tang San were to trace his hand across those points, connecting them, the focal point would be right here. Placing his hand firmly upon it, he pressed down, causing the two adjacent bricks to shift automatically, revealing a hidden chamber within. Just as Tang San was about to delve further inside, Bai Yi caught sight of his actions. Wait, first sprinkle this. It was a dainty vial containing an unknown liquid. Tang San took it and sprayed a bit into the hidden chamber, which released a plume of white smoke, startling him to retreat a couple of steps. How strange, what is this? It is a concoction given to me by Fu Yu. She claims it can ward off toxins while simultaneously dispelling common curses. It is composed of various insects, and as I understand it, it operates on the principle of counteracting poison with poison, Bai Yi explained. The white smoke just now indicates that there are no curses present. No curses? This contradicted Tang San's assumptions. Ordinarily, it is the toxic substances that emit white smoke, isn't it? Indeed, Bai Yi affirmed confidently. That is what Fu Yu stated. Tang San chuckled. Fu Yu is always right. I believe her. As he spoke, he reached inside and retrieved an object. There is indeed something within. It was a bamboo slip. Bai Yi took it. Curious, it is merely a fragment, not a complete slip. What is inscribed upon it? Bai Yi shook his head. It is in small seal script, unintelligible to me. Let us keep it for now and discuss it later once we are outside. I do not comprehend. Tang San's curiosity resurfaced. If it is not a complete bamboo slip, why go to such lengths to store it? Even employing a chaotic array for protection? This slip must be significant. Your mind is becoming sharper. Bai Yi secured the bamboo slip. Let us not dwell on this matter for the moment. We must hasten to the double-layered tomb. However, Qi Xie, you may need to remain here. To ascend to the double-layered tomb, we must traverse the quicksand array, and it would be quite inconvenient with this young girl in tow. I understand. Qi Xie placed Xiao Ning on the ground. I will watch over her and wait for your return. Chapter 43. Transforming the curse. Bai Yi and Tang San walked out in succession, the tomb chamber being rather desolate. Aside from the stone wall imbued with the chaotic array, there was nothing remarkable within. Exiting the chamber, the path ahead remained a narrow stone-paved trail, making it challenging for the two to walk side by side. They could only proceed one after the other. Footsteps echoed in the confined space, rhythmic and deliberate. Bai Yi followed the light ahead, where a staircase ascended. Though it was already fragmented, Tang Sancheng could hear the faint sound of shifting sands, which, after 50 years, continued to flow slowly beneath him. Truly astonishing. I have a task to accomplish. Bai Yi did not hasten to the upper tomb chamber. Instead, he moved towards the direction from which they had entered 50 years prior, where a jewelry box cursed with poison awaited. This time, having prepared, he could not leave empty-handed, for the brothers outside deserved an explanation. If only Fu Yu were here with us, Tang Sancheng remarked. No one knows toxins better than she does. Indeed, The Gu women of Miaojiang possessed profound knowledge of venoms and poisons, having dealt with such substances since childhood. Fu Yu had once allowed him to stealthily enter the Gu master's apothecary, a realm of peculiarities. They possessed an extensive understanding of the toxicity of each insect and plant, and knew precisely how to neutralize them. This vial of medicine was surreptitiously given to him by Fu Yu, who claimed it was concocted by her aunt, an ordinary Gu poison that could be neutralized upon contact. Fu Yu referred to it as transforming Gu water, immensely precious. Ordinary Gu poison? If it were extraordinary, would the transforming Gu water be of no avail? Tang Sancheng queried. Indeed, one must trace the origin of the curse, specifically the medium employed by the Gu master to cast it, which must be neutralized by the same Gu master. Otherwise, it cannot be easily undone. Bai Yi too was uncertain, hoping the box contained merely ordinary Gu poison. Otherwise, their arduous journey would yield naught, making it difficult to explain to their comrades. Tang Sancheng began to comprehend. In terms of meticulousness, he was far inferior to Bai Yi. Following closely behind, he gazed down as they traversed the sand trap, and Bai Yi's flashlight illuminated the scene below. Amidst the sand, the remnants of a hand were exposed, the fingertips protruding, sharp bones resembling a final cry before death. The image of those who had fallen into the sand trap flashed through Tang Sancheng's mind, sending a chill down his spine. Bai Yi felt a tightening in his throat, his voice turning somber. Let us proceed. Ahead lay the side tomb chamber. Before entering, Bai Yi hesitated slightly. Both understood the scene that awaited them inside. After a brief moment of uncertainty, they resolutely stepped in. Although the sight before them was as anticipated, it still struck them with a profound impact. A foul stench assaulted their senses. The scattered remains of corpses were stripped of flesh, leaving only bones. With hand and foot bones twisted in agony, their skulls gaping wide, still echoing the torment of their suffering. The jewels scattered on the ground had endured alongside these skeletal remains for 50 years. Bai Yi produced the transforming Gu water. There was not much, and it must be applied to the blade. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops fell into the box, yet there was no response. Tang Sancheng was taken aback. What is happening? Chapter 44. The fragrance before Tang Sancheng's words had fully dissipated. A plume of black mist erupted from the box, exuding an unbearable stench, surpassing even the foul odor of the corpses. Overwhelmed by the noxious scent, Tang Sancheng, lacking experience, doubled over and began to retch. Indeed, it is the poison of the Gu, Bai Yi murmured. Donning his gloves, he began to collect the jewels scattered on the ground. Once he had finished, he boldly approached the chest, scrutinizing it closely, only to discover an unexpected truth. Beneath it lay merely a few large stones. Such cunning! It was indeed a trap designed to thwart theft. Nevertheless, these treasures would suffice to provide an explanation to his brothers. After expelling the contents of his stomach, Tang Sancheng felt an immediate emptiness within. His belly began to rumble with hunger. Bai Yi shot him a disapproving glance. You truly are a monster. Endure a little longer. We still have to venture into the twin tombs. Understood, Tang Sancheng replied, though internally he lamented. His appetite had always been considerable, and after the recent upheaval, his provisions had been entirely depleted. Now, nestled in this underground tomb, he could not replenish his energy at will and had to endure the discomfort. With the jewels in hand, the two made their way toward the quicksand trap. The stairs had crumbled away, and looking up revealed a few remaining steps, while all others had long since fallen into the quicksand below. They shared an unspoken understanding to avoid looking down, for the sight of the skeletal remains would only bring them further anguish. At this moment, the improved tools crafted by Lu and she were about to come into play. Bai Yi was the first to ascend. Adjusting his angle, he pressed a button at his waist, and with a whoosh, a rope shot out and embedded itself into the stone wall above. After testing its solidity with a tug, he took 2 steps back and sprinted forward, soaring up to the remaining steps with the ease of a wild goose, successfully bypassing the quicksand. Bai Yi's effortless success instilled a measure of confidence in Tang Sancheng. He mimicked Bai Yi's approach, carefully following the steps. Although he stumbled slightly upon landing, he managed to navigate through successfully. Casting a glance back, he felt a pang of fear. If he had fallen, it would have been a grave predicament. Then you would have to become a vengeful spirit to trouble Lu days, Bai Yi quipped, pressing the button at his waist. The rope, deeply embedded in the stone wall, retracted seamlessly. Indeed, Lu Days' craftsmanship is always commendable. Once they had gathered their belongings, The two hurried into the twin tombs, both eager to explore. The dangers within the tomb had been mitigated, allowing them to search for the source of their mystery without fear. The two stone coffins remained positioned in opposite directions, their lids having been removed 50 years prior, leaving them empty. Bai Yi illuminated the surroundings with his flashlight, yet no new discoveries emerged. Tang Sancheng's expression darkened as he gazed at the vacant coffin on the left, and suddenly he recalled a detail. "Do you remember a certain fragrance we encountered?" Bai Yi pondered for a moment. If memory serves, it was when the coffin was opened. Dali only detected a foul odor, yet I distinctly sensed a sweet aroma. Yes, it was only the two of us who perceived it. Might that fragrance be the reason behind our agelessness? Tang Sancheng's conjecture grew bolder. Since Dali did not smell it, he aged normally. Bai Yi's excitement surged. Thus, if we trace the source of that fragrance, we may unravel the secret of our existence. As his words faded, Tang San had already made his way towards the stone coffin, exhibiting an uncommon determination that suggested he would not relent until his goal was achieved. Chapter 45, The Void. After 50 years, Tang San's hand once again ventured into the stone coffin, and the light from Bai Yi illuminated the interior. This was a meticulous search, yet Tang San's keen perception failed to aid him. Ultimately, he withdrew his hand in disappointment, gazing at Bai Yi and shaking his head despondently. Nothing. Bai Yi handed the lamp to Tang San. "You hold it. I'll take over." Tang San chuckled. "If I can't find anything, you certainly won't either." Despite his words, he dutifully held the lamp for Bai Yi. As he had predicted, Bai Yi's efforts proved fruitless as well. "Strange, isn't there a single trace left?" Bai Yi inquired. "Did your friend Fu Yu mention any goo that emits a fragrance?" Tang San queried. "Isn't goo poison colorless and odorless?" Upon uttering this, Tang San recognized the implication. If it were indeed colorless and odorless, then it could hardly possess any fragrance. Bai Yi murmured, "Could it not be goo?" A wave of profound disappointment washed over him, and he sank despondently to the ground. He had hoped that returning to the tomb would lead him to the source and unravel the enigma that clung to him. Yet he found himself still at the starting point, having made no progress. Tang San placed a reassuring hand on Bai Yi's shoulder. "Where there is cause, there is effect. One day we will find it. Do not lose heart." "On what grounds do you possess such confidence?" Bai Yi, engulfed in gloom, failed to grasp Tang San's sentiment and shoved him forcefully. "Get away from me." Tang San, already famished and slight of build, stumbled against the stone coffin. Distinctly perceiving the unique scent of stone, a tangible aroma tinged with a hint of metallic essence and possibly a trace of millennia-old dust, his gaze was drawn to the base of the coffin, then quickly shifted to another coffin. "Curious. What is it?" Bai Yi retorted, exasperated. "These two coffins were originally one." Tang San concluded, scratching his head. "Or perhaps this coffin has been split in two." He pointed beneath the coffin. "Look, there are numerous stone fragments here. The other one also bears several stone chips beneath it. Moreover, the patterns on these two coffins seem to form a cohesive design when pieced together." Both coffins were adorned with intricate motifs of dragons, their hornless forms entwined with long whiskers. Fangs bared as if they were a multitude of beasts engaged in a consuming struggle. The engravings on the coffins were familiar to them, yet today, Tang San made a novel discovery. "See, the dragon on this coffin, doesn't it seem that a segment of its whiskers is missing? That segment appears to be on the dragon of the other coffin. What does this imply?" Tang San continued to scratch his head. "Ah, I can't fathom it. Could it be that these two coffins were once whole? But why would they be one?" Bai Yi remained silent, suddenly retrieving a small device from his pocket. He aimed it at both coffins and pressed the shutter. A flash of light illuminated the space. Tang San recognized it. "Is that a camera? How can it be so small?" The colorful camera brought back from abroad serves as a more reliable means of study than mere speculation. Bai Yi, finally invigorated by Tang Sancheng's discovery, meticulously attended to every detail. Once the photographs were developed, he instructed Tang Sancheng. "What has transpired here? All that has been witnessed must remain confidential, save for the presence of Qi Xia." Tang Sancheng, pleased that Bai Yi shared his trust in Qi Xia, felt a sense of urgency as he remembered Qi Xia and Xiao Ning waiting below. "Let us hasten our departure from this place." Chapter 46. The jade figures. Tang Sancheng and Bai Yi retraced their steps, arriving at the stone chamber where a spell had been cast. Above them, the excavation of a thief's tunnel allowed a glimpse of the moon, its silvery light cascading down upon Qi Xia and Xiao Ning, who appeared rather peculiar in its glow. Xiao Ning, having regained consciousness, was firmly held by Qi Xia, presenting a rather disheveled sight. A band of ruffians. What kind of valiant act is a sneak attack from behind? Xiao Ning struggled fiercely. Tang Sancheng, you rogue. For a moment, Tang Sancheng felt a pang of guilt and was rendered speechless, while Bai Yi remained unyielding. Humph, your naivety is astonishing. Did you truly believe I would obediently escort you to the tomb? You are not my companion. Xiao Ning managed to break free from Qi Xia, who had intentionally loosened his grip, having restrained her earlier to prevent her from disrupting Tang Sancheng and Bai Yi's affairs. Now that they had returned, there was no longer a need to restrain Xiao Ning. She leaped before Tang Sancheng. You great deceiver. Spittle flew towards Tang Sancheng's face, prompting him to wipe it away with his sleeve. Spittle, indeed. Xiao Ning was momentarily taken aback by his nonchalance. What did you say? I said it is spittle. Tang Sancheng had already cleaned his face. Do not be upset. Xiao Ning had never encountered such a reaction before and found herself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, she managed to scold him. You fool. I have always been a fool, Tang Sancheng replied with a chuckle, which left Bai Yi utterly speechless. He interjected. Enough of this. Let us discuss it above. Our companions are awaiting us. Bai Yi placed a finger to his lips, emitting a long whistle. Immediately, a rope was lowered from above, drawing the four of them up in succession, with Bai Yi being the last to ascend. As they emerged, Wu Tong and the others quickly gathered around, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Bai Yi, fully aware of their curiosity, tossed the bag onto the ground. Behold, the fruits of our victory. Wu Tong and the others erupted into cheers as Xiao Qi eagerly unfastened the bag, revealing its contents. The first sight was a pair of jade figures, one male and one female, their bodies of vibrant green, adorned with traces of earth and white patina, flat in shape with rectangular cross-sections. The upper quarter of the female figure featured a melon seed-shaped head, while the lower three quarters formed a rectangular torso. The face was delicately etched with crescent-shaped eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, a trapezoidal nose, and a small rectangular mouth. An arching line indicated the neck, while a horizontal line represented an ornamental belt, the remainder of the figure remaining smooth and unadorned. The male figure stood slightly taller and broader, crafted from deep green jade with areas of white erosion. Its form mirrored that of the female, with a human head at the top and a rectangular body below. With intricate carvings of eyebrows, eyes, mouths, and mustaches, the figures were adorned with a square-patterned belt and draped in long garments, standing upright. This pair of jade figures, referred to as Wu Tong, was illuminated by the light. Wu Tong adjusted the flashlight to its highest setting, creating a brilliant beam. Bai Yi nodded, indicating it was sufficient. He raised the jade figures for a closer inspection, noting their resemblance to the terracotta warriors. Terracotta warriors? Tang Sancheng appeared puzzled. You have spent considerable time studying geomancy in the mountains, so you might be unaware, Bai Yi explained. In 1974, the terracotta warriors of Qin Shi Huang were discovered in Shaanxi. These figures served as substitutes for living beings in burial rites, showcasing distinctive characteristics of the Qin dynasty. The likeness of these jade figures bears a striking resemblance to those servants. Xiao Ning was the quickest to react. Are you suggesting that these two jade figures may originate from the Qin dynasty? Indeed, it is merely a conjecture. Within the tomb, we have found no inscriptions indicating the identity of the deceased, nor any other corroborative evidence. However, based on the form of these jade figures, they could very well be from the Qin era. Bai Yi set the jade figures aside and continued his examination of other artifacts. In his hand, he held a string of glass beads, which, after being wiped with a cloth, revealed abstract patterns. Strange, this does not appear to be ordinary glass. In ancient times, glass was more precious than gold and served as a valuable material for jewelry. Yet, these beads seem to contain elements of agate. If these beads are indeed crafted from glass and further embellished with agate, the craftsmanship would be exceedingly intricate. This string of beads is exquisite. As a woman, Xiao Ning was captivated by the beautiful object, unable to tear her gaze away. I wonder which noblewoman once wore this. It is so lavish and stunning. Tang Sancheng, unable to discern the beauty, asked sullenly, Is this your favorite type of jewelry? Uft. Xiao Ning shot him a glance, confidently stating, There is only one thing in this world that could be my absolute favorite. What is it? Both Tang Sancheng and Lu Ji inquired simultaneously. The luminous pearl. Xiao Ning pronounced emphatically, If I could possess a luminous pearl, even if it were merely for burial, I would be thoroughly content. Even in death, I could find peace. While the conversation grew animated, Bai Yi grasped the string of glass beads, applying minimal force, causing the beads to suddenly fall one by one. This prompted the group to fumble in the dark for the scattered beads, taking quite some time to recover them all. The beads were strung together by a cord-like material, whose composition was uncertain, but after enduring centuries of wear, it had managed to support the beads until finally breaking, which was no small feat. Bai Yi placed the beads into a bag, along with the filthy, broken cord, and turned his attention to the remaining items: a jade hairpin, purple in hue, and an ancient bronze mirror. This collection marked a profitable venture, and Wu Tong and the others were elated, exclaiming, "Boss, this trip was worthwhile." Yet, Bai Yi harbored concerns. While the excursion was rewarding for them, it felt empty for him and Tang Sancheng, akin to a fruitless endeavor. He mustered a smile, saying, "All right, brothers. Fill in the hole, rest for the night, and tomorrow we shall return." Wu Tong, accompanied by Shao Qi and a few others, proceeded to fill in the excavation site. A customary practice for Bai Yi, unlike some tomb raiders who, upon securing their plunder, leave the holes abandoned. Bai Yi's meticulous nature and penchant for perfection necessitated the filling of such voids as an essential concluding task. Tying a cloth bag around his waist, Bai Yi noticed a faint smile on Xiao Ning's face as she retreated to her tent, the sole woman amongst them. Residing alone while the others were distributed across 3 tents, Bai Yi naturally shared a tent with Tang Sancheng. As night enveloped them in silence, both Bai Yi and Tang Sancheng found themselves restless, while the nearby tent resonated with the sounds of deep slumber. Reflecting on the events beneath the tomb, Tang Sancheng turned over and muttered, "Strange affair. Do you find it peculiar as well?" "Indeed." A bold thought emerged in Tang Sancheng's mind. "I believe we ought to venture to Miaojiang to discern if any of us are indeed under the influence of Gu." He chuckled mischievously, adding, "We might also search for your beloved." Bai Yi sighed, pondering the passage of 30 years. Fu Yu had become a middle-aged woman. Would they still recognize each other? If she remembered him, how startled would she be? Perhaps fear and anxiety would accompany such recognition. This could be a viable approach. Fu Yu had mentioned that if her aunt were alive, she might unravel the mysteries surrounding them. After 3 decades, Fu Yu's mastery of witchcraft would likely have advanced. Could she perceive the truths that lay within them? Even if she could not, perhaps they could seek out other Gu masters to clarify whether they were indeed under its influence, thereby allowing them to relinquish their doubts. Bai Yi struggled to suppress this notion. Perhaps, deep down, he still yearned for a reunion with Fu Yu. Chapter 48. Bamboo Slips. The return journey was remarkably smooth. Bai Yi placed the items extracted from the tomb in an antique shop, where eager buyers quickly emerged, and the brothers reaped substantial rewards, leaving them quite satisfied. However, Wu Tong, having some leisure time, reclined in a bamboo rocking chair, stroking his small beard and swaying thoughtfully, reflecting on the multitude of intriguing elements from their recent expedition. Firstly, Bai Yi seemed unusually invested in the tomb, an essential demeanor for a planner of tomb raiding. Yet this level of interest diverged from his previous undertakings, hinting at deeper implications. Secondly, the enigmatic 7 evils, and the even more peculiar Tang Sancheng, who managed to locate the tomb using feng shui techniques, presented an explanation rooted in geomancy. Yet, the origins of these 2 individuals remained shrouded in mystery. Bai Yi claimed they were fellow townsmen, but Wu Tong remained skeptical. Knowing Bai Yi's character, it was unlikely he would share such intimate details merely with a fellow townsman. Thirdly, Bai Yi had refrained from mentioning the circumstances surrounding the tomb, maintaining a discreet silence even when subtly pressed for information. What reasons could prompt such reticence? Wu Tong sensed that there must be additional matters at play, particularly regarding the girl named Xiao Ning, who claimed to be a descendant of the renowned gold touchers yet exhibited little interest in the items Bai Yi brought forth. Focusing instead on Tang Sancheng, it was all rather chaotic, and Wu Tong, scratching his head, found himself increasingly befuddled before finally succumbing to deep slumber in the rocking chair. As Bai Yi accompanied Tang Sancheng to the library, they sought an audience with the director, Mr. Shun. In the sanctum of Mr. Shun's office, Bai Yi presented a bamboo slip, inquiring, "Director Shun, I have come today to seek your insight on the inscriptions inscribed upon this artifact." Mr. Shun took the bamboo slip into his hands. "Mr. Bai, may I ask where you procured this piece?" "From an antique shop," Bai Yi replied smoothly, "yet I find myself perplexed by the writing. I am unable to decipher its meaning." "Your inquiry is not without merit. Yet it must be noted that the characters are incomplete, merely a fragment of a larger text. Mr. Shin elucidated. What does signify? Bai Yi pressed, intrigued. Due to its partial nature, I cannot fathom the full essence of these for characters. However, I suspect that there are more bamboo slips to be uncovered. If we could locate them and piece them together, the original text might be restored. I advise you, Mr. Bai, to remain vigilant for any similar relics in the future. Thank you, Director Shun, Bai Yi responded. A tinge of disappointment washing over him as he reclaimed the bamboo slip, the phrase firmly lodged in his mind. Upon bidding farewell to Mr. Shun, Tang Sancheng finally spoke. Bai Yi, I believe we must make haste to Miaojiang. The relevance of this bamboo slip is waning. Indeed, Bai Yi remarked, landing a punch on Tang Sancheng's chest. At last, we are in agreement. Should we bring Wu Tong and Xiao Ning along? Tang Sancheng inquired. No. It is imperative that this journey be exclusive to the three of us. We shall claim it as a visit to a friend, Bai Yi asserted. That is a sufficiently valid reason. We are indeed visiting a friend, Tang Sancheng murmured. More accurately, we are seeking an old flame, are we not? He added, teasingly. You have idled on the mountain for far too many years, Bai Yi retorted with a sidelong glance. In a sense, I am indeed a rogue, Tang Sancheng replied. Scratching his nose. Didn't we almost face conviction last time? With a sigh, Bai Yi replied, Come along, Rogue Tang. Let us prepare for our journey to Miaojiang. 3 days later, Bai Yi packed 2 or 3 bags into his vehicle, then opened the door and slid into the driver's seat. Through the window, he observed Tang Sancheng frequently glancing back, and with a derisive smirk, Bai Yi quipped, No need to look back. Do you truly believe that girl officer would follow us at this hour? It was 2 o'clock in the morning, and their clandestine departure was indeed aimed at evading Xiao Ning's pursuit. Tang Sancheng sighed. That girl is quite astute. She likely has no inkling that we are slipping away under the cover of darkness. Once the trio was ready, they officially set off. As Bai Yi drove, he explained, We shall only drive to the train station. Wu Tong will return the vehicle while we take the train. However, we will need to transfer to a vehicle to reach the Miao village where Fu Yu resides. I am uncertain if the roads are passable. Understood. Tang Sancheng replied without objection. I wonder what the Miao village is like now. My last visit was 30 years ago. I am oblivious to its current state. 30 years can alter everything. Bai Yi mused, a lump forming in his throat, unable to voice the myriad thoughts swirling within him. Fu Yu, after all these years, was she still in the Miao village? Perhaps she had already married? Bai Yi, though not particularly loquacious, allowed his expressions to betray his true thoughts. Tang Sancheng sighed deeply, lamenting, individuals like us cannot afford the luxuries of friends or lovers. The mention of lover astonished Bai Yi, who marveled at Tang Sancheng's use of such a modern term. Where did you acquire this word? He inquired. From a poetry collection, Tang Sancheng replied, raising the book in his hand. I strive to absorb new knowledge. Otherwise, you would merely regard me as a savage. And I have no desire to be perceived as such. That is commendable. Henceforth, be more astute, Bai Yi asserted, adopting a tone of superiority as if he were Tang Sancheng's superior. I have been pondering a question. Who, I wonder, selected the feng shui for the ancient tomb? The utilization of the natural underground water flow to create a perfect water embrace must be the work of a master in feng shui. In all the texts I have consulted, I have never encountered such a precedent. Tang Sancheng tilted his head, contemplating. This individual's expertise rivals that of Lai Bu Yi, Xiao Yong, and could even be compared to Gui Guzi. Who are these figures? Bai Yi asked, seeming vaguely familiar with the names, yet lacking any real understanding. Gui Guzi is revered as an extraordinary figure throughout history, excelling in self-cultivation and psychological insight, possessing profound wisdom in the balance of strength and softness, and mastering the art of stratagems. His disciples include military strategists such as Sun Bin, Pang Wan, and Wei Liaozi, political strategists like Su Qin, Su Dai, Zhang He, and Mao Sui, and alchemists like Su Fu. As for Lai Bu Yi, enough, we have arrived at the train station. Bai Yi, uninterested in the esoteric discourse, felt relieved that their destination was at hand. Let us disembark. This journey has been long. Very well. I shall regale you with tales once we are aboard the train. Tang Sancheng responded, still oblivious. Bai Yi, upon hearing this, chose to ignore him, seizing his luggage and striding ahead. Qi Xie sighed. Sancheng. He does not wish to listen. I am aware, Tang Sancheng replied with a grin, but I want him to. Qi Xie shook his head in resignation. pondering whether Tang Sancheng was genuinely naive or merely feigning ignorance. After all these years, the mystery of whether he truly embodied the saying "great wisdom appears foolish" remained unsolved. Once aboard the train, they endured a bumpy ride, drawing closer to their destination. Tang Sancheng's chatter was incessant, his mouth never ceasing as he devoured nearly an entire bag of provisions. If they were not about to disembark, Bai Yi might have been tempted to silence him with his own sock. Turning his gaze out the window, Bai Yi felt a swell of emotions. Chapter 50. Direction. Upon disembarking the train, Tang Sancheng had yet to catch his breath before he clambered onto a dilapidated long-distance bus, which reeked of unpleasant odors. As he scanned the interior, he finally spotted 2 piglets nestled beneath a seat, and his spirits lifted. Now this is lively. We have 2 little pigs for company. Bai Yi covered his nose, visibly irritated. How unbearable. Haha. Tang Sancheng chuckled, reveling in Bai Yi's discomfort. This is delightful. Bai Yi, despite your upbringing as a wealthy heir, and even with your brief stint as a bandit, some habits are indelible. Bai Yi rolled down the car window, stretching his nose and mouth towards the fresh air outside, while Tang Sancheng remained unfazed. Occasionally rummaging through his bag for snacks he had just replenished after disembarking from the train. Watching Tang Sancheng devour his treats with fervor, Bai Yi felt a sense of irritation rising within him. Tang Sancheng, could you possibly take a break from eating? I apologize, I just can't shake off this hunger. It's not that I'm greedy, truly, Tang Sancheng replied earnestly. Bai Yi shook his head, feeling utterly helpless against Tang Sancheng's insatiable appetite. He was not someone easily restrained by conventional means, especially with the capable bodyguard Qi Xia at his side. After enduring a lengthy journey, they finally arrived at their destination. Yet the Miao village where Fu Yi resided was still quite a distance away. The narrow mountain roads rendered the bus incapable of proceeding further, forcing the 3 of them to carry their luggage and trek into the mountains on foot. Despite the passage of 30 years, upon reaching the entrance, Bai Yi's memories surged back vividly. He led the way, guiding the others along the winding mountain path deeper into the verdant wilderness. An hour passed, and still, there was no sign of the village. A sense of foreboding crept over Tang Sancheng. Bai Yi, it's been quite a while. Are you sure we're on the right path? Bai Yi paused to consult the map, which clearly marked the location of Lair Mountain. The direction is undoubtedly correct. Perhaps the mountain paths have changed, causing some deviation. Tang Sancheng glanced at the sky, now tinged with the hues of late afternoon, the sun nearing its descent. Panic set in as he exclaimed, "Oh no. It seems we haven't packed camping supplies. If we don't reach the village before nightfall, we're in trouble." Even Bai Yi, usually so confident, began to feel the weight of anxiety. Let us quicken our pace and locate the village as soon as possible. What if the Miao village no longer exists? Tang Sancheng, always one to broach uncomfortable topics, darkened Bai Yi's expression further. Silence your tongue, you harbinger of doom. I encountered Fu Yu by a small creek, located to the east of Lair Mountain. We are indeed on the right path. Let us press on. Another hour slipped by, and Tang Sancheng's ears perked up. It's just ahead. What do you mean? Bai Yi inquired. I can hear the sound of flowing water. I'm certain of it, Tang Sancheng asserted, pointing to his ears. I trust you. After all, 50 years ago, it was this very pair of ears that had saved their lives. Bai Yi quickened his pace, leaving Tang Sancheng and Qi Xia trailing behind by several meters, reflecting his urgency. Here we are. Bai Yi's voice rang out in excitement. The sound of the creek grew closer to Tang Sancheng's ears, prompting him and Qi Xia to hasten their steps. And indeed, the small creek appeared before them, nestled below the mountain path. Treading carefully over the gravel, they saw Bai Yi standing motionless at the creek's edge, lost in contemplation. Bai Yi, Tang Sancheng called out. Suddenly, Bai Yi raised his hand to his eyes, swiftly wiping them before turning around. Now that we've arrived here, I know how to reach the village. Chapter 51. The trio was enveloped in joy when a sudden exclamation of surprise broke the moment. Tang Sancheng, with his keen ears, was the first to pick up the sound, reacting swiftly as he moved towards the source, with Qi Xia close behind. As Tang San approached the thicket, he noticed an elderly gentleman who had fallen there, struggling to rise. Upon seeing someone nearby, the old man grasped at the opportunity for assistance, exclaiming, "Young man, please help me up." Tang San lifted the old man to his feet, who grimaced in pain, exclaiming, "It hurts terribly." It was then that Tang San observed the man's swollen foot. Without hesitation, he offered to carry the elderly gentleman on his back, asking, "Where do you live?" I shall take you home. Bai Yi furrowed his brow, realizing that dusk was rapidly approaching. It was uncertain whether they could reach the Miao village before nightfall. San, where does the old man reside? He inquired. I live in a nearby Miao village, the elderly man replied, panting. Thank you so much. I merely intended to visit a grave and return, but I never expected to fall here. Had no one come, I fear. Bai Yi scrutinized the old man, noting that his attire was far from ordinary for a villager. His modified Zhongshan suit and leather shoes, albeit somewhat soiled, bespoke fine craftsmanship. You are not from the Miao village, are you? Bai Yi remarked. Indeed, the old man replied, his expression darkening. I came here to find someone, but alas, she has passed away. The mention of the village leader's surname stirred Bai Yi's curiosity. Is the leader's surname Fu? He asked. Yes, how did you know? Bai Yi felt a sense of relief. Then it is fortuitous, we can proceed together. Upon hearing this, Qi Xia quickly stepped forward to take the old man onto his back. Let me assist. Thus, their party expanded from 3 to 4, and fortunately, despite his mobility issues, the elderly gentleman had a keen sense of direction. He revealed that he was He Fangguan, a retired folklore professor from Beijing. A folklore professor? Tang Sancheng questioned, perplexed. What does that entail? Before my retirement, I studied village self-governance and ritual behaviors, as well as local folklore, balladry, and storytelling. My greatest interest lies in the folklore of the Miao region. I first visited here 50 years ago. This is my second time. Professor, he expressed wistfully. My days are numbered. If I do not return now, I fear I may never have the chance again. Professor, whom do you honor in your visit? Tang Sancheng asked bluntly, lacking any subtlety. Fortunately, the professor did not take offense. I am here to pay my respects to my beloved. Your beloved? Bai Yi paused. Curiosity piqued. Is she from the village? Yes, she was a shamaness named Fu Min. I shall never forget her name. Professor, he said, his face illuminating with a nostalgic glow as he seemed to drift into cherished memories. Bai Yi felt as though his feet were anchored to the ground, unable to move. Fu Min, a shamaness from the same village. Could there be a connection between them? Professor, Bai Yi urgently inquired, do you know a girl named Fu Yu? Professor, he replied with surprise. Ah, how do you know Fu Yu? Fu Min indeed had a niece named Fu Yu. Although I have never met her, only heard Fu Min mention her before. Bai Yi's mind raced, overwhelmed by the uncanny twists of fate. Chapter 52. The White Sorceress and the Black Sorceress. 5 decades ago, I arrived here to delve into the unique sorcery of the Miao people. My choice of this locale was motivated by the tales of the exceptional skills possessed by the village's Gu women, renowned for their ability to heal the ailing as well as to cast curses. It was here that I encountered the most skilled practitioner of Gu, a woman named Fu Min. Although Professor he is nearing 80, he speaks of those days with fervor, as if rejuvenated by 20 years. Miao sorcery comprises 3 distinct forms, Gu, corpse guiding, and Wu Sha, each shrouded in wonder. Professor, could you provide us with a brief explanation? Bai Yi inquired, marveling inwardly at the sight of Qi Xia, carrying an elderly individual, yet navigating the mountainous path with ease and unwavering poise. I shall begin with Wu Sha, the professor replied. Wu Sha allows the Miao people to walk barefoot across fire pits, traverse knife-laden paths, and even endure the piercing of their abdomens with steel spears. There is a particular ritual that requires the use of blood, where one must affix a sharp blade to the crown of their head and then perform a sacred dance beneath it. As for corpse guiding, I assume you have heard of it to some extent. Bai Yi nodded. Indeed, I have heard tales of the corpse guiding clan still existing in Xiangxi. Precisely. In truth, Gu can be categorized into black and white sorcery, with corpse guiding falling under the latter. The professor's spirit lifted significantly as he spoke of his expertise. It is said that millennia ago, the Miao ancestor, Apu, Miao language, Gong Gong, Qiyu, led his troops in battle by the Yellow River, leaving behind a field of fallen comrades. Unable to forsake his deceased brothers, he chanted incantations and prayed to the deities, calling out to the corpses, brothers who fell in battle. This is no resting place for you. Your untimely demise is deeply mourned. Your homeland and families await your return. Do not linger in the realm of the lost. Arise, as the decree commands. Instantly, the lifeless bodies stood, following Apu Qiyu, who held high the talisman, marching southward in orderly fashion. This is the documented origin of corpse guiding. Bai Yi harbored little interest in corpse guiding. His curiosity lay with Gu. Professor He, what insights do you possess regarding Gu? I spent nearly a year in the village and witnessed Min-Er's method of creating goo. Of course, this is merely one approach. She would place spiders, scorpions, toads, venomous snakes, and centipedes into a sealed container for 10 days. Upon opening it, the creature that survived was deemed the most venomous, and thus, the prime candidate for goo. After nurturing it, it ultimately became the goo itself. Professor He expressed his awe. It is truly remarkable. Yet, as Fuyu has noted, goo is not solely reliant on venomous creatures as its medium. A skilled goo master can utilize any medium for their craft, Bai Yi remarked. Professor He regarded Bai Yi with a knowing smile. You are correct. Poisonous creatures are merely one of many mediums. However, my young friend, it appears we are both wanderers in this world. What do you mean? Bai Yi asked, intrigued. I am fated to be unfulfilled with Fu Min. And you too cannot escape your destiny with Fuyu. The professor's words left Bai Yi pale. Professor He, your statement seems laden with meaning. Could you elucidate? In those days, I developed deep feelings for Su Min, yet her father intervened, thwarting our romance. Even Su Min herself was reluctant to leave the Miao village with me. As for you, your concern for Su Yu undoubtedly hints at a complex relationship. However, your return here today suggests that matters did not unfold as intended back then. Bai Yi's heart felt as heavy as if burdened by a colossal stone. Professor He, we truly share a common path. Su Yu's father has committed the same act as Su Min's father. Indeed, it was as he said. Professor He inquired of Bai Yi, do you understand why? Chapter 53, Deception. Professor He suddenly exhibited a glimmer of unusual illumination in his eyes, his gaze piercing as he regarded Bai Yi. Wait, I seem to be confused. The ages do not align. You just mentioned that Su Yu's father and Su Min's father did the same thing. Are you and Su Yu a couple? Bai Yi's forehead began to sweat profusely. It was all due to Professor He's affable nature and forthrightness, coupled with his own turbulent emotions. He had inadvertently let slip a significant detail. Although Professor He had aged, his vast knowledge rendered him incapable of overlooking such discrepancies. His mind raced. That is impossible. Su Yu's age should place her as my elder. In truth, I am here on behalf of my father to seek out Su Yu. Thus I can indeed consider myself aligned with the professor. Your father and Professor Su Yu. He intended to probe further, but at that moment, Tang Sancheng pointed ahead and remarked, Bai Yi, I believe that is the Miao village, is it not? Indeed, we have arrived, declared Professor He. I must return first to apply some herbal medicine. You may be unaware, but the Miao village possesses self-made herbal remedies that are remarkably effective. The Miao village had not changed much over the past 30 years. However, the faces had become entirely unfamiliar. Upon seeing Professor He return, several elderly villagers approached, conversing fluently in Mandarin, indicating that over the past 3 decades, their linguistic skills had significantly advanced. Professor He, have you visited Sister Min's grave? Yes, replied Professor He, patting Qi Xie on the back. Please set me down, young man. Qi Xie gently placed Professor He down, who then found a piece of blue stone to sit upon. One of the villagers, noticing Professor He's swollen foot, promptly dashed back to fetch a herbal package, extracting the herbs to apply to Professor He's foot while expressing, your return is truly timely. Otherwise, you would have missed the chance to see Sister Min one last time. Bai Yi's mind erupted with confusion upon hearing this. And even Tang Sancheng sensed something amiss. He looked at Bai Yi and quietly remarked, did you not say that Su Yu's aunt had already passed away? It was not I who said it. It was Su Yu who claimed so, Bai Yi replied, bewildered. Could it be that Su Yu had lied? Once the villagers departed, Bai Yi finally asked Professor He, Professor, you mentioned that Su Yu is Su Min's niece. I would like to inquire, how many aunts does Su Yu have? Also, when did Su Min pass away? Su Yu certainly has only one aunt. I am well aware of this, as Su Min had but one brother. As for Su Yu, she has an older brother as well. Professor He suddenly wiped his eyes. As for Su Min, she passed away just a week ago. A week ago, Tang San felt the tremors of Bai Yi's body, and he finally extended his hand to gently pat Bai Yi's back. Bai Yi, calm down. First, listen to Professor He. He possesses knowledge that you do not. Professor, I implore you, could you enlighten us on what transpired between you and Fu Min all those years ago? Bai Yi's voice had begun to quiver. In the past, Fu Yu had deceived her, and there must be an untold side to the story. The image of Fu Yu's trembling back pierced Bai Yi's heart. She had betrayed her trust, and even placed a curse upon her. What could possibly be the motive behind such actions? Was it truly a case of love turning to hatred? Alas, perhaps this is fate. I came to study Miao sorcery, and Fu Min was but an innocent and lively girl, intrigued by my presence. During my research, she provided me with considerable assistance, and we gradually developed feelings for each other. However, I soon realized that she was concealing something from me. A similar situation. Bai Yi's heart raced anew. What was she hiding? She loved me. I could feel the genuine and fervent emotions between us. When I proposed to take her away, her father erupted in fury, and Fu Min's behavior was exceedingly peculiar. Peculiar? Tang San was perplexed again. Shouldn't it be a joyous occasion for a lover to wish to take her away? What was the matter with these women? It truly baffled him. Young man, you have likely never experienced love, Professor, he chuckled. Love is the most pure of emotions. Yet it must endure countless trials from the realities of life. Thus, love is not a simple affair. Chapter 54. The ritual Tang San had never known love. Within him burned a fervent fire, continuously ablaze. As he listened to the poignant tale of Bai Yi and Professor He's love, it felt as if claws were scratching at his heart. Professor, what was peculiar about Fu Min's behavior? Where was the peculiarity? She would always return to that spot we first met, donning her Miao attire, practicing a designated movement, appearing as if engaged in some ritual, with an air of solemnity. Professor, he continued, whenever I inquired, she would evade my questions, no matter how persistently I probed. If I pressed too hard, tears would well in her eyes. And how could I bear to see her weep? Despite nearing his 70s, the affection in his voice as he recounted those memories sent shivers down Tang San's spine. He rubbed his arms. So you remain unaware of what that ritual entailed? As Tang San questioned, he glanced at Bai Yi. In her recollections, when she first encountered Fu Yu, she too was adorned in Miao attire, bowing towards the mountains, an image strikingly similar to Fu Min's. Could this truly be mere coincidence? Tang San remained unconvinced. So, in the end, you still do not know what that ritual was? Bai Yi's heart twisted painfully, as if a hand had reached into her chest, gripping her heart with all its might. I do not know. However, on this occasion, I have at least heard some useful information, Professor, he remarked. Perhaps, as time has passed, the customs of the Miao village have become more enlightened. I have learned that Fu Min was one of the candidates for the guardian of the coffin. Guardian of the coffin? Tang San and Bai Yi inquired in unison. What is this about a coffin again? Indeed, the villagers who fetched me herbs spoke of a cliff coffin located high in the mountains. According to tradition, it necessitates a skilled witch to guard the coffin, rendering the site a forbidden realm. Except for the guardian, no one is permitted to approach. The reason remains unknown to him. He merely mentioned that this belief has circulated within the village for centuries, perhaps out of fear or reverence for ancestral commands. No one has ever dared to venture near the coffin. After I departed from the Miao village, Fu Min became the guardian. As per custom, the guardian must remain unmarried and preserve her maidenhood. Thus, is Fu Yu also one of the candidates? Bai Yi began to understand why Fu Yu had lied to him about her aunt's passing. It was to conceal the existence of this forbidden place, which is off limits to the villagers, let alone an outsider like himself. Bai Yi felt a sense of relief, but then, did that mean Fu Min had already become the guardian at that time? It was her destiny to assume this role. Fu Yu had once mentioned that Fu Min was exceptionally skilled in witchcraft, even teaching Fu Yu herself, which would undoubtedly grant her the utmost competitive edge. But what about Fu Yu? Did she also sense that her fate was entwined with that of the guardian? Bai Yi's eyes moistened. At the moment of parting, he had believed himself to be the only one suffering in silence, unaware that Fu Yu's heart was equally burdened with pain. Perhaps it was this very anguish that caused her to faint. Suddenly, Bai Yi strode purposefully back towards the village. Where could Fu Yu be? He collided head-on with a seemingly imposing villager. Looking up, Bai Yi noticed a resemblance between this man and Fu Yu. Could it be? Fu Yu has a brother. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Yi inquired, I am searching for Fu Yu. Where is she? The man regarded Bai Yi with a solemn expression and replied hoarsely, You seek Fu Yu? She is no longer here. What did that mean? Bai Yi's usual composure vanished, his fists clenched tightly. Just consider her dead. The man continued as he slowly made his way down the mountain. Once he had distanced himself, Professor, he remarked, that was Fu Yu's elder brother, now the village leader. Bai Yi could hear nothing beyond the echo of those words. Just consider her dead. Each syllable landed like a crushing blow upon his heart. Had Fu Yu not become the guardian? What unforeseen events had transpired afterward? Chapter 55. Reunion. However, Tang Sancheng clutched his stomach, grumbling about hunger. Professor, did you not just meet Fu Min? Moreover, she passed away only a week ago. How can this be? She merely informed me that the guardianship has a term, typically lasting 40 years. After this period, the next guardian is to be found, allowing the coffin to be opened and life to resume its normal course. Fu Min became the guardian at 20, and by the time she emerged, she was already 60. Professor He expressed his sentiments. Had I not impulsively returned here, I believe I would never have seen Fu Min in this lifetime. The human experience is indeed remarkable. On that particular day, I felt an overwhelming urge to return here. Unable to suppress my impulse, which led me to meet Fu Min, and I recognized her at once. Professor, have you never married? Bai Yi suddenly inquired. Indeed, I have had a wife, but our union did not endure. She passed away prematurely due to illness, and we had no children. Since then, I have harbored no intentions of remarrying. You must be curious as to why I have returned to seek out Fu Min. The answer is simple. The first encounter is forever etched in my memory. Professor He closed his eyes, stating that for decades, she has lingered in my thoughts, surfacing from time to time. To be frank, my reason for coming this time is that I am aware my days are numbered. Days are numbered? Tang Sancheng exchanged glances with Bai Yi, fully comprehending the implication. For these two ageless beings, the phrase carries a tinge of irony and melancholy. I am ill, suffering from a terminal condition in the late stages. Professor He patted his leg, remarking that he would not live much longer. He continued, you know what doctors say to those nearing death? Enjoy life, fulfill any unaccomplished wishes. I have but one unfulfilled desire, to see Fu Min once more. As a dying man, I naturally wish to indulge myself a little. Heaven, seeing my plight, has allowed me this reunion with Fu Min. Our aged eyes meet, and yet, tears elude me. Tang Sancheng felt a surge of emotion, wanting to weep for the poignant love story of the professor and Fu Min. Yet, he also felt a sense of joy for Professor He, who appeared unperturbed by his impending fate, radiating contentment. In life, what could bring more happiness than the fulfillment of one's desires? Has Fu Min mentioned whether Fu Yu is to be the next guardian of the coffin? Bai Yi inquired eagerly. Is she still in the cliff coffin? That I did not ask, replied Professor He, as I have aged. My reunion with Fu Min was meant to be spent in her company during my final days. I did not anticipate that she would depart this world before me. Truly, life is unpredictable. I have no regrets in my life. Professor He shifted his foot. The herbal remedy had indeed worked wonders, reducing the swelling on his foot. He slowly rose, moving his foot. I can walk now. Come, I shall take you to my dwelling, which is spacious enough for you to stay. Thanks to Fu Min, everyone has been exceptionally cordial towards me, always eager to assist. Why? In Bai Yi's recollection, the villagers were not easily approachable, and it had taken considerable effort for him to earn their acceptance. Everyone respects the guardian of the coffin. After Fu Min emerged from the cliff coffin, they treated her with great kindness. I am her friend, and thus they extend their goodwill towards me as well. Now, let us proceed. I have only a few days left. There is still time to converse. Professor He gently pushed away Tang Sancheng's supportive hand. I can walk on my own. Chapter 56. The lonely peak. The Miao village is nestled on a hillside, entirely composed of the Miao ethnic group. Not all Miao villages are exclusively Miao, but this one boasts a pure lineage. It is beautifully situated by the mountains and waters, facing south and north, embraced by towering peaks. Lush forests and elegant bamboo accentuate the ancient stilt houses, while the winding mountain paths are concealed within the verdant foliage. A meandering stream, resembling a languid dragon, flows gracefully before the village, extending into the mountains. If not for the matters weighing on his mind, it would indeed be a delightful experience to rest in such a picturesque locale, where mountains meet clear waters. Yet, the visage of Bai Yi was etched with concern. While Tang Sancheng appeared unperturbed, his gaze wandering across the landscape, gazing into the distance at the towering mountains, a peculiar sensation swelling within him. Strange. One would expect this Miao village, embraced by mountains and waters, to be a place of fortune, yet, what could be amiss? Could you please articulate your thoughts in a single breath? Bai Yi retorted, somewhat irked. The principles of geomancy dictate an auspicious site, a mountain to the rear for support, the azure dragon to the left, the white tiger to the right, a mountain in front, and a central open space, with winding waters to conceal the gravesite and gather beneficial energies, bestowing prosperity upon its inhabitants. A broad expanse can accommodate countless steeds, promising future generations an illustrious journey, with blessings that endure. The records of Lu Ban's talismans assert that naturally formed mountains and waters serve as protective foundations against calamities, ensuring a home that is harmonious and auspicious. This Miao village wholly adheres to the criteria of a geomantic treasure. Professor, he expressed his astonishment. Indeed, this young brother speaks wisely. I possess some understanding of geomancy myself, and this village undeniably qualifies as a site of fortune. But when you mention something amiss, what do you imply? Tang Sancheng gestured towards the southeast. That mountain has created an opening in this geomantic arrangement, allowing vital energies to disperse, a flaw in the formation. That mountain is a solitary peak, devoid of supportive mountains on all sides. Generally, such locations are deemed unfavorable, bringing sorrow to descendants. Professor, he cast a glance. The cliff coffin seems to rest atop that mountain. What? Bai Yi perked up. The cliff coffin is situated on that mountain? Then the guardian of the coffin must have lived there alone for 40 years? However, Professor, if common folk cannot approach, how does the guardian survive in solitude? What sustenance do they rely on? That remains uncertain. Su Min has refrained from discussing the matters within, despite my inquiries. She seems to possess her own difficulties, and thus, I shall inquire no further. In any case, that area is a forbidden zone. Mortals must not approach. Professor, he reiterated emphatically, young man, do not take risks. Professor, he discerned Bai Yi's intentions with a mere glance, prompting Bai Yi to swiftly shift the topic. Which stilted building do you reside in, Professor? Stilted buildings are often constructed in harmony with the mountain's contours, resembling a tiger in repose, ideally situated with the azure dragon to the left, the white tiger to the right, the vermilion bird in front, and the black tortoise behind. The orientation is also of significance, either facing west to east or east to west, aligning with the direction of vital energies. Tang Sancheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, regardless of the stilted building's location, it is oriented either west-east or east-west, in accordance with the flow of energies. I truly suspect that this Miao village has been guided by an adept. Apart from that solitary peak, everything else is nothing short of perfect. The stilted building where Professor he resides is constructed against the mountainside, elevated on wooden pillars above the ground, creating 2 levels to conserve land, with the upper level being ventilated, dry, and protected from moisture, serving as living quarters. The lower level is utilized for livestock or storage. Due to Su Min's esteemed position within the Miao village, the stilted building is notably spacious, featuring 7 pillars and 4 beams, surrounding a courtyard. The structure comprises 4 rows with 3 rooms, with the central area serving as the main hall, and the rooms on either side designated as living and cooking quarters. The living quarters are divided by a central pillar, with the front section housing a heated bed, while the rear serves as a bedroom. The stilted building is adorned with a winding corridor, complete with railings. At last, we have arrived. This stilted building was once inhabited by Fu Min, and now I am the sole occupant. What do you think? It is spacious enough, isn't it? Please wait a moment while I seek out the leader to borrow some beds. As for food and drink, rest assured, I shall attend to it immediately. Professor, he promptly made his way to the kitchen. With a glance exchanged, Bai Yi and Qi Xia understood and followed closely behind Professor He. Professor, allow me to assist you, Bai Yi offered. Let us ascend to the upper floor and take a look. He beckoned Tang Sancheng to join them as they made their way upstairs. Once at the top, they could see the solitary peak in the distance. Tang Sancheng, you mentioned that mountain is called Lone Peak, and the coffin is precariously situated atop it. I believe there must be spirits residing there. Chapter 57. Appetite. I am aware that the mountain harbors more than just spirits. It is quite possible that a girl named Fu Yu also resides there. Tang Sancheng slapped Bai Yi on the chest. I know you wish to investigate, am I correct? Bai Yi responded. Indeed, if Fu Yu is truly within, it would imply her mastery of sorcery is unparalleled. Previously, she could not discern what lay within me, but perhaps now she can. Furthermore, during our parting years ago, she placed a curse upon me that has remained dormant all these years. However, it is a lingering issue that cannot be ignored. I must ascertain what curse she has cast upon me. Bai Yi declared with unwavering resolve. But that place is forbidden. Can we truly enter? Tang Sancheng questioned. Still skeptical. We need to devise a pretext to investigate nearby before deciding how to proceed, Bai Yi replied. Regardless, we must reach the coffin. The current dilemma is our utter lack of knowledge regarding the interior structure. Both you and Qi Xia are novices, and we are lacking the necessary tools. This venture is far more perilous than the last. We will accompany you. Tang Sancheng interjected. After all, what is death? The crucial question is whether we can survive. Besides, Qi Xie possesses formidable skills and can protect us. As for tools, we can improvise. Resolving issues is surely your forte. Your awareness is commendable, Bai Yi remarked. Feeling a swell of emotion, I now sense that we are allies. I wonder how Xiao Ning will react upon discovering our absence. Tang Sancheng suddenly recalled the spirited girl. Bai Yi almost choked on his breath. What time is it? And you are thinking of her. I merely pondered. Thoughts are not easily controlled, Tang Sancheng replied, feeling perplexed. On this journey, without Xiao Ning by his side, he felt a certain void. Moreover, upon our return, that girl will undoubtedly confront us. I am merely contemplating how to handle her. Stop deceiving yourself. I know precisely what occupies your mind, Bai Yi teased, giving Tang Sancheng a knowing look. It seems you have taken a liking to the girl named Xiao Ning. Let me offer a word of caution. I suspect her intentions are not pure and may be directed towards your tiger talisman. It is uncertain whether she is friend or foe, so remain vigilant. Tang Sancheng longed to refute this notion, but Qi Xie appeared just in time. Sancheng, it's time for dinner. Tang San's stomach had long since begun to rumble. With an astonishing appetite, he had been enduring his hunger, but upon hearing the words meal, he dashed down the stairs in a swift manner. Upon reaching the ground floor, he was greeted by the sight of a large pot resting over a flame, bubbling away with a delightful aroma wafting towards him. Beneath the fiery red chilies lay over 2 pounds of live fish, alongside white tofu bobbing in the broth. Tang San's mouth watered. It was sour soup with live fish. Professor, he clapped his hands and stood up, his spirits seemingly high today, his complexion glowing. The Miao village has a penchant for sour flavors, so we shall indulge in local customs. I have attempted to prepare sour soup fish. I hope you will find it satisfactory. The rice was still cooking in the pot. Allow me, said Xie. Tang San could hardly contain himself and began to eat eagerly. Noticing his impatience, Professor, he remarked, is there really a need for such haste? Embarrassed, Tang San replied, I don't know why, but I have always had a tremendous appetite. If I don't eat for a while, my stomach feels unbearable. Historically, there have been a few culinary prodigies, which is not entirely surprising. Professor, he recounted, the wise prime minister of the northern Song, Zhang Qixian, had an extraordinary capacity for food. His consumption surpassed that of 5 individuals. It seemed as though his stomach was in a perpetual state of motion. Upon first meeting Emperor Zhao Kuangyin, he devoured 5 large platters of cooked beef and still appeared unsatisfied. The emperor proclaimed him a remarkable man, noting both his prodigious appetite and his scholarly prowess. There is an amusing anecdote recorded in history about Zhang Qixian. Once, a chef, curious about the extent of his appetite, prepared a feast and brought a large wooden barrel. Every dish Zhang Qixian consumed was mirrored by the chef pouring an equivalent amount into the barrel. As Zhang enjoyed a cup of wine, the chef followed suit. At the end of the banquet, the chef revealed the barrel, which was filled to the brim with wine and food, all of which had been consumed by Zhang Qixian. Is it reasonable to consider his situation as normal? Bai Yi seized the opportunity to tease Tang San, saying, indeed, he possesses remarkable knowledge, albeit limited to feng shui and numerology. Well done, Tang San. Now you can be compared to the esteemed prime minister of the northern Song. Tang San was oblivious, having already buried his face in his bowl. While Professor, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Young man, I see you as the second Zhang Qixian. Chapter 58. Forbidden Grounds. Professor, he appeared particularly excited today. Tang San lifted his head from his bowl momentarily to glance at him before returning to his meal, internally sighing. Bai Yi, preoccupied with his thoughts and lacking the same appetite as Tang San, suddenly asked, Professor, earlier you mentioned your father. How did he come to know Fuyu? Well, it's somewhat similar to your own experiences, Professor, Bai Yi replied. Professor, he had quite an impressive memory. And Bai Yi shot a glance at Tang San, who immediately felt wronged, thinking, what does this have to do with me? Was it not you who let slip your pride? Bai Yi did not wish to delve too deeply into the topic. Professor, we were thinking of taking a stroll soon. Would you care to join us? It was a rather rhetorical question. Sure enough, Professor, he waved his hand. You go ahead, at my age. I can hardly endure such exertion. Very well. Bai Yi raised his head and met Tang San's peculiar gaze. Qi Xie immediately stood up, took the empty bowl from Tang San, and went to serve him some rice. Bai Yi coldly snorted, you really can eat. Eating well is a blessing. Professor, he, entirely oblivious, had been living alone in this stilted house since Su Min's passing. Now, With 3 young people accompanying him, he felt quite content. Observing the trio, he pointed at Bai Yi. You seem like a businessman. As for you, you clearly have practiced martial arts. But you, he pointed at Tang San. Shaking his head, I can't discern anything about you. You're just a charlatan. Bai Yi seized every opportunity to disparage Tang San, while Tang San remained unfazed. That's about right. He quickly polished off the rice Chi Xie had served him, letting out a satisfied burp. Now I'm no longer afraid of climbing up or down the mountain. After a hearty meal, Chi Xie stepped up to clear the remnants. Bai Yi said, Chi Xie, stay here to take care of Professor He. Tang San and I will go for a stroll. Chi Xie glanced at Tang San, who nodded. Yes, let us heed his words. Bai Yi sighed, realizing that Chi Xie would only listen to him when it favored Tang San. Otherwise, it all depended on Tang San's mood. Chi Xie was indeed utterly devoted to Tang San, much like Dali was to himself. Reflecting on Ding Dali made Bai Yi feel uneasy. Professor He, we shall take our leave. Wait, Professor He interjected. You can go anywhere, but not to the forbidden areas, understand? Tang San and Bai Yi exchanged a glance, and a silent understanding passed between them. Understood, we're off. Upon exiting the stilted house, Tang San quickly discerned their direction. From where we came, we head southeast. And that's the mountain. It's getting late. We must quicken our pace. The winding mountain path extended down to the foot of the mountain. To reach that peak, they first had to return to the base and then choose the path leading southeast. The two remained silent, hastening their steps towards the foot of the mountain. Youthful and vigorous, they soon reached the base. Tang San gazed at the treetops, feeling assured, and pointed towards one side. That is southeast. Look, there's a path over there, though it's overgrown with thorns, suggesting it sees few travelers, truly the route to the forbidden area. Humans tend to feel fear or reverence due to certain taboos, which restrains their actions. Clearly, this forbidden area in the Miao village was significant, and people did not tread lightly. Bai Yi had already moved ahead, eyeing the thorns. He pulled out 2 handkerchiefs from his pocket and tossed one to Tang San. Wrap your hands. And what about you? Tang San retorted, although Bai Yi wore long garments. His exposed hands were unprotected. Bai Yi gritted his teeth. What are you babbling about? Tang San promptly ceased his chatter, quickly wrapping his hands and following closely behind Bai Yi. Chapter 59. The Hanging Coffin. The 2 individuals traversed a narrow mountain path, with thorns on either side playfully reaching out like mischievous children, occasionally brushing against their garments. Tang San could even hear the faint hissing sound of the fabric being scratched, a delicate whisper of the textile's encounter with the prickly brambles. Yet, this was a mere trifle when the thorns grazed Bai Yi's hand. A crimson line appeared on the back of his hand. Observing this, Tang San swiftly tore off a piece of cloth from his right hand. Here. At least it can serve to wrap your hand. Bai Yi accepted it without hesitation, binding his right hand where the skin had been torn. The sensation a mix of itchiness and pain that he valiantly suppressed. Thus, they continued their arduous journey through the thicket, unaware of how long they had been walking until Tang San's spirits lifted. We are almost there. The mountain loomed ahead, the thorns now behind them, revealing a vast expanse of open ground. Beyond this clearing lay the solitary peak that Tang San had mentioned. Both men, panting heavily, instinctively crouched down to rest. Glancing at their unprotected hands, which bore numerous narrow scratches, resembling a canvas of crimson and flesh. Bai Yi's heart raced with excitement at the thought that Fu Yu might be within. He felt as if his heart might burst forth from his chest. Rising to his feet, he declared, All right, let us hasten inside. Consider this our formal advance to the cliff coffin. Tang San looked up. The protruding stone platforms on the mountain vividly visible. A cursory glance revealed at least a dozen, not accounting for those hidden from view. It was indeed peculiar that some would choose not to rest in peace, opting instead to be interred in the crevices of the cliff. Pointing at the protruding stone platforms, Tang San, unperturbed by any perceived disrespect to the deceased, remarked, Look at how many there are. It is no wonder this mountain is known as the solitary peak of death. With such heavy yin energy, it must surely disrupt the feng shui. Bai Yi swiftly countered Tang San's assertion. You often lack precision in your statements. The cliff coffin, also referred to as the hanging coffin, derives from the practice of hanging the deceased in a coffin suspended from steep cliffs, or placing the body within natural caves or on sheer rock ledges, whether naturally formed or man-made. This burial method is predominantly practiced by ethnic minorities, and it is not surprising that the Miao people employ it. Historical records indicate that hanging coffins have been found in Hunan. However, Bai Yi then inquired, "Have you heard any sounds of water nearby?" Tang San, dismissing the notion without a second thought, shook his head. Certainly not. Had this mountain been near water, it would not have earned the title of solitary peak of death. The absence of support from both sides is the crux of the matter. The feng shui of the Miao village has undoubtedly been compromised. A veritable blunder. Then it is indeed strange, Bai Yi mused. From what I understand, the sites for hanging coffins are typically chosen on sheer cliffs facing rivers, with coffins suspended anywhere from several meters to dozens of meters above the water, with some even soaring hundreds of meters high. Various burial styles differ significantly. There exists the stilted wooden frame method, wherein one end of the coffin is positioned within a natural cave or rock crevice, while the other end rests upon wooden stakes at the edge of a precipice. Alternatively, there is the natural cave burial, where a coffin is placed in a slightly modified natural cavern on a riverbank cliff. Another method involves the excavation of a rectangular horizontal cavity, exposing the side of the coffin. Additionally, there is the square hole burial, achieved by carving a square pit in the cliff or modifying a natural cave into a square shape to accommodate the coffin. Lastly, the cliff stilt method entails creating small square openings in the cliffside where wooden stakes are inserted to support the coffin. Having shared so much, what is the essence of your message? These various methods of hanging coffins have left Tang Sancheng bewildered. If you know I am foolish, could you not simply state it directly? Bai Yi gazed into Tang Sancheng's eyes, filled with disdain. Although these hanging coffin practices differ, they share a common element. They must be situated above water. Chapter 60. Ghost Wall. A sudden clarity dawned upon Tang Sancheng. I understand now. You mean the hanging coffins here are peculiar, as they are not positioned above water, correct? According to the customs of hanging coffin burials, it is entirely possible to conduct such a burial elsewhere, perhaps on another mountain near water. Precisely. Bai Yi felt a sense of relief. That is indeed my point. There must be something strange about this situation. Is there truly something unusual? We shall find out by venturing inside. As Tang Sancheng spoke, he advanced forward. Having already spotted the cave entrance, Bai Yi hurried to keep pace. After walking several dozen steps, they suddenly halted. Tang Sancheng turned back to Bai Yi, his eyes wide with disbelief. Do you feel that? Bai Yi nodded in affirmation. Yes, despite our lengthy walk, it feels as though we have made no progress at all. This very clearing seemed to be an insurmountable barrier. Undeterred, Bai Yi proposed, let us take another route. We traveled in a straight line previously. Perhaps a more winding path will yield different results. Though their feet continued to move, the distance remained unchanged, and Bai Yi's face turned pale. It's the ghost wall. The ghost wall? Tang Sancheng was familiar with this phenomenon, having often heard tales from villagers in the small place known as Sanyat village about encounters with it. They would recount how, at dawn, once the rooster crowed, everything would return to normal, allowing individuals to escape. However, Tang Sancheng did not attribute any significance to the rooster's crowing. Indeed, though I have never experienced it myself, I have heard accounts. Bai Yi's mind resembled an encyclopedia. His 50 years of experience paired with knowledge gained abroad had shaped the person he was today, someone trapped within a circle. This phenomenon undeniably exists, with many individuals having encountered it. When one closes their eyes or finds themselves in the dark or outdoors, the length of their strides may inadvertently vary, leading them into a radius of approximately 3. The sky had indeed darkened significantly, barely qualifying as night. Could it truly be the ghost wall? Tang Sancheng furrowed his brow. The darkness obscured his view of the surroundings. If it were an array of sorts, he would surely be able to discern it. Tang Sancheng remained hopeful. Should we attempt it once more? The mountain loomed before them, yet it remained tantalizingly out of reach, a source of considerable frustration. It was worth a try, though I must confess, I am not optimistic about our chances of success. Bai Yi took a step forward, this time striding more boldly, counting his steps aloud. 1, 2, 3. Tang Sancheng followed closely behind, mimicking the count. 1, 2, 3. When both reached 30, they halted in dismay. 30 vigorous strides should have brought them closer, a logical expectation, yet the distance remained unchanged. It felt as though those 30 steps had yielded no progress whatsoever. Tang Sancheng murmured, "This is truly vexing." Bai Yi remained remarkably composed. I have mentioned before, we may have encountered a ghost wall. The sky darkened ominously, threatening to envelop them in complete darkness. Tang Sancheng, we should return for now and prepare for another attempt tomorrow. If it is indeed a ghost wall, we shall ascertain it in the daylight. At this juncture, retreat was their only option. Despite his reluctance, Tang Sancheng, with a hint of frustration, exclaimed, "What choice do we have? The 7 demons are still waiting for us." Chapter 61. The two found their path obstructed by an invisible wall, leaving them no choice but to head back. The journey home was fraught with difficulties, and the one hand that was free bore numerous new scratches, both itchy and painful. Bai Yi remained unfazed, while an uneasy thought crossed Tang Sancheng's mind. "Bai Yi, don't you think it's getting itchier? That's a normal reaction. I have ointment in my bag. We can apply it when we return. It's an essential for any journey," Bai Yi replied, quickening his pace. "We must hurry. Darkness is nearly upon us." Tang Sancheng's backhand grew increasingly itchy. Though it bled not, the pain was considerable. Eager to return to the stilted house for relief, he hurried after Bai Yi, unconsciously lengthening his strides. They reached the mountainside before the sun fully set, and now, by following the stone path, they could return to their stilted dwelling. After exerting considerable effort, Tang Sancheng wiped the sweat from his brow and unwrapped the cloth binding his right hand. One hand remained unscathed, while the other was rather ghastly. Bai Yi's expression shifted as he examined his own left hand. "Strange, it truly is becoming itchier. See, I noticed it long ago. Why are you so slow to catch on?" Tang Sancheng complained. "Hurry back, so I can apply your miraculous ointment. I can hardly endure this itch. I long to scratch it fiercely." "Do not scratch. Be careful of infection." "I know, or else I would have scratched it long ago." Tang Sancheng was so desperate that tears nearly spilled from his eyes. His voice had become distorted with discomfort. "Let us move quickly." The two almost ran back to the stilted house, where the 7 demons waited anxiously by the roadside, peering up the mountain path. Upon spotting them, 7 demons rushed over. "Sancheng, are you all right?" 7 demons focused solely on Tang Sancheng, completely ignoring Bai Yi, which filled Bai Yi with a sense of sorrow. No one cared for him. No one loved him. If Dali were here, things would be entirely different. Hearing 7 demons' concern, Tang Sancheng broke into a near cry. 7 demons, it itches. The itch emanated as if from the very marrow of his bones, and Tang San felt it gradually spreading from the back of his left hand. Bai Yi shouted, "Enough with the nonsense. Let us quickly find some medicine." In a flurry, Bai Yi dashed into the room where their luggage was stored, rummaging haphazardly until he finally retrieved the ointment. Eagerly, he applied it to his hand, immediately experiencing a refreshing sensation. He tossed the medicine to Tang San, saying, "Here." After applying it, Tang San's face bore a mixture of laughter and tears, exclaiming, "What a wicked itch. I have never experienced such discomfort in my life." Bai Yi sighed deeply, recalling Professor He. "Where is the professor?" Xie replied. "He said he was tired and went to sleep earlier. I had just finished making the bed when you returned." Tang San collapsed onto the ground, lamenting, "This is unbearable." It was truly bizarre. Is it normal to feel such itchiness from mere thorns? As far as I know, certain plants are inherently toxic and can provoke harmful reactions in humans, such as the hydrangea, bougainvillea, and geranium. The particles emitted by these plants can cause skin allergies and itching upon contact. Bai Yi strained to remember the flora lining the path, but I only saw thorns. There were no flowers in sight, and these plants typically thrive in tropical regions, so they shouldn't be found here. "We shall ascertain the truth tomorrow," Tang San declared. "I find the ghostly wall to be the most absurd. At this rate, how can we approach the coffin on the cliff? We can't even get close, let alone enter." Xie grew increasingly perplexed, prompting Tang San to recount the events leading up to their current predicament. Xie frowned. "San, it seems that place is far from simple. You must exercise caution." This was the longest sentence Xie had uttered recently. "It's getting late. We should rest," Bai Yi remarked, glancing outside. "At dawn, we shall venture forth once more." I refuse to be daunted by this. Chapter 62. Death as dawn broke. Xie rose early and headed to the cooking area, busying himself with starting a fire. Tang San, cocooned in his blanket, rolled about, unwilling to rise. Bai Yi stood up and playfully kicked Tang San's backside, saying, "Lazybones, get up." The sky had not yet fully brightened. Tang San protested while struggling to sit up, his eyes still half closed, appearing far from alert. "After all these years, I still have to endure your kicks." The term old codger immediately darkened Bai Yi's expression. "Tang San, I shall have no choice but to tape your mouth shut." "I understand. I shall be more mindful," Tang San replied, dressing as he spoke. considering I traveled such a long distance to help you find your old flame. You ought not treat me so harshly. Let us not forget, this benefits us both. The guardian of the coffin is the one most adept in the art of goo. And if we could unravel the mystery of our immortality, our later years would be considerably easier, without the need to hide and be treated like lab rats for dissection. Bai Yi seized Tang San's collar, speaking fiercely. When will you ever become a bit wiser? Despite Bai Yi's rough demeanor, Tang San remained unfazed. Grinning as he brushed Bai Yi's hand aside, do not be so agitated. We are not bound together like grasshoppers. Were it not for this bond, I would not be stuck with you, you foolish creature. I have truly had enough of you. Bai Yi released Tang Sancheng's collar and, with a gentle push, sent him stumbling. Tang Sancheng, shaking his head in resignation, thought to himself how different it felt to have been a bandit. The force behind that shove was almost enough to dislocate his bones. Just then, his stomach betrayed him with a loud rumble. At that moment, Chi Xia's voice rang out. Sancheng, the porridge is ready. Tang Sancheng practically rolled and crawled over, for Chi Xia truly understood him better than anyone else. No wonder he rose early to prepare breakfast, clearly mindful of Tang Sancheng's hunger. Bai Yi contemplated calling Professor He for breakfast. The professor's room was on the opposite side. He tiptoed over and lightly knocked on the door, but there was no response. Suddenly, the door creaked open a crack. Peering through the gap, Bai Yi saw Professor He lying motionless in bed. Impulsively, Tang Sancheng squeezed in, exclaiming, "Is Professor He still asleep?" It's said that the elderly require less sleep. He rudely pushed Bai Yi aside, barging into Professor He's bedroom. Such behavior was uncharacteristic of Bai Yi, and Tang Sancheng truly was reckless. Bai Yi's thoughts of reprimand were halted as he stood rooted to the spot. Slowly, he approached and leaned down, placing a finger beneath Professor He's nose to check for breath. His face turned ashen, akin to seeing a ghost. One hand fell weakly onto the bed, causing it to sag beneath him, mirroring the sinking feeling in Bai Yi's heart. What's wrong? Tang Sancheng sensed something was amiss and glanced at the bed. Professor He's face was ashen, devoid of life, and his eyes were tightly shut. The exposed arm appeared bluish, and when Tang Sancheng touched it, he found it rigid and cold. Strangely, the corners of Professor He's mouth were curved upwards, bearing an eerie smile that starkly contrasted with his pallid complexion. He murmured, "Indeed, yesterday was a fleeting revival." Chapter 63. Fleeting revival. The sudden specter of death plunged the hearts of the two men into despair. 50 years hence, they had witnessed two deaths. The first was Ding Dali, a man unwaveringly loyal to Bai Yi, who clung to life until Tang Sancheng's arrival. The second was Professor He, who shared a similar fate with Bai Yi. These two deaths shattered Bai Yi's composure, plunging him into an abyss of sorrow. Tang Sancheng began to comprehend Bai Yi's sentiments. Although Professor He appeared radiant yesterday, his brow was dark, a clear sign of fleeting revival. In the art of physiognomy, a darkened brow signifies misfortune, calamity, and illness, ominous harbingers. Professor He had claimed he would not live much longer, yet suddenly, his spirits had brightened enough to prepare a meal for them. Bai Yi had a vague inkling of this, but he had not anticipated the swiftness of the turn. Fleeting revival. Bai Yi understood that before death, one often experiences such phenomena. For instance, a comatose patient may suddenly awaken and engage in brief conversation with loved ones. Or a person who has lost their appetite may suddenly crave food. These temporary alleviations of symptoms are mere illusions, misleading observers into believing the patient has turned a corner. However, those with experience recognize it as fleeting revival. Professor He departed with a smile, undoubtedly having experienced a pleasant dream, perhaps even one in which Fu Min came to fetch him. This was far preferable to succumbing to illness and suffering and death. Tang Sancheng's words prompted Bai Yi to reflect on the painful passing of Ding Dali, offering him some solace. Indeed, Tang Sancheng was correct. Professor He had passed away peacefully in his sleep, which could be considered a fortunate end. With no children and no means to contact his relatives, the question arose, how should they manage his funeral? Tang Sancheng's concerns were practical. The villagers would undoubtedly have a reaction upon discovering Professor He's demise. It seemed imperative to inform the leader. Bai Yi suggested seeking his counsel. Chi Xia had remained outside the door, which struck Bai Yi as peculiar. For Chi Xia did not seem the type to fear the dead. There was no time for further contemplation. They needed to seek the leader immediately, as the death occurred in the Miao village, and they ought to adhere to local customs. Tang Sancheng, still holding the bowl, swiftly finished the porridge, and wiped his mouth. He then bent down to tuck Professor He's exposed arm back under the covers, carefully adjusting the blanket beneath his chin. Once this was accomplished, he returned the bowl to its place and exited with Bai Yi. Xie volunteered to remain and watch over Professor He's body. Upon leaving, Tang Sancheng and Bai Yi noticed that the villagers had already begun their daily tasks. Exiting the stilted building, they nearly collided with a villager, coincidentally. The same one who had delivered herbs the previous day. Bai Yi hurried forward, inquiring, "Excuse me, where might I find the leader?" "The leader just descended the mountain. If you hurry, you should still catch him," the elderly villager replied, pointing down the path. "You can still see his figure." They rushed off without pausing to express their gratitude, sprinting down the steep slope. If they ran too fast, a misstep could send them tumbling down the hill. Yet they paid little heed to such concerns, focused solely on pursuing the leader. As they drew closer, Bai Yi shouted, "Brother Fu." The leader halted at the unfamiliar address. Turning to face them, his visage bore a striking resemblance to Fu Yu, albeit aged. 30 years prior, Fu Yu had been merely 16. Having once mentioned that her elder brother was 8 years her senior. By this calculation, the leader must now be around 54. Chapter 64. Cold Exteriors, Warm Hearts. The leader, having encountered Bai Yi and Tang Sancheng before, regarded the two outsiders with a hint of displeasure, his brow furrowing. "What is it that you seek from me?" His Mandarin was impressively articulate, lacking the awkwardness of the other villagers, his speech precise and rhythmic. When Bai Yi had first arrived in the Miao village, this prospective leader had been absent, pursuing his studies elsewhere, thus their paths had never crossed. An unforeseen blessing in this moment. "Leader, Professor He has passed away," Bai Yi stated succinctly. "We wish to discuss how to handle his final affairs, given that he was a friend of your aunt." The leader displayed no surprise, as if Professor He's death had been entirely anticipated. "Where is Professor He's body?" "I will take you there. It is in the stilted building where Fu Min resides," Bai Yi replied, noticing the leader's rucksack slung over his back. "Do you have matters to attend to down the mountain?" The leader appeared rather cold. Initially, he descended the mountain to procure some medicine for the professor, yet it seemed now that it was unnecessary. After speaking, the leader turned back, leaving the two behind. Tang Sen shook his head, remarking, "Isn't he too callous?" Normally, when one hears of someone's passing, there is a semblance of sadness or regret. How can he show no reaction at all? Perhaps not. Bai Yi pointed to the basket on the leader's back. If he were indifferent, would he have personally come down the mountain to buy medicine for the professor? In my view, he is genuinely concerned for the professor. One must not merely observe the surface. Some individuals are not adept at expressing their feelings, yet that does not signify a cold heart. Just like you? Tang Sen chuckled. You too are a person of cold exterior, yet warm interior. Get lost, Bai Yi retorted, shoving Tang San aside as he hurried to catch up with the leader. The leader proceeded directly to his aunt's stilted house and, upon entering, surprisingly offered a respectful gesture, revealing his deep respect for Su Min. Bai Yi and Tang San followed him into the room where Professor He had passed away. The leader crouched down, his eyes suddenly glistening with tears, murmuring, "Congratulations, Professor He." Tang San was taken aback. Upon seeing the professor had died, how could he say congratulations? It was quite bizarre. When the leader stood up, he had regained his usual composure. "I know of a place where the professor can rest in peace. He once expressed that his greatest wish in life was to be with those he loved. Though he could not fulfill that wish in life, he can now finally do so." "Are you referring to Su Min?" "Oh no, your esteemed aunt?" The leader was taken aback. "Who are you to know such things? The professor actually shared this with you?" Familiarity knows no bounds. Those destined to connect naturally find common ground, and speaking frankly is merely a continuation of that. Bai Yi replied, "It seems your bond with the professor is quite extraordinary, perhaps for this very reason." Only then did Tang San comprehend that the congratulations had a deeper meaning. Embarrassed, he scratched his head, realizing he had misinterpreted the leader's intentions, initially thinking him devoid of compassion. "When I was young, the professor came to our Miao village. He was erudite and imparted to me a wealth of knowledge I had never encountered before. Under his influence, my father even decided to allow me to pursue my studies outside. I cannot fathom that, had it not been for the professor's arrival, I would have never had the chance to witness the world beyond my village, which was entirely insular at the time. He shattered that seclusion and altered my destiny." The leader interrupted, "I apologize, I have digressed." No wonder Bai Yi had found it peculiar that Su Yu's father held such progressive views, allowing his children to study the Chinese language, It was indeed under the influence of Professor He. At the very least, you have illuminated just how remarkable the professor was. His courage to break through the confines of your Miao village was an extraordinary feat for that era. Perhaps it is for this reason that your aunt fell irrevocably in love with him. Bai Yi inquired. What arrangements will be made for the professor's final rites? Chapter 65. Customs. I intend to honor the professor according to our Miao funeral customs, the leader stated. You are also considered his friends. The professor had no children, and I hope you can accompany him on his final journey. Tang San and Bai Yi exchanged glances. Their combined ages could very well make them the professor's grandparents. How could this leader expect them to act as filial children? The two individuals inwardly lamented their predicament. Tang Sancheng nudged Bai Yi with his elbow and whispered, What shall we do? Should we agree or decline? We shall certainly accompany Professor He, Bai Yi readily affirmed. Very well, I shall arrange for a coffin and mourning hall. I would appreciate your assistance as well. It was then that the leader inquired, Might I ask your names? I am Tang Sancheng, and this is my companion, Tang Sancheng. Who speaks too freely, he blurted out. Bai Yi interjected, My surname is Lu Feng. A falsehood slipped from Bai Yi's lips once more, prompting a puzzled glance from Tang Sancheng. Bai Yi, unperturbed, asked, May I inquire your name, leader? I am Fu Wu, he replied. Fu Wu continued, In our Miao culture, we categorize death into two types, normal and abnormal. A natural death, such as that of an elder or a young adult, is termed normal and entails burial in a wooden coffin, whereas deaths caused by violence, childbirth, illness, drowning, or hanging are classified as abnormal and require cremation or cremation followed by burial. In regions with family cemeteries, only those who have died a normal death may be interred in public graves, while those who have suffered an abnormal death cannot be laid to rest in family plots. And what classification does Professor He fall into? Tang Sancheng inquired. The professor passed away without ailment or distress, thus he is deemed to have died a normal death, much like my aunt, and will receive a wooden coffin burial, Fu Wu stated. Please, accompany me to my home to discuss the details of the funeral. Let us proceed. Fu Wu's residence was the first house on the mountainside, slightly smaller than Fu Min's stilt house, which was larger than the leader's abode, indicating the significant status of the coffin keeper within the Miao village. Upon entering, Tang Sancheng noticed a young girl squatting on the ground, burying something. Alerted by their presence, she stood up. Father, you have returned. Xiaoying, we have guests, you may go play outside. The girl, named Xiaoying, was remarkably pretty, around 13 years old, already blossoming into a charming young lady, bearing a resemblance to Fu Yu. Bai Yi cast a glance at the spot where Xiaoying had been digging and felt a pang of unease. She must have been burying a jar for raising poison. He had previously seen Fu Yu bury a similar jar, adorned with depictions of various insects, such as spiders and centipedes. The first time he had encountered it, he found it quite eerie, as the designs appeared almost lifelike, giving the sensation of touching a living creature. It seemed that this girl, Xiaoying, was the current poison maiden. Indeed, the role of poison maiden was passed down through generations, first Fu Min, then Fu Yu, and now it had come to Xiaoying. The lively girl exclaimed, Father, I shall go find my brother to play. Brother. Bai Yi's heart stirred. Leader, do you have a son and a daughter? Indeed, I have a son, though he is rather mischievous and has wandered off somewhere. Fu Wu instructed Xiaoying, Go retrieve your brother. All right, the young girl replied, running outside with a playful smile, her innocence bringing a smile to Tang Sancheng's face. What a spirited little girl. Fu Wu sighed. Please, come inside. Chapter 66. The flower. Fu Wu walked ahead, and Bai Yi softly said, Look, Fu Wu and Fu Yu are siblings, and now Xiaoying has an older brother too. Are you suggesting that each generation will have a pair of siblings, with the sister destined to become the new generation's Gu woman, until she transforms into the new keeper of the coffin? Does that not resemble a familial mission? Tang San, filled with pride, pointed to himself. See, am I not becoming more astute? Indeed, you have grasped the concept, Bai Yi replied, pulling Tang San along as they quickened their pace. In their haste, they inadvertently bumped into a pot of flowers, causing a commotion. Fu Wu turned around, his face stricken with alarm. Are you all right? Tang San, puzzled by Fu Wu's anxiety, chuckled. Shouldn't we be inquiring about the well-being of the flower? We are grown individuals. What could possibly happen to us? Fu Wu retraced his steps to assess the situation, and his expression gradually relaxed. Bai Yi glanced at the pot of flowers, tugged on Tang San's hand, and pointed to the back of his hand. Tang San, momentarily taken aback, quickly comprehended. Leader, What type of flower is this? I have never encountered it before. Fu Wu cleared his throat softly before responding. This is a flower unique to the Miao village. Almost every household cultivates it. You probably haven't seen it elsewhere. I truly have not seen this flower, Bai Yi remarked, noting that even in Su Min's stilted house, it was absent. As they traversed the mountains, he had not stumbled upon a similar species. Given that Su Min had passed away only a short while ago, why was this flower not found in her dwelling? It was implausible that they would discard the flowers given to her immediately after her passing. It was evident that Fu Wu was not being truthful. Suddenly, Bai Yi stumbled, inadvertently striking the flower, exclaiming, my apologies, my apologies. I wonder if this flower bears a grudge against me. It seems either it collides with me or I with it. Thankfully, I did not break it. Fu Wu's mouth fell agape, his face turning pale. Bai Yi suddenly shivered. Tang San, how strange, my hand itches terribly. He reached for the back of his hand, but Fu Wu rushed over, forcefully swatting Bai Yi's hand away. You must not scratch. Why? Tang San inquired. Fu Wu, utterly aghast, replied, this flower causes intense itching on the skin. Scratching it leads to immediate ulceration, with no remedy, and it will spread throughout the body. Tang San looked at Bai Yi with gratitude. His reaction that day had been more severe than Bai Yi's. Had Bai Yi not intervened, he would have undoubtedly broken the skin. Suddenly, Tang San felt an unusual sensation in his hand, a tingling numbness. He lifted his hand, his voice trembling. Bai Yi. Bai Yi merely cast a glance and then raised his own hand. The previously innocuous scratch on his left hand had transformed into a dark red hue, the skin around it protruding grotesquely, resembling several hideous centipedes crawling upon his hand. Fu Wu, witnessing this, was horrified. Who are you? You have already come into contact with the pollen of this flower. Have you ventured to the cliff coffin? Now unable to conceal the truth, Bai Yi nodded. We have indeed visited the cliff coffin, driven by curiosity, but we could not enter. Upon our return, my hand did itch considerably, yet I applied some ointment. And you? Fu Wu was filled with both annoyance and trepidation. Ordinary medicine was utterly ineffective against the itch. Chapter 67, Decay. Bai Yi, who had clearly been feigning calm, now appeared flustered. He had brought a commonplace ointment, explicitly labeled to relieve itching. Yet Fu Wu's words plunged both him and Tang Sancheng into an inexplicable panic. What are we to do? Ordinary anti-itch remedies could only create a facade of healing. After 24 hours, the skin would begin to decay, spreading throughout the body. As Fu Wu's words echoed in the air, Tang Sancheng instinctively wrapped his arms around himself. The thought of skin rotting in such a grotesque and horrifying manner sent chills down his spine, causing his legs to tremble slightly. He glanced at Bai Yi, whose complexion was hardly more reassuring. Stay here. I must go retrieve Xiaoying, Fu Wu declared, striding purposefully toward the exit. Tang Sancheng, both amused and exasperated, thought. At a time like this, he still wants to find Xiaoying. Fu Wu, oblivious to the panic, was already out of sight. Leaving Tang Sancheng's voice tinged with a hint of despair, Bai Yi, do you think we might die? Die? Bai Yi managed a wry smile. I've never experienced it. So I cannot say. I dare not tempt fate. The two fell into a sudden silence, locking eyes, and Bai Yi, with a fierce expression, uttered, let fate decide. Who knows if we will perish? Will you be the one to test it? Or shall I? Tang Sancheng fell silent. Bai Yi then had a moment of realization. Pointing to the spot where Xiaoying had buried a jar, that jar contained a breeding potion for the goo. I recognized the patterns on it. It previously belonged to Fu Yu. Xiaoying must be a candidate for the guardian of the coffin, just like Fu Yu. Thus, she possesses the ability to wield goo, which can both harm and heal. Fu Wu is seeking Xiaoying to save us, with no other options remaining. Tang Sancheng felt fortunate that Fu Wu was still somewhat benevolent towards them. He turned back, gesturing at the pot of flowers. Such dangerous things are left lying around? What if someone else comes across them? Of course, it is merely a coincidence, Bai Yi replied. 30 years ago, during my time in the Miao village, I had never encountered such flowers. They must have been cultivating them in secret all along. Today, we just happened to stumble upon them. They likely used the pollen from these flowers to create the itching powder, scattering it on the thorns leading to the cliff coffin, ensnaring the unsuspecting. Today, they may have simply brought them out for the flowers to absorb nutrients, unaware that we would come. Professor He's death was far too sudden, an unforeseen circumstance. Tang Sancheng understood. That makes sense. Not just sense, it must be so. Bai Yi was dissatisfied with Tang Sancheng's nonchalant reaction. The eerie atmosphere that had enveloped them moments ago dissipated entirely. Both fell into a moment of speechlessness. Tang Sancheng stared intently at the back of his hand, fearful that the centipedes crawling upon it would make their way to his arms, then to his shoulders, until they pierced his heart. Fu Wu's words had filled him with dread. Although Bai Yi appeared composed, beads of sweat had begun to form on his forehead. A flurry of hurried footsteps approached, which Tang Sancheng heard while Bai Yi remained oblivious. Excitedly, Tang Sancheng exclaimed, "It must be Xiaoying returning. We are saved." Bai Yi lunged forward, urgently covering Tang Sancheng's mouth. "Do not speak recklessly." Regrettably, Tang San did not realize the error in his words. Bai Yi whispered, "We currently do not know that Xiaoying is a Gu girl, understand?" Having grasped the implication, Tang San fell silent, pointing at Bai Yi's hand that covered his mouth and nodded vigorously. Only then did Bai Yi release him, cautioning, "Be clever in a while." Chapter 68. The Golden Silkworm. However, it was not Xiaoying who entered, but rather a youth of about 16, exuding an air of rebelliousness. Upon seeing the two unfamiliar faces in his home, he made no sound and directly entered the stilted house. A commotion ensued just as Fu Wu was bringing Xiaoying home. Hearing the disturbance, he furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his rising anger. "Xiaolong, come out this instant!" Fu Wu bellowed as he stormed inside. Being a robust man, he swiftly dragged the youth out. The boy, arms crossed defiantly, looked nonchalant. Xiaoying glanced at him and remarked, "Brother, are you stealing money again?" Fu Wu shot a stern look at Bai Yi and Tang San, barking, "You two remain here quietly. You know I have ways to deal with you." Upon hearing the mention of ways, the youth trembled involuntarily, casting a nervous glance at Xiaoying. The nature of those ways was all too apparent. Bai Yi and Tang San felt an itch of discomfort in their hands as Fu Wu momentarily spared his son and gestured for Xiaoying to enter. Bai Yi and Tang San hastily followed suit, while the youth stood obediently in place. Fu Wu pointed at the hands of the two and instructed Xiaoying, "Be quick, otherwise it will be too late." Xiaoying obediently nodded and retrieved a small wooden box from her pocket, softly saying, "Extend your hands." In matters of life and death, the two complied, extending their left hands. Xiaoying opened the box, stating, "This will be quick." Bai Yi, having prior experience, remained unfazed, while Tang San, encountering Gu for the first time, felt a surge of dread. A worm resembling a silkworm emerged from the box, its large eyes and golden body glistening. As it swiftly crawled onto Tang San's hand, he felt a wave of nausea rise in his throat, desperately suppressing the urge to gag as he watched the creature settle on his skin. A chilling sensation radiated from his hand, coursing through his entire body. Tang San was unsure if it was fear or the worm's efficacy that caused the sensation. The swelling and dark red marks on his hand gradually receded, returning to their original complexion, the protruding scars smoothing out until his hand appeared as flawless as before. Tang San stood in astonishment, his previous terror transforming into a multitude of curiosities. As he observed, the worm suddenly veered towards Bai Yi's hand, repeating its previous action. Moments later, Bai Yi's hand also regained its former appearance. He inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Incredible!" Feigning surprise, Tang San recognized Bai Yi's act. What was so astonishing? He had encountered it 30 years prior. Seeing the goo worm's success, Xiaoying beamed with delight. "Wonderful. My skills have improved." The worm, having completed its task, retraced its path back into Xiaoying's box. She carefully closed the lid, smiling sweetly. "Father, it's done." Fu Wu displayed a proud expression and said, "Good girl. Go out and have some fun." He offered no explanation for the earlier scene, but instead engaged the two in discussions regarding Professor He's final affairs. After much deliberation, they emerged from Fu Wu's residence. Tang Sancheng finally inquired, "What was that insect?" "Golden silkworm goo," Bai Yi said, glancing behind to confirm they were not being followed. Before lowering his voice to continue, "I suspect this golden silkworm is the one belonging to Fu Yu. It is said that various venomous creatures, snakes, centipedes, lizards, earthworms, frogs, and so on, were sealed together in a jar, forced to fight amongst themselves. After a year of this grim consumption, only one remains. Having transformed in shape and color to resemble a silkworm, its skin now a golden hue. That may not be the case. It's possible Fu Yu taught Xiaoying the method of cultivation, resulting in a different specimen. After all, how could Fu Yu safeguard the coffin without the protection of goo insects?" Tang Sancheng seized the opportunity to counter Bai Yi. "What do you think?" "Bai Yi, somewhat disinterested, nodded slightly. Yet he swiftly shifted the discussion, saying, if we wish to approach the coffin, we must devise a plan. I wonder if there is an antidote for the itching powder. Why not inquire with that young lad? Tang Sancheng suggested, pinching his nose. He looks like he is in dire need of money, while Bai, you are not lacking in that regard. He began to feel quite pleased with his own idea, musing. Strange, but since arriving here, I seem to be growing increasingly clever. Bai Yi had no retort, but acknowledged that Tang Sancheng's suggestion was indeed astute. Chapter 69. Teeth Professor He's White celebration was held the following day, referred to as a white joy due to the passing of his life. A grand burial was essential. Fu Wu, having shared a profound bond with Professor He, arranged a lavish ceremony, even sacrificing a cow to honor him. The villagers of the Miao tribe played mournful yet majestic melodies on the suona to escort the professor's spirit on its journey. Bai Yi and Tang Sancheng dressed the professor in his ceremonial attire, gently touching his now rigid arm. Bai Yi was overcome with sorrow. Reflecting on the shared emotional experiences he had with Professor He, must one wait until death to reunite? Tang Sancheng adjusted the professor's attire and urged, Bai Yi, come on. The two carefully lifted Professor He's body and placed it in the prepared coffin. Just as they were about to close the lid, Fu Wu shouted, wait. Approaching, Fu Wu first uttered, Professor, I am sorry, then unexpectedly reached into the coffin, pried open the professor's mouth, and peered inside. He then called out, bring me a chisel. Tang Sancheng, utterly bewildered, could not help but ask, what are you doing? Fu Wu did not respond. He took the chisel and struck at the professor's front teeth until he had carved out a small opening. Only then did he cease his actions, retrieving a small silver piece from his pocket and inserting it into the mouth before closing it once more. Tang Sancheng's expression darkened. Was this not a profound disrespect to the deceased? Bai Yi, however, remained composed, asking, Chief, what are you doing? Even the seven evils glared at Fu Wu in anger. Unbeknownst to many, in our Miao village, when a person passes away with a complete set of teeth, a front tooth must be deliberately broken before burial. Additionally, a silver coin or piece is placed in the deceased's mouth, symbolizing the notion of holding wealth in one's mouth, signifying honor returning to the ancestors. This practice is not a sign of disrespect towards Professor He. It is indeed a monumental misunderstanding. Fu Wu remarked that since the professor had no relatives, the four of us, clad in white mourning garments, would see him off. You have no objections, do you? None. Tang Sancheng and Bai Yi had already wrapped white hemp cloth around their waists as a substitute for mourning attire, while Qi Xie had donned his early on, revealing his inherently simple and kind nature. Once the two were prepared, Fu Wu instructed them to close the coffin lid, fastening it with ropes and placing thick wooden poles atop. Four villagers then approached, each hoisting a pole onto their shoulders. Fu Wu glanced at the time and called out, let us proceed. Tang Sancheng and the other three followed behind the coffin, joining the procession. Before long, Tang Sancheng noticed that the group was moving directly downhill without any turns. As long as there was a path, they continued forward, maintaining a consistent direction. Puzzled, he inquired of Bai Yi, what is happening? I do not know. We shall see, Bai Yi replied, having never witnessed a Miao funeral and unaware of the customs. Since Fu Wu was leading, there must be a valid reason. As the procession progressed, the villagers played the suona, continuing onward until they reached a copse of trees. Upon finding no further passage, Fu Wu raised his right hand, prompting the villagers carrying the coffin to halt. This shall be the place, he declared. The coffin was gently lowered, and the villagers equipped with tools stepped forward with shovels to begin digging, evidently preparing to excavate a grave on site. The two were filled with countless questions, but fortunately, Fu Wu proactively elucidated, according to our Miao customs, when selecting a grave, one must walk straight ahead without turning or detouring until the path ends. Only then can one stop. That location becomes the burial site. This was a novel concept for the two, leaving them astonished. After a flurry of activity, the grave was finally completed, and the coffin was securely placed within. Tang Sancheng and Bai Yi, filled with sorrow, each took a handful of earth and scattered it over the coffin. Tang Sancheng's voice quivered with emotion as he recalled his own father's passing, wondering if anyone had been there to see him off. Professor He, may you journey well. Overcome with grief, Tang Sancheng broke into loud sobs, his cries resonating with despair, prompting Bai Yi to feel a pang in his heart. The others were similarly affected, their eyes glistening with tears, and a few discreetly wiped their eyes with their sleeves. As the coffin gradually disappeared into the earth, Professor He found his eternal rest. Noticing Tang Sancheng still weeping, Fu Wu offered comfort, saying, "There is no need to grieve. When I descend the mountain, I will erect a tombstone for Professor He." Bai Yi remained silent, turning to see the solitary peak in the distance. It was unexpected that after Professor He's passing, his chosen resting place offered such a view. The bond formed was indeed profound, allowing even in death to gaze upon one another. Chapter 70. The antidote. Having concluded Professor He's funeral, and having laid to rest a burden of the heart, the two contemplated another visit to the cliff coffin. However, the troublesome prickly powder posed a significant dilemma. Seeking assistance from Xiao might expose their own circumstances. The pressing concern is to ascertain whether there exists an antidote for the itching powder and to discover a means to procure it. As evening fell, the two individuals feigned an excuse to descend the mountain in pursuit of fish stationed at the foot of the hill. It was said that a youth named Fu Xiaolong would return at this hour, and when questioned about their certainty, the villagers merely smiled in silence, likely under the influence of the sorcery that bound the young dragon. Indeed, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Xiaolong appeared, humming a tune as he briskly made his way up the mountain path. Tang Sancheng and Bai Yi exchanged a knowing glance and approached him. Bai Yi took on the role of the conversationalist. "Little brother, you've returned." Upon recognizing them, the young lad scoffed. "Oh, I know who you are. You are those two outsiders. What brings you to this wretched place? To frolic in the wilderness? How amusing." This youthful spirit was evidently in a rebellious phase, which might explain why Fu Wu resorted to employing sorcery to manage him. Rather than addressing the matter directly, Bai Yi inquired, "You went down the mountain. Were you not also seeking amusement?" The boy, filled with grievances, lamented, "Don't even mention it. I have no money. What can I do for fun?" Tang Sancheng could not help but admire Bai Yi's acumen in business, as he deftly maneuvered the conversation. Bai Yi feigned surprise. "What? Does your father not provide you with any funds?" "Of course," Xiaolong retorted. "You saw it for yourselves the other day. He pretends not to know." His attitude was undeniably atrocious. Had Bai Yi not been in need of his assistance, he would have chosen to ignore the boy. With a slight furrow of his brow, he suggested, "If you are truly short on cash, I might have an opportunity for you to earn some, though I wonder if you have the courage." The implication of challenge was clear, igniting the competitive spirit within the rebellious youth. Xiaolong sprang to his feet, declaring, "What is there that I would fear? Would you dare venture to the cliff coffin?" Tang Sancheng interjected at just the right moment, and Bai Yi, unusually, did not cast him a reproachful glance, for his timing was impeccable. "Of course I would," Xiaolong answered without hesitation. "You must be jesting." Bai Yi countered firmly, "The path to that place is lined with thorns, and it is strewn with itching powder that causes flesh to rot upon contact. Do you truly claim you would go there? This is no laughing matter." Provoked by Bai Yi's challenge, Xiaolong revealed the truth. As long as one applies the urine of a young boy to the itching powder, it becomes harmless. "If I wish to go, I merely need to relieve myself. Everyone in the village knows this." Tang Sancheng and Bai Yi exchanged incredulous looks, realizing how deceptively simple the solution was. The remedy was straightforward, yet once afflicted, the powder rendered any antidote ineffective. Bai Yi had initially intended to entice Xiaolong with money to retrieve the antidote for them, but with this newfound knowledge, the need had diminished. Nevertheless, he still had some lingering questions. "Little brother, if you share some information with us, I can offer you 5 coins. 5 coins, in this era, would be a substantial sum for a youth. A dime could purchase a coconut candy, 2 dimes a bag of rodent droppings, and 5 dimes a popsicle." Xiaolong swallowed hard. "Really?" Bai Yi promptly displayed 5 coins in the palm of his hand. "The money is here. Whether you can claim it depends on the truthfulness of your words. First, is your Aunt Fu Yu in the cliff coffin?" Xiaolong's eyes darted as he replied, "My father says my aunt died long ago, when we were but children." Bai Yi's heart sank. "Then let me ask you, what is the origin of the flowers in your yard? Why can they be ground into powder to make itching powder? I know that those seeds only yield 1 fruit a year. They are unique treasures. My father cherishes them, but they must be sun-dried once a month. And during the rest of the time, they require no watering or any other care to survive. I have no idea where they came from." Xiaolong picked his nose and asked, "Do you have any other questions? Was your sister's sorcery taught by your aunt?" Bai Yi's mind was somewhat chaotic, logically. Fu Yu was supposed to become the guardian of the coffin, so why did Fu Wu and Xiaolong both say that Fu Yu was already dead? Then who is the guardian of the coffin in the cliff? Indeed, she started teaching her when she was just 2. Now she's driven her to madness. After Xiao Long finished speaking, his expression revealed a sense of indifference. Evidently, he did not believe in family missions, guardianship, or sorcery, yet he was clearly frightened. When mentioning Xiao Long's legs trembled slightly, but it was merely the bravado of youth. Xiao Long fixated on the money in Bai Yi's hand. Are you done asking? Can you give it to me now? Bai Yi placed the money in Xiao Long's palm. Don't tell your father that we inquired about these matters. Before we leave, I will give you $5 more, otherwise. Really? Xiao Long exclaimed joyfully. Don't worry, I won't spill a word. After saying this, he glanced at the sun and shouted, Oh no, I have to hurry back. Chapter 71. The method of movement. The three spent most of the night in the stilted building deliberating and finally agreed to venture to the cliff coffin the next day. However, Tang Sancheng's face bore a troubled expression. Even if we know how to guard against the itching powder, we still cannot approach the cliff coffin. We will have to turn back. Your mastery of idioms is commendable, Bai Yi replied evasively. Do you truly believe in the phenomenon of ghost walls? Tang Sancheng pondered for a moment and shook his head. I would rather believe it to be a formation. Throughout history, countless strange formations have existed. I have a bit of knowledge in this area. If I can find a flaw, perhaps I can break the formation. Bai Yi fell silent. Although he had been to numerous tombs and encountered countless peculiar phenomena, his understanding of formations was limited to Zhuge Liang's 8 trigrams formation, which he had only heard of in passing and did not comprehend deeply. However, having come this far, he would try anything to approach the cliff coffin, be it formations, climbing a mountain of swords, or traversing a sea of fire. As dawn broke the next day, the three prepared to set off. Bai Yi left a note in the stilted building in case Fu Wu came looking for them, explaining that the three would descend the mountain. He also left some cash as payment for their lodging and meals over the past few days, ensuring that if they did not return, they would not have taken advantage of others. The trio descended the mountain with their belongings, packed with provisions, ropes, and simple lighting tools. They encountered several villagers along the way, who assumed the three were leaving and greeted them warmly. The trio, harboring secrets in their hearts, distractedly returned the greetings and hurried down the mountain. Upon reaching the thorny path, they were well prepared. Bai Yi exchanged a glance with Tang Sancheng, who was startled. You don't have it. What we need is the urine of a child. Bai Yi grunted. Aren't you? Of course I am. Tang San, filled with excitement, quickly realized the situation and wore a mischievous grin. Ah, so you are no longer the same. Poor girl Fu Yu. That was before I encountered Fu Yu. Back then, I, Tang San, was still gnawing on flatbreads in the countryside. Bai Yi's eyes blazed with fury. Hurry up. Tang San retrieved 3 towels and laid them on the ground. Turning his back, a series of rustling sounds followed, and Qi Xie displayed a look of embarrassment, while Bai Yi remained remarkably composed. Are you done yet? Tang San covered his nose and picked up the 3 towels. Each took one, and they collectively held their breath as they wiped the towels, soaked with youthful urine, on their exposed skin. Once finished, they exchanged glances, a silent tension hanging in the air. Tang San let out a muffled grunt. Now we can boldly stride in. The trio wrapped their hands in towels, securing themselves snugly. Qi Xie took the lead, clearing the thorns for the others, who found their passage considerably easier. They advanced swiftly and soon reached the clearing before the cliff coffin. Tang San inhaled deeply. Qi Xie, go and take a look inside the cliff coffin. Given his cultivation level, Qi Xie, aware of the peculiarities surrounding the coffin, was cautious. He moved with such speed that Bai Yi was left dumbfounded. While Tang San remained unfazed, Qi Xie's abilities were far beyond mere appearances. Qi Xie, tall and imposing, seemed to charge ahead like a powerful blow. Yet after merely 5 meters, he halted, an expression of disbelief crossing his face. Tang San sighed. Indeed, there is more to it than meets the eye. Qi Xie, come back. Suddenly, Tang San approached Qi Xie, and with a slight gesture, Qi Xie hoisted Tang San onto his shoulder. This peculiar action made Bai Yi frown in disapproval. Perched on Qi Xie's shoulder, Tang San surveyed the surroundings, muttering incessantly. After about 5 or 6 minutes, he called out, All right, Qi Xie, put me down. What did you discern? Bai Yi rushed forward. It's not a ghostly trick. There is indeed a formation at work, Tang San asserted confidently. Chapter 72. The formation. Tang San picked up a dry twig and began to draw on the ground, while sitting on Qi Xie's shoulder. I scanned the area and discovered that the trees here are quite extraordinary. There are a total of 21 trees arranged before the cliff coffin. Their distribution is as follows. As he spoke, he swiftly marked the ground. If we connect these, what do you see? I don't know, Bai Yi replied impatiently. Stop with the riddles and just say it. This is the Bagua formation, featuring 8 doors: Xiu, Sheng, Shang, Du, Jing, Si, Jing, and Kai. We can breach the formation by entering through the Sheng door in the east and striking out of the Xiu door in the southwest, then re-entering through the northern door. Last time we came, we couldn't see the whole picture, which is why we failed to recognize this as the Bagua formation. Today, I viewed it from above and uncovered the secret. So what do we do to get in? This was the question Bai Yi was most concerned about. I have articulated my point with utmost clarity. We shall enter from the true east gate, directly east. Tang Sancheng cast a glance at the treetops, requiring no compass. As he positioned himself towards the true eastern direction, we should proceed in this manner, he declared, striding confidently forward. Bai Yi and Qi Xia exchanged glances, then followed closely behind him. Bai Yi meticulously focused on his toes, striving to maintain a straight path. As Tang Sancheng advanced, he counted aloud, 45, 46, 47, 48. Upon reaching 69, he exclaimed, Indeed, we have entered. Bai Yi turned around and, to his astonishment, saw the thicket of thorns far behind them. He inhaled deeply, acknowledging, You truly possess remarkable skills. It seems I underestimated you. Tang Sancheng, brimming with pride, replied, It is good to recognize that. Before them lay the cliff coffin, its entrance adorned with cascading green vines that seemed eager to envelop the entire opening, descending to the ground. It was evident that this place had not been visited in quite some time. Bai Fu stood at the cave's mouth, parting the vines to peer inside, which revealed a shadowy abyss, devoid of clarity. Bai Yi activated his flashlight and tossed a small stone into the darkness, which echoed with a dull thud. Yet no other sound followed. Believing himself to be seasoned in tomb raiding, Bai Yi ventured in first, illuminating the cave with his flashlight. He discovered fire basins embedded in the stone walls, accompanied by flint. After striking 2 pieces of flint together, sparks ignited the fire within the basin, casting a warm glow throughout the cavern. Closing his flashlight, Bai Yi marveled, What an exquisite and ingeniously crafted cave. Tang Sancheng, with a hint of skepticism, responded, It is rather empty. There is nothing here. However, he soon noticed some markings on the stone walls. Illuminated by the firelight, he discerned deep carvings that appeared to be inscriptions, yet the characters were indecipherable. Nearby, there were depictions of Miao ancestral sacrifices. Bai Yi remarked, according to the illustrations, these inscriptions should narrate the sacrificial scene of that era. The ancestors of the Miao are Qi Yu, who led the Juli tribal alliance that emerged along the lower reaches of the Yellow River and the Middle Yangtze River. Meanwhile, 2 other tribal groups, led by the Yin Emperor and the Yellow Emperor, formed on the Lust Plateau of Gansu and Shaanxi. The Yin Emperor and the Yellow Emperor advanced eastward along the Yellow River, engaging in warfare with Qi Yu near Zhuolu. Qi Yu initially defeated the Yin Emperor, but later, the Yin Emperor allied with the Yellow Emperor to ultimately defeat Qi Yu. During the confrontation, Qi Yu was particularly ferocious and invincible. Consequently, the Yellow Emperor summoned his vassals and waged war against Qi Yu in the fields of Zhuolu, ultimately capturing and slaying him. After Qi Yu's demise, chaos ensued across the land. The Yellow Emperor then painted an image of Qi Yu to instill fear and restore order. Following the defeat of Qi Yu's Juli group, most migrated southward, marking the beginning of the Miao people's arduous history of migration. To this day, the legend of Qi Yu is widely revered among the Miao, who regard him as their progenitor. After concluding the tale, Tang Sancheng pondered, Why has this mountain become a forbidden place? Given that the walls depict ancestral sacrifices, this location must hold significant meaning for the Miao. Surely, they would welcome more visitors in reverence, yet they prohibit entry. And not only that, but they have also appointed a witch to guard the coffin. How sinister. Upon hearing the term Gu woman, Bai Yi swallowed hard. Where could the guardian of the coffin be? Chapter 73. The fat worm Tang San ignored Bai Yi's inquiry, a question he himself could not answer. Together with Qi Xia, he ignited all the fire basins, illuminating the cave. The cavern was not devoid of substance. A large stone stood in its very center, devoid of inscriptions or illustrations, merely a bare mass. Roughly the size of 3 or 4 adults, with a height comparable to that of a person. Tang San approached, his hand grazing the stone's surface. Strange. The positioning of this stone is rather peculiar, standing right in the middle. Was it deliberately placed here? His expression suddenly shifted to one of unease as he glanced at Bai Yi, his lips trembling. Bai Yi, why is this stone so soft? You must be imagining things. Bai Yi retorted, hastening forward to place his hand beside Tang San's. Instantly, he was taken aback. The sensation was akin to pressing upon a thick, plush cushion. No, that wasn't quite right. It felt somewhat slippery. He exchanged a startled glance with Tang San, promptly withdrawing his hand and leaping back a meter. Qixia looked at the two, puzzled. No stone could possibly be soft. Qixia, that stone truly felt soft. If you don't believe me, come and touch it. It's as slippery as an eel. This is utterly bizarre. Tang San exclaimed, his heart racing. In the consciousness of most individuals, stones are invariably hard. Yet, encountering a stone that defies this expectation evokes a primal fear deep within. Unfazed, Qixia stepped forward, placing his hand on the stone, then suddenly turned back. It is a stone. How can that be? Tang San summoned his courage and approached once more, pressing his palm against the same spot. This time, it was indeed a stone, hard and chilling. Upon entering the cave, a wave of coldness enveloped them, a chill swirling around their skin. Bai Yi, what is happening? You felt it too, didn't you? Tang San desperately sought Bai Yi's affirmation. Yes, just a moment ago, it felt soft, Bai Yi replied, placing his hand on the stone. But now it has transformed back into an ordinary stone. This cannot be the work of goo magic, can it? Tang San's voice trembled. Still shaken from the earlier fright, his courage was as fragile as paper, easily pierced. Bai Yi's hand glided over the stone's surface. It certainly is not sudden. His expression froze, the sensation returning, just as before. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he withdrew his hand. I understand now. Understand what? Tang San's voice was still wavering. Let's talk. Just watch, Bai Yi replied, a confident smile gracing his face. He picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it forcefully at the larger stone, striking precisely where he had just touched. Bai Yi was adept at throwing knives, and Tang San had previously witnessed his prowess. Thus, the force behind his throw was considerable. With a resounding impact, Tang San's mouth fell agape. That stone moved. Qixia, did you see that? It is indeed a living entity. Bai Yi surveyed his surroundings. Picking up a wooden stick roughly the thickness of a finger, he prodded it against a stone, and with a flick, a plump worm, as large as Tang San's waist, emerged before the onlookers. This worm had no legs, and its eyes were indistinguishable. It maintained a uniform thickness from head to tail, blending perfectly with the stone's color. It was no wonder that it had gone unnoticed earlier. The two who had touched it must have encountered this very creature. The worm was quite heavy, and as Bai Yi lifted it with the stick, he found it somewhat taxing. Lacking any offensive capability, the worm writhed grotesquely, eliciting a gag reflex from Tang San, who coughed up a murky substance, a sour odor wafting from his mouth. Put it down quickly, it's revolting. Bai Yi felt a similar disgust, though he managed to maintain his composure. The calmest of them all was Qixia, who remained unfazed and collected. As Bai Yi released the stick, the worm, indistinguishable from the stone, vanished as if it were a part of it. In Chapter 74, moving the stone upon witnessing the worm's disappearance, Tang San felt a measure of relief, while Bai Yi was left with a lingering sense of dread. Fortunately, the worm posed no threat and bore no venom. Otherwise, had they carelessly approached, the consequences could have been dire. Whether their immortal bodies were indeed impervious to poison remained uncertain, thus caution was paramount. From the periphery, it appeared that the cliff coffin was situated above. They had seen the stone coffin atop the cliff that day. How could such a heavy object have been transported there? There was no visible entrance leading upwards, was there? Bai Yi's astuteness was evident, as Tang San, still shaken by the grotesque worm, began to scan his surroundings for an upward passage. However, to his naked eye, no such route was apparent. Tang San, still reeling from the fright of the worm, could hardly focus on this matter. Taking a deep breath, he casually remarked, if it is indeed a stone coffin, then entering from here should have left some traces on the ground, right? Could it have been lifted? His offhand comment sparked an epiphany in Bai Yi. Indeed, the stone coffin is heavy, so it must have been pushed or pulled, leaving marks on the ground. Bai Yi bent down to inspect the ground, while Tang San and Qixia searched for any suspicious dragging marks. Qixia, with keen eyes, pointed towards the wall adorned with murals. Look at these two long marks. Don't they resemble traces? The two deep marks he indicated were substantial enough to swallow a pinky finger halfway, and their width seemed to correspond with that of the stone coffin. Bai Yi pondered aloud, curious. A single coffin could not have left such deep traces if dragged in. Could it be? After a moment's contemplation, he reached a conclusion. Each coffin must have been dragged along a consistent curve, repeatedly, which would explain the deepening marks. Might this fixed curve conceal some trickery? Tang Sancheng pursed his lips in worry. What troubles me is that there seems to be no path ahead. How do we ascend? Indeed, the direction of the drag marks was unmistakable. Yet a thick rock wall loomed ahead, concealing any hint of an entrance. Bai Yi speculated, could there be a mechanism at play? This time, he donned thick gloves before beginning to explore the stone wall. Previously, he had been led by Tang Sancheng's recklessness. Even the typically composed Bai Yi had touched that massive rock with bare hands. Tang Sancheng truly had the potential to bring about someone's demise one day. After searching for quite some time, Bai Yi meticulously examined every inch, yet found nothing. Frustration began to seep in. How peculiar. A mere cave requires such extensive effort. Could it possibly be haunted? Turning around, Bai Yi noticed Tang Sancheng following the two drag marks, step by step, as though he were playing a game. A surge of irritation welled up within Bai Yi. At a time like this, you can still afford to play. Suddenly, Bai Yi experienced a jolt of realization. I understand now why the stone sarcophagus moves along a fixed curve. Tang Sancheng, keep walking. Tang Sancheng paid no heed to Bai Yi. He was already continuing forward, each foot placed on a drag mark, slowly advancing. When he reached the stone wall, the anticipated change did not occur. Bai Yi murmured, could it be that the weight is insufficient? No sooner had he spoken than Tang Sancheng doubled back, leaping onto Qi Xia's back. Qi Xia immediately understood, carrying Tang Sancheng as they retraced their steps. From the starting point, with both feet on the drag marks, they moved forward step by step. Tang Sancheng's ears perked up. This time, he indeed heard a different sound. With each step Qi Xia took, Tang Sancheng heard a crackling noise, and he silently counted. Upon reaching 21, the crackling sound suddenly intensified. Eureka! Chapter 75. The sound of water. Tang Sancheng exclaimed loudly. And simultaneously, a transformation occurred in the stone wall. A section in the middle swiftly retracted upwards, revealing an opening the size of a door. Bai Yi exclaimed in excitement. Indeed, this space is sufficient for the sarcophagus to enter. It appears this is the place. Tang Sancheng jumped down from Qi Xia's shoulders. Let us go find your Fuyu. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's steps felt considerably heavier. Both Fu Wu and Xiao Long had declared in unison that Fuyu was dead. Was the current guardian of the sarcophagus truly Fuyu? Tang Sancheng, lacking some insight, turned back cheerfully and said, come on, what are you dawdling for? Little did he know the turmoil within Bai Yi's heart at that moment. The three ascended the spiraling staircase, with torches and flint on both sides of the stone walls. As they climbed, they sequentially ignited the torches, illuminating the cavern. The brighter the light became, the less perilous the atmosphere felt. This has been the case throughout history, since ancient times. Humans have known to use fire to ward off ferocious beasts, reflecting humanity's inherent yearning for light. Uncertain of how long they had been ascending, Bai Yi spotted a protruding rock upon which lay a stone sarcophagus. As they approached it, Tang Sancheng could no longer contain himself. It's absurd. They say the dead should be laid to rest in the earth, yet someone insists on placing the remains on a cliff. Isn't that strange? The customs of minority ethnic groups, of course, differ from those of the Han people. Bai Yi had already retrieved a vial of potion from his pocket, uncorked it, and poured it onto the sarcophagus. This potion, which Tang Sancheng had witnessed 50 years prior, was now seen for the second time. As no anomalies manifested on the sarcophagus, Bai Yi felt reassured and, donning his gloves, was about to uncover the lid when Tang Sancheng's ears twitched. Wait, Bai Yi, what is it? Bai Yi felt a surge of irritation. Tang Sancheng always seemed to create disturbances at critical moments. There was the sound of water, and clearly, someone was present. Tang Sancheng spoke in a ghostly tone, causing Bai Yi to break into a cold sweat. The sound of water? Indeed, it's nearby. Just moments ago, I distinctly heard the sound of someone entering the water. I am all too familiar with that sound, reminiscent of my childhood when I would leap into ponds, producing a similar noise, albeit less intense. Tang Sancheng gazed into Bai Yi's eyes and asked, do you think it could be Fuyu? This revelation caused Bai Yi to pause in his intention to open the stone coffin. He felt a pressing need to locate the source of the sound. Can you find it? Of course, the sound persists, albeit faintly, but I can hear it. Tang San replied confidently, pointing upwards. It's just above us. No more than 5 meters away. Bai Yi sighed. I trust your hearing. He ultimately abandoned the thought of opening the coffin and continued his ascent. The staircase spiraled upward, and upon reaching the next level, the space expanded dramatically. Here, aside from the stretching cliffs and the coffin above, there was an altar, conspicuously empty except for a mural whose true form had long since faded. Tang San turned back, and there, facing the coffin, was a naturally formed stone screen. The sound emanated from that very spot. Seeing the gleam in Tang San's eyes, Bai Yi understood that he had pinpointed the target. He advanced step by step, and the water sound grew increasingly distinct. Suddenly, Bai Yi wiped his face, a seemingly superfluous gesture that betrayed the tumult within him. Tang San and Xia halted, acutely aware that this moment was of great significance to Bai Yi. As Bai Yi drew closer to the natural stone screen, the sound of water became ever clearer. Upon reaching the stone screen, he paused, inhaling deeply. At that moment, the water sounds abruptly ceased. Gathering his courage, he stepped forward, discovering a natural hot spring still exuding steam. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was the woman within the spring. She had her back turned to Bai Yi, her long hair cascading down, her figure exquisite. The skin on her shoulders and back was smooth and flawless. Bai Yi's gaze shifted to the side, where he spotted her garments, distinctly those of a Miao maiden. Chapter 76. Turning around, the woman seemed to sense the approach of another, which explained the sudden cessation of the water sounds. Bai Yi felt an unsettling disquiet. The source was that unblemished skin. 30 years prior, Fu Yu had been in the bloom of youth at 16. Now she should be 46. Yet, that radiant skin was not characteristic of a woman in her 40s. Bai Yi's heart plummeted as if leaping from a precipice, descending rapidly. His unusual demeanor alerted Tang San behind him, who prepared to step forward, but Xia seized him, saying, "Do not approach." Tang San nodded silently, remaining rooted in place. The woman raised her hand behind her, and a splash of water flew toward Bai Yi's face. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield himself. When he lowered it once more, he was astonished to find that the woman had already donned her attire and stood face to face with him. Upon recognizing her visage, Bai Yi's mouth fell agape. Yet he could not utter a single word. This face bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Yu from 30 years prior. Identical. Only, the features had matured somewhat. However, those eyes and that delicate mouth had never faded from Bai Yi's memory. Were it not for the passage of time, he would surely believe she was Su Yu. As if time itself had woven a most extraordinary tapestry. Yet she could not be Su Yu, for upon seeing him, her eyes reflected only wariness, an utterly unfamiliar gaze that deflated Bai Yi like a punctured balloon. The words of Su Wu echoed in his ears as Tang Sancheng and Xia finally approached his side. Tang Sancheng lowered his voice. Could she be the guardian of the coffin? Even Tang Sancheng's mind raced to the conclusion that this could not possibly be Su Yu. Observing Bai Yi's immobility and her youthful appearance, he thought it implausible. Nevertheless, he privately admired her beauty, as she exuded an ethereal aura, reminiscent of a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. Her long hair cascaded behind her, framing a face of exquisite clarity. Though he remained unaware that this was indeed the visage of Su Yu, the face that had haunted Bai Yi's dreams. "Who are you?" she inquired, her voice as cold as the depths of winter. Each breath she exhaled threatening to crystallize into icicles. "This is a forbidden area. Outsiders must not enter." It was evident she viewed them as adversaries. Bai Yi collected himself and stepped back a few paces, recalling the woman's agility, which suggested she was a formidable opponent. His conviction that she was not Su Yu strengthened. Su Yu had only ever practiced sorcery and was delicate in constitution. Yet the resemblance was striking. Could she be of the Su clan? "What is your relation to Su Yu?" Bai Yi demanded, raising his voice. The woman paused, momentarily taken aback. "Who are you, and how do you know Su Yu?" A surge of passion rushed to Bai Yi's head. "I am her beloved. Where's Su Yu?" Tang Sancheng furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss in her speech, as though her voice did not belong to her, an odd sound emanating from her vocal cords. Noticing Bai Yi's obliviousness to this peculiarity, he surmised that the impact of reality had clouded his rationality. "What do you think, Xia?" Tang Sancheng whispered. Xia nodded. Alert. There is something strange about her, both in her demeanor and her voice. He remained vigilant, ready to protect Tang Sancheng. Should the woman make any sudden moves, he would spring into action, sensing that she was not to be underestimated. "Beloved?" The woman retorted with derision. You are to leave this place at once, or face dire consequences. If you had the ability to enter, surely you can find your way out. With that, she turned to depart, showing no intention of causing them harm. Xia exhaled a sigh of relief. It seems she is merely the guardian of the coffin, not a killer. Bai Yi, what shall we do now? Chapter 77. The uncommon. Upon hearing Tang Sancheng's voice, the woman glanced in his direction, her eyes widening in shock. Is it truly possible for such beings to exist in this world? Could the legends be true? There is a tone of self-reflection in her words, tinged with perplexity. Clearly, she perceives the nature of Tang San, but remains uncertain about any connection to the so-called legend. What manner of person is he? To his surprise, Tang San, with a playful grin, inquires, what kind of person am I? Aren't we all merely human? At this moment, Bai Yi also comes to a realization. The woman's voice bears no resemblance to Fu Yu's, further solidifying his understanding that she cannot possibly be Fu Yu. Her manner of speaking is reminiscent of ancient times, her words slowing as she articulates. This is a forbidden area of the Miao tribe. Not only outsiders, but even Miao people are prohibited from entering. You must leave promptly, or your lives may be at stake. So grave is this warning? Tang San dismisses it nonchalantly. Isn't this just a cave? The woman shakes her head. I have said all that I can. Must you compel me to take action? At once, Xia quickens his pace, positioning himself before Tang San. His skill catches the woman's attention, a commendable ability, yet you may not be able to protect these two in our confrontation. I am willing to spare you due to our shared history, but do not linger, otherwise. An odd atmosphere envelopes them all. While the outside world is entrenched in the 1980s, the ambience here feels as if it belongs to a millennium ago. Tang San steps closer to Bai Yi. Bai Yi, this woman is rather peculiar, don't you think? Her manner of speech resembles that of ancient times, yet she appears so youthful. Could it be that prolonged exposure here has driven her to madness? Bai Yi, with a sense of urgency, responds, we must leave at once. Tang San, Xia. Let's go? Tang San, taken aback by Bai Yi's sudden desire to retreat, wonders if the absence of his beloved has disheartened him. However, he is met with a wink from Bai Yi, which he interprets correctly. They shall withdraw for now and reconsider their approach. Indeed, this aligns with Bai Yi's character, as he seems reluctant to confront the enigmatic woman directly, a sentiment Tang San shares, given her inscrutable nature. As the trio turns to depart, the woman also pivots, walking in the opposite direction. Suddenly, Tang San hears the sound of something falling. This does not surprise him, for his hearing is exceptionally acute. He turns back to see a jade pendant lying on the ground. Hey, you've dropped something. Bai Yi, who had been leading the group, immediately turns upon hearing Tang San's words. Upon noticing the object on the ground, his expression shifts dramatically as he strides forward, confronting the woman. Tell me, where did you acquire this jade pendant? Bai Yi produces his own pendant. This pair of twin fish pendants belongs to both me and Fu Yu, one half each. Since you are not Fu Yu, how do you possess this jade pendant? The woman appears startled by Bai Yi's intensity, her gaze fixated upon him. Suddenly, her eyelids flutter, and she begins to slide downward. Bai Yi instinctively catches her, feeling a dissonance. The once formidable woman has transformed into a fragile willow swaying in the wind. Devoid of support, this sensation evokes memories of Fu Yu, reminding him of the moment they parted, when she too fell backward, just as she does now. The woman's eyelids fluttered momentarily before she gradually opened her eyes, beholding the figure of Bai Yi before her. An infinite tenderness radiated from her gaze as she spoke softly. I must be dreaming. Is that really you, Bai Yi? Upon meeting the woman's eyes, Bai Yi felt a surge of emotions. Those were indeed the eyes of Fu Yu, and she recognized him, uttering his name. Tang San and Xia stood by, astonished at the rapid turn of events, akin to a magic trick. Chapter 78. The Descent of the Divine Fu Yu? Bai Yi's voice was soft and gentle. There was no doubt that such a gaze and tone belonged to Fu Yu. Do you still remember me? Of course, she replied. Suddenly, Fu Yu appeared taken aback. How did you get in here? It was no wonder she posed such a question, as the chasm's coffin was fraught with intricate traps, impenetrable to ordinary individuals. Fu Yu glanced at herself, and then at the ageless Bai Yi, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. It is due to the descent of the divine. Your gu truly possesses remarkable efficacy. I simply lacked the strength to perceive it before. Tang San, anxious and restless, urged, Bai Yi, you must clarify this situation. Fu Yu, why have you not changed? And what was that earlier? Why were you guarding the coffin? Bai Yi could only contemplate these three inquiries for the moment. Time is of the essence, Fu Yu continued. I can only tell you this. First, once a guardian enters the chasm's coffin, they are chosen as candidates for the divine descent. Prior to me, no one had ever been selected. Upon selection, I discovered that my life seemed to be suspended, unchanging. When the divine descends, my temperament will undergo a significant transformation, becoming exceedingly aggressive. Bai Yi, you must be cautious when I undergo this change. Secondly, the person you saw earlier was under divine influence. When I entered the chasm's coffin and connected with my aunt, she informed me that if I were to be chosen, I must remain calm and resist nothing. She is an ancestor of our lineage, destined to aid us in guarding the chasm's coffin. During the divine descent, we will also inherit the abilities of our ancestors, enhancing our capacity to protect the coffin. Thirdly, our duty as guardians is not to protect the corpses of our forebears, but to safeguard the evil corpses sealed by our ancestors. The stone coffin must not be opened. The consequences would be dire. Our responsibility is to seal the evil corpses, and we can only subdue them through gu. This is why we continuously strive to enhance our shamanic skills. Bai Yi's countenance paled. Had it not been for Tang San's sudden awareness of the sound of water, he would have inadvertently opened the stone coffin, leading to catastrophic consequences. Fu Yu's hand brushed against Bai Yi's face, and she suddenly trembled. You? What is it? Fu Yu? Have you discovered something? 30 years ago, Fu Yu could not unveil the mysteries surrounding her, but now, with her enhanced skills and the mention of the divine descent, she had become a master of shamanic arts. Indeed, there exists a peculiar gu within you. Fu Yu abruptly turned her head. Tang San could discern that she hesitated to voice certain thoughts. Fu Yu continued. This peculiar gu seems to be related to a longevity gu documented in our shamanic records. Where is the shamanic record? Bai Yi inquired urgently. It is said that within the cliff coffin lies a secret, yet I have never laid eyes upon it. The legend of the longevity gu has been passed down among gu masters, yet none have succeeded in its cultivation. It is rumored that this gu can bestow eternal youth. But as gu is inherently toxic, Su Yu's brow furrows with deep concern. Whether this gu is a boon or a bane remains indeterminate to me. Bai Yi picked up the twin fish jade pendant from the ground and produced his own piece. As the two pendants drew near, they instantly adhered to one another, forming a singular entity, seamlessly entwined. Bai Yi separated the two pieces, placing Su Yu's half firmly in her hand, which she clutched, unable to conceal the sorrow within her heart. At this moment, Tang Sancheng rushed forward, interrupting the tender exchange between the two. What about me? Su Yu cast a glance at Tang Sancheng, momentarily at a loss for words, her finger pointing at his face. You? Where did you come from? Chapter 79, Origin Me? Tang Sancheng pointed to his own nose, nearly poking it. I was brought back by my father from the grave. As for where I came from, I am at a loss. Bai Yi, puzzled, inquired. Su Yu, is it truly significant where Tang Sancheng originates? I must first ask you, does he share your immortal nature? The current Su Yu differed greatly from herself 30 years prior. Could these changes be attributed to divine intervention? Su Yu had acquired abilities and knowledge previously foreign to her, making her seem almost preternatural, capable of foreseeing events. Bai Yi and Tang Sancheng nodded in unison, while Su Yu shook her head. He is unlike you. He does not possess what you do. This revelation took both by surprise, prompting Bai Yi to confirm repeatedly. Are you certain? I am endowed with a wondrous gu, yet Tang Sancheng is not. Indeed. I am certain. Su Yu's gaze grew resolute. I cannot be mistaken now. Suddenly, the situation took a dramatic turn. Just as Bai Yi sought to probe further, the seemingly gentle Su Yu transformed, her fist striking Bai Yi in the abdomen. The sudden assault forced him to bend over, while Su Yu's eyes, once tender, now glimmered with lethal intent. She swiftly extricated herself from Bai Yi's embrace, reverting to her previous demeanor, albeit now with an unmistakable aura of menace. Xia, sensing the shift, muttered a warning and rushed forward, pulling Bai Yi back just in time to evade a second powerful blow. The two retreated repeatedly. While Su Yu's expression morphed into something fierce, the softness of earlier completely vanished. Tang Sancheng, now flustered, reconsidered his earlier assessment of her not being a killer. Suddenly, Xia turned to Tang Sancheng, alarmed, and shouted, Stop, Sancheng. Tang San halted his steps, glancing back to find a precipice behind him. The stone coffin that sealed the malevolent corpse lay just there. As he moved forward, He could already hear the rushing sound of the air and the faint clatter of small stones cascading down. He extended his hands ahead. Do not be anxious. Bai Yi, caught in a mix of laughter and tears, observed how the 7 evils were poised for action. The divine talisman had earlier granted the trio a fleeting chance, yet now, seeing that they had not retreated, it was evident that irritation had set in. 7 evils threw a glance, signaling Tang San to approach. He understood, yet his feet felt as if rooted to the ground, refusing to budge. Step by step, Fuyu advanced toward Tang San. Their faces merely a palm's breadth apart. Who exactly are you? Once again, Tang San stammered. I am just a person. Instinctively, he began to retreat, but suddenly, like an arrow, 7 evils lunged forward. Fuyu pivoted and executed a flying kick aimed directly at 7 evils' heart, an attack intended to take his life. Tang San, who was inseparable from 7 evils, witnessed this vicious assault and, in a frenzy, lunged toward Fuyu, gripping her shoulders tightly. Bai Yi, standing aside, felt a whirlwind of emotions and hesitated, unsure if he should intervene. At that moment, Fuyu sidestepped with the strength of a bull, forcefully flinging Tang San away. He crashed against the stone coffin before tumbling off the cliff, akin to a rubber ball unable to control its trajectory, bound only by the laws of gravity. Teetering on the brink of disaster. Sancheng, 7 evils' voice, pierced the air in anguish. Spotting Tang San's hands clutching the stone coffin, relief washed over him. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Tang San had managed to grip the coffin, preserving his life for the time being. Fuyu, witnessing this, displayed a look of alarm and surged forward. Fearing for Tang San's safety, 7 evils summoned all his strength, his feet gaining momentum as he charged toward Fuyu. The two collided upon the stone coffin, the violent impact causing it to tremble, which in turn made it difficult for Tang San to maintain his grip. Bai Yi rushed forward, grasping Tang San's hands firmly. With a thunderous crash, all 4 paused. The stone coffin, having been jarred by the collision, tilted precariously to one side. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yi pulled Tang San up, and a sudden silence enveloped the scene. Tang San, Bai Yi, and 7 evils swiftly retreated, distancing themselves from the coffin. Despite the pain coursing through his arm from the earlier impact, 7 evils gritted his teeth, resolutely protecting Tang San. Chapter 8. The Malevolent Corpse. The stone coffin began to convulse violently. Protecting Tang San, 7 evils maintained his composure, yet the bizarre spectacle before them elicited astonishment. Sancheng, this is dire. It is apparent, Tang San and Bai Yi responded in unison. As Fuyu confronted the quivering stone sarcophagus, he swiftly retrieved a silver box from within his garments. With a bite of his index finger, a single drop of blood emerged and fell into the box. At that very moment, a muffled roar resonated from within the sarcophagus, akin to the distant rumbling of thunder on a summer day. With a thunderous crash, the lid of the sarcophagus was entirely cast aside, revealing a creature towering at least 8 feet tall. Dubbed a monster, it bore a humanoid form, yet sported 2 horns protruding from its head. Though its face possessed features, its eyes were mere hollow voids, with black liquid trickling from below, now dried and crusted. Its nose resembled 2 gaping caverns, and its mouth was deeply sunken. Enveloped in bandage-like black cloth, its body revealed grotesque flesh protrusions, emanating a foul stench. The re-emerged evil corpse stretched its arms wide, its claws resembling those of a ferocious beast, exuding an aura of malevolence that justified its designation as a sinister entity. What in the world is that ghastly thing? Tang Sancheng exclaimed, clutching Qi Xie's arm in terror. Good heavens, help us! Inwardly, Bai Yi's heart raced, yet he maintained a facade of composure before Tang Sancheng, believing his experiences would enable him to endure the pivotal moment. Where is your mother? Speak up. At this time, you still expect her to rescue you? Pathetic. While the two continued their banter, the evil corpse unleashed a deafening roar, its eyes suddenly ablaze with green light. With a powerful stomp, it emerged from the sarcophagus and advanced towards the group. Upon spotting Fuyu, adorned in attire reminiscent of the Miao ethnic group, the creature was instantly incensed, charging towards him like an arrow. Although possessed by divine descent and displaying a drastically altered demeanor, Fuyu remained fundamentally the same. Bai Yi's heart leaped into his throat. Fuyu, be cautious. As Fuyu's blood dripped into the silver box, a beetle-like insect surged forth as the evil corpse lunged at him. Tang Sancheng, with his exceptional vision and hearing, discerned the insect's rapid approach, akin to an arrow. He noted its clawed legs aimed directly at the creature's chest, causing it to freeze in place. Fu Yu shuddered and reverted to her gentle self, turning to shout, "You all need to leave now." Seeing that the repulsive evil corpse had become immobile, Bai Yi was unimpressed. "Aren't you the one who has it under control?" Before he could finish his thought, Bai Yi learned a valuable lesson. Appearances can be deceiving, and one must never underestimate a monster. Suddenly, the evil corpse opened its mouth wide, releasing a plume of black mist. Fu Yu stepped back, covering her mouth and nose. "You all must hurry and flee, or you will only hinder me." Qi Xie understood the urgency and grasped Tang Sancheng, preparing to descend from the suspended sarcophagus. Bai Yi hesitated, concerned for Fu Yu. Observing his indecision, Fu Yu urged, "If you don't leave, you will only bring my demise upon yourself. Do you wish to be the cause of my downfall?" Fu Yu spoke the truth. Grappling with the evil corpse while safeguarding the lives of the three was a precarious balancing act. Finally, Bai Yi steeled himself, declaring, "I will go ahead. Fu Yu, you must be careful. I will seek another opportunity to return." Three individuals descended the stairs, with Tang San in a state of panic, grasping a stone column fashioned from mountain rocks at the center. The staircase spiraled upward around this circular stone pillar, and as his fingers probed a recessed mechanism, his body suddenly lurched to the right. A gaping chasm appeared before him, and instinctively, Tang San clutched the arm of Qi Xie. Oh no! Tang San's body could no longer be restrained as he plummeted into the abyss. Chapter 81. The Fall Naturally. Qi Xie reached out to seize Tang San, whose torso dangled precariously over the void. The force of gravity threatened to drag Qi Xie down as well. Strangely, Tang San felt as though someone below was pulling him, his body growing heavier. Qi Xie struggled with all his might to hold on, yet his strength dwindled. Tang San felt as though he were burdened with an immense weight, unable to be sustained any longer. Bai Yi, lend a hand. San is about to fall. Bai Yi grasped Qi Xie's waist, urging, "Put in some effort, Qi Xie. Aren't you a martial artist?" Qi Xie found himself at a loss for words, and under the unexpected circumstances, he expended every ounce of his strength, the veins on his wrists and hands standing out. Bai Yi, pulling from behind, sensed something was amiss. Despite his desperate efforts, he felt no power being exerted. Tang San let out a cry of despair. This is the end. Those who delve into tombs despise uttering ill-fated words, and Bai Yi immediately retorted, "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll have Qi Xie let go." Sweat slickened their hands as Qi Xie gradually struggled to maintain his grip. The two were slowly slipping apart. Tang San felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, and finally, he conceded, "Qi Xie, let go. I can't hold on any longer. If we both fall, it's surely death." The chasm was roughly 4 stories high. A fall would be fatal, no doubt. Qi Xie clenched his teeth, resolute in his silence. He would not relinquish his hold under any circumstances. Tang San, resigned, released his grip, surrendering to fate. Seeing Tang San let go, Qi Xie let out a cry of despair and, astonishingly, dove into the chasm alongside him. Bai Yi was taken aback by Qi Xie's fervor, willing to perish together with Tang San. He squatted to the ground, bracing himself for the sound of 2 heavy bodies hitting the ground. However, after several seconds of silence, his anticipation was met with an eerie void, defying all logic. With a steely resolve, Bai Yi leaned over to peer into the darkness below, tentatively calling out, "San, Qi Xie." An echo reverberated back, repeating only his words, "San, Qi Xie." Sighing heavily, he was about to withdraw his head when a sudden force began to draw him toward the chasm. Clinging desperately to the stone pillar, he fought against the pull, finally understanding the unspoken struggles Qi Xie had faced earlier. The force was insurmountable. Remembering how Qi Xie had valiantly attempted to rescue Tang San, only to find it in vain, a sense of melancholy washed over him. This moment of distraction allowed the force to claim him, and Bai Yi fell into the abyss with closed eyes, his mind racing with the thought of surrendering to fate. "Bai Yi, wake up." Tang San exerted considerable force as he pushed Bai Yi, muttering under his breath, "You always appear so formidable, yet at a crucial moment. Why do you turn into a spineless coward?" Qi Xie reached out, pinching Bai Yi's midsection with vigor. Bai Yi let out a grunt, gradually regaining consciousness. The hazy figures of 2 heads materialized before his eyes, jolting him awake. He quickly sat up, and, upon realizing it was Tang San and Qi Xie before him, he exhaled a sigh of relief. "You both are unharmed, but where exactly are we?" "I have no idea," Tang San replied. If it weren't for my instincts, we might have been crushed by you. Bai Yi coldly scoffed. Had it not been for my concern for you, I wouldn't have been inexplicably dragged down here. This place is truly haunted. Escaping without injury is nothing short of a miracle. In Qixie's hand was a small flashlight, its beam already dimmed. In the pitch-black chasm, the absence of light equated to increased peril. Bai Yi hurriedly fumbled for his small bag, exclaiming, "Oh no, I have no idea where my belongings fell during the descent. We must search for fire pits and kindling on these stone walls." Chapter 82. The coffin within the coffin with the last flicker of light. Qixie discovered a fire pit and kindling on the stone wall. Once the flames were ignited, clarity emerged from the darkness. "Remarkable, this place is enormous," exclaimed Tang San. Indeed, the dimensions here were vastly different from what they had estimated outside. Stone steps spiraled around a pillar, which, though only wide enough for three to embrace, opened up to a space the size of a football field. After some effort, Qixie managed to light all the fire pits. The spot where the trio had fallen was muddy and soft, a fortunate circumstance that spared their lives, albeit leaving them filthy. At that moment, concerns about cleanliness were cast aside. Bai Yi, who prided himself on his sophistication, neglected to wipe the mud from his body as he surveyed the surroundings. Strange. This appears to be an artificially constructed tomb chamber. Tang San shivered. Could there be an evil corpse sealed away here as well? At the mention of the evil corpse, Bai Yi sighed. "I wonder if Fu Yu can contend with that malevolent being." Qixie interjected. "The previous situation was perilous. That corpse is no ordinary entity. Otherwise, they wouldn't take such elaborate precautions to uphold the tradition of guarding the coffin. Moreover, that so-called divine descent seems to stem from sorcery, meant to aid the guardian in subduing the evil corpse." Tang San gazed at Qixie in astonishment. "Qixie, we've known each other for so long. Yet today marks the first time I've heard you speak at such length. Goodness, did you fall and injure your head?" Qixie abruptly fell silent, shaking his head. Bai Yi rose to his feet, feeling slightly dizzy as he surveyed the area. He noticed a rectangular platform protruding in the center, covered by a piece of black cloth. Due to the passage of time, the cloth had faded. Tang San, observing Bai Yi's gaze, approached and reached out to lift the cloth. "Wait," Bai Yi called out. As Tang San's fingers brushed against the cloth, it disintegrated into dust, revealing what lay beneath: a gleaming jade coffin. A coffin of white jade. Bai Yi has been managing an antique shop for 50 years, accumulating a wealth of knowledge and becoming quite the connoisseur. He instantly recognized the material of the jade, hearty white jade. Its texture is remarkably refined, and it possesses a warm, smooth feel, with a luster reminiscent of wax. This is the finest hearty white jade, also known as mutton fat jade, a distinguished variety of soft jade that is exceedingly precious. It is essential to understand that hearty jade is rare, and mutton fat jade is among its most exquisite treasures, thus signifying that the individual interred within must have been extraordinary, warranting such a lavish burial. Bai Yi was taken aback to discover that within the cliff coffin lay a jade coffin, a coffin within a coffin, revealing a complexity beyond our imagination. "Shall we take a peek?" Tang Sancheng stood beside the jade coffin, eagerly rubbing his hands together, unable to contain his excitement. Surely, there must be a great beauty resting inside. It would be quite disappointing if it were a burly man instead. "We'll know once we open it," Bai Yi thought, feeling a twinge of curiosity himself. "Wait, we must exercise caution. What if there are traps inside? We could perish without a moment's notice." Indeed, as recorded in Xiao Ning's father's notes, there were two types of traps, one that would release arrows upon opening the coffin, and another where poison arrows lay concealed upon the corpse. Should anyone attempt to search for burial treasures on the ancient remains, the poison arrows would be unleashed with little chance of evasion, ensuring certain death. "Exactly, thus our lives take precedence." Bai Yi nodded in involuntary agreement. "You've improved." The tone resembled that of a father praising his son, which left Tang Sancheng feeling slightly disgruntled. "You are not my father. Please refrain from speaking to me in such a manner. It makes me uncomfortable." "Enough of that. Let us ponder how to open this jade coffin," Bai Yi suggested. Chapter 83. The garbed tomb. Bai Yi scanned the surroundings for his bag, finally locating it near the stone wall. He opened it, revealing a somewhat disheartened expression. "Alas, there is nothing useful inside. It seems we shall have to open the coffin with our bare hands." As he spoke, he retrieved a pair of gloves, distributing one to each person. "Listen to me, Tang Sancheng. You stand aside." Why? Tang Sancheng felt somewhat sidelined. Your hearing is exceptional. Stand aside. And if you detect any unusual sounds while we are opening the coffin, you must alert us, understood? Bai Yi gestured for Qixia to take position at either end of the jade coffin. Qixia, when I count to 3. We will simultaneously lift the coffin lid and then leap back to avoid any traps. After that, we will rely on our instincts. Qixia understood and positioned himself at one side of the jade coffin, while Bai Yi stood at the opposite end. Bai Yi commenced his countdown, and upon reaching 3, both individuals harmoniously lifted the lid of the jade coffin, swiftly jumping back with the speed of lightning. Nothing happened. It was merely a figment of their own fears. Tang Sancheng shook his head. Let me see if a peerless beauty lies within. With no traps present, the typically cautious Bai Yi wiped the sweat from his brow and approached the coffin. The 3 were prepared to confront whatever horrific remains might await them inside, only to be met with Tang Sancheng's exclamation, "How can it be empty?" Inside lay a meticulously arranged set of Miao women's garments, devoid of any trace of a corpse. As the trio exhaled in relief, a tinge of disappointment washed over them. Tang Sen reached out to touch the exquisite Miao attire, but Bai Yi swiftly intervened, admonishing him, "You foolish one, have you not learned your lesson?" The black cloth that covered the jade coffin turned to dust upon contact. Fearing that this splendid garment might meet the same fate, Bai Yi observed that the attire had been carefully laid within the jade coffin. The hem of the skirt perfectly aligned, and the fabric appeared remarkably new. From a distance, one might easily mistake it for a Miao beauty reclining within the coffin. Bai Yi searched within the coffin for any marks or inscriptions that could confirm the identity of its occupant. Strange, why is there only clothing? Is this a burial for clothes and garments? Tang Sen queried, puzzled. A burial for clothes, or clothing burial, refers to a grave that contains the garments and belongings of the deceased, yet lacks the actual remains. This may occur when the remains cannot be located or have been interred elsewhere, prompting the establishment of such a grave as a memorial. Clothing burials serve as symbolic resting places. There are even graves that contain no garments at all, purely serving a commemorative purpose, such as the tomb of the Yellow Emperor. Bai Yi mused, these are indeed the garments of a Miao woman, resplendent in their beauty. The owner of the jade coffin must have held a significant status within the Miao community. Yet, what could have caused the disappearance of her remains? Chinese history is replete with notable clothing burials, such as that of Yuan Chonghuan, who, during the late Ming dynasty, valiantly resisted the Qing forces at the Shanhai Pass. Deceived by a scheme, Emperor Chongzhen fell victim to betrayal, leading to Yuan's brutal execution shortly before the fall of the Ming dynasty. Out of sympathy for this heroic figure's unjust demise, a clothing burial was established in Beijing, which endures to this day. Under normal circumstances, who would willingly opt for a clothing burial for their ancestors? Confronted with the solitary jade coffin, Bai Yi felt utterly perplexed. It contained no accompanying artifacts, only the garment, leaving him with a profound sense of loss. He struck the coffin with his palm, and Tang San, hearing the sound, remarked, "How peculiar. This sound feels hollow." The hollow sound suggested the presence of an inner compartment. An epiphany struck Bai Yi as he crouched beneath the jade coffin, muttering a curse, a coffin within a coffin. How ingenious. It became evident that there were 2 jade coffins, one slightly larger than the other, with the smaller one resting atop, fitting perfectly, yet creating a hollow resonance. Bai Yi sighed with a wry smile. Qijia, once again, it's a matter of physical labor. Let us proceed. Chapter 84. The inner compartment. Qijia and Bai Yi worked together to lift the upper jade coffin. With no body inside, the task was not overly strenuous. Tang San craned his neck to peer inside, discovering a recessed section in the lower coffin. There is something within. Bai Yi and Qijia exchanged glances and carefully set the upper coffin aside. Recognizing it as the burial chamber of a Miao individual, Bai Yi clasped his hands together. I apologize for any disrespect. The trio then approached the lower jade coffin, where the recessed area housed a neatly arranged sheepskin scroll. Bai Yi was the first to retrieve it, unfurling the scroll, but he found the script entirely unfamiliar. It was written in Miao characters. I will need to consult Fuyu about this later. Bai Yi carefully tucked the sheepskin scroll into his bag, which also contained a number of exquisite ornaments, all fashioned from silver inlaid with jade. The silverware, essential to the Miao people, gleamed with a fresh polish. The jade nestled within was a pale green, remarkably translucent. Indeed, it was hard jade, specifically jadeite, of the water variety. The silver pieces appeared almost pristine, leading to a perplexing question. Had the owner of this coffin recently passed away? Or had they been gone for an extended period? Bai Yi found himself utterly bewildered. Most of the jewelry consisted of earrings, all silver inlaid with jade, and it was evident that the silver had been meticulously handcrafted. Typically, silver oxidizes and darkens over time, yet these ornaments shone brilliantly, reminiscent of the Miao attire he had just seen. Bai Yi removed all the jewelry, contemplated for a moment, and then returned some to the bag, largely due to considerations concerning Fuyu. The primary focus now lay with the contents of the sheepskin scroll. He sighed, reflecting. It appears I must dedicate more time to studying ancient texts and the scripts of various ethnicities upon my return. The coffin was remarkably new, as were its contents. Could it be that some dark sorcery was at play? Tang Sancheng casually remarked, but Bai Yi interrupted him with an urgent wave of his hand. Wait. I've had a thought. What is it now? Tang Sancheng inquired. Bai Yi continued. I recall Fuyu mentioning that the ancestors of sorcerers and shamans transcended into immortality, leaving no physical remains. It is said they instantaneously transformed into smoke and dust. Such phenomena are revered by their descendants, who believe their forebears have ascended to divinity. Could it be that a ceremonial mound was erected here using the garments they wore in life? The more Bai Yi spoke, the more convinced he became of its plausibility. Moreover, Fuyu claimed she was blessed by the divine, indicating that a mysterious power resides within this cliff coffin, one that could aid her in augmenting her strength to combat the malevolent undead. Tang Sancheng felt a shiver run down his spine at Bai Yi's words. Are you suggesting that by disturbing this jade coffin, Fuyu's ancestors might perceive us as disrespectful? Could we be? Bai Yi swiftly silenced him. If that were the case, we would have met our demise long ago. Do you believe we would still be here? In my view, it is likely that the ancestors of the shamans, having attained immortality, remain here to protect their descendants. Why would they wish to harm us? It's not as if they were like Cao Cao, who committed evil in life and feared his tomb would be disturbed after death, setting so many traps. Regardless, your Fuyu is a Miao woman, and you seem to find solace in that fact, Tang Sancheng retorted, nervously patting his own body. I must ensure I'm in good health, lest I suddenly cough up blood and perish without warning. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us search for anything that might affirm the identity of the coffin's occupant. Bai Yi began to explore thoroughly, tapping gently on the jade coffin, yet he could not uncover any hidden compartments. Finally, he ceased his efforts, along with Qi Xie, and carefully returned the jade coffin to its original position, meticulously arranging the Miao garment before sealing the coffin once more. With a deep breath, Bai Yi reflected on the unexpected discovery of another jade coffin within the cliff coffin. What a marvel it was to ponder whether this expansive space was a product of human craftsmanship or a natural formation. As he surveyed his surroundings, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Oh no, how are we supposed to exit? Chapter 85. The underground. It dawned on the trio that there was no evident exit. Tang Sancheng gazed upward, noting the lofty cliff face, which narrowed as it ascended. Bai Yi, could we possibly be beneath the earth? That is certainly a possibility. 3 individuals tumbled down from a stone column encircled by stone steps. The column was only as thick as 3 people could embrace, yet it opened into a space as vast as a football field. Moreover, the entrance leading back up was accessible after the trio had entered the cavern, indicating that, should they have fallen to the bottom, such an expanse would be implausible. The most probable explanation is that the stone column extends straight down into the earth, placing them beneath the entire mountain. It was truly astonishing. They were unquestionably underground. Bai Yi expressed some distress. Our task now is to ascend from the depths and return to the cliff coffin. Tang Sancheng pointed at the muddy patch where they had landed. How curious. Why is there such wet mud here? Indeed, within the vast tomb chamber, this was the only area with soft mud. Bai Yi approached, dipped his fingers into the mud, then brought them to his nose, inhaling a faint yet delightful aroma. Why does this mud emit such a fragrance? Tang Sancheng and Qi Xie joined him, sampling the mud and confirming the subtle yet lingering scent that enveloped them all. The pressing concern now was how to escape. Bai Yi remarked, we lack ropes, and there is no one above to assist us. Climbing back up seems nearly impossible. Our only option is to return to the surface. We should split up and search for any mechanisms that might lead us to the surface. The architects of this underground tomb undoubtedly left behind a passageway. The trio agreed and promptly set off in different directions. Tang Sancheng pressed his ear against the stone wall, cautiously moving his feet as he sought any unusual sounds. The flow of air would change due to structural variations, and his keen ears could detect the most delicate sounds, including the whisper of the wind. As he navigated the stone wall, he heard a hollow, howling sound. This was a normal noise. Concentrating intently, he continued his exploration when suddenly, a gust of wind rushed past him. This indicated that the wall was not solid. Air was surging in through a crevice. Bai Yi, come quickly. Tang Sancheng, filled with excitement, gestured toward the stone wall before him. There must be a passage inside. The mechanism should be nearby. Bai Yi began to feel along the wall. Typical mechanisms would either be pressed or moved side to side, yet the wall was remarkably smooth without any discernible devices. Anxious about the symbols on the cliff coffin, Bai Yi, in a fit of frustration, kicked the wall. Who designed this tomb? It's utterly deceptive. With that kick, Tang Sancheng made another discovery. He crouched down, examining the spot where Bai Yi had struck, his hands exploring the area, a mischievous grin emerging on his face. I found it. It's right here. The designer of this passageway cleverly exploited human psychology. Typically, when one stands upright, the area where their hands extend would suggest the location of a mechanism. Especially in such a vast space, there would be no need to conceal it in a corner. However, the designer of this tomb ingeniously placed the mechanism in a location one would not conventionally consider. Were it not for Bai Yi's fortuitous kick, Tang Sancheng might not have sensed something amiss, and the three would have continued their fruitless search. As Tang San's hand pressed down, the stone wall before them shifted to the right, revealing a square opening. Xia, holding a dim flashlight, cast its feeble light into the void. But the details remained elusive. Bai Yi hurriedly rummaged through his bag, finally locating a spare battery. After replacing it, he illuminated the space anew, and this time, the three of them discerned that they were in a confined area capable of accommodating no more than 5 or 6 individuals. However, contrary to their expectations, there was no tomb passage leading out. Just as they had discovered a glimmer of hope, they found themselves ensnared once more. Chapter 86. Pressure. We are beneath the earth. Bai Yi suddenly articulated, enunciating each word with clarity. Thus, the surface of this space must correspond to the ground above. Xia, I need your assistance. Xia understood the implication and stepped into the confined area. Bai Yi climbed onto Xia's shoulders, bracing his hands against the ceiling and pushing upward with all his might, yet the surface remained immovable. Could my hypothesis be incorrect? He cast a glance at Tang San. Fool, you give it a try. Tang San acquiesced, swiftly taking Bai Yi's place atop Xia. After listening intently for a while, he remarked, the sound of wind flows freely. It must be a passage overhead. He furrowed his brow, straining to hear more closely. There was a faint sound of something crawling, slow and accompanied by minute friction noises. In a moment of inspiration, Bai Yi exclaimed, I understand. The large stone above must indeed be the one in the cavern. What you hear crawling is that enormous fat worm. It is scraping against the stone, thus producing the sound of friction. No wonder that stone is positioned so peculiarly. It was intended to seal this exit. At this revelation, the expressions of the three men darkened. They had all witnessed that stone, weighing at least 1,000 pounds. Given their strength, it was improbable they could move it. Tang San jumped down from Xia's shoulders, fidgeting restlessly with his hands. Xia remained composed, gazing upward, lost in thought. After a moment, he remarked, the soil above is not particularly hard. If only we had tools. Xia's words ignited a spark in Bai Yi's mind. Yes, we cannot lift that massive stone, but we can dig a hole to escape. I can't believe I was so troubled by my own thoughts that I overlooked it. We lack tools, but the sharp stones on the ground can serve as instruments. Xia, you're strong. Carry us while Tang San and I alternate digging until we break through. Although it sounded straightforward, Tang San and Bai Yi spent several arduous hours, their arms tirelessly digging upward, with dust cascading down upon them. Before long, Tang San's eyes began to itch and burn, yet the instinct for survival propelled him to hasten his movements. Concurrently, the rumbling in his stomach grew louder, and the more energy he expended, the hungrier he became. Bai Yi frowned. Tang San, come down. It's my turn now. Tang San was eager to oblige. Hopping down as Xia stood upright, unwavering. Tang San patted Xia's shoulder. Xia, can you still hold on? Perhaps you should take a break? I'm fine. You two carry on, Xia replied, brushing dust from his clothes and gesturing to his shoulders. Let's proceed. Bai Yi mused that the 7 evils were indeed men of unyielding spirit. While he admired him, his curiosity about his background grew. Bai Yi leapt onto the shoulder of the 7 evils, resuming their previous efforts. As the dust and small stones trickled down, the risk of them falling upon the two was ever present. Fortunately, a refreshing breeze brushed against Bai Yi's face. We must hurry, he thought, hastening his movements. Disregarding the fatigue in his arms and neck, Tang San and Bai Yi took turns, and after about half an hour, they excavated a hole large enough for a single person to crawl through. Bai Yi, the slenderest among them, was the first to climb out, lying flat on the ground. Tang San, give me your hand, he called. Tang San crawled out, and as they lay there gazing down, only the 7 evils remained. Alas, his height was insufficient to reach them. In his anxiety, Tang San watched as the 7 evils picked up the bag Bai Yi had left behind and approached the exit of the tomb. With a swift motion, he leapt against the stone wall and soared into the air. In that moment, the 7 evils firmly grasped Tang San's wrist. Seizing the opportunity, the two of them pulled with all their might, and the 7 evils emerged from the hole. Tang San immediately collapsed onto the ground, his head resting against a cold stone, the icy sensation jolting him. Suddenly, he recalled the revolting, plump insect and sprang up with a strange sound escaping his lips. 7 evils, splendid skills, Bai Yi remarked solemnly. Is this what they call lightness skill? The 7 evils smiled, but offered no reply, merely gesturing towards the passage leading to the coffin on the cliff. Bai Yi understood his implication. It seemed they would need to ascend once more. They must be cautious this time to avoid touching the central stone pillar, lest they fall again. Their good fortune might not hold. Tang San, still shaken, nodded heavily in agreement. The 3 of them employed their previous method to once again open the passage, ascending to the level with the hot springs in search of Fuyu. Upon reaching that level, Bai Yi was astonished to find the stone coffin, which had previously been opened, now sealed once more. It appeared the evil corpse had been dealt with. Fuyu, Bai Yi called out loudly. There was no response, and Bai Yi's earlier joy evaporated instantly. In a frenzy, he searched the area, looking for Fuyu's figure. It was Tang San, with his keen eyes, who pointed at the natural stone screen, saying, "Look, behind that." Lying there softly was none other than Fuyu. Bai Yi's heart tightened as he rushed over, propping Fuyu up in his arms, whispering gently, "Fuyu, wake up, Fuyu." At that moment, Bai Yi's tenderness was fully revealed. Fuyu stirred, awakening to see the grimy Bai Yi, astonished. "How did you end up like this?" "It's a long story, I'll explain later." "Fuyu, did you subdue the evil corpse?" Fuyu's face was pale, evidently having endured a fierce battle. He nodded. "Had it not been for the divine intervention of our ancestors, I fear I would not have been able to reseal the evil corpse. It seems there is a reason I was chosen for divine descent. Could it be that our ancestors foresaw the unsealing of the evil corpse?" Bai Yi adjusted Fuyu's posture before speaking. "We inadvertently entered another realm within the cliff coffin, where we discovered a white jade coffin containing only a set of garments." Bai Yi recounted the discovery of the jade coffin in meticulous detail, except for the silver-inlaid jade ornaments he had taken. Enraptured by his tale, Fuyu pondered for a long moment before inquiring, "What about the parchment?" Bai Yi promptly retrieved the parchment, and Fuyu unfurled it, her eyes scanning the text rapidly. Once she finished, she closed the parchment, her face etched with concern as she gazed intently at Bai Yi, her eyes glistening with apprehension. Bai Yi's heart raced. "What is it? What does it record?" "This is the witchcraft manuscript of our Miao people," Fuyu explained. "It delineates the origins of the evil corpses and the formula for the longevity curse." She hesitated before continuing. "The evil corpses are precisely the byproducts of failed longevity curses. They are immortal yet monstrous, devoid of reason, and possess formidable strength. If they were to escape, they would wreak havoc upon the world." The witch leader of our clan sealed the evil corpses within a stone coffin, subduing them with sorcery, and established a custom of guarding the coffin, mandating that it be preserved eternally. Each guardian must be the most skilled sorceress, and she must be a maiden. Bai Yi was taken aback. The byproduct of a failed longevity curse? The parchment indeed recorded such a fact. Fuyu regarded him with concern. "Yet it is strange. You are afflicted by the longevity curse, yet you are no different from an ordinary person, and you do not age. How can this be explained?" Though shaken, Bai Yi maintained a semblance of composure. "When did this occur? What became of the witch leader?" "It was during the reign of Qin Shi Huang. The manuscript only mentions that the leader's body turned to ash," falling to the ground and transforming into fine mud, leaving behind only a faint fragrance. This is the lost art of sorcery within our witchcraft, the guardian curse. Fu Yu's eyes widened in realization. So this is the essence of divine descent. Chapter 88. The 7 objects before each instance of divine descent. I can detect a subtle fragrance. It is the guardian curse set by the witch leader. After her passing, lacking a physical body, she was interred in a ceremonial mound, and her wishes were fulfilled by excavating a tomb beneath to ensure her perpetual guardianship of the cliff coffin. Fu Yu reflected deeply. This was for the tranquility of Miao territory. It remains a secret. However, perhaps the leader wished for future generations to be aware of this history, thus recording it on the parchment and instructing her confidants to conceal it within the jade coffin. Had you not stumbled upon it inadvertently, we would still be ignorant of the origins of the evil corpses. You are unaware? Neither I nor my aunt knew. Only that we must prevent the evil corpses from leaving this mountain, lest we invite endless calamity. Fu Yu tucked away the parchment. Bai Yi, you should take this. It contains the components of the longevity curse, and I am somewhat apprehensive. I understand. The evil corpses are likewise afflicted by the longevity curse. Though they are immortal, they have become monsters. You fear that one day I too may transform into an evil corpse, do you not? Bai Yi reassured Fu Yu. However, the situation is different now. We know the components of the longevity curse. As long as we find the ingredients listed, you will have a way to unravel the curse afflicting me, correct? Fu Yu bowed her head. But do you know what the components are? To gather these elements across the world may prove to be as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Tang Sancheng, ever the optimist, thumped his chest. Across the world? This signifies its existence, albeit in limited quantity. With a little time, we shall surely locate it. Fu Yu, please inform us of the items we need to gather. Very well. Fu Yu gazed at Bai Yi. Remember well, there are a total of 7 items. Tai Sui, Lingxi fruit, Liaogu fruit, tiger insect shell, Inran hair, golden armor, and corpse tortoise blood. I have only heard of Tai Sui and Liaogu fruit. I am utterly unfamiliar with the others. Bai Yi furrowed his brow. I am at a loss as to how we should proceed. The witch's manuscript records that these items belong to the En category. They thrive most readily in places of the deceased. This was precisely what Bai Yi hoped to hear. Excellent. I just glanced at it. There are simple illustrations within. Hard work pays off, and I am confident we shall find all 7 wondrous items. When we meet again, I assure you I shall not stand before you in the guise of a malevolent corpse. His words were laden with the weight of parting, causing Fu Yu to lower her head, tears glimmering at the corners of her eyes. When she lifted her gaze again, she was composed. Indeed, we shall meet again. We cannot linger here. You must leave at once. Fu Yu had countless words she wished to express, yet found herself unable to utter a single one. Bai Yi produced his own double fish jade pendant. I have worn this pendant for 30 years. It will continue to accompany me in the days to come. This was a promise, and Fu Yu understood, nodding earnestly. Before I am afflicted by the divine, you must depart swiftly, Bai Yi. I shall await your return. Fu Yu placed the witch's manuscript into Bai Yi's hands. The contents of this manuscript will be of great use to you. Take it with you. Thank you. Bai Yi no longer hesitated, rising to his feet. Wait. Fu Yu blushed. In truth, the curse I placed upon you 30 years ago is harmless and only beneficial. You will come to understand this in time. Bai Yi smiled faintly. I had anticipated as much. Fu Yu then turned her gaze to Tang Sancheng. Your friend here is quite extraordinary. I surmise his background is anything but ordinary. Should it pertain to the curse, I would undoubtedly perceive it. Alas, it does not seem to be the case. If fate allows, the mystery surrounding you will surely unravel. Tang Sancheng felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. Thank you. Bai Yi finally took his leave. Let us go. He did not look back. Reminiscent of Fu Yu from 30 years ago, yet Fu Yu was no longer the heart-wrenching figure of that time. She smiled serenely as she watched Bai Yi descend the stone steps, her demeanor calm and composed. Chapter 89. Liaogu fruit. The trio retraced their steps down the cliff coffin, arriving at the large stone. Tang Sancheng exclaimed, how could I forget to inquire about that plump insect? Oh well, there is no shortage of peculiarities in the realm of nature. Bai Yi remarked, it lacks offensive capabilities. Upon exiting the cliff coffin, they found themselves in the same clearing. Tang Sancheng recited, rest, life, injury, blockage, scene, death, alarm. Open the 8 gates. Enter through the eastern gate of life. Exit through the southwestern gate of rest. then re-enter through the northern gate to break this formation. We must navigate from the southwest to escape the Bagua formation. Tang Sancheng took the lead, moving in a straight line, while Bai Yi and the seven evils carried the belongings they had left at the cave entrance, following closely behind. They successfully exited the Bagua formation, traversing through the brambles. Bai Yi glanced at his wristwatch, then looked up at the Miao village on the hillside. We still have much to discuss upon our return. I think I shall wash up in the creek and change my clothes. While the day is still young, we must hasten our exit from the mountains. The three individuals joyfully bathed in the creek where Bai Yi and Fu Yu had met, changing into fresh garments thereafter. Tang Sancheng's stomach growled audibly as he rummaged through his belongings, hastily consuming some provisions to quell his hunger. Bai Yi meticulously reorganized his small satchel, the most precious item within being the sheepskin scroll of witchcraft, which he carefully secured before the three took a moment to rest by the stream. Tang Sancheng inquired, "It seems we must seek out those 7 extraordinary artifacts, yet the world is replete with ancient tombs, leaving us at a loss as to how to proceed. Among these 7, I possess a lead on at least one, the Liao ancient fruit. I once encountered an article detailing its discovery in an Eastern Zhou tomb in Jiangxi, where not only was a complete human brain found, but also living plants within the coffin. According to botanists, this plant is highly likely to be the long-extinct Liao ancient fruit. The scroll confirms that all 7 items are of extreme nature. And what better place for them to thrive than in an ancient tomb? Reports indicate that the coffin in the Eastern Zhou tomb was filled with water. Archaeologists employed the principle of siphoning to remove the water, and after carefully absorbing the remaining moisture with sponges, a human skeleton wrapped in bamboo matting came into view. To everyone's astonishment, where a human skull should have been, they found a complete brain the size of a fist, alongside which lay a living specimen of the Liao ancient fruit. The excavation yielded over 100 artifacts, including silk textiles, linen fabrics, bronze vessels, lacquerware, and bamboo implements, all possessing significant archaeological and scholarly value. Many of these items were remarkably well preserved, some still remarkably sharp. It is believed that these artifacts originated from the soil used in the tomb's construction, likely excavated from an even older burial site nearby, thereby inadvertently bringing these treasures to light. This analysis suggests the presence of contemporaneous tombs in the vicinity, a point Bai Yi emphasized. The existence of nearby tombs indicates what? Tang Sancheng queried. Are you implying we should plunder the Eastern Zhou tomb? Perhaps we could find the Liao ancient fruit there? Bai Yi regarded him with a somber expression. Are we to engage in theft from the Academy of Sciences? The Liao ancient fruit discovered in the Jiangxi Eastern Zhou tomb is currently housed there for research. Tang Sancheng shook his head vigorously. I still believe dealing with the deceased is simpler, right, 7 evil? 7 evil nodded with a smile. Indeed. Bai Yi continued, in truth, you need not accompany me on this perilous endeavor. After their harrowing experience with the cliff coffin, Bai Yi spoke despondently. You are not afflicted by the longevity curse. Hence you bear no risk of becoming an evil corpse. Should you wish to abstain, simply say so. I shall not compel you. Yet I must unravel the mystery of my origins. I feel that, although it may not be directly related to the longevity curse you have, there is undoubtedly a connection. Besides, where else in the world could I find someone like myself? Tang Sancheng turned to 7 evil. Is that not so? 7 evil nodded once more. Indeed. Bai Yi then rose. Very well, let us set forth. Chapter 90. Infiltration. The 3 of them ventured further away from the Miao village and, upon reaching the town, coincidentally encountered a tractor heading to the county city. Bai Yi negotiated with the driver, providing fare for the 3 of them to catch a ride, while also taking the opportunity to replenish their water and provisions, ensuring Tang San's needs were met along the journey. As they sat in the tractor, feeling the refreshing breeze, Tang San found it delightful and decided to recline, closing his eyes for a moment's respite. This brief interlude led him swiftly into a slumber. Bai Yi, however, was burdened with thoughts, prompting Qi Xie to remark, the boat will right itself when it reaches the bridge. We shall take it one step at a time. Qi Xie, your skills are remarkable, and your presence quite formidable. Who exactly are you? Bai Yi pondered the swift footwork and lightness Qi Xie had displayed, deepening his curiosity about his origins. Merely a beggar, Qi Xie replied, deliberately omitting any mention of his past, a person who has severed ties with what once was. Bai Yi fell silent. Before a person of unwavering conviction, coaxing them to speak was futile unless they chose to divulge willingly. He too reclined, while Qi Xie sat upright, gazing ahead, silent yet occasionally casting a concerned glance at Tang San. Observing this, Bai Yi felt reassured. Tang San's genuine nature, devoid of suspicion, paired with his mastery of arts, made him an exceptional companion. As for Qi Xie, Bai Yi was wholly confident in his loyalty to Tang San. Their shared experiences of life and death had laid a solid foundation of trust, now firmly united in their endeavor. Upon arriving at the county city, they managed to catch the last train back to Beijing. The rhythmic clatter of the train marked the conclusion of their journey. At the train station, they rented a vehicle and returned to Bai Yi's courtyard. Upon opening the two doors, Tang San leaped with excitement, exclaiming, "We're finally back." Bai Yi and Qi Xie exchanged a glance, sensing something was amiss. "What is it?" Tang San, ever oblivious, surveyed the courtyard without a hint of unease. "Do you recall how the chairs were arranged before we left?" Bai Yi inquired. "Two facing south, two facing east. We had moved them while tidying up. Yet now, there's one in each direction, neatly arranged." "Someone has been here," Qi Xie stated. "Indeed, it seems someone stealthily entered at night, perhaps upended the furniture in a panic, and then arranged them back in a seemingly logical manner, inadvertently betraying their presence," Bai Yi concluded, naturally pointing the finger at the known offender, Xiao Ning. "I suspect it is that girl, Xiao Ning." Tang San's face flushed with indignation. "She may have done so once, but that doesn't mean she's responsible this time. Couldn't there be someone else? Can you think of anyone else?" Bai Yi's retort left Tang San speechless. Frustrated, he fell silent, muttering under his breath, "I will check to see if anything is missing, and when I encounter that girl, I shall certainly confront her." Bai Yi harbored no fondness for Xiao Ning. Her whimsical nature could be quite troublesome, especially as a descendant of the Tomb Raiders, possessing considerable skills that should not be underestimated. Bai Yi conducted a thorough inspection of his room, finding nothing particularly amiss. However, upon entering his guest room, Tang Sancheng discovered that his space had been ransacked. The bedding was overturned, and even the packages he had brought upon moving in were opened. Bai Yi found this odd and mused. "Strange. Is this person targeting you? That can only mean it's Xiao Ning. She is indeed after you. More precisely, it's your birthmark she seeks." As he continued to ponder, Tang Sancheng could no longer defend Xiao Ning, settling silently on the edge of the bed, pondering the lack of anything valuable in his possession. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Qi Xie stepped out to open it, and lo and behold, standing outside was none other than Xiao Ning. Chapter 91. Another person, Xiao Ning sensed the peculiar glances the three cast her way and felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. "What's with the stares? What are you looking at?" she challenged, turning to Tang Sancheng, subconsciously perceiving him as the easier target. The other two were a cunning individual and a formidable expert, neither of whom she dared provoke. "I came in on my own accord. After all, you did not invite me in." As she brushed past Qi Xie, she attempted to enter the courtyard, only to have her arms seized by him, twisting her painfully behind her. "Qi Xie, you lunatic. What are you doing?" she exclaimed. "Have you entered Sancheng's room?" Bai Yi's expression darkened at the thought of this female thief and her peculiar fixation on Tang Sancheng. "Absolutely not," Xiao Ning retorted, her face flushed with anger. "What do you take me for? A person with a criminal record," Bai Yi replied. "Last time, you sneaked into Sancheng's room, attempting to steal your father's journal. As the saying goes, a leopard cannot change its spots." "Thanks for the compliment," Xiao Ning rolled her eyes. "I appreciate that you didn't say a dog can't change its nature." "Then you admit it?" Tang Sancheng felt increasingly vexed. "Who said that?" Xiao Ning squawked like an agitated hen. "You just returned to Beijing, and so did I. If you don't believe me, check my pocket. I still have the train ticket." Qi Xie continued to restrain her firmly, while Bai Yi stepped forward to search her pocket, indeed retrieving a train ticket that coincided with their travel date, albeit with a slightly later time and originating from a different route. Nonetheless, Bai Yi was not easily deceived. "Even if your return coincided, we left first. Did you not seize the opportunity to sneak in with ulterior motives?" "Nonsense." Xiao Ning, a child of the rivers and lakes, peppered her speech with expletives. "When I discovered you were not here, I inquired with the nearby street vendors and learned you had gone to the train station. I hurried there, only to miss you by a hair's breadth. I took the next train to Hunan. However," her face reddened, "I lost track of you and wandered around the train station until I spotted you again. This time, I still couldn't secure a ticket, so I opted for a transfer back, arriving an hour later than you. If you don't believe me, check my bag again. There should be another ticket inside." Bai Yi cast a glance at Xiao Ning, bending down to rummage through her bag. Ultimately, he unearthed the train ticket from a side compartment, letting out a muffled grunt. Qi Xie released his grip, and Xiao Ning, shaking her wrist, shot a glare at Qi Xie, exclaiming, "Why so forceful? Do you know the meaning of cherishing beauty?" This indicated that there were others interested in infiltrating here. And Tang Sancheng had also considered this. Strange, I possess nothing of value. Did you not instruct your associate to procure a certain set of equipment? Upon mentioning this matter, Bai Yi nodded. Indeed. I shall make a call to confirm. The courtyard was no longer tranquil. It needed vigilant eyes that could observe at any moment. Time had elapsed, and the equipment should have arrived by now. The employee on the other end of the line, upon hearing Bai Yi's voice, promptly replied, "Mr. Bai, the surveillance equipment is at the company. However, since you were not present, the installation team has yet to visit. I will contact them immediately to arrange for installation." Bai Yi glanced at the time, stating, "I must see the installers within an hour, otherwise, I shall prefer not to see you again." Yes. The anxious employee hastily ended the call. Xiao Ning, having cleared her name, rubbed her arm and inquired, "What business did you have in Xiangxi? What do you think?" "We are colleagues," Bai Yi retorted. "Did you achieve anything?" Xiao Ning paused and asked. Bai Yi produced a cloth bag. He could not allow this girl to know about the Wu Pu, and for now, he merely sought to distract her. The bag contained silver-inlaid jade jewelry taken from the jade coffin. He opened it, revealing a modest collection. Tang Sancheng leaned closer, his expression shifting dramatically as he noticed the jewelry. The silver portions had all turned black. When in the cliff coffin, they were clearly new silver, with a soft luster. Chapter 92. Surveillance. Bai Yi seemed to have anticipated such an outcome. The jade coffin beneath the cliff coffin was infused with the power of Gu, resulting in peculiar effects. It was not surprising that the silverware had oxidized and turned black. He shrugged at Xiao Ning. "See, this is all there is." Xiao Ning reached out to poke at the items, her face reflecting a hint of disdain. "Your failure to bring me along is your loss." "That is precisely my intention." Bai Yi's words astonished Tang Sancheng. "I have a new plan and hope you can join us. It is better to have a small team than to go solo. Is it not?" Xiao Ning had never expected Bai Yi to make such a decision, which certainly pleased her. However, recalling her father's advice that one should never fully trust anyone or anything in the business of tomb raiding, she blinked and replied, "All right, here is my contact information. Call me when you have action. I shall take my leave." As Xiao Ning walked away, Bai Yi closed the door. Tang Sancheng approached Bai Yi, his face slightly flushed and perplexed. "Did you not say to be wary of her? What changed?" "First, she is a descendant of the Moking Shaowei and must possess some skills. She is quite astute. Secondly, rather than leaving an uncontrollable time bomb in our midst, it is wiser to keep her closer. Besides, she seems to know something about the mark on you, perhaps linked to your origins." Bai Yi remarked. "She possesses knowledge that eludes us, which is precisely her worth. Furthermore, we must remain vigilant against the intruder. He operates in the shadows while we are in the light. Especially you, Tang Sancheng. I reiterate, be astute." Tang Sancheng feigned enlightenment, and upon witnessing his demeanor, Bai Yi sighed, realizing he must exert more effort. "Alas, I know I cannot place too much trust in you. Qi Xie, you are undoubtedly more dependable." "Indeed," Qi Xie affirmed with resolve. "Let us discuss our forthcoming plans." As the trio prepared to deliberate their next course of action, the technicians for the surveillance equipment arrived. One must not underestimate this sophisticated monitoring system. In this era, only government agencies and select foreign enterprises possess the means to utilize such technology, let alone this state-of-the-art miniature surveillance apparatus developed abroad. Were it not for Bai Yi's connections overseas, acquiring it in such a short time would have been impossible. The installation personnel were sourced with great difficulty by an employee, reputedly having previously worked with a national security agency, thus familiar with the installation process, which naturally came at a considerable cost. Bai Yi consulted the technicians on how to maximize coverage and selected several optimal installation angles, making minor adjustments to the footage. Indeed, the clarity was impeccable. Once configured, it would enable 24-hour surveillance with virtually no blind spots. The installation fees were covered by the company, and after completing their work, the technicians departed. Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Should that individual enter again, he will be revealed. Who would have thought such advanced technology existed? Tang Sancheng exclaimed, reaching out to touch it, only to be reprimanded by Bai Yi. "Do not meddle. It took considerable effort to calibrate." Tang Sancheng, resembling a child, pouted. I'm so hungry, I could perish from starvation. Bai Yi glanced at his watch. Indeed, it was time for a meal, and feeling a pang of hunger himself, he surprisingly concurred, I too am hungry. No one has prepared dinner today, let us dine out. The vehicle was retrieved as originally planned, with Wu Tong using a spare key. It was parked at the back entrance of the courtyard. Upon entering the vehicle and taking the driver's seat, Bai Yi immediately sensed something amiss. There was a line of footprints along the back wall of the courtyard, likely left by the intruder. This individual had been careless. Not far from the vicinity, a restaurant was undergoing renovations, with piles of cement and lime at the entrance. The intruder had inadvertently stepped onto these materials before scaling the wall, leaving behind a trail of prints, further confirming that he had arrived at night, unbeknownst even to himself. The footprints appeared peculiar, 1 foot larger than the other. A limping person, Qixia observed. Bai Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, a nimble limper. There was no one fitting that description in their immediate circle, which now entirely eliminated Xiao Ning from suspicion. But what could a limping person want? Breaking into his home and ransacking Tang Sancheng's room? A shroud of mystery enveloped Bai Yi's mind, and he felt the situation growing increasingly intricate. Tang Sancheng suddenly stepped forward, seizing a clod of earth to wipe away the footprints on the wall. Since he was unaware of our discovery, it would be wise to obliterate the evidence, ensuring he remains oblivious to his exposure. A splendid idea. At times, Tang Sancheng's impulsive actions displayed remarkable acumen, starkly contrasting his usual foolishness. Bai Yi and Qixia also stepped forward to assist, feigning innocence as if they were mischievous children painting on the wall. Though they marred the surface considerably, they completely concealed the row of footprints. After their playful antics, their spirits lifted, and Bai Yi opened the car door, exclaiming, let us go enjoy some roasted duck. Upon arriving at Quanjude, they found the establishment bustling with patrons. The trio struggled to secure a table towards the back, and as the tantalizing aromas wafted from a nearby table, Tang Sancheng nearly drooled. The adjacent table was abuzz with conversation, one individual exclaiming, I wonder if Decay found anything on his recent trip. Ever since he returned, he has locked himself away. Surely, he must have unearthed something valuable that he is reluctant to share with us. Another shot him a fierce glare, admonishing, keep your voice down, you fool. In truth, they were already speaking in hushed tones, but Tang Sancheng's exceptional hearing allowed him to catch every word clearly. He remarked, it seems the people at that table are in the same line of work. Bai Yi nodded, continued to listen to their discussion. The elder at that table sighed. I can't shake the feeling that Huzi has been acting rather peculiar. Let us hope nothing untoward occurs. He then concluded, enough of this talk. Once we finish our meal, we shall pay him a visit. The third member of their group appeared less contemplative, asserting, he has always had an odd demeanor. This time, sneaking around. He must be too embarrassed to face us. Subsequently, there was nothing particularly noteworthy in their conversation. Tang Sancheng relayed their dialogue in its entirety. But Bai Yi found no significant points, shaking his head, nothing of consequence. It seems one of them has ventured out on his own to seek treasure, returning only to avoid their company, thus stirring their suspicions. Such a team, originally united by self-interest, could easily unravel if any member believed they could secure greater rewards independently. Defection would be inevitable. Bai Yi gestured towards the already served roasted duck. Let us eat. Before Tang Sancheng could finish his thought, he was already devouring the meal. Delicious. No wonder so many people queue daily. After their meal, they drove back, but as they rounded a corner, a figure suddenly lunged in front of their vehicle. Bai Yi slammed on the brakes, causing the individual to tumble to the ground. Startled, he broke into a cold sweat, and all three exited the car. Tang Sancheng quickly observed that several individuals were pursuing the fallen man. They were the same trio from the adjacent table earlier. One of them shouted, Decay, wait for us. The man on the ground lay face down, motionless. Bai Yi recalled that his car had not struck the man, suspecting a case of staged accident. He coldly inquired, Brother, do you require medical assistance? 3 individuals pursuing from behind had already encircled them. One of them attempted to turn over the limping man, and upon doing so, everyone was taken aback. 2 streams of dark blood flowed from his nostrils, and he had lost consciousness. The trio immediately surrounded Bai Yi, glaring at him as if he were the murderer. Bai Yi pointed towards the car, which was half a meter away from the limping man, and asserted, You all saw it clearly. I hit the brakes and did not collide with him at all. Besides, why don't you check for any external injuries to clarify the situation? Suddenly, Qi Xie fixed his gaze on the man's leg, his expression hardening as he leaned closer to Bai Yi's ear and whispered, "He is a cripple." Bai Yi was taken aback. At that moment, the three individuals had already removed the limping man's clothing, revealing a distinct wound on his left chest, precisely where the heart was located. The shape of the wound resembled that of a heart, suggesting that it had been inflicted from the inside, causing the skin to manifest an external injury, or perhaps it was a result of an attack by a weapon resembling a heart, leaving such a mark. The wound was bruised and purplish, with blood vessels oozing from the center, resembling living creatures desperately attempting to escape, which was indeed terrifying. Chapter 94. Blood vessels. Tang Sancheng felt a tremor coursing through his body, instinctively taking a step back. This bizarre scenario sparked discussions among the onlookers. The three individuals exchanged glances and suddenly lifted the limping man's body, saying nothing as they prepared to leave. Tang Sancheng shook his head, murmuring, "How strange. Could it be that I am seeing things?" Qi Xie suddenly darted forward, pursuing the group, while Tang Sancheng called out, "Qi Xie, be careful." Qi Xie had already dashed far ahead, soon rounding a corner and disappearing from sight. Bai Yi had faith in Qi Xie's skills and decided to take Tang Sancheng home, awaiting news from Qi Xie. However, Tang Sancheng was restless, his mind fixated on the blood vessels in the man's wound, growing increasingly unsettled. His agitation puzzled Bai Yi, who questioned, after spending so much time with Qi Xie, "Do you still doubt his abilities? What is there to be anxious about? Did you not see? The blood vessels in that man's wound looked like red worms writhing inside. It's utterly disgusting," Tang Sancheng exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously as if trying to dislodge the horrific image from his mind, but to no avail. Bai Yi was taken aback. He had not noticed before. This suggested that the limping man must have encountered some trouble while alone in the grave. Qi Xie's earlier reminder about the man being a cripple made Bai Yi wonder if the individual who had infiltrated Tang Sancheng's room was indeed this limping man. However, there seemed to be no connection between this man and Tang Sancheng. Bai Yi nodded. "It appears we must investigate this individual known as the limping man. How do we proceed?" Tang Sancheng inquired. "This limping man is clearly not his real name, and in such a vast city like Beijing, you need not worry about that," Bai Yi replied. Having navigated Beijing for quite some time, he possessed an extensive network of contacts, which he felt no need to explain to Tang Sancheng. All that mattered was the outcome. Just as the two were conversing, Qi Xie entered without knocking, climbing over the wall with an urgent demeanor. Approaching them, he spoke without catching his breath, "That man has died." Qi Xie followed the four individuals as they traversed two streets, when suddenly he observed the large, limping figure become limp and feeble. The other three appeared somewhat flustered, yet they continued to carry the large limping man forward nonchalantly. Upon noticing the limp hand of the large man drooping helplessly, Qi Xie surmised that his demise was inevitable. Where were they taking him? This question suddenly struck Bai Yi. This was the crux of Qi Xie's concern. The trio brought the large man to a refuse dump and incinerated him. En route to the dump, the three had procured gasoline, and Qi Xie witnessed the flames soar into the sky, consuming the large man's corpse until it shriveled into a charred mass. Once the fire extinguished, the trio buried the scorched remains amidst the refuse, digging deeply despite the absence of tools, which required considerable effort on their part. The dump was desolate, a cacophony of mingling odors, making it a rather suitable place to dispose of a body. However, this greatly unsettled Tang San. They had burned him, and even if he was dead, he could have been entrusted to a funeral home. Moreover, should the police discover this, the consequences would be dire. Bai Yi pondered. There must be a compelling reason for their drastic actions. Otherwise, they would not risk becoming murderers. What could it be? Let us hypothesize that the large man was indeed the limping intruder who had taken a peculiar interest in Tang San. Furthermore, the large man had visited an ancient tomb alone, and upon emerging, he sensed something amiss, and subsequently developed an interest in Tang San as well, Qi Xie articulated. Indeed, that is precisely it. But why? Which tomb had he ventured into? Bai Yi felt as though he had stumbled into a labyrinth, every path leading to a dead end. The appearance of the limping man only deepened the enigma. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, grasping his coat. "I have matters to attend to and must step out briefly. But I shall return promptly." Chapter 95. Too late. Bai Yi, alas, did not arrive in time. Despite taking the swiftest route, he found the humble abode of the large man, a modest room in a single-story building. Inside was a small space, featuring a wooden single bed with sheets and covers that had evidently not been laundered in ages, exuding a foul odor. There was a simple table and a chair, and in the corner stood an antiquated wooden wardrobe. The small room was in disarray, as if ransacked. Every corner bore signs of having been searched. Even the pillow had been ripped apart. Bai Yi couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, they were too swift. As he prepared to leave, his gaze swept the room and landed on a chamber pot in the corner. He understood the necessity of the pot for the large man, given his mobility issues and the considerable distance to the public restroom, making nighttime excursions inconvenient. This indicated that, at the very least, the large man possessed a modicum of decency, refraining from indiscriminate relieving himself. Bai Yi certainly had no interest in the contents of the chamber pot, but he noticed ashes within, with only a corner of paper remaining. Covering his nose, he reached in and retrieved it. This was the sole find of the day. The harvest was promptly laid before Qixia and Tang Sancheng. Tang Sancheng picked it up, examining it closely. It resembled a map, crafted from ancient paper. He hoped it might lead them to its origin, likely within a certain antiquarian bookstore in Beijing. They should consult Lu Zhishi. No one knows the ancient bookstores of Beijing better than he does. Bai Yi remarked, this was definitely burned by Decay himself, as he harbors a secret he wishes to keep to himself. The ones searching his residence must be those 3 individuals. Qixia interjected, indeed. To which Tang Sancheng immediately concurred. These people are utterly heartless. Just after their companion's death, they rushed to loot his home. They had previously suspected that Decay had taken some valuable artifacts without sharing, and now that he is dead, they feel justified in their search. Truly despicable. Bai Yi, however, remained rather indifferent to this matter. Suddenly, Tang Sancheng posed a question. What shall we do now? Should we seek the liaogu fruit or clarify the situation with Decay first? This was indeed a pressing issue. Tang Sancheng continued. I would prefer not to see you become a wicked corpse, so I am inclined to search for the liaogu fruit first. What do you all think? Qixia nodded in agreement. The matter of Decay is shrouded in uncertainty, yet there are leads regarding the liaogu fruit. My opinion aligns with Sancheng's. Bai Yi felt a flicker of emotion, though his demeanor remained cool. This time, we must bring Xiao Ning along. Wu Tong and the others will likely follow as well. So be cautious, especially regarding injuries. Your blood is a significant vulnerability. I will do my best, Tang Sancheng replied with a pained expression. Also, if you have the chance, try to glean from Xiao Ning why she is so intrigued by the talisman mark on you. Bai Yi couldn't help but offer guidance. Since you have an interest in her, this is a perfect opportunity for some private interaction. Well, we'll see, Tang Sancheng said. Somewhat dejected. Having witnessed Bai Yi's romance with Fu Yu, he suddenly felt disheartened, even if he found someone he admired. What would it matter if he had to watch them perish before him? He had his opportunities, such as with the charming Jiu Gij, who resembled Xiao Ning today. Yet he had fled in fear, helplessly watching her depart for Taiwan. What was he thinking? Noticing Tang Sancheng's distraction, Bai Yi nudged him. Since we've decided to pursue the liaogu fruit first, we must strategize effectively. I'll search for the map, by the way. Call Lu Zhishi to come over. Chapter 96. The antiquarian bookstore. When Lu Zhishi arrived, he immediately spotted the fragment on the table. Picking it up and glancing at it, he remarked, just by looking at this paper, one can tell it is a page from an ancient book. But is this all there is? This was indeed a daunting task. There were numerous antiquarian bookstores in Beijing, and Lu Zhishi needed to take such a small piece of paper and inquire at every bookstore in the city to try to locate the original book from which the fragment came. Lu Zhishi felt somewhat dizzy, and his little bicycle awaited him outside. He wiped his nose and said, "You return and assign me such a formidable task, too high in estimation of my abilities. This task is yours alone," Bai Yi stated. "It would be best if you could resolve it before our next departure." Upon hearing that a new task was imminent, Lu Zhishi was filled with excitement. The studious Lu Daizi had always been looked down upon by individuals like Wu Tong, thus he yearned to demonstrate his worth through this venture underground. Lu Daizi felt utterly dissatisfied with his moniker. "Will you take me along this time?" he inquired eagerly. "Of course," Bai Yi replied. "But the condition is that you must uncover the origin of this piece of paper before we embark." No sooner had Bai Yi's words fallen than Lu Zhishi dashed outside, inadvertently knocking over a chair in the courtyard. He did not pause to set it upright. Instead, he joyfully hopped on his bicycle, ringing the bell incessantly as he sped towards the nearest antiquarian bookstore. Lu Zhishi held a fondness for bookstores, particularly those that specialized in ancient tomes. However, He had never contemplated a pressing question: just how many antiquarian bookstores existed in all of Beijing. A week later, Lu Zixi had acquired this information: 326 establishments, an astonishing figure. With his somewhat aged bicycle, he scoured all the antiquarian bookstores over the course of 7 days, earning the reputation of a peculiar figure. The scrap of paper he possessed contained only a minuscule portion of a map, and nearly every bookstore owner he encountered chuckled or sighed, informing him that such a small fragment was insufficient to identify the page of any ancient book. After facing 326 rejections, Lu Zixi, on the verge of despair, trudged along the main roads of Beijing, pushing his bicycle with a heavy heart. He felt a deep disappointment in himself, fearing that Bai Yi would not include him in the next event. With his head bowed and spirit diminished, he walked listlessly when a familiar voice called out to him, "Hey, Lu Daisy." Lu Zixi was oblivious until a boy of similar age gave him a gentle shove. "What are you daydreaming about?" "Oh, it's Zhang Wei." Lu Zixi replied languidly. "I'm searching for antiquarian bookstores." "I knew it. You always enjoy flipping through those old books. The characters on them seem like hieroglyphics to me," Zhang Wei remarked. Once classmates who shared a desk, their academic standings were now worlds apart. Zhang Wei had become a small business owner. "Given your demeanor, I bet you haven't found the book you were looking for," Zhang Wei teased. "Indeed, I've traversed all the antiquarian bookstores in Beijing, yet to no avail," Lu Zixi replied, not inclined to continue the conversation. "I must be off. There's one antiquarian bookstore you certainly don't know about," Zhang Wei said dismissively. "But it's in such an obscure location that you'd never find it." The place Zhang Wei referred to was indeed quite unique, tucked away on a back street, situated on the second floor of a restaurant with no signage to indicate its presence. Zhang Wei was aware of it because his own shop was adjacent to the restaurant. Lu Zixi ascended to the second floor, clutching the scrap of paper. The bookstore's proprietor, a nearly 70-year-old man with a full head of white hair, leisurely sorted through a pile of yellowed textbooks from the Republican era. He did not even bother to greet the new arrival. Lu Zixi placed the fragment before the old man. "Sir, I am looking for this book." Chapter 97. Journal: The elderly gentleman, in his 70s, with hair and beard as white as snow and dimming eyesight, exhibited an intriguing peculiarity. As he grasped the fragment, he cast a brief glance at it, then held it beneath his nose to inhale its essence, subsequently delivering an astonishing revelation. The triumph attained at the brink of despair is particularly precious, Lu Zixi jubilantly celebrated, selecting several ancient tomes from the bookstore as a token of gratitude for the old man. He rode his bicycle with a sense of exhilaration, more liberating than driving a car. Lu Zixi knocked vigorously on the door of Bai Yi's residence. Had he possessed superior agility, he might have scaled the wall akin to Qixia. The door was opened by Tang Sancheng, who yawned upon seeing Lu Zixi. "Ah, it's you." Upon entering the courtyard, Lu Zixi exclaimed, "Brother Bai, I found it. I found it." "What are you shouting about?" Bai Yi and Qixia, engrossed in studying a map, looked somewhat displeased. "Lu Zixi, your shouting has interrupted my train of thought. Brother Bai, the item you asked me to seek has been located." Lu Zixi presented the fragment to Bai Yi. Strangely enough, the proprietor recognized it merely by scent. He claimed it was a book from his store. Furthermore, he mentioned that it is not an ancient text, but rather a record of a bygone individual, purchased by a cripple. Upon hearing the mention of a cripple, Bai Yi sprang to his feet. "Where is that bookstore?" After Lu Zixi divulged the address, Bai Yi's conviction strengthened. The shop lay in close proximity to the cripple's residence. Only regular patrons were privy to its existence, and given the cripple's nearness, it was hardly surprising he knew of it. Did the proprietor specify the subject of this record? He stated it belonged to a geomancer of the Qin dynasty, or perhaps one could say an architect's journal. Lu Zixi endeavored to relay the elderly man's words accurately. He claimed this record came into his possession by chance, having sat unnoticed in the store due to the obscurity of its author. Yet, one day, a cripple happened upon it and, as if enchanted, purchased it for 20 yuan. 20 yuan? Tang Sancheng exclaimed in astonishment. That is quite a sum for a book. In the 1980s, 20 yuan was indeed a considerable amount. Bai Yi, having visited the cripple's abode, found it hard to believe such a person would be so extravagant. He increasingly suspected that the cripple was no ordinary grave robber. This record must contain extraordinary content. Alas, Tang Sancheng interjected, it is indeed a foundational text, now reduced to this mere fragment, utterly useless. This was precisely what Bai Yi wished to convey. Despite countless investigations, they remained at an impasse. Bai Yi could only pat Lu Zixi on the shoulder. "Zixi, you've worked hard. Go home and rest well." Lu Zixi replied affirmatively, rubbing his hands together. "May I join you this time?" "Of course. Prepare yourself for the return," Bai Yi instructed as he dismissed Lu Zixi. He then pondered aloud. It appears that the cripple uncovered some ancient tomb map within that record. What sort of map could it be? It seems our only hope lies in exhuming the cripple's remains to learn about that which captivated him so profoundly. Tang Sancheng, ever blunt, remarked, "The man is deceased. Unless someone else has perused that record, we may never unravel the mystery behind its allure." Progress has been made. Yet it seems no different from stagnation. Bai Yi tapped his forehead and thought, "Very well. Let us set this aside for now and prioritize the search for the Liao ancient fruit." Previously, it was discovered that the Eastern Zhou tomb associated with the Liao ancient fruit was situated in a place called Encounty, encircled by mountains. Naturally, the already excavated tomb would yield no treasures. Thus, this time, hopes were pinned on the nearby cluster of ancient tombs. The task of locating these tombs would naturally fall to Tang San. Tang San scrutinized the map and, with a contemplative finger, pointed to a specific location, declaring, "From the map, this area appears to be a site of geomantic significance. If the ancients chose burial sites based on feng shui, this would undoubtedly be their first choice." The site Tang San indicated was near a mountain range known as Pingshan, yet he did not assert his judgment with absolute certainty. This assessment is based solely on the map. It may not be entirely accurate. We must investigate in person. That's of little concern. We are already in the vicinity of Encounty, so we shall proceed and see, Bai Yi replied. There have been numerous developments recently, and we need to organize our thoughts. Qi Xia, what do you think? Bai Yi valued Qi Xia's opinion highly. Although he spoke sparingly, his thoughts were methodical, and he remained composed amidst turmoil. Bai Yi felt that since he learned about the potential of the Changxing Gu to transform him into an evil corpse, he had lost some rationality. He urgently required an impartial observer to help him analyze the situation and clarify his thoughts. The matter is quite straightforward, Qi Xia articulated succinctly. One aspect revolves around you, while the other pertains to Sancheng. However, there must be a connection between the two of you, allowing us to approach from one side and surely uncover more insights. Indeed, although the reasons for Mai and Sancheng's immortality differ, the outcomes are the same. Furthermore, both the Changxing Gu and the evil corpse emerged during the Qin dynasty. Now, a limping individual has surfaced in connection with Sancheng, having developed an interest in him after perusing the notes of a Qin dynasty geomancer. This creates a point of intersection. Bai Yi's excitement grew as he spoke. Since the clues regarding the limping individual have been severed, we shall commence with the 7 objects. This might lead us to resolve both issues concurrently. Then the immediate priority remains our expedition to Pingshan. Tang San yawned. I'm fatigued. I'll retire to my room for some rest. You two can deliberate at your leisure. I am of no use at the moment. Tang San ambled off to his quarters, embodying a blend of laziness and indulgence, which was Bai Yi's assessment of him. Bai Yi and Qi Xia had little to debate. Preparations were crucial. As before, they needed to gather provisions and equipment for everyone. But this time, they aimed to include additional medical supplies. After the incident with the itching powder, Bai Yi profoundly recognized the significance of medicinal supplies, particularly as their destination this time was deep within the mountains. Having spent an extended period in the city, one's digestive system may be ill-prepared for the spring water or stream water of the mountains, which could lead to gastrointestinal distress for those with fragile constitutions. Moreover, it was prudent to pack some common medications, such as antipyretics. Their destination was a secluded mountain area, and in the event of a headache or fever, there would be no time to seek help outside. Additionally, he needed to consider medications for treating external injuries. Bai Yi compiled a list and suddenly recalled something. Rushing to his room to rummage through his belongings, he retrieved an item and entered Tang Sancheng's room, where Tang Sancheng lay with his eyes closed and lips slightly parted, deep in slumber. Bai Yi thrust the object onto Tang Sancheng's face, pressing down firmly. Tang Sancheng's eyes shot open, and upon recognizing the item, he leaped from the bed in fright. What are you doing? Tang Sancheng stammered, clutching a pillow against the wall. This is for you. Take it for self-defense. I have a connection with Qi Xia. We can protect ourselves. Should you find yourself in a predicament, being utterly defenseless would only burden us, Bai Yi explained. Tang Sancheng initially intended to feel touched, but the last comment shattered his good mood. He accepted the gun, which was not as heavy as he had imagined. Where did you get this? That's none of your concern. I'll teach you how to use it now, but be cautious of accidental discharge, Bai Yi replied, dragging Tang Sancheng off the bed to instruct him on aiming and firing. Tang Sancheng practiced earnestly, eager to rush outside and try it out. But Bai Yi restrained him. Firing here would only invite trouble. True, Tang Sancheng conceded, carefully stowing the gun away. I want to use it unless absolutely necessary. Good to know. Bai Yi had his own preparations. He revealed a specially designed belt invented by Lu Zhishi, which could be worn around the waist and fitted with custom throwing knives. It could hold over 20 knives, and when covered by clothing, it was entirely inconspicuous. Chapter 99. Suspicion. Upon seeing Bai Yi's custom belt, Tang Sancheng fretted about where to conceal his gun, fearing accidental discharge. This gun stands out too much. Where should I hide it? I have already prepared for that, Bai Yi said, producing a leather holster that perfectly fit the gun and could be worn on the waist. This way, you can carry it with you when we venture into the tomb. Tang Sancheng excitedly inquired, is this also Lu Zhishi's masterpiece? Bai Yi responded, slightly exasperated, not quite. Currently, there are no stringent regulations on firearms in our country as there are in others. The Type 56 and Type 54 pistols, as well as air guns, are widely available, so such holsters can certainly be purchased. What type of gun is this? Tang Sancheng asked. It felt quite lightweight when I held it. It must not be a domestic model. With your capabilities, you certainly wouldn't have acquired something as ordinary as a Type 54 or 56. Who does not relish the sweet sound of flattery? Bai Yi, initially reluctant to speak, found himself compelled to share the origin of the firearm, having been so thoroughly praised by Tang Sancheng. In a moment of exhilaration, he revealed, this is an American 38 caliber revolver. Its design is aesthetically pleasing, compact, and exquisitely crafted, with a performance that is both safe and reliable, allowing for swift firing. At a distance of 100 meters, it wields the power of life and death, particularly in emergencies when misfires occur. A mere pull of the trigger will swiftly replenish and discharge the ammunition. Unlike many automatic pistols, it is devoid of jamming issues, which could prove to be a lifesaver in critical moments. Tang Sancheng was elated to acquire such a treasure, eagerly placing it aside. Just then, the voice of Wu Tong echoed from outside, prompting Bai Yi to hastily step out to discuss a few more details. Tang Sancheng, distracted by the firearm, lagged behind Bai Yi slightly. However, as he descended the stairs, he stumbled and fell face down, hitting the ground hard. Qi Xie reacted swiftly, rushing forward to assist Tang Sancheng, whose hand had scraped against the ground, oozing a deep crimson blood. Qi Xie pulled him inside, while Bai Yi's expression tightened as he observed Wu Tong, who was engrossed in studying a map, seemingly oblivious to the unusual hue of Tang Sancheng's blood. After a considerable pause, Wu Tong finally spoke. In that case, I shall return to prepare. Since Miss Xiao is joining us, I will only bring Xiao Qi and Lu Zi to assist. We will depart as agreed the day after tomorrow. Indeed, Bai Yi nodded in agreement. The silver inlaid jade jewelry I brought back last time has already been sold. According to our usual practice, I will distribute the earnings among the brothers. Although pleased, Wu Tong maintained a facade of modesty, replying, how can that be? We have not exerted ourselves. It would be inappropriate to receive such benefits. Boss, we truly cannot accept this. Bai Yi, he continued, you know my character. I am a man of my word. If I instruct you to accept it, please refrain from further argument. You may collect the funds at the shop. I have already made arrangements. The shop Bai Yi referenced was an antique store. Wu Tong smiled and rose, saying, then I shall thank the boss on behalf of the brothers. I will take my leave. As Wu Tong exited the Bai family courtyard, a peculiar smile crept across his face. Truth be told, he had been genuinely startled moments earlier. The sight of the deep crimson blood had caught him off guard. His eyes, though not large, were observant, and he distinctly noted the purple undertones in the blood. Had he not encountered various situations underground, he might have reacted more dramatically. Fortunately, he managed to conceal his astonishment. This Tang Sancheng was no ordinary individual. Wu Tong recalled a legend passed down through generations. There exists only one type of person in the world who possesses purple blood. His heart raced with urgency. He needed to confirm his suspicions immediately. Wu Tong headed towards the police station, where a childhood friend of his now administered household registrations. Although he typically refrained from seeking him out, the unusual circumstances compelled him to verify his theory. Xiaolong, come out. Wu Tong produced a box of cigarettes, a gesture intended for bribery. Xiao Long adjusted his wide-brimmed hat, a habitual action he performed before encountering Wu Tong. He was acutely aware of Wu Tong's dealings with both soldiers and thieves, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. Each adjustment of his hat served to reaffirm his own identity. Noticing this gesture, Wu Tong regarded it with disdain and handed a cigarette to Xiao Long, saying, "Brother, we grew up together in the nude. I need you to do me a favor. Speak plainly and do not dilly-dally." Xiao Long tucked the cigarette into his pocket. "Please check the household registration of someone named Tang Sancheng," he requested. Wu Tong grunted in acknowledgement and gave Xiao Long a playful pat. Chapter 100. The rooster crows, but no gold is touched once again. It was time for a long journey. Tang Sancheng understood that such days would persist. His current concern was merely whether he had enough provisions. The wounds on his hands healed naturally without the need for medication, leaving no visible trace of the abrasions. Bai Yi was astonished to discover that only Tang Sancheng possessed this self-healing ability. In an attempt to conduct an experiment, Bai Yi deliberately injured his own hand, currently adorned with ointment, which left him feeling somewhat dejected. To his surprise, however, his injury also healed, albeit at a speed faster than that of an ordinary person, yet still lagging behind Tang Sancheng's remarkable pace. What did this signify? That his lineage was somehow flawed. Bai Yi angrily tore off the bandage from the back of his hand. Tang Sancheng leaned against the car, awaiting Xiao Ning's arrival. Wu Tong, Xiao Qi, and Lu Zi were waiting at another location, preparing to pick up Lu Zixi. Xiao Ning was dressed quite sharply today, in a fitted white shirt and long trousers, distinct from typical feminine attire. Her shoes were specialized hiking boots of considerable value. Bai Yi, having spent years abroad, recognized that such boots were far from ordinary for the average citizen. Xiao Ning's backpack was modest, and her hair was styled in a ponytail, giving her the appearance of a commanding female general poised for battle, exuding elegance and vigor. "Let's go?" Xiao Ning exclaimed as she tossed her backpack into the car. Tang Sancheng smiled as he observed her, acknowledging that much of his attraction to Xiao Ning stemmed from her resemblance to Zhou Gugu, a woman who claimed to be a descendant of the Manchus and possessed a boldness that was quite anachronistic. Unlike a typical princess, Wan Qing was daring and even audacious, much like Xiao Ning, who carried herself with effortless grace. "What are you thinking about?" Xiao Ning playfully nudged Tang Sancheng, standing beside him. She gazed at his profile and suddenly found him rather handsome, despite a hint of foolishness in his demeanor. Tang Sancheng could hardly admit that he was reminiscing about a girl from 40 years ago. Instead, he climbed into the car, stating, "I was thinking about food." "Foodie," Xiao Ning murmured, sliding into the seat beside him, while the initially intended companion, Qi Xie, took the front passenger seat. Bai Yi tossed a map into Xiao Ning's lap. The destination circled in red ink. "This is where we are headed. Take a look and utilize your expertise as a tomb raider to assist us. The benefits will be plentiful, as you well know. Could you not simply ask me what I excel at?" Xiao Ning replied, displaying her sharp intellect. "What is your understanding of tomb raiders?" The treasure hunters, known as the Mo Jin Xiao Wei, each adorned themselves with amulets fashioned from the claws of pangolins. Whenever they excavated grand tombs, they would light a candle and place it in the southeast corner of the burial chamber. They would then proceed to open the coffin and search for treasures, as the deceased often bore their most valuable possessions. Many tomb owners of royal lineage would have pearls in their mouths, garments of gold and jade upon their bodies, protective jade at their chests, and even jade scepters clutched in their hands, with gems concealed within their very orifices. During this process, care must be taken not to damage the remains. They would gently search from the crown of the head to the soles of the feet, ultimately leaving behind one or two treasures for the departed. If, at any point, the candle in the southeast corner extinguished, the treasures obtained must be returned to their original state, accompanied by 3 respectful bows, before retreating along the same path. This practice is rooted in the belief that the air within the tomb may be detrimental. Thus, if the candle goes out, exiting ensures that one does not succumb to the toxic atmosphere. Bai Yi's words compelled Tang Sancheng to glance anew at Xiao Ning, seated beside him. "Is it truly so? Does this imply that you possess the ability to discern tomb locations?" "Not quite," Xiao Ning replied succinctly, a hint of melancholy shadowing his features. "I have not surpassed my predecessors. My father must be quite disappointed in me." "And what is your particular skill?" "Excavation," Xiao Ning asserted. "I can silently dig an 8-meter-long pit, measuring 1.5 meters wide, within 6 hours, regardless of the soil type. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi could not help but steal a glance back at him. As an experienced individual, Bai Yi recognized that to achieve such efficiency, at least 2 others would typically be required to assist, yet Xiao Ning could accomplish it alone. Fho Yin, Emojin Fu, Ban Shan Xieling, Sun Longju, Rin Dianju, Goei Chue Deng, Qinyu Dao Do, Mi Xing Feng, Shui Yin Ban, Yang Ming Qi, Long Lu Bao Dian, Qiwu Shu, Yinshin Gan, Qing Tonghua, Ba Zi Buing, Mo Jin Xian, Shu Zong Kong, Xia Zi Fun, Ban Shan Xieling, Rao Zhizhou, Qi Yi Xiong, Xiao Mian Shi, Gui Xiao Mo Ru, Ting Gui Ku. Bai Yi suddenly recited. Tang Sancheng was left perplexed. What does this mean? Pho Yin, Emojin Fu, Ban Shan, and Xieling refer to the 4 major factions of Tomb Raiders. Pho Zhong Lang Jiang, Emojin Xiao Wei, Ban Shan Daorun, and Xieling Li Shi. The subsequent lines describe the characteristics of each faction. For instance, the Emojin Xiao Wei adhere to the rule of not disturbing tombs after the crowing of the rooster. Bai Yi was multitasking, focusing on driving while simultaneously addressing Tang Sancheng's inquiries. Is it true that one cannot touch valuable items after dawn? Tang Sancheng interpreted it rather literally. What is the reasoning behind this rule? Xiao Ning chuckled. According to my father, those who delve into tombs are, in essence, half human and half ghost. It is only in the stillness of the night, when ordinary people are peacefully dreaming, that one should enter ancient tombs to unearth riches. If one cannot complete the heist in one night, it may be spread over 10 nights. However, there is a cardinal rule. Once inside the burial chamber, one must not disturb the coffin after the rooster crows. This is because every realm has its own laws. The world after dawn belongs to the realm of light, and the shadows of night must recede. This is referred to as the living traversing the path while the spirits retreat. Thus, one must not disturb tombs after the rooster crows. The world that unfolds after the golden rooster heralds the dawn does not belong to tomb raiders. Should one violate this rule, the ancestors will surely bring forth punishment. It is imperative to have faith in these matters, or one may indeed face dire consequences. However, your tone seems to convey a sense of disbelief regarding this assertion, Bai Yi remarked. Indeed, rather than subscribing to the notion that the living traverse the world while the deceased evade it, I am inclined to believe there are 2 primary reasons. First, the tomb raiding officers were part of Cao Cao's grave robbing contingent, operating under the veil of night. By the time the rooster crows and dawn breaks, they would swiftly vacate the premises. Second, this is fundamentally a matter of safety. After all, emerging from a grave in broad daylight and not attracting attention would be rather peculiar, would it not? With the rooster's crow heralding the arrival of day, they must act quickly to avoid any disturbances. Bai Yi pondered silently, considering that Xiao Ning did not appear to have been trained in tomb raiding from a young age. A person raised under such tutelage would not question the ancestral customs as she did. She seemed more like a novice who had embarked on this path later in life. What could have prompted her late initiation? Xiao Ning, did you learn the art of tomb raiding from your father since childhood? Tang Sancheng inquired, filled with curiosity, especially as he observed Xiao Ning turned sideways, gazing out of the window, her defiant profile stirring something within him. Certainly not. Otherwise, I would not possess such a rudimentary level of skill, Xiao Ning said, abruptly shifting the conversation. Tomb raiding is an exceedingly perilous profession, akin to high-altitude work or mining. Due to various unpredictable factors, there exists an ever-present threat to life, such as tunnel collapses, traps within the tomb, or the sudden release of toxic gases, each a potential fatality. It is not uncommon for lives to be lost. Tang Sancheng, are you truly determined to partake in this endeavor? Tang Sancheng had been attentively absorbing the preceding information, initially believing it to be educational, yet as the topic veered towards him, he found himself caught off guard. I still intend to go, he replied, albeit uncertainly. Umph, Xiao Ning retorted with a grunt. You may find yourself oblivious to how your demise occurs. I have my own protective charms, Tang Sancheng replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Moreover, with so many individuals present, what is there to fear? You will protect me, won't you? Xiao Ning's gaze shifted from the window to Tang Sancheng's face, scrutinizing him intently, causing him to feel a twinge of discomfort. After a prolonged silence, she managed to utter through clenched teeth, perverted rogue. How did I become a rogue again? Tang Sancheng huddled his shoulders, feeling somewhat wronged. What I meant was, you are a tomb raiding officer, and you possess the ability to excavate, right? In critical moments, we must rely on you, do we not? If we find ourselves trapped, it will be up to you. Bai Yi's heart stirred. Tang Sancheng had struck upon a crucial point. Xiao Ning's particular skill would prove invaluable. Realizing this, Bai Yi softened his attitude towards her, infusing their dialogue with a sense of camaraderie. Chapter 101. The dragon spits water. The vehicle made its way towards the predetermined location, where Wu Tong's car awaited. Although it was referred to as Wu Tong's vehicle, in truth, he merely had usage rights. Ownership still belonged to Bai Yi. The occupants of both vehicles exchanged greetings without alighting, proceeding in tandem along the road. And County is not particularly distant from Beijing. A drive typically takes around 7 hours. However, due to the necessity for frequent breaks during solo driving, this duration extends to 12 hours. Departing at dawn, they would not arrive until evening. Throughout the journey, Tang Sancheng focused solely on eating, while Xiao Ning appeared lost in thought, frequently glancing back at him. Her eyes filled with confusion, yet tinged with a hint of anticipation. If by chance one were to meet Tang San's gaze, Xiao Ning would swiftly turn her attention to the window, a stark contrast to her previously bold and audacious demeanor. Tang San observed her in silence before suddenly remarking, "Bai Yi, why does the birthmark on my body resemble a tiger's talisman so closely?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Ning's body trembled slightly. Tang San continued, "How peculiar indeed." This probing did not elicit any response from Xiao Ning, leaving Bai Yi somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of relief that Tang San was willing to invest some thought, even if he still appeared somewhat awkward. Tang San lacked the cunning of social maneuvering, which was his weakness, yet this very trait allowed him to gain the trust of others more easily. Thus, it was a sound decision to have Tang San test Xiao Ning's reactions. Upon reaching the rest area, 2 vehicles came to a halt to replenish their supplies of water and provisions. Xiao Qi, the extroverted young man from before, who admired Bai Yi greatly, approached him as they disembarked. "Boss, what can you tell us about the tomb we are about to explore?" Meanwhile, Wu Tong gradually approached Tang San, extending a biscuit towards him. "Here, Sancheng, do have some more." Upon seeing the food, Tang San eagerly reached out to take it. Wu Tong casually glanced at the back of Tang San's hand, noting that any trace of the previous day's marks had vanished completely. A swift recovery indeed. Wu Tong mused to himself. Having achieved his objective, he nonchalantly stepped aside. Although Tang San had previously remarked on Wu Tong's untrustworthy appearance, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had become Wu Tong's prey. With a sigh, he expressed his discomfort from being cooped up in the vehicle for so long. After finishing the biscuit, Tang San stretched his body, his gestures resembling those of a leisure seeker rather than a tomb raider, prompting Bai Yi to silently ponder. As the group ambled along, their journey proceeded smoothly. By nightfall, they finally arrived at Ping County. Under the moonlight, and county appeared desolate, reflecting its low level of economic development. The entire nation was still in a phase of rebuilding, and Beijing was no exception. It was hard to imagine the state of such a remote county. After wandering for some time, they finally located a somewhat decent guest house. While the environment was not ideal, it was sufficiently clean, except for Xiao Ning, who had a single room. The rest shared accommodations in pairs. Qi Xia and Tang San shared one room, while Wu Tong requested to room with Bai Yi. Xiao Qi and Lu Zi paired up, which led to an even distribution, leaving Lu Zixi alone. He pointed to himself, his face flushed. "Is there no one who wants to share a room with me?" Wu Tong, with a mischievous grin, patted Lu Zixi on the back and gestured towards Xiao Ning's room. "If you wish, you could share with Xiao Ning." Lu Zixi turned crimson with embarrassment, exclaiming, "Wu Ge, you always speak nonsense. I am a gentleman. The principle of propriety between men and women is something I understand well. I shall retire for the night," he muttered as he entered his room, while Wu Tong continued to tease, "Gentleman Lu, be careful not to kick off your blanket tonight." Laughter erupted among the group, particularly from Xiao Qi and Lu Zi, 2 youthful souls who, lacking extensive education, inevitably bore the marks of the bustling marketplace. Their disdain for Lu Zixi acerbic remarks and bookish demeanor was palpable, and now they reveled in their mirth. Although Wu Tong joined in the laughter, a sense of unease began to brew within him. Reclining on the bed, he occasionally cast furtive glances at Bai Yi, whose eyes were tightly shut, seemingly in deep slumber. Wu Tong turned over, addressing Bai Yi. "Boss Bai, there is something I find perplexing." "Speak," Bai Yi replied, though sleep eluded him as thoughts of the 7 spirits and the malevolent corpse swirled in his mind. Tang Sancheng is your fellow townsman. May I inquire where your hometown is, Boss Bai? Wu Tong's inquiry was astute. Even if one had long since departed their native land, the accent often remained. While Bai Yi had adopted the authentic dialect of Beijing, Tang Sancheng retained certain inflections. By discerning Bai Yi's roots, Wu Tong believed he could trace Tang Sancheng's household registration to validate some matters. Hometown. Bai Yi's demeanor shifted, a hint of caution emerging. According to my father, we originally hail from Hunan, but we relocated to Beijing during my grandfather's time. Tang Sancheng came to Beijing at a young age with his father. They became acquainted then. After his parents passed away, he struggled to survive. I recalled his profound knowledge of feng shui and thought it could be of use to us. Thus I invited him. Why are you so curious about the seven spirits? Bai Yi felt the conversation veering into precarious territory. The more he divulged, the more perilous the situation seemed. He decided to turn the tables, and indeed, Wu Tong hastily deflected. No, it's nothing. I merely believe we should exercise caution in our line of work, especially with strangers, including that girl named Xiao Ning. Boss Bai, matters of life and death compel us to be vigilant. There was a semblance of logic in Wu Tong's words, prompting Bai Yi to nod in agreement. Rest assured, I have my own measures in place. With that, the two men succumbed to slumber. Wu Tong, having gleaned that Tang Sancheng was from Hunan, resolved to inform his childhood friend of this revelation. As for Bai Yi, Wu Tong's words awakened a troubling thought. Tang Sancheng's lack of identification posed a significant issue. Bai Yi had already secured his own household registration through connections, but Tang Sancheng's predicament remained problematic. Furthermore, the matter of the seven spirits was one Bai Yi deemed essential to resolve upon returning to Beijing. After a long day of driving, exhaustion enveloped him, and he fell into a deep sleep. When he awoke again, it was already 7:30 in the morning. The group had finished breakfast, tidied up, settled their bill with the inn, and inquired about the geographical location of Pingshan. Following the map, they drove towards their destination. From the vehicle, the lush greenery of Pingshan came into view, teeming with vitality. As they neared, they could discern a few homes nestled within the mountains. Curious farmers laboring in the fields glanced at the two cars, while a handful of children joyfully ran over, surrounding the vehicles with spirited cheers. Xiao Ning leaned out, producing a handful of colorful candies from her pocket to distribute among the children. This act warmed Tang Sancheng's heart, filling him with a sense of comfort as he watched the children leap with joy, clutching their sweets. However, when he lifted his gaze, he was startled by something atop a nearby house. As Liuzi followed Tang San's gaze, he noticed a dragon on the rooftop, its head directed toward the ground. Look, what is that dragon? He exclaimed. That is a dragon spouting water, Tang San explained. However, it is not a dragon but a dragon child, known as Chi1 or Chi-Y, a fish-shaped dragon. It is said to have been introduced from India during the southern and northern dynasties along with Buddhism. In Buddhist scriptures, it is a creature that resides beneath the rain god's throne, capable of extinguishing fire. Hence, Chi1 is often placed at the ends of rooftops to ward off disasters and fires. Being associated with water, it serves as a talisman against evil and fire. Bai Yi surveyed the surrounding environment. Here, surrounded by mountains, fire prevention is of utmost importance. If a wildfire were to break out, it could escalate uncontrollably, leading to dire consequences. After expressing his thoughts, Bai Yi urged Tang Sancheng, let us commence. Tang San nodded, his expression growing solemn as he gazed at the mountains. Dragon spouting water can typically be found on older residences, yet these houses are quite new. The dragon child on the roof seems out of place, as if it has been forcibly affixed. Chapter 102. Bloodbaths. Tang San stopped a child who was unwrapping candy. Little friend, does your house also have a dragon on the roof? The child, having already popped a piece of candy into his mouth, nodded. Yes. Who taught you to place a dragon on the roof? A grandpa I don't know. The child replied before darting away. Tang San shook his head, realizing that the grandpa was likely not a local, indicating someone knowledgeable in geomancy or site selection had been here before. With a sense of urgency, Tang San was eager to find the treasure site. Turning around, he saw Xiao Ning crouched on the ground, intently sniffing the air. After a moment, she stood and tossed her hair, saying, No, Tang San, you should take over. Tang San climbed onto the car, scanning the surroundings. The flow of vital energy in these mountains does not necessarily yield a site of concentrated fortune. One must seek a place where the winds are concealed. Bai Yi, look over there to the southeast. The mountains embrace it on all sides, fulfilling the primary condition for concealed winds. This will prevent the vital energy from being scattered by the winds. As you now understand, a place abundant in vital energy is a treasure in feng shui, a crucial criterion for ancient burial site selection. All right, let us head in that direction. After 2 previous accurate assessments from Tang San, Bai Yi now trusted his words, while Xiao Ning remained skeptical. The group drove southeast, encountering no signs of habitation. The deeper they ventured, the more desolate the landscape became. Tang San leaned out the car window, scanning for anything unusual. Spotting a cave, he shouted, "Stop! Quick, stop!" The vehicle halted, and everyone disembarked. Tang San hurriedly made his way into the cave, heedless of the underbrush. Bai Yi clearly saw a brown snake with a white belly slither past Tang San's feet, raising its head and flicking its tongue. Bai Yi instinctively placed his hand on his waist, where a flying knife was sheathed. The snake showed no intention of attacking Tang San, who had already poked his head into the cave. With a flashlight in hand, he peered inside and turned back to say, "This cave is intriguing, Xiao Ning. You need not dig any further." Tang San found it remarkable that this cave fortuitously lay directly above a site of good fortune. Could it be yet another cliff coffin? After a discussion among the group, they resolved to enter the cave, as there were nearby residences. Wu Tong remained behind with 6 others to guard the entrance, while the rest ventured into the cavern. The interior was exceedingly damp, and as their feet met the ground, a chilling sensation crept through their soles, akin to a frigid insect scratching beneath. Tang Sancheng, leading the way, felt an escalating sense of unease. Goodness, this cave seems endless. When he turned back, the light from the entrance had completely vanished, leaving only the beam of his flashlight to illuminate their path. Xiao Qi, trailing at the rear, stepped onto something soft. Upon shining his light, he let out a terrified scream. "Mother, it's a snake!" His cry echoed throughout the cave, and before anyone could react, a flurry of flapping sounds filled the air as a dark bird swooped over Tang Sancheng's head. Everyone dropped to the ground as countless shadows leapt from the stone walls. Only Xiao Qi, startled by the snake, could not evade the oncoming bird, which collided directly with his face, followed by others in quick succession. A dreadful scream escaped Xiao Qi's lips, and Wu Tong, standing in front of him, felt a warmth at the back of his head. Upon touching it, he found blood, accompanied by a metallic scent. It was bats. Everyone, remain still, commanded Bai Yi. All complied, lying motionless. A gaping, bloodied wound appeared on Xiao Qi's face, his vision blurred, and he had lost the ability to react. Wu Tong pulled him down, while Xiao Qi emitted a series of groans. More bats erupted from the depths of the cave, and the group shielded their faces with their arms, inhaling the earthy scent beneath them, not daring to move until the last bat had flown away. Only then did Bai Yi cautiously rise, while Xiao Qi remained on the ground, devoid of the strength to stand. Wu Tong yanked him up, as the light fell upon Xiao Qi's face. They beheld it marred with blood and welts, at least 8 or 9 in number, with the largest still oozing. Xiao Qi could not even open his eyes. His lashes stuck together with blood, and any attempt to pry them apart felt like a knife slicing his eyelids. He repeatedly cried out, "It hurts, it hurts." Just as Xiao Qi attempted to move, Bai Yi bellowed, "Do not move." A beam of white light shot from Bai Yi's hand, zipping forth and embedding itself deep into the ground beside Xiao Qi's foot, cleaving in twain the head of a snake poised to strike at his calf. A gory spray of dark crimson blood splattered to either side, with several droplets landing on Xiao Qi's feet. Tang Sancheng thought to himself, "Thank goodness Xiao Qi cannot see clearly, otherwise he would surely heave." Xiao Qi was indeed unable to see clearly. He wiped his hand across his face, and blood spread across it entirely, giving him the appearance of wearing a mask of crimson. Wu Tong glanced at Bai Yi, clearly inquiring what to do next. With Xiao Qi in such a state, it was evident that they could not proceed. Bringing him along would only be a burden. Bai Yi promptly decided to have Lu Zhishi lead Xiao Qi out of the cave to administer basic first aid. Lu Zhishi's face bore an expression of reluctance. Yet he understood that Bai Yi's words rarely left room for negotiation, and thus he complied and escorted Xiao Qi out of the cave. Now, only Tang Sancheng, Bai Yi, Qi Xia, Wu Tong, and Xiao Ning remained within the cavern, 4 men and 1 woman. Bats, being fearful of fire, prompted Wu Tong to produce a torch, igniting it to ward off the creatures with its glaring light. The earlier bat attack had been formidable, especially after encountering blood. The remaining bats seemed frenzied as they surged toward the source of the crimson. This was what had rendered Shao Qi's face a bloody mess. Were they blood bats? Bai Yi felt fortunate that they had narrowly escaped disaster. Yet, did the cave truly connect to the tomb? As they advanced into the depth of the abyss, the darkness loomed ahead, compelling them to tread cautiously, each step a mix of trepidation as they occasionally glanced down to check for snakes that might be lurking nearby. Flicking their tongues. At the rear, Wu Tong surveyed his surroundings, his mind racing with unease until, unexpectedly, the ground beneath him gave way, and he plummeted downwards into what seemed like an unfathomable abyss. Hearing the cries from behind, the four turned back, only to find Wu Tong had vanished, leaving behind a gaping hole as wide as his waist. Peering down, they were met with an impenetrable darkness. Bai Yi cursed silently, not out of concern for Wu Tong's fate, but because the soul torch remained with him. Fire was a precious resource within the tomb. This cave was no ordinary place. What was going on? Bai Yi inquired solemnly. Tang Sancheng nodded in agreement, remarking that the cave possessed peculiarities. Yet it was also the most likely passage to the tomb. Whether to continue or not was up to Bai Yi's discretion. Having already lost 2 valuable allies without even locating the entrance to the tomb, Bai Yi wiped his face, considering that the ancient fruit might indeed be hidden here. Retreat was not an option. They could only press onward. Chapter 103. Bullet marks. Tang Sancheng added. There are mechanisms within this cave. Do you think that is normal? If this isn't a passage to the tomb, I'll gladly sever my head for you to sit upon. This reckless proclamation, however, solidified Bai Yi's conviction. Who feared whom? After all, he would eventually become neither human nor ghost. If death awaited, then so be it. Xiao Ning had remained silent throughout. Ever since entering the cave, her expression had been peculiar. Tang Sancheng suspected that she was concealing something. Did she possess knowledge of this cave? When Wu Tong fell, her demeanor did not change in the slightest, as if she deemed it a matter of course. This thought caused Tang Sancheng's expression to shift. Could it be that Xiao Ning had been here before? Upon reflection, when Wu Tong fell, Tang Sancheng had heard a sound nearby, no more than half a meter away from him. The only individuals positioned before and behind him were Bai Yi and Xiao Ning. One of them must have tampered with the ground, and that person was aware of the mechanism, aiming to sabotage Wu Tong. Wu Tong could only hope for his own fortune. The four continued onward, yet Tang Sancheng shook his head, voicing, continuing straight like this is not a viable solution. Bai Yi was acutely aware of his surroundings as he gazed at the rocky walls, where droplets of water cascaded slowly down, saturating the air with a heavy humidity. The ground was slick, and even the stone walls glistened with moisture. Tang Sancheng pressed onward, his ears finally attuned to the sounds around him. Fully aware of the dangers that lay ahead, thanks to the cautionary tale of Wu Tong. Suddenly, he collided with a solid object, causing a sharp pain in his knee. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a sacrificial altar made of, entirely devoid of offerings. This altar obstructed the path ahead so thoroughly that only when light illuminated it could he discern that it marked the innermost recesses of the cave. Scattered on the ground were remnants of burnt paper, now reduced to a shapeless mass in the mire. As he examined the beneath the altar, Bai Yi furrowed his brow. It bore distinct bullet marks, indicating that someone had been there before, likely a fellow treasure seeker. With over 60 years of experience in this perilous trade, Bai Yi recognized that some in this profession were desperate individuals, and an encounter could easily lead to conflict. The depth of the bullet marks suggested that they were recent, and the shooter might still be present. There are others here. Be cautious, for fellow seekers can be foes, he warned. Bai Yi did not align himself with any faction. He had traversed the spectrum from wealthy heir to bandit, resorting to grave robbing merely to survive. His methods were unorthodox, relying solely on audacity and, when necessary, a ruthless disposition. While Bai Yi spoke, Tang Sancheng had already discovered something on the altar. In the center lay a circular disc, protruding upwards, capable of rotation. Tilting his head, Tang Sancheng noticed several carved dragon motifs on the disc, which corresponded with those on the altar. He attempted to rotate the disc, aligning it with the engravings on the surface. With each turn, a creaking sound emanated from the altar until, with a final click, the disc became lodged. The altar split in half, shifting apart to either side. Looking down, he beheld a cylindrical pillar rising straight from the ground, positioned perfectly at the altar's center. What on earth is this? Bai Yi thought to himself, stifling a laugh as he realized the previous group must have been inept thieves, likely struggling for ages to unlock its secrets before resorting to modern tools. This is made of bronze, and if we can extract this pillar, it could fetch a considerable sum, he mused. Really? Tang Sancheng exclaimed, astonished. Just kidding, Bai Yi retorted. Let's not even discuss whether we can move it. The very position of this pillar might render it immovable. The intricate patterns adorning the bronze pillar caught Bai Yi's attention, and he slapped his thigh in realization. This was indeed the place. The pillar bore intertwining thunder patterns formed by closely resembling lines, filled with additional motifs, and crowned with a geometric design made of continuous angular and spiral lines. Such decorative styles on bronze artifacts flourished from the late Shang to the early Zhou periods, seeing a resurgence during the Warring States era. There was undoubtedly a mystery hidden within this cave, even if it were not from the Eastern Zhou. It was at the very least from the Warring States. As Qijie stepped forward to examine the bronze column, he noticed horizontal strips resembling steps cascading downward. He took the initiative to burrow inside, illuminating the path with his flashlight, revealing a staircase that extended endlessly into the depths below. The situation beneath remained shrouded in obscurity, leaving the four of them with no choice but to descend the bronze column in succession. With each step downward, Tang San's exhilaration grew, yet he was too engrossed in his ascent to utter a word. Qijie, agile and swift, distanced himself from the others by at least 3 meters. Suddenly, Tang San heard the sounds of a scuffle. He distinctly recognized Qijie's labored breathing. If it came down to pure skill, Tang San was confident in his abilities. However, Qijie's prowess was unfathomable, with no one ever matching him in combat. Just as Tang San felt bolstered by this confidence, gunfire echoed through the darkness. The trio found themselves trapped upon the bronze column, unable to assist. In a panic, Tang San quickened his pace, descending another 3 meters or so. The wind surged, and the space expanded dramatically. He extended 1 foot below, touching the ground, and leaped down, calling out, Qijie? At that moment, gunfire erupted, and Bai Yi lunged toward him, colliding with Tang San and sending them both tumbling. In a hurried attempt, Bai Yi extinguished the flashlight. A bullet whizzed past Tang San's cheek, leaving a burning sensation on his face. He drew his own weapon, recalling that the bullet had been fired from the southwest. He pointed in that direction, and Bai Yi understood, glancing up at Xiao Ning, who remained unmoving atop the bronze column, her flashlight extinguished. Bai Yi retrieved a flying dagger, his left hand instinctively reaching for his waist, where a revolver also lay concealed. Suddenly, a hand reached out, grasping Tang San's foot. San, is it you? Qijie inquired. I'm fine, just a graze on my arm, Qijie replied softly. Having descended swiftly, he had barely landed when an adversary lunged at him. With a well-placed kick, Qijie struck the opponent's lower body, causing them to double over in pain. Not one to inflict unnecessary harm, Qijie refrained from delivering a fatal blow, assuming the assailant was incapacitated. However, to his surprise, the foe had allies. A ruthless accomplice aimed a gun at Qijie's heart and fired. With remarkable reflexes, Qijie dodged just in time, the bullet grazing his arm before embedding itself in the stone wall. This was the very shot that had alarmed Tang San earlier. Realizing the danger, Qijie dropped to the ground, holding his breath to feign death. Just then, Tang San descended, leaving Qijie without the opportunity to issue a warning. The assailants launched another attack, but fortunately, Bai Yi's quick thinking saved Tang San's life. Otherwise, Qijie would have regretted his inaction. Chapter 104. The dragon submerges to drink the adversaries. Sensing the presence of multiple individuals in the darkness and unsure of the situation, called out, retreat. They helped the fallen comrade up and vanished into the shadows. Bai Yi released his grip from his waist, promptly striving to illuminate the surroundings. The earlier ambush on Qijie and Tang San had been facilitated by the flashlight's glow, which had betrayed their position. They were visible while their assailants lurked in the shadows, nearly leading to their untimely demise. Bai Yi switched on the flashlight, scanning the surroundings. There was no fire pit, and Xiao Ning had already jumped down. She approached the stone wall, her hands exploring its surface as she muttered, "It should be here." As her words echoed, the previously dark area brightened. And when Tang San looked up, 2 square holes appeared above, sunlight pouring in and illuminating the entire space. Tang San remarked, "So it truly is you. Why did you ambush Wu Tong earlier? What is going on?" Bai Yi stood up to examine the wound on Qi Xie, which was not serious. However, Tang San bore a fresh bloodstain on his face, adding an air of ruggedness to his demeanor. I ask you, did you trigger the trap to frame Wu Tong? And have you been here before? You navigated this place with such ease upon arrival. What are you hiding from us, Xiaoning? Tang San fixed his gaze on her. Those two individuals earlier, they are not in league with you, are they? Xiao Ning refrained from arguing, merely retrieving a notebook from her backpack. This was her father's manual on mechanisms. I do not wish to elaborate much. I am eager to recover this manual because, just before my father passed, he entrusted someone to tell me that it contains words he wished for me to find. She flipped to the 6th page of the manual, took out a lighter, and set the paper alight. In no time, the original content vanished, revealing new information. There was a map and the 4 characters, Qianlong Yinshui. I know the location of the mechanism because of this map. Even if you hadn't come, I would have. It's merely a coincidence. As for Wu Tong, I do not trust him, so I temporarily sent him away. Rest assured, I have studied the mechanism map. I won't harm him. Xiao Ning spread her hands. Believe it or not, that is up to you. She had initially struggled to divert Wu Tong and Xiao Qi, but fate intervened. The bloodbath had taken care of Xiao Qi. Now, disbelief was no longer an option. Moreover, Xiao Ning possessed the map of the tomb, making her the most knowledgeable about its layout. However, what did Qianlong Yinshui signify? When my father passed, I wasn't by his side. All that remains are the map and these 4 characters. Tang San, tell me, what does Qianlong Yinshui mean? It refers to a feng shui site, a concealed dragon drinking water. This site promises great wealth and prosperity. Deep waters and majestic mountains signify high rank and power. Those buried here will surely wield great authority, dominating the realm. In ancient times, this could threaten the emperor's dominion, Tang San explained. But what connection does your father have with this site? He is not buried here, nor does it benefit you. Otherwise, he would have directly instructed you to be interred here. Why then? Did he insist on you retrieving the manual instead of seeking this site? We can discuss these matters later. We now possess the map, which favors our position. The 2 individuals from earlier seemed to have vanished. Tang San, can you speak less? Bai Yi, recalling the earlier events, felt a surge of frustration. Once we locate them, I will surely deal with them appropriately. Just moments ago, the 2 individuals departed towards the southeast. Upon reaching that location, Xiao Ning encountered a coffin, which he opened to discover it was empty, revealing an entrance marked by descending bluestone steps. It seemed evident that the 2 individuals had ventured down this path, having likely spent some time within and gained familiarity with the structure. The 4 of them then climbed into the coffin, descending the steps. Tang San glanced around, perplexed. Strange. This is not the hidden dragon watering hole. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed, followed by a piercing scream, filled with agony. The 4 hastened towards the source of the sound, leading them to another chamber below. In this crypt, coffins were positioned in each cardinal direction, east, south, west, and north, while a grand tree stood in the center, its foliage lush and verdant. Coiled around its trunk was a massive serpent, its belly swollen, and it was from this creature that the earlier scream had emanated. The serpent's skin bore a mottled pattern of brown and green. Its enormous head was menacing and fearsome, covered in formidable scales. At that moment, the serpent, agitated, wrapped itself tightly around the tree trunk, producing a cacophony of friction between its scales and the bark. Its eyes, resembling copper bells, were large and luminescent, sharp and piercing. As it opened its gaping maw, radiating a palpable aura of menace towards the intruders, its forked tongue flickered dangerously close to Tang San's face, causing the 4 to instinctively retreat a step. Bai Yi had already drawn his throwing knife, poised for action, while Tang San, though inexperienced with firearms, extracted his gun, his hands trembling with apprehension. No. Suddenly, a figure emerged from beneath the tree. My brother is inside its belly. Please do not shoot. This individual, sporting a buzz cut and smeared with stains of blood that did not appear to be of human origin, was recognized by Bai Yi in an instant. It was clear that they had provoked the serpent. Its memory was remarkably keen, harboring grudges and capable of identifying those who had harmed it, even years later. Seeking vengeance when the opportunity arose. When its kin were threatened, serpents could sometimes unite in aggression. The 2 individuals who had entered earlier must have wounded the great snake upon encountering it. Bai Yi drew his gun and aimed it at the serpent's head, deftly pulling the trigger. With a resounding bang, the bullet struck the serpent's eye, inflicting immense pain. The creature leaped into the air, lunging toward Bai Yi with astonishing swiftness. Chapter 105. The Serpent King, though wounded, the serpent's lethality remained undiminished. As it gaped its maw wide, prepared to bite off Bai Yi's head, he tilted his head to evade the attack. With the gun trained on the serpent's head, he fired multiple rounds. The superior quality of the .38 revolver was evident as several bullets pierced the serpent's skull, causing blood to spurt forth from various wounds, cascading like a crimson fountain. The serpent's massive body collapsed onto the ground, emitting a mournful cry as the contents of its belly stirred. An onlooker, who had been silently observing, suddenly brandished a dagger and charged forward. He mounted the serpent's body, which had lost its will to resist, yet still retained some residual strength. The serpent flung its body high, nearly dislodging the man. He clung tightly to the serpent as it crashed back down, and in one swift motion, he plunged the knife into the serpent's belly, slicing a straight line and eviscerating it. Tang Sancheng abruptly turned away, retching. The space was thick with a foul, metallic scent of blood that invaded his nostrils and settled deep within his core. When he turned back, the man had entirely opened the serpent's belly, revealing a human figure within. The features were unrecognizable, the head corroded by the serpent's gastric acid, yet it still trembled. Bai Yi wiped the serpent's blood from his face and approached the man who was intent on extracting the individual from the serpent's belly, pressing the gun's muzzle against his temple. Pull him out. The man with the crew cut raised his hands, demonstrating his compliance. Don't worry. I have no tricks up my sleeve. Bai Yi spat on the ground. These two had just attempted to kill them, and such reassurances were mere childish play. The crew-cut man pulled his companion from the serpent's belly, and as the body emerged, it lay still, no longer moving. He felt for a pulse under the nose, but there was none. The sight of the decaying head was too horrific, causing him to collapse onto the ground in despair. Xiao Ning approached the serpent's belly, reaching inside its stomach. After some rummaging, he retrieved a blood-soaked gun. Qijie examined the firearm before taking it and testing its functionality. It's still operational. They had acquired another weapon. Qijie handed it to Xiao Ning. Here, take it. Xiao Ning, filled with gratitude, wiped the blood off the gun and stowed it away. Now, the question was how to deal with the crew-cut man. Bai Yi's expression darkened. Speak. How did you get in? You were the ones who fired earlier, correct? How did you enter? The crew-cut man shifted his gaze. How did you get in? A gun pressed firmly against his temple elicited a pained cry. Bai Yi's voice was low and menacing. My patience has its limits. You injured two of my men. We need to settle this score. Wait. I'll talk. I'm with him. He brought me in. The crew-cut man began to sweat profusely, the gun pressing tightly against him. Brother, can you step back a bit? I'm worried about an accidental discharge. Refrain from playing these games with me. Get to the point. Bai Yi discerned that this crew-cut individual was rather cunning. Engaged in a verbal dance while avoiding the crux of the matter. You will surely come to understand the cost of underestimating me. Bai Yi aimed his firearm at the ground near the crew-cut's feet and fired a shot, sparks erupting, causing the crew-cut to pale in fear. Do not be agitated. I have said it. I have said it. The deceased is the one who fired earlier. We traversed the same passage as you, merely arriving a tad earlier. Were it not for this, we would not have encountered this colossal serpent first. Still lacking substance, Bai Yi's expression darkened. How did you find your way here? The crew-cut hesitated slightly. The deceased had a knack for finding entrances. He claimed this was the watering hole of the hidden dragon, a dragon's lair, which must certainly house an ancient tomb, at least a chamber of a feudal lord, and it should be promising, so I accompanied him. I merely came to sniff around. I was just a follower. I followed his lead. The veracity of this statement is now beyond verification. That man barely preserved his life, a stroke of luck. At this moment, the crew-cut was metaphorically pouring a bucket of filth over the deceased, and he simply closed his eyes, resigned to it. Sniffing around? Tang Sancheng was taken aback. I have heard my master speak of individuals who can discern the presence of ancient tombs by the scent of the soil. You are quite the expert, aren't you? Expert, my foot. Just as the words escaped him, the crew-cut quickly tempered his tone. I do not possess such remarkable abilities. Otherwise, I would not have been following him. However, I can indeed detect certain things, such as which areas are suitable for digging, where it is easier to breach the earth. I can generally tell with a high degree of accuracy. This time, I truly found no occasion to employ my skills. We entered without needing to dig. I swear, if I utter a single falsehood, may I suffer a most wretched fate. In this eerie underground tomb, there lay 4 coffins. Alongside a lifeless giant serpent, next to him was a companion, once vibrant, now a grotesque mass of flesh. The oath of a dreadful demise weighed heavily in the air. And after finishing his words, the crew cut could not help but shudder. One should not take all his words at face value. Bai Yi relaxed his grip on the gun slightly. What other discoveries have you made? The crew cut wore a mournful expression. What discoveries could there be? Merely studying the passage above consumed several bullets. We just descended and immediately encountered you. The worst part was confronting this giant serpent. I nearly lost my life. And I have come to realize that if heaven were to grant me another chance, I would never dare to enter here again. Bai Yi temporarily holstered his weapon. What is your name? Lazy. Everyone calls me Lazy. Upon seeing the gun move away from his head, Lazy exhaled a sigh of relief. Well, actually, there is one more thing. Before Lazy could finish his sentence, Tang Sancheng exclaimed. Look, Bai Yi. Countless serpents, varying in hues and sizes, emerged from the crevices, each raising its head and flicking its tongue as they advanced towards the crowd. Bai Yi hurried to the side of the colossal serpent's corpse, applying some blood onto himself and urging the others to do likewise. They disregarded the pungent odor of blood, coating every exposed inch of their skin with it. When the blood proved insufficient, Lazy drew his knife and made several more incisions, allowing more serpent blood to flow forth. Bai Yi furrowed his brow at Lazy's actions. He must be wary of him, for he was no ordinary individual. The serpents fixate solely on moving objects. Let us remain still, Bai Yi instructed. The enormous serpent had likely held a regal status among its kin. Such creatures resonated with an eerie connection, and they harbored a profound reverence for the blood of their king. He hoped this stratagem would prove effective. A dark red snake slithered to Tang Sancheng's feet, causing his heart to race. He inhaled deeply, striving to keep his limbs steady. Hurry, crawl past, he implored silently, invoking every deity he could think of. Suddenly, the snake opened its mouth, and a hiss reached Tang Sancheng's ears. Chapter 106. The ghostly sphere. Tang Sancheng's heart leaped into his throat as the small crimson snake seemed to taste the air around him, its tongue brushing against his pant leg. He was on the verge of a scream when the snake abruptly recoiled and slithered away in another direction, nearly bringing him to tears. All the serpents congregated upon the giant serpent's body, incessantly writhing, with many burrowing into its disemboweled belly. It appeared as though they were siphoning the blood of their king, and an ominous atmosphere enveloped the scene. The wound in the giant serpent's abdomen widened as the snakes pressed inward, creating rippling movements within. Eventually, the giant serpent's belly burst open entirely, and a spherical object tumbled forth, rolling to rest at Xiaoning's feet. She cast a glance at it, her expression subtly shifting. Tang Sancheng observed Xiaoning's face, sensing that she recognized the object. To him, it appeared merely as a sphere stained with mucus and blood. As the serpents finally exited the giant serpent's belly, one by one vanishing into the surroundings, Tang Sancheng quickly moved his limbs, feeling both numb and sore. Meanwhile, Xiaoning crouched, staring at the small sphere in a daze. She picked it up and rinsed it with water from her flask, revealing a jade orb intricately carved and inscribed. Upon closer inspection, her countenance paled. This belongs to my father. This jade orb was a gift at my birth. Later, after a quarrel with him, I returned it, and he has carried it with him ever since. Bai Yi inquired, would you mind showing it to me? Xiaoning placed the jade orb into Bai Yi's hand. He remarked, this is a multi-layered sphere, with overlapping layers that can rotate freely. Shaking the orb, a crisp sound emanated from within, suggesting the presence of something metallic. In Bai Yi's antique shop, there once existed a jade ball that, throughout history, was believed by the common folk to possess the power to bestow blessings and avert calamities, inviting prosperity and fortune. The multi-layered jade ball owned by Xiaoning was aptly named the ghostly artifice ball, alluding to the concept of divine craftsmanship. Its structure comprised 5 layers, intricately polished into a spherical form. Each sphere was perforated with numerous holes, with the innermost sphere being solid, resplendent in hues of crimson and emerald, while the outer 4 spheres were pristine and seamless. When prodded sequentially with a golden hairpin through the holes, the inner 4 spheres would rotate and move tirelessly, a marvel of exquisite craftsmanship. Xiaoning, I wish to unlock it, Bai Yi declared. The sound emanating from within is unlike that of a typical ghostly artifice ball. I suspect your father concealed something inside. Xiaoning's purpose in visiting this place was to unravel the enigma left by her father, and thus she had no objections. Bai Yi was adept in handling the ghostly artifice ball. He rotated it 4 times to the left and 6 times to the right, loosening it, With a twist, the ball split, revealing a bronze key that tumbled out. Lei Zi's eyes gleamed with excitement, but Bai Yi, sensing something amiss, instinctively turned back, reverting to a demeanor of trepidation. "Xiaoning, do you recognize this key?" "No," Xiaoning replied with certainty. "That key was certainly not inside the jade ball before. I am certain of it." This bronze key, ancient and weathered with rust, raised questions. Did it pertain to this tomb? What transpired in this crypt involving Xiaoning's father? What compelled her to return? A cascade of inquiries flooded her mind, and Bai Yi felt as though the situation had become an unsolvable tangle, desperately requiring a sharp blade to clarify the confusion. "Xiaoning, how much do you know about your father's visit here? Please reflect carefully," Bai Yi urged. "This tomb is not ordinary. Your father held it in high regard before his passing, and there must be a reason behind it." Xiaoning paced anxiously, striving to recollect every detail. Upon receiving a call from her father's friend, she learned of his grave condition and rushed to the hospital. Her father's lucidity was fleeting. He managed to convey 3 crucial messages. First, to retrieve his journal. Second, to seek out the person bearing the tiger talisman birthmark. And third, an apology. He uttered the words "I'm sorry," which brought tears to Xiaoning's eyes. She loved her father but struggled to accept his stringent training as a tomb raider, a fundamental discord that prevented them from becoming the best of partners. Despite the lack of useful clues, a recollection from her father's friend ignited Xiaoning's excitement. "I remember now. My father once ventured out with a colleague, speaking of a grand plan. But only my father returned. The colleague met with a tragic fate. After that incident, my father became melancholic and fell ill." Grand plan? Tang Sancheng's mind raced. Could the grand plan referred to by Xiaoning's father be related to this water-drinking dragon's cave? He observed the 4 coffins positioned at each cardinal point and decided it prudent to investigate further. Approaching one of the coffins, Bai Yi understood his intent and, alongside the 7 fiends, moved towards another coffin. Lei Zi, displaying a keen sense, positioned himself before the final coffin ahead of Xiaoning. 4 individuals simultaneously lifted the coffin lid, revealing its emptiness. "Damn it!" Lei Zi exclaimed. "What kind of madness is this? Why place 4 empty coffins here?" The coffins were meticulously aligned to the cardinal directions: east, south, west, and north. Observing a nearby tree, robust and verdant, Tang Sancheng suddenly grasped the situation. He approached the tree beside the giant serpent, crouching down amidst the blood and viscous substances it had expelled, which rendered the ground filthy. He examined the roots, extending his hand to dig several times, extracting the muck within and inhaling its scent, a perplexing act to those around him. "Have you discovered something?" Bai Yi inquired. Tang Sancheng shook his head in silence, continuing to excavate beneath the roots until he unearthed a hole the size of a fist. He plunged his hand inside, diligently retrieving another handful of mud, scrutinizing it before clearing away the uppermost layer of the most tainted soil to inspect the underlying texture. He repeated this motion, rising to his feet, cursing vehemently. How ruthless. Chapter 107. The dragon's blood depleted. This place had indeed once been the site known as the watering hole of the hidden dragon. With the east belonging to wood and the west to metal, the dragon's head facing east towards the sun. A sore upon its horn would manifest as fire, and the tree's position was directly above the dragon's head. This was akin to a wound on the dragon's crown. The 4 coffins were originally meant to be situated there, guarding against the leakage of dragon energy from all 4 directions. This arrangement was ingeniously constructed, yet it was compromised by this very tree, which had previously been unearthed, thus violating the sanctity of the watering hole of the hidden dragon. Upon hearing Tang Sancheng's words, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically, especially Xiaoning, whose father was a master of burial sites and well-versed in feng shui. The subsequent statements from Tang Sancheng heightened everyone's anxiety. Yellow mud surges, dragon's blood is depleted. The hole is breached, the dragon ascends. The yellow mud refers to the soil beneath the tree, symbolizing the dragon's blood, with the dragon's blood flowing out. This is no longer a dragon's lair. Those once interred here were destined for great fortune or rapid success, but now it seems their descendants may face generations of misfortune. Who was it that desecrated this dragon's lair? Lei Zi, as if identifying himself among them, eagerly asked. Those who wish for the descendants of the tomb's master to suffer. Tang Sancheng replied. It is precisely because the dragon's lair has been violated that the giant serpent is able to traverse freely here, absorbing the spiritual energy of this place. The pressing question now was the location of the main burial chamber. The last appearance of the Liaogua fruit had been within the master's coffin, and now it had arrived here. The immediate priority was to locate the primary burial chamber. Typically, burial chambers manifest in symmetrical shapes. Yet this one was concealed within a cavern, exploiting the dragon's lair's position, necessitating the erection of a bronze pillar to serve as a passage, exceedingly clandestine and unorthodox. Thus, they had to rely on the map left by Xiao Ning's father. Xiao Ning understood this clearly. She approached the coffin to the north, signaling for Qi Xie to join her. Together, they moved the stone coffin aside, revealing a square slab of blue stone beneath. On her father's map, this had been marked as significant. Standing upon it, the stone wall before her suddenly swung open. Tang Sancheng, hearing the howling wind, lunged forward, throwing himself onto Xiao Ning while shouting, "Get back!" The three individuals behind her swiftly dropped to the ground, as countless sharp stones flew forth, missing their target and descending under the influence of gravity. The edges of the stones were honed to a keen sharpness. Xiao Ning, with a lingering sense of dread, recalled her father's markings in this place, believing them to be the key to unlocking the tomb. To her astonishment, she realized that they also triggered mechanisms. Fortunately, Tang Sancheng's extraordinary hearing saved them. Otherwise, she would have sustained numerous grievous wounds. Tang Sancheng and Xiao Ning found themselves pressed closely together, an awkwardness settling between them. He stood up from her side, his expression one of bashfulness. "I apologize. The situation was quite peculiar." "Thank you." Xiao Ning adjusted her clothing, replying, "I was too reckless, nearly endangering everyone." The mechanism had unleashed not arrows, but stone implements, further affirming Bai Yi's belief that they were on the right path. During the Eastern Zhou period, stone weaponry was predominant. Bai Yi stepped forward, entering the stone wall. Upon crossing the threshold, he gasped, "What a magnificent natural stone screen!" In the cliff coffins of Xiangxi, there had been a simple stone screen, yet it bore no more than the patterns of the stone itself. This natural stone screen, however, was adorned with numerous inscriptions and illustrations, evidently crafted by human hands. Although he could not decipher the text, the images were unmistakable. The first depicted a pair of brothers seated face to face, seemingly in joyful harmony. The second illustration showed a woman embracing one of them, while the other stood at a distance, observing coldly. The third scene portrayed a group pursuing one of the brothers. The fourth depicted the other brother kneeling before the woman in a subterranean passage. The fifth revealed the other brother wearing a sinister smile. A total of 5 vividly etched images told a story, and Bai Yi sensed a connection among them, a narrative that felt hauntingly familiar, almost on the verge of escaping his lips. "This resembles a tale of fratricide," he remarked. The concept of brothers turning against one another crystallized in Bai Yi's mind. "I remember now. This is the story of Zheng Boku and Duan Yuyan." Duke Wu of Zheng had married a woman named Wu Jiang in the state of Shun, who bore him 2 sons, Duke Zhuang and the younger Gongshu Duan. Due to a difficult birth, Wu Jiang, frightened, named the child Wuxing, which bred her disdain for him. She favored Gongshu Duan, desiring to establish him as the heir, and repeatedly petitioned Duke Wu, who consistently refused. As Duke Zhuang ascended to the throne, Wu Jiang sought to have Gongshu Duan granted fiefdoms. This constituted the first half of the tale. Wu Jiang's favoritism caused profound anguish for her elder son, Duke Zhuang. Bai Yi was also aware of the subsequent events. Gongshu Duan harbored ambitions of rebellion, fortifying cities, stockpiling provisions, and preparing weapons and troops for a surprise attack on the capital of Zheng. Upon learning of these treacherous plans, Wu Jiang shockingly acted as an accomplice for her younger son. Alas, Duke Zhuang discovered the conspiracy, and the rebellion ultimately failed, with Gongshu Duan facing relentless pursuit. In this predicament, when Duke Zhuang discovered that his mother had conspired with his brother, he was filled with animosity towards his sibling for treason and even more towards his mother for her heartlessness. In a fit of rage, he uttered the words that they would not meet again until the Yellow Springs, confining his mother within the city walls. However, being a paragon of filial piety, Duke Zhuang soon found himself regretting his actions. Yet, as a ruler, he could not retract his words, leading to an inner conflict. A strategist in his service proposed a clever solution. The Yellow Springs symbolized the underworld, so why not dig a tunnel to meet his mother there? This way, he could honor his vow while still reuniting with her. Thus, the final illustration depicts the poignant reunion of Duke Zhuang and his mother within the subterranean passage. However, One detail stood out as peculiar. While the preceding images adhered closely to historical accounts, the last one showcased Duke Zhuang's enigmatic smile, which was decidedly unusual. The stone screen recorded such a tale. Could this tomb be connected to Duke Zhuang? At that moment, Xiao Ning felt a sense of frustration. The stone screen obstructed their path, leaving only a narrow crevice insufficient for a person to squeeze through. Since his father had marked this spot, it was evidently a necessary route. Could the stone screen be movable? Upon voicing his suspicions, the four of them placed their hands upon the stone screen and exerted force together. 1, 2, 3. Yet, the stone screen remained immovable. Lazy spat in annoyance, lamenting that he hadn't brought any tools this time. Bai Yi understood that the tools Lazy referred to were explosives. Generally, it was best to avoid using explosives. Not only could they create a significant disturbance and attract unwanted trouble, but also their unpredictable range could easily damage the coffin within, potentially scattering any rare treasures beyond recovery. Chapter 108. Morse code. The stone screen blocked their path, and despite their combined efforts, it did not budge. Lazy cursed under his breath, expressing his discontent at their misfortune. Not only had Brother Zhou perished, but he also found himself in this predicament. You can always leave, Bai Yi retorted, implying that Lazy seemed to have some knowledge of the way out. Bai Yi had no desire for Lazy to accompany them. Had it not been for Lazy's marginal usefulness alongside Xiao Ning, he would have long since dismissed him. Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Lazy immediately hunched over, grinning sheepishly. Well, I do have some value. An extra pair of hands could be beneficial, right? Bai Yi chose to ignore him. The stone screen was firmly connected to the adjacent stone wall, creating a tight seam. If it were natural, it seemed too coincidental. The real question was why Xiao Ning's father had emphasized this location. While Bai Yi pondered, Tang Sancheng, standing beside Xiao Ning, reached out to touch the face of the sinister figure depicted in the final mural. He felt as if his hand were being drawn in by some unseen force. And before he could utter a sound, the stone screen suddenly swung, propelling Tang Sancheng outwards. Xiao Ning, quick to react, seized Tang Sancheng's wrist, and both were swept inside simultaneously. Seeing this, Qijia, despite his swift reflexes, watched helplessly as the stone screen rapidly returned to its original position, blocking their way once more. His expression turned ashen, for Tang Sancheng and Xiao Ning had vanished behind that stone barrier. Tang Sancheng felt an excruciating pain coursing through his body, as if his bones were on the verge of shattering. Upon landing, he heard the ominous crack of his leg bone. Struggling to rise, he was relieved to find that his leg had not broken. Nearby, Xiao Ning lay unconscious on the ground. He crawled over to her, shaking her gently. Xiao Ning, wake up. Her eyes fluttered open, and she exclaimed, my foot. It turned out her foot had become wedged in a crevice between the stones. Tang Sancheng reached into the gap, attempting to widen it, and at last, Xiao Ning's foot was freed, though her shoe had been distorted. Suddenly, he roughly yanked her aside, prompting her to protest, what are you doing? But her words faltered as a serpent, thick as a wrist, loomed before them. Its upper body raised high, fixating its gaze on the pair. Xiao Ning, gripped by fear, clutched at Tang Sancheng's sleeve, rendered speechless, recalling Bai Yi's earlier words. The two pressed against the stone wall, too frightened to move. Tang Sancheng thought of the Snake King's blood they had smeared on themselves, reassuring himself that they should be safe. Gradually, the serpent slithered closer, stopping right in front of him, its forked tongue flickering tantalizingly near his eyes. The serpent was acutely sensitive to movement, and as Tang Sancheng's eyes darted back and forth, he became paralyzed with fear. The serpent's tongue danced near his eye, threatening to pierce it at any moment. Xiao Ning, witnessing this, covered her mouth tightly with her hands, digging her fingers into Tang Sancheng's thigh, causing him pain. He could hardly breathe, stifling his cries in agony, as each second felt like an eternity. He recalled the calming mantra his master had taught him, Supreme Star of the Taishang, adapt without ceasing. Exorcise evil and bind spirits, safeguard life and body. Wisdom clear, heart and mind at peace. The three souls eternal, the spirit never lost. The recitation of this mantra steadied Tang Sancheng, and when he glanced at the serpent again, it no longer appeared fearsome. At last, the serpent retreated slowly, disappearing into the crevice. Xiao Ning let out a mournful whimper. That was disgusting, Tang Sancheng. Get a grip. After all, you are a descendant of the Tomb Raider. Tang Sancheng regained his composure and remarked, how strange. This place resembles the tomb chamber we were just in. Look, the 4 cardinal directions each have a coffin that is distinctly different. This chamber is empty in the center, devoid of trees and giant serpents. Xiao Ning pointed to the left. We must be on the other side of the stone screen. Do you remember where you touched earlier? To her left stood another stone screen, identical in size, adorned with different inscriptions and illustrations from the previous one. Tang Sancheng nodded and described the area he had touched, then stood up to assist Xiao Ning toward the stone screen, inquiring, Bai Yi, Qixia, can you hear us? Xiao Ning picked up a stone and began tapping rhythmically against the screen. Her strikes were peculiar, yet systematic. Tang Sancheng looked at her in confusion. What is this? Morse code. She replied, Isn't your friend well versed in it from his time abroad? I hope he understands. As she spoke, she continued to tap out a series of long and short sounds against the stone screen. Tang San was unaware that this Morse code functioned akin to radio waves, transmitting information through specific frequency bands. Xiao Ning was currently conveying to Bai Yi and the others how to gain entry. First, they would be able to hear the knocking sounds, and secondly, they needed to possess an understanding of Morse code themselves. Whether this would be successful would soon become evident. After completing his tapping, Xiao Ning pressed his ear against the stone screen, attentively listening for any movements from the other side. When he did not receive a response from Bai Yi, Tang San's expression shifted. There was gunfire. Logically, since the gun was in Bai Yi's possession, he ought to be the one firing, especially with Qixia present, creating a 2-to-1 advantage. This thought alleviated Tang San's worries. It must have been that small, flat-headed individual who had displeased Bai Yi again. At that moment, a series of knocks resonated from the stone screen, originating from the opposite side. Xiao Ning listened with excitement, slowly articulating, Message received, clear the way. The two exchanged glances and distanced themselves from the stone screen. Approximately 20 seconds later, the entire stone panel swung open to the right, and 3 individuals were hurled into the space, landing precisely where the 2 had fallen earlier. Bai Yi and Qixia stood up, leaving only the incapacitated Lei Zi on the ground. Bai Yi turned back. Stop playing dead. That shot barely grazed you. It turned out that Lei Zi was not the only one who understood Morse code. He had some tricks up his sleeve as well. Upon hearing the method of entry, he calculated in his mind how to deal with the 2 individuals here before moving on to confront Tang San and Xiao Ning, envisioning himself as the sole victor. Relying on his modest prowess, he first lunged at the seemingly more refined Bai Yi, kicking the gun from his hand while simultaneously drawing a knife. Little did he know, he had underestimated Qixia. Already concerned for Tang San, Qixia seized the opportunity to vent his frustrations on Lei Zi. He delivered a swift kick to Lei Zi's lower back, catching him off guard, and with a force strong enough to nearly break his spine. Lei Zi dropped his weapon to the ground. Qixia took advantage of the moment, kicking the gun into the air. Bai Yi lunged forward, seizing the gun and turning back to aim it at Lei Zi, firing a shot. Chapter 109, 24 Mountains. The bullet grazed Lei Zi's left calf and embedded itself in the ground, tearing away a patch of skin and causing him intense pain. Bai Yi stepped on Lei Zi's calf, directly on his wound, prompting a cry of agony from him. Bai Yi coldly remarked, Now you know what pain feels like. My patience has reached its limit. Wait, there is something I haven't mentioned. Trust me, it will be invaluable to you. Lei Zi clung desperately to his last hope. Spare me, and I shall guide you inside. His eyes darted as he added, Trust me, the information I possess will be beyond your wildest imagination. Having survived, Bai Yi felt he could control Lei Zi. Sometimes, confidence can obliterate an entire world, and now it was Lei Zi's turn to provide clues. He leaned against the stone wall, standing up. Do you know why the humidity here is so intense? The humidity was indeed quite oppressive, just moments ago. Several individuals seated on the ground noticed that their trousers had become thoroughly soaked, clinging uncomfortably to their skin. This was particularly distressing for Xiao Ning, who found herself frequently tugging at her pants to alleviate the discomfort. The excessive moisture was intrinsically linked to the geographical position of the mountain and its climate. The abundance of snakes in the area was also a consequence of this dampness. Lei Zi wore a barely perceptible smile as he remarked, This place is essentially a water coffin. A water coffin? Bai Yi inquired, recalling tales of burial chambers where the interred would introduce subterranean water to deter thieves. Should anyone inadvertently trigger a mechanism, the entire chamber would be inundated, ensuring that the grave robbers became part of the burial themselves. However, it was perplexing that Lei Zi, who was not visiting for the first time, seemed to possess such insight. Do not underestimate me. My instincts are sharper than you can imagine, Lazy asserted. The soil here is exceptionally soft, indicating something unusual, inconsistent with the expected earth for this geographical location. Additionally, observe the stone wall and feel it. After making his proclamation, he sensed he had come across as commanding, potentially irking Bai Yi, so he hastily touched the stone wall and, with a casual grasp, found his palm filled with water. See, the veracity of Lazy's claims was difficult to discern, yet there was a modicum of truth therein. The pressing priority was to locate the main coffin and ascertain whether it contained the ancient Liao fruit, which was the primary objective. Their only recourse now lay in the map bequeathed by Xiao Ning's father. Xiao Ning recognized this truth, standing in the center of the chamber. She noted a marked red symbol on her father's map. What could it signify? Tang Sancheng was also observing. Although the longing water hole had been disturbed, it had originally been chosen for its auspiciousness. To ensure the reliability of the dragon's den, the coffin must be oriented correctly to be enveloped by the dragon's energy, thus bestowing blessings upon future generations. The alignment was imperative, as the commonly understood directions were divided into 8 cardinal points, each encompassing 45 degrees: north, northeast, east, southeast, south, southwest, west, and northwest. Tang Sancheng's deductions were based on the 24 mountains. In the 12 earthly branches, Zi, Wu, Mao, and you correspond to the 4 cardinal positions in the later heavens' 8 trigrams, representing Kan, north, Li, south, Zhen, east, and Dui, west. The 12 earthly branches, beginning with the Kan position, are arranged in a clockwise sequence. According to the 12 lunar months, the branches are as follows: Yin, Mao, and Chun in the east, Si, Wu, and Wei in the south, Shun, Yu, and Wu in the west, and Hai, Zi, and Chou in the north. The 24 mountains are further divided into 12 auspicious and 12 inauspicious positions. After considerable contemplation, Tang Sancheng experienced a moment of clarity, glancing upward. The ingenuity of the tomb's master was remarkable. Noticing the expression on Tang Sancheng's face, Bai Yi sensed the reliability of this revelation. "What do you see?" he inquired. Above us, Tang Sancheng pointed to the ceiling, directly overhead. No wonder Xiao Ning's father marked this in red. The map is not three-dimensional, making precise indication challenging. Yet he left behind a crucial clue. Bai Yi's countenance darkened. Above was the rocky summit. To ascend, one must scale the sheer cliff, which was perilously slick and rendered the task far from simple. In that moment, Bai Yi recalled the tools he had employed during their last encounter in the quicksand maze. Cursed be his luck, for he had failed to bring them along this time, leaving him with no choice but to climb with bare hands. Qi Xie and Bai Yi faced no difficulties, yet Xiao Ning and Tang Sancheng, along with Lei Zi, found themselves in a precarious situation. Lei Zi's eyes gleamed with determination as Bai Yi nudged him towards the cliff's edge, urging him to take the lead. Internally cursing the prospect of being a mere shield, Lei Zi grimaced at the thought of being a sacrificial lamb in such a dire scenario, where the enemy was formidable and they were outmatched. He spat on the ground but masked his discomfort with a grin, declaring, "Very well, I shall go first." He moistened his hands with saliva, warming them, and began to ascend the protruding rocks. Bai Yi followed closely behind, with Xiao Ning trailing, Tang Sancheng in fourth, and Qi Xie bringing up the rear. The rocks not only posed a slippery challenge, but also threatened to inflict cuts from their jagged edges. Tang Sancheng recalled Bai Yi's warning and proceeded with utmost caution to avoid drawing attention to his unusual blood, which naturally slowed his pace. Meanwhile, Lei Zi exhibited remarkable agility, and the group paused several times to catch their breath. After reaching the midway point, they gazed upward, spotting an opening large enough for 2 to pass through. Their spirits lifted, particularly Lei Zi's, who quickened his pace. Bai Yi, discerning his intent, smirked, thinking to himself that escaping his grasp would not be so facile. Feeling the pressure of Bai Yi's relentless pursuit, Lei Zi internally lamented his predicament. The goal was tantalizingly close, yet he yearned for an opportunity to eliminate the 3 trailing behind him. He feigned fatigue, suggesting, "Let us take another break. I can't go on." Sensing the ploy, Bai Yi firmly gripped the rock with one hand while drawing his weapon with the other. "Less chatter, continue climbing. Allowing the enemy time to strategize only invites peril, and I shall not permit that. I wouldn't hesitate to cripple you if you continue this nonsense. Now ascend." Faced with such a formidable opponent, Lei Zi gritted his teeth and pressed on. As he neared the summit, the entrance loomed ever closer. His gaze fell upon a stone lever near the opening. Could it be a trap? To risk or not to risk? Anxiety gnawed at him, weighing the possibility of triggering a mechanism that might harm those below. With a resolute decision, he grasped the rock above him, propelling his body upward. He pushed off the stone beneath him and leapt, his hand brushing against the lever, which he yanked with all his might. A burst of flame erupted from the opening, and Lei Zi cursed vehemently. Damn it, wasn't he that supposed to be a stone arrow? Time was of the essence, and there was no room for contemplation. The fire surged towards him, threatening to engulf him in flames. Instinctively, he recoiled, but the flames licked at his hands, causing him to withdraw in agony. And he plummeted downward, accompanied by a cry of despair. Chapter 110. Fire. Lei Zi fell, plummeting from a height of 20 meters. Should he crash to the ground, he would surely be reduced to a mere pulp. In a moment of regret, he realized that his attempt to harm others had backfired, leading him to ponder if this descent into darkness was, in fact, a reflection of his own hell. He closed his eyes, bracing himself for death when a hand reached out, grasping his wrist. Upon opening his eyes, he found it was the somewhat dazed giant, Tang Sancheng, who held onto Lei Zi's hand with a firm grip, while his other hand clutched a rock. Hurry, get up, he urged. Bai Yi shook his head. Thinking Tang Sancheng was too kind-hearted, Lei Zi was cunning and calculating, and he would rather see him fall to his demise. Tang Sancheng's grip faltered, his strength limited as he was not a practiced fighter. He could feel Lei Zi slipping away, and unable to bear the thought of Lei Zi's death, he exerted all his might to hold on. As he began to slide outward, it seemed Tang Sancheng would be pulled down as well. Chijia steadied himself with one hand, lunging forward with the other to lift Lei Zi up. Lei Zi clung tightly to Tang Sancheng, gasping for breath. Having escaped death, Lei Zi looked at Tang Sancheng in disbelief. Did you save me? He asked. Tang Sancheng remained silent, and Bai Yi's piercing gaze prompted him to direct his attention towards Chijia. Perhaps, Bai Yi mused, if Lei Zi could learn gratitude, turning enemies into allies wouldn't be such a bad outcome. Nonetheless, he felt uncertain about it all. Let us hope, he thought, that with so many people around, Lei Zi would not dare to play tricks. Flames erupted for over a minute before slowly extinguishing. It could not be mere swamp gas. Recalling the stone rod, Bai Yi drew his gun and aimed at the protruding part of the rod, firing a shot. The bullet easily pierced through the stone, proving effective. Bai Yi fired several more rounds, shattering the rod. For crossing over without touching it would be perilous, as no one could predict whether flames would erupt again, turning them into charred victims. He reloaded his gun and tucked it away. Stay put. I will go check it out first, he instructed, cursing inwardly. Bai Yi had initially intended for that young man to serve as a shield. He heard Tang Sancheng's cautious voice in his ear. Be careful, Bai Yi. A warmth spread in his heart, but he chose not to respond. He climbed cautiously, gently traversing the stone rod. As he leaned into the opening, a gust of wind whipped across his face painfully, as if a blade were scraping against him. He shielded his face and propelled himself inside, avoiding the onslaught of wind. The gust had originated from a basin-sized hole in the stone wall, and the ferocity of the wind led him to ponder if they were at a height. The absence of barriers allowed the wind to surge in, and the light here was relatively bright. Bai Yi beheld two coffins standing side by side, with wall murals and inscriptions adorning the surrounding stone walls. Turning to glance at the fiery mechanism, he was astonished. This contraption was a modern marvel. A small oxygen tank lay across the entrance of the cave. When the stone rod was pulled, the stone tip would grind against the wall, creating sparks. Logically, the dampness of the wall should hinder friction, yet there was something on the stone tip. Bai Yi touched it, detecting the scent of sulfur. The oxygen tank deepened his intrigue. Could it be that Lei Zi's claim of this being the water coffin was indeed true? Was this oxygen tank brought by Xiao Ning's father, designed as a mechanism to prevent others from entering? While he pondered, Tang Sancheng called out from below, Bai Yi, are you all right? I'm fine. It's safe up here. You all can come up, Bai Yi replied. Bai Yi illuminated the wall with his flashlight, revealing a mural that continued the tale depicted on the stone screen below. With a turn, two coffins lay mournfully before them. Xiao Ning was the first to climb inside, followed by Tang Sancheng and Lei Zi, with Qi Xie being the last to enter. The moment Lei Zi stepped in, he collapsed, utterly exhausted from their ordeal. The others paid him no mind and began to examine the mural on the wall. After a thorough inspection, Bai Yi remarked, this depicts events following the death of Gong Shuduan. After his demise, Wu Jiang implored Duke Zhuang to select a dragon's lair for her son. Observe. Here she is depicted in anguished supplication alongside a geomancer. The subsequent images are construction plans, illustrating workers transporting stones into a grand mountain. Now, only the final image remains. This one is somewhat eerie, featuring two coffins leaning against one another, with Duke Zhuang standing to one side, a sinister smile gracing his face as he gazes upon them. Behind him stands the geomancer, eyes half closed, seemingly unable to bear the sight before him. Curiously, both the murals on the stone screen and this one appear to hint at Duke Zhuang's malevolence. As Bai Yi approached, he noticed a mark in the lower right corner. It resembled a name, suggesting that the creator of these murals was someone well-informed. Among the two coffins, one belongs to Gong Shu Duan. Who could the other be? Wu Jiang? Tang Sancheng blurted out, only to find the others staring at him in disbelief. Xiaoning shook her head vehemently. How could that be? Duke Zhuang loved his mother dearly. He even constructed a tunnel to see her. How could he wear such a smile after her death? Tang Sancheng reacted passionately. Consider this. Even if his brother has passed, his mother would still think of him and seek a dragon's lair to bless the descendants. How would Duke Zhuang feel? While alive, he couldn't contend with his brother, and now he would have no chance against a corpse. Wu Zhang's heart has always been with her son. Isn't that tragic? If Duke Zhuang harbored jealousy towards his mother, it would not be unfathomable. Out of jealousy, he murdered his own mother? Xiaoning gasped, covering her mouth, trembling slightly. This mural does not depict such a scene. It is merely conjecture. Just to think of it sends shivers down my spine. The human heart is inscrutable. I never said Duke Zhuang killed his mother. Tang Sancheng replied. We'll know the truth once we open the coffins. If one is male and the other female, clarity will emerge. This reasoning held merit. The differences in skeletal structures between genders could be discerned even in desiccated remains. The four agreed to open the coffin lids, and Qi Xia had already lifted one, exclaiming in surprise as he discovered two bodies within. On the other side, with a loud thud, the lid was removed, revealing only one corpse. Thus, two coffins held three corpses. Among them, two were reduced to bones, while one still bore flesh, emanating a foul stench. The damp and chilly environment had slowed the decomposition, leaving a significant portion of the flesh intact. As Xiaoning turned her head, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse, sending a shock through her. She immediately reached in and pulled a necklace from the hand of the still-fleshed corpse. Chapter 111. The fourth individual. This necklace is a relic left by my mother. My father always kept it close. He once mentioned that he would pass it on to me when I was to wed. Regrettably, he did not live to see that day. The presence of this necklace on that individual raises a troubling thought. Could he be the companion who accompanied my father? Bai Yi peered into the coffin, where he discovered an inscription. Xiao Tianyi killed me. A shiver coursed through Xiaoning. Xiao Tianyi was indeed her father's name. Bai Yi gently shook his head. Your father took his life, and he removed the necklace your father carried, leaving behind his final words. This much is certain. The question remains, did your father kill him over a dispute regarding the spoils? The term spoils unsettled Xiaoning. The treachery among peers was an age-old tale. This assertion held truth. When two treasure seekers entered a tomb, each would bring an apprentice for safety. The apprentice from one side would descend first, followed by the master from the same side, and then the apprentice from the opposing side, culminating with the opposing master. Such an arrangement was devised for security. In this profession, where profit reigned supreme, the elimination of a rival was not uncommon. The moments of entering and exiting the tomb presented the optimal chances for confrontation. And with the aforementioned arrangement, any master wishing to act would find their apprentice caught in between. Moreover, if a conflict indeed arose, at least one apprentice would accompany the rival to the grave. It is no easy task to cultivate a competent apprentice. It requires a decade of guidance. Thus, such arrangements serve to deter aggression. However, Xiao Tianyi had not brought an apprentice with him. Xiaoning's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Her father had left behind a map, prompting her return to this place for a reason. Bai Yi had already deduced this. Your father urged you to return because he was a genuine treasure seeker, unlike those unscrupulous rogues with no code of conduct. This adherence to the principle of not revisiting a tomb is surely one of the reasons. Xiaoning nodded in agreement. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. He always took pride in his identity as a treasure seeker. Yet, the question remains, to which lock does that bronze key correspond? It is evident that the two of them uncovered something extraordinary here, leading to an internal conflict. Your father eliminated this rival, departed with the ghostly orb, yet fell prey to the giant serpent. In a bid for survival, he sacrificed the ghostly orb. This is my tentative conclusion. Bai Yi surveyed the stark surroundings, noting the absence of any lock-like features. As for the other two corpses, after thorough examination, Bai Yi confidently stated, "Indeed, one is male and the other female. The latter displays a petite stature and a broad pelvis, indicative of post-childbirth changes. The former is an adult male. While I cannot ascertain his precise age visually, I can affirm our hypothesis. This female skeleton may very well be Wu Jiang herself." Meanwhile, Lazy was also observing the area, and due to his injury, he lacked the strength in his legs and opted to crawl beside the coffin, inhaling the earthy scent nearby. This scent is peculiar. It differs from other locations. Could there be more hidden beneath these two coffins? Upon hearing Lazy's words, Bai Yi and Qi Xie together moved aside the sarcophagus. The stone coffin was rather heavy, prompting Tang Sancheng and Xiao Ning to assist. The four of them combined their strength to shift the stone coffin. The left side revealed no anomalies. But upon removing the right side, everyone turned their heads in unison. Beneath the sarcophagus lay a corpse, grotesquely contorted from the weight of the stone coffin. This individual had perished under the crushing weight, suffering greatly in the process. Bai Yi remarked, "Observe the bones of the hands, twisted together. This is a manifestation of agony. Had the pressure occurred post-mortem, the nerves would have ceased to respond, thus such a reaction would not manifest. Clearly, this person was subjected to a brutal execution while still alive. Who could be so cruel as to torture a living being in this manner? Such an act is a grave transgression." Lazy sniffed. "No wonder the scent is different. There is already blood in the mud. It is possible that this individual was the artist of the wall paintings on the stone wall. Could it be that he was slain by Duke Zhuang after being discovered?" Tang Sancheng's sudden remark enlightened Bai Yi. Could he be the fourth person depicted in the mural? The geomancer? Indeed, this aligns perfectly. The geomancer had chosen this naturally auspicious site of the potential dragon's waterhole, yet he had not anticipated that Duke Zhuang would murder his own mother. In his fury, the geomancer clandestinely recorded these events. The murals on the stone screen below were undoubtedly the work of Duke Zhuang, intended to portray himself as a filial son. When this tomb is eventually discovered by posterity, he will achieve lasting renown. As for the true murals within the tomb, they were created by the geomancer himself. A moment of righteous indignation has left him with a lingering curse, as Duke Zhuang ensured his demise through brutal means. Despite finding some validation in his analysis, Bai Yi remained perplexed. There are no burial goods within the coffin. Could it be that the two individuals who entered this tomb were merely seeking to settle a score with the ghostly craftsman? What secrets does this key hold? While speaking, Bai Yi's gaze continued to search the sarcophagus. For him, the more pressing concern was the liaogua fruit. His hand brushed the inner wall of the stone coffin. But alas, he encountered only the cold, unyielding stone, devoid of the vibrant life of plants. Just as despair began to envelop him, Tang Sancheng made a discovery within the chest cavity of the geomancer. Bai Yi, look. A hint of green emerged from the bones of the geomancer's chest, shyly peeking out like a bashful child. That small touch of green ignited Bai Yi's anxious nerves. Having previously seen photographs of the liaogua fruit from the Eastern Zhou tomb, he recalled the details vividly. This was indeed the liaogua fruit. Bai Yi carefully extracted it, roots and all, and placed it into his small bag. To Lei Zi's astonishment, he thought it peculiar that these two could find such excitement over a mere blade of grass. With this matter resolved, Bai Yi could focus more intently on the key. The absence of burial goods within the tomb was not unusual. Xiao Tian had previously visited this site. As a distinguished tomb raider, he may have already taken some items. However, Bai Yi had instructed Xiao Ning to return here, indicating that there must be something left behind that relates to this key. Unbeknownst to Bai Yi, Xiao Ding had also asked Xiao Ning to seek out individuals bearing the tiger talisman birthmark. The one with the tiger talisman birthmark was none other than Tang Sancheng. Right beside him, Tang Sancheng suddenly remarked, "I believe I have erred. Certain matters have been misattributed." Bai Yi furrowed his brow and inquired, "Speak plainly, do not dawdle." Initially, I presumed that the individual responsible for the destruction of the hidden dragon waterhole was Xiao Ning's father. However, I have now come to realize that it was this geomancer who perpetrated the act. Chapter 112. The keyhole. Since Xiao Tianyi is an expert in identifying burial sites, Tang Sancheng initially assumed he was the one who had disrupted the feng shui here. Yet, upon further reflection, this notion falters. Xiao Tianyi had no motive to do so. The hidden dragon waterhole would benefit the descendants interred here. And he himself had no intention of being buried in this location. What advantage would it serve him? Now, having discovered the remains of this geomancer, Tang Sancheng increasingly felt that his initial theory was flawed. The one who ruined this place must be this geomancer. He would have known how to sever the dragon vein, and ostensibly, this geomancer possessed a sense of justice, yet could not withstand the threats from Duke Zhuang. Upon hearing Tang Sancheng's words, the others nodded in agreement, yet Bai Yi did not consider this to be the crux of the matter. It was not the focus of their current concerns. The ghostly sphere originally lacked this bronze key. The ghostly sphere had been devoured by a giant serpent, leaving Xiao Tianyi no choice but to abandon it. Was it possible that Xiao Ning's return here was indeed linked to this very key? It is quite likely. Xiao Ning remarked, I know my father's disposition. He is relentless in pursuit of his goals and can be ruthless. While I acknowledge the possibility of him eliminating rivals, if he returned for something here, it must be of extraordinary significance. Otherwise, it would not justify my father's stubbornness. Could it be that your father possesses the key but cannot locate the keyhole? Tang Sancheng casually suggested, prompting Bai Yi to nod emphatically. That makes sense. This is indeed the reason Xiao Tianyi urged Xiao Ning to return here. He remains undeterred. Where might the keyhole be? The stone walls here are bare. Where could the key be inserted? Lazy muttered, this tomb feels cursed. I sense an increasing chill. As soon as he spoke, Tang Sancheng nodded vigorously, rubbing his arms. Do you not feel a coldness seeping deep into your bones? Indeed, the temperature inside the cave was lower than that outside, a fact the group had noted upon entering. However, as Lazy had stated, the chill seemed to surge forth ominously, compelling everyone to huddle closer together. Suddenly, Lazy paused. Something feels amiss. Where exactly are we? This question left everyone momentarily speechless. Since entering the cave, with its sacrificial altar, bronze pillars, giant serpent, stone screens, and hanging cliffs, Bai Yi too felt perplexed. To pinpoint our exact location eludes us. Currently, we have two paths before us. Either retrace our steps out of the cave or seek a place related to this key. What are your thoughts? Though it seemed to hinge on their opinions, the matter primarily concerned Xiao Ning, as it pertained to her father's legacy, holding significant meaning for her. I shall remain, Xiao Ning declared resolutely. As for the rest of you, feel free to leave. We were never companions to begin with. Xiao Ning expressed such sentiments verbally, yet inexplicably harbored a sense of anticipation within. Tang San was the first to interject. How can that be? We entered together, and thus, we must exit together. What say you, Bai Yi? Bai Yi nodded slightly. I too am quite curious about the origins of this key. No one inquired about Lazy. He sat quietly on the ground, hugging his shoulders. Perhaps due to his injuries, he felt the cold wind piercing through his wounds, and for a fleeting moment, he imagined countless tiny insects crawling into his injuries, causing him to shudder. I will remain as well. No one acknowledged him. Where there is a key, there must surely be a lock. Bai Yi gritted his teeth and declared, I refuse to believe that Xiao Ning's father can discover it while we, a multitude, cannot. Tang San crouched beside the stone coffin, scrutinizing it intently. This tomb raider had inscribed a message at the last moment, indicating that Xiao Tianyi had slain him. Might he have left other clues elsewhere? Tang San illuminated the interior, enduring the foul stench while meticulously searching. At last, he uncovered a small, filthy bundle beneath the tomb raider's body. Bai Yi discerned that it was indeed made of deculiang, a fabric that had gained popularity in the 1970s. Children of that era would mischievously stuff snowballs into their companions' collars, exclaiming deculiang, to revel in the moment. This illustrates the extent of deculiang's prevalence in China. Thus, it was plausible for someone from an earlier generation than Xiao Ning to possess a fabric pouch made of it. The greatest flaw of this material lies in its poor opacity. Once it gets wet, the contents become fully visible. As soon as Tang San extracted it, everyone beheld a light green object within the bundle. Upon opening it, Bai Yi swiftly approached. This is the jade book. Books can be made of paper, etched into bamboo, or inscribed on jade, and this naturally belonged to the latter category. Bai Yi lifted it. The surface bore no inscriptions, appearing as pristine and smooth as new. A piece of jade exuding warmth. When Bai Yi flipped the square jade over, he was astonished to find a small hole, matching the size of the key from the ghostly sphere. It seemed Xiao Tianyi and his companion each possessed an item of utility. Xiao Tianyi had discovered the key, yet this individual found the lock hole. Regrettably, the two did not collaborate. Bai Yi inserted the key into the lock hole of the jade book, giving it a slight turn. Suddenly, the jade book sprang open, revealing a bronze key that tumbled out. The group exchanged bewildered glances, and Tang San muttered, "What on earth is this? 2 keys? I thought we had unraveled the mystery of the key, yet now, the fog grows ever thicker." Bai Yi sighed, examining the jade in his hand. A remarkably pure piece that felt warm to the touch, a fine specimen indeed. He tucked it away. "Alas, we must continue our search." Lazy struggled to rise. Trembling all over, "It's cold." Xiao Ning unconsciously leaned toward Tang San, her hands now icy, her shoulders shivering slightly. Tang San glanced back at Qixia, who, despite his cultivation, also wore a frown, enduring the chill. Only Bai Yi and Tang San knew the coldness intimately, their robust constitutions allowing them to withstand it better. They exchanged a knowing glance, aware that their physical resilience set them apart. "This place is undoubtedly a watery tomb. Goodness, I can't help but wonder when we might inadvertently activate a mechanism and find ourselves entombed here." Lazy is losing his composure, clutching his head with both hands. Scratching furiously. "Search. Since someone perished here, it must be connected to this place. With our numbers, let us divide and conquer." Bai Yi, possessing a natural leadership quality, commanded, and the group dispersed to search the area. Tang San glanced around and approached the opening. He climbed up and peered outside. The wind was quite chilly, and it felt as though his eyes could hardly open. He extended his hand in a childish gesture to shield himself from the wind, but instead, his fingers brushed against something solid and unyielding. "This is strange. It's supposed to be empty here, with wind and light coming through," Tang San murmured. Bai Yi approached, asking, "Tang San, have you discovered something?" "Ahead, it seems there is a transparent wall," Tang San replied with unwavering conviction. Chapter 113, The Jade Wall. The hole, roughly the size of a basin, was evident to all, with wind rushing in. This was the best evidence that the opening was indeed permeable. Now, as Tang San suddenly claimed there was a transparent wall, Bai Yi felt an urge to burst into laughter, but the moment was not one for mirth. He merely climbed up to stand beside Tang San, the cool breeze still brushing against his face with a biting chill. Bai Yi scolded, "I think you've lost your bearings, such strong winds." Tang San grasped Bai Yi's hand and extended it forward. "Do you feel anything?" Bai Yi fell silent. The sensation at his fingertips was unmistakable. It was the unmistakable touch of something hard. But from where is the wind coming? Tang San shut his eyes, listening to the sound of the wind. After a moment, he opened them again, stating, "The wind blows in from both sides. There is space between the stone wall and this invisible barrier. The wind is entering from both sides, creating an illusion for us." Bai Yi turned and beckoned to Qixia. "Qixia, lend me a hand." Understanding the request, Qixia nimbly climbed up and pulled Bai Yi forward. The motion was too abrupt, causing Bai Yi's head to collide with the wall, producing a muffled thud. Tang San chuckled, and Bai Yi shot him a glare, his hands exploring the surface of the wall. "So this is a jade wall." "Jade?" Tang San was somewhat bewildered by the concept of jade. "But why is it transparent?" "E1The understand, there are many types of jade. One of the finest varieties possesses a transparency akin to glass, appearing completely clear. We refer to it as glass type, which is essentially the highest grade of jade. This entire wall is crafted from jade. It's curious. Why would one construct such a jade wall in the mountains?" Bai Yi looked down at the chasm between the stone wall and the jade barrier, which seemed bottomless. Gazing at the jade wall, he noticed shadowy figures appearing to move within. The distance was merely an arm's length, easily traversable. The question remained, could this jade wall be crossed? Turning back, Bai Yi observed Tang San tightly shutting his eyes. After a lengthy pause, he opened them, pondering aloud. The wind is blowing from both sides, and there is also a small gust emanating from below, indicating that the area beneath is also open. Bai Yi furrowed his brows. There must be another space beyond the jade wall. There must be, given that both the sides and the lower section are accessible. It stands to reason that the space behind the jade wall should exist independently. Could it be, as with the stone sarcophagus on the cliff, that it is constructed upon a sheer precipice? After all, the tomb chamber seamlessly integrates with the mountain, which is not without possibility. Moreover, the death of Xiao Tiany's companion here could hardly be coincidental. "Qixia, lend me a hand once more." Qixia ascended the protruding rocks, pulling Bai Yi forward. This time, he managed to control his strength, and Bai Yi did not hit his head again. Furthermore, he observed more carefully this time. as his hands meticulously brushed over the surface, searching for any overlooked areas. He retraced his steps, re-examining several times, until his fingers finally grazed a small indentation, an epiphany. The shape was such that his fingers could not penetrate, but he discerned the edges, an aperture, a keyhole. Shielding the light with one hand, he peered closer. Indeed, it was a diminutive keyhole, yet there appeared to be two keys. Could there be another keyhole? Continuing his exploration, he eventually discovered another keyhole on the right, nearly out of reach for his arm. The two keyholes, aligned symmetrically, resonated with the aesthetic sensibilities of Chinese culture. Finding these two keyholes had demanded considerable effort. The overly transparent jade wall was a disadvantage. The keyholes were inconspicuous, particularly with light reflecting from that direction. If the light could not be blocked, it would disrupt one's vision, making them even harder to detect. Bai Yi turned to Qi Xie and said, "Come up here." Tang Sancheng shifted aside to allow Qi Xie to stand at the keyhole. Each of them held a key, and they simultaneously unlocked the mechanism. With a resounding crash, the jade wall parted in the center, causing Xiao Ning below to exclaim in astonishment, "Goodness!" She found herself somewhat relishing this adventurous thrill and began to understand why her father had been captivated by such pursuits all his life, taking pride in his identity as a tomb raider. Unfortunately, this realization came rather late. As the jade wall opened, the three above beheld the sights within. Exhaling softly in unison, Tang Sancheng was the least agile, and Qi Xie urged him to go first. He jumped down, lying there like a fish flopping out of water. In a rather comical fashion, Qi Xie turned back to assist Xiao Ning, guiding her into the chamber. Upon jumping down, she finally comprehended Tang Sancheng's bizarre behavior. The entire cave was fashioned from jade. The floor, ceiling, and walls, all made of the exquisite glass-like jade Bai Yi had described. If this space could be transported, it would indeed be an invaluable treasure. Now, only Lei Zi remained below, looking up at the others with a pitiful expression. "Brothers, don't leave me behind." Tang Sancheng's heart softened. "Qi Xie, give him a hand." Bai Yi remained silent as Qi Xie reached down, yanking Lei Zi upward with a somewhat rough motion. Lei Zi's wound struck the stone wall, eliciting a pained scream from him. Upon witnessing the scene beyond the jade wall, he could hardly contain his delight. Heavens! This is a paradise. All had entered the jade chamber, seemingly enchanted by Tang Sancheng's allure, rolling joyfully on the ground. Xiao Ning lay on the jade floor, and it became clear why ancient people fashioned pillows and beds from jade. The sensation was exquisitely soothing. "So, do you still favor the luminous pearl?" Tang Sancheng observed Xiao Ning's joy, genuinely cherishing her delight, akin to a charming little girl, radiating beauty and grace. "Though this jade chamber is rather exquisite, I remain steadfast in my affections. I have previously declared that my only true love in this world is the luminous pearl," Xiao Ning asserted with certainty. The jade chamber is remarkably transparent, devoid of any superfluous objects. After the initial excitement faded, curiosity took hold of everyone. This chamber, stripped bare of all but its essence, had evidently been meticulously designed to accommodate two bronze keys, which seemed rather perplexing. Based on my extensive experience in tomb raiding, Bai Yi firmly believed that there must be more to this than meets the eye. "This chamber cannot be moved. What use is it?" Lei Zi grumbled, visibly dissatisfied. "Had I known, I would have refrained from entering. Should you wish to depart, it is simple." Bai Yi's words prompted Lei Zi to instantly adopt a more amiable demeanor, quickly offering a smile. "I merely spoke in jest. Yet if we could manage to chip off a piece or two of this jade, we would surely find ourselves prosperous." "Jadeite is a form of hard jade. It is not easily extracted," Bai Yi remarked. "Furthermore, do you not find it odd? This elaborate jade chamber was constructed with great effort, yet it houses nothing within. Was it merely built for amusement?" Chapter 114, The Magic Square. Who would be so frivolous as to erect a jade chamber, especially one suspended in the mountains? Naturally, no one would indulge in such folly. Tang Sancheng rose from the ground. The jade chamber is adjacent to the tomb chamber, and from this vantage point, one can vaguely discern the happenings within the tomb. However, the individuals inside the tomb are unable to clearly perceive the jade chamber due to the light's peculiarities. Moreover, the source of the illumination is quite mysterious. The jade chamber is entirely sealed, and the light we observed from the other side. Where does it originate? As the excitement waned, an array of questions remained. The jade chamber lacks a light source, and being sealed off, no external light can penetrate. the group found themselves ensnared. And Tang Sancheng paced restlessly like an ant on a hot pan, his gaze fixated on the jade floor. After a prolonged scrutiny, he suddenly exclaimed, "The chamber's floor and walls are actually composed of jade bricks, their uniform color rendering the seams nearly imperceptible, giving the appearance of a seamless expanse." After examining the jade bricks for some time, Tang Sancheng realized, "This is a magic square." "A magic square?" Xiao Ning inquired, glancing over but perceiving nothing. The magic square has its origins in the He2 and Luo Shu, two ancient mystical diagrams passed down through Chinese history. Long regarded as the genesis of the He-Luo culture and the foundation of Chinese civilization, often celebrated as the cosmic cube. According to legend, during the ancient times of the Fuxi clan, a dragon horse emerged from the Yellow River in the northeastern region of Mengjing County, bearing the He2, which it presented to Fuxi. Fuxi then derived the Bagua from this, which later became the source of the I Ching. It is further said that during the era of Diyu, a divine turtle surfaced from the Luo River in the western region of Luoyang, carrying the Luo Shu, which it presented to Diyu. Diyu successfully tamed the waters based on this, subsequently dividing the world into 9 provinces. He established the 9 chapters of law to govern society, which have been preserved and incorporated into the Book of Documents, titled Hongfan. The I Ching states, "The river yields the diagram, the Luo brings forth the book, the sages follow these," referring to these 2 events. On the river diagram, the arrangement of black and white dots conceals boundless mysteries. The patterns on the Luo Shu correspond precisely to the digits from 1 to 9, such that the sum of the 3 numbers in any row, column, or diagonal equals 15. At that time, people were unaware that this was the 3-order magic square of modern mathematics, and they referred to this enigmatic numerical arrangement as the 9-palace diagram. "Are you suggesting this is also a formation?" Xiao Ning inquired. "One might say so. Look, does the pattern on this jade piece not resemble numbers?" Tang Sancheng remarked. Upon closer inspection, the markings indeed outline numbers. Bai Yi asked, "Can it be deciphered?" "With 1 foot on 9, left 3, and right 7, 2 and 4 bare shoulders. 8 and 6 serve as feet, while 5 occupies the center," Tang Sancheng recited, stepping on the corresponding jade bricks. As he pressed down on the central 5, the ground of the jade chamber suddenly opened. All the surrounding jade bricks sank, vanishing from sight, leaving Tang Sancheng almost unsteady. Fortunately, he managed to regain his balance. And Xiao Ning, alarmed, reached out a hand. Witnessing Xiao Ning's concern brought a flicker of joy to Tang Sancheng's heart. Once he steadied himself, he looked down and said, "Bai Yi, see? The sinking jade bricks have formed steps. What a marvelous design." More astonishingly, a beam of light suddenly emerged from below, as if someone were shining a searchlight upwards. Bai Yi, puzzled, wondered if this was the light they had seen earlier. If so, why had it vanished when they jumped in? Perhaps they had inadvertently triggered a mechanism, causing the 9-palace grid to restore itself, resulting in the light's disappearance. After much contemplation, he concluded that this was indeed the only plausible explanation. In high spirits, Tang Sancheng leaped down before Bai Yi could respond, landing on the descending jade brick, which startled Bai Yi into a sweat. "This design is intricate. How can you be sure it is not a trap?" Thankfully, Tang Sancheng stood unharmed, allowing Bai Yi to breathe a sigh of relief. "It seems we must descend," he said, following suit. The jade brick could only accommodate 2 individuals. As they jumped down, Qi Xie and Xiao Ning followed suit, leaving only Lei Zi, who hesitated, contemplating the strain on his injured leg. However, the others disregarded his predicament and continued to leap down. He resolved to take the plunge, closing his eyes and jumping, which aggravated his wound and made him wince in pain. Tang Sancheng and Bai Yi had already jumped down 3 times. Fortunately, the jade bricks were made of tough jade and were thick. Otherwise, Bai Yi worried that with each jump, they might break apart, and without clarity on what lay below, they could be plunging into an abyss, meeting a most unjust demise. After jumping down 9 bricks, Tang Sancheng caught sight of the light's source and, exhilarated, descended. However, he landed in a quagmire, splattering mud all over himself. Before he could turn back to warn Bai Yi also jumped down, and they exchanged wide-eyed gazes. Bai Yi turned and exclaimed, "Tang Sancheng, what am I to say about you? You jumped too quickly. What could I do?" Tang Sancheng replied, having learned his lesson. "Qi Xie, Xiao Ning, be cautious. The ground below is mud." The 2 stepped aside, revealing another stone chamber. upon seeing the inscriptions on the stone walls. Bai Yi was taken aback. Strange. Could it be that the jade wall and this tomb have no connection to Duke Shuang? Is it merely coincidence? What is it? Gaze upon the inscriptions carved into the wall. These are not from the Eastern Zhou period, but rather from the Qin dynasty, represented in the script known as Small Seal. The evolution of writing throughout history is well documented. During the Shang dynasty, the prevalent script was oracle bone script, inscribed upon turtle shells or animal bones. Dating back to the reign of Pan Geng, another form emerged, known as bronze inscriptions, found on bronze vessels, approximately from the era of Zhujia. Both of these scripts continued into the early Western Zhou, predominantly in the form of bronze inscriptions. By the late Western Zhou, a new script called Zhou 1, or large seal, came into existence, which was a standardized version of the bronze inscriptions established by the historian Zhao during the reign of King Xian of Zhou, and subsequently became the official script of the Zhou dynasty, until it was unified under Emperor Qin Shi Huang as Small Seal. After Whitey spoke, he pointed at the characters on the wall. This is Small Seal. Do you recall the characters we discovered on the bamboo slips? They share the same form. It is strange that on one side lies the tomb of Duke Shuang's brother and mother, while this side abruptly reveals a tomb from the Qin dynasty. It feels as though the universe has shifted. Tang Sancheng muttered continuously. Could it be, White Yi turned to Xiao Ning, that the dispute between your father and his companions arose from this tomb? Otherwise, why would each of them possess a bronze key? Is there a treasure here that they all covet? Duke Shuang, harboring animosity towards his brother and mother, would surely not have left behind any burial goods to incite a rift between your father and his companions. The reasoning seems insufficient. The key unlocks the jade wall and leads here. I can only surmise this possibility. So the jade book was also taken from here? Tang Sancheng remarked, suddenly perceptive. That should be correct, Qi Xie replied solemnly, pointing to the stone wall. Do you see, there appears to be a missing section here? In chapter 115, titled Inclusion, there was indeed a void in the stone wall, perfectly indented, matching the size of the jade book. Without hesitation, White Yi produced the jade book and placed it against the stone wall, fitting it seamlessly into the recess. As the jade book was inserted, a tremendous noise erupted throughout the stone chamber, akin to the sound of drums being struck nearby. Tang Sancheng, whose hearing was already sharper than most, found the noise overwhelming. He knew well that sound could be a lethal weapon. He clasped his ears and exclaimed, "Goodness, it's deafening. Someone's going to die?" Seeing Tang Sancheng in distress, Qi Xie swiftly removed the jade book, and the thunderous sound immediately ceased, granting Tang Sancheng a moment of tranquility. As the noise faded, he reflected on the earlier commotion. Strange, the noise seemed reminiscent of stones being struck, even the clashing sounds, as if construction were taking place. Whitey inquired. Indeed, it was like construction. What could this mean? This stone chamber appears to function as a recording device. Is it possible it can capture sound? This is not without precedent. Scientists have previously discovered that in certain remote mountainous regions, during thunderstorms, one can hear the sounds of drums and the clamor of battle. Scientists theorize that stones possess magnetic fields, which under certain conditions can record sounds. Perhaps this stone chamber operates under a similar principle, with the jade book acting as the switch for this recording mechanism. After Bai Yi finished speaking, he surveyed the stone chamber. Compared to a tomb, it resembled a storeroom, as it housed a row of stone boxes, each secured with a stone lock. One of them had already been opened. Could it have been the work of Xiao Tianyi and his companions? It is now evident that this group had inadvertently stumbled into another realm, one that starkly contrasted with the previous tomb, representing two distinct eras, with no connection between them, merely a coincidence that they were situated next to one another. Bai Yi shook his head, realizing their assumptions had been misguided. What do you mean by misguided? Xiao Ning inquired. Xiao Ning, in your perspective, your father left behind a map of the Eastern Zhou tomb. Do you not believe that your father and his companions first entered the Eastern Zhou tomb before arriving here to discover the jade book and the key? Of course. Otherwise, why would my father never mention the existence of this stone chamber, which is not marked on the map? Xiao Ning responded, perplexed. I believe quite the opposite. They must have first arrived at this stone chamber, discovered the jade book and the key, and then opened one of the stone boxes to find its contents. However, one unforeseen event must have occurred, Bai Yi remarked, observing that Qi Xie had reached the point he intended to discuss. Qi Xie nudged the enormous stones blocking the exit, which remained immovable. That is, they inadvertently triggered a mechanism, activating the stone array and sealing off their escape route. The others, upon seeing the stones, nodded in agreement. Bai Yi's analysis was grounded in reason. With the entrance blocked, what shall we do? For the tomb raiders, preserving their lives was paramount. As long as the Green Mountains stood, they need not fear a lack of firewood. Finding a way out was of utmost importance. Xiao Tianyi discovered another passage, the route they had descended, based on the 9-grid mechanism. Nevertheless, they were reluctant to abandon this place. One held the key while the other possessed the jade book. Each was bound by the other's possession. Bai Yi approached the passage, gesturing, "Look, there are marks left by sharp tools." This must have been done by Xiao Tianyi and his group, as they likely attempted numerous methods in their quest for an exit. This served as yet another compelling piece of evidence validating Bai Yi's assertions. I am convinced that the contents of the boxes are of considerable value. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to mutual destruction. They discovered the mechanism, ascended to the jade chamber, and by sheer luck, stumbled upon another tomb next door. They used the key to breach the jade wall and crossed over. There, Xiao Tianyi took action. Yet one thing eludes my understanding. If Xiao Tianyi eliminated his companion, why did he not take the jade book as well? Bai Yi furrowed his brow, expressing his confusion. Quite simply, Xiao Ning replied with a wry smile. I once heard my father say that he possessed a jade book. It is very likely that he was deceived. There were originally 2 jade books. One contained the key while the other did not. The deceased was no fool and would not have allowed my father to benefit easily. He must have swapped them. It is often said that tomb raiders are astute and ruthless, and Bai Yi finally witnessed this truth. Xiao Tianyi believed himself to be the victor, yet the deceased outmaneuvered him, leaving him in a precarious position. You are cunning, and you are ruthless? But I will not grant you your desires. Is it not a contest of wits? It is no wonder that Xiao Tianyi could not rest in peace after his death, for he adhered so strictly to the rules of the tomb raiders, resolutely believing in the principle of one tomb, one visit. His only hope lay in Xiao Ning, entrusting her with the task of returning to this place. The reason he sketched the map of the adjacent tomb chamber was to guide Xiao Ning in discovering another key, allowing her to return here and resolve his lingering regret. However, what followed was beyond Xiao Tianyi's imagination. The key ended up in the belly of a giant serpent. After numerous tribulations, he managed to reclaim his life, yet the losses were still substantial. Xiao Ning suddenly felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Letting out a weary sigh, my father spent his entire life scheming, yet in the end, he never anticipated the fate of a deceased person. Xiao Ning, do not be disheartened. Tang Sancheng attempted to console her, albeit awkwardly. Look, we have unraveled the mystery. Your father, if aware, would surely be pleased. His words faltered. As he added, surely, these stone boxes must contain treasures. We should bring them back for your father to see. Realizing his slip of tongue, Xiao Ning retorted with a muffled sound. What are you looking at? Would you have me deliver them to the underworld for my father to see? Tang Sancheng stood there, filled with awkwardness, sheepishly sticking out his tongue, repeatedly apologizing. I am sorry, Xiao Ning. It was my fault. I spoke without thinking. Xiao Ning, now agitated, turned away, refusing to acknowledge him any further. Tang Sancheng, having squandered a precious opportunity to comfort her, felt a deep sense of regret, exhaling a long sigh, rendered speechless. Oh, Tang Sancheng, I can no longer assist you, he thought, shaking his head at the sight of Tang Sancheng's dejected demeanor. Turning his attention back to the stone boxes, he noted that the already opened box had been hastily overturned by Lei Zi, revealing nothing but emptiness, save for a stone-like object. Damn it, all the valuables are gone, leaving only this worthless piece of junk. Lei Zi tossed the token onto the ground, while Bai Yi picked it up, observing, this is not merely a stone. It is a jade waste token. Chapter 116. The waste token, to be precise. This was not a formal waste token, but merely a symbol of identity. In ancient times, the gates of imperial palaces were heavily guarded, requiring all officials, military personnel, and even royal family members to possess an entry permit, thus giving birth to the concept of the waste token. However, the official use of waste tokens began during the Song dynasty. This particular piece was merely a precursor to the Song waste token, as such jade tokens had not yet been universally recognized as passes. Bai Yi chuckled to himself, realizing the jade token held some value, and lamented how Lei Zi could not recognize its worth, promptly placing the token into his bag. Noticing Bai Yi's actions, Lei Zi inwardly cursed himself for his foolishness. After all, it was an antique. How could he have let it slip through his fingers? Yet, with their numbers. Even if he desired something, he would not be able to claim it. However, Yi, possessing a cunning nature, was not inclined to watch the treasures be taken away by this group without a plan of his own. He had already resolved to discreetly acquire something for himself. The chest lay empty, devoid of any intrigue, flanked by 4 equally sized stone boxes. Bai Yi drew his firearm, aiming at the lock with precision, firing 5 shots consecutively. His aim was as accurate as his skill with throwing knives, shattering the stone locks of all 5 boxes. Qiqia stepped forward to open them one by one. Upon glimpsing the contents, Xiao Ning was rendered speechless with astonishment. When he finally laid eyes on a pearl nestled within the last chest, he excitedly rushed forward, grasping it in his hands and marveling at it. Could this be a night pearl? He exclaimed. Bai Yi shook his head, clarifying, this is merely an ordinary glass bead. Disappointment washed over Xiao Ning as he returned the bead to its place. Aware that the boxes contained an abundance of treasures that could not all be carried away, Bai Yi focused on selecting the most valuable items. Just then, Yi stealthily approached, his hand reaching into the 4th box, where he felt a golden arm ornament. The moment his fingers brushed against it, a strong hand seized his wrist, gripping it tightly. Behave yourself. Yi lamented his oversight in forgetting Qiqia's formidable presence. He cried out in despair, Big brother, spare me. I shall not dare again. Tang Sancheng interjected, Qiqia, let it be. He's already injured. Do not torment him further. With an irate glare, Qiqia released his grip. Having learned his lesson, Yi understood that they were now wary of his furtive actions. Resigned to standing aside and watching as Bai Yi gathered the treasures, swallowing hard as he could only gawk at the bounty being collected, Bai Yi retrieved several items from each box, which primarily contained ancient female adornments, necklaces, armlets, and headpieces, most adorned with gold, silver, and precious stones. These ornaments were both lightweight and valuable, making them ideal for transport. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Yi filled his satchel to the brim. Xiao Ning, captivated by an armlet, found it particularly appealing. It was a bracelet crafted from agate, threaded with gold wire. Despite its antiquity, dating back to pre-Qin times, its design was exquisite. Noticing Xiao Ning's admiration, Bai Yi remarked, once we are outside, this piece shall belong to you. With the Liaogua fruit now in their possession, the purpose of Xiao Tiany's directive for Xiao Ning to return here had been fulfilled. It was time to retrace their steps, exit the cavern, and reunite with Lu Zhishi and the others outside. Suddenly, Tang Sancheng recalled Wu Tong, exclaiming, alas, Wu Tong has fallen into a trap, and we have no idea where he is. Fear not, I know where he is, Xiao Ning replied, her demeanor unfazed. That is reassuring. After all, Wu Tong was Bai Yi's trusted aide, and Bai Yi was reluctant to lose such a valuable ally. Wu Tong had played a significant role in accumulating the wealth they had gathered today, and those who were solely motivated by money were often more easily manipulated. The group returned to the passage they had descended earlier, where the jade brick pathway remained intact above them. Initially, they had leapt down, but now they needed to climb back up. Qiqia safeguarded Tang Sancheng, while Bai Yi ensured Xiao Ning's safety. Poor Yi trailed behind, forlorn. Upon returning to the jade chamber, Tang Sancheng instructed the 9-grid formation to revert to its original position, instantly restoring the jade brick staircase, rendering the chamber whole once more. Upon opening the jade wall, the group returned to the adjacent tomb chamber, where the disheveled coffin lay, the remains of their father's companion unceremoniously strewn within. Compassion stirred within Xiao Ning, who took it upon himself to arrange the coffin, kneeling in reverence and bowing his head. Dear uncle, the past is behind us. I hope all is understood now, with no lingering grievances. If you encounter my father in the afterlife, let us transform our discord into peace. Tang Sancheng, touched by the moment, gently closed another coffin lid, noting that this place appeared unchanged from their initial visit. Let us proceed, Bai Yi commanded, and the group began their descent along the rocky wall, returning to the stone screen. After the arduous journey, fatigue weighed heavily upon them, their movements becoming sluggish. As Yi climbed down, he surveyed his surroundings, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. Upon reaching the stone screen, Yi was swift, his hand finding the corresponding spot on the stone. He ventured ahead alone toward the lair of the giant serpent. Bai Yi sensed trouble and hastened after him. When the group reconvened in the chamber of the serpent, Yi appeared unperturbed. Their immediate goal was to locate the bronze pillar and return to the cave. Concluding their mission, the staircase lay before them, and Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief, But at that moment, Qi Xie suddenly remarked, "Strange, that fellow is missing." Everyone turned, realizing that Lei Zi, who had been behind them, had vanished in an instant. Bai Yi's expression darkened. "Let him go. Dragging him along would only be a burden. We must depart." Just then, Tang Sancheng raised a hand. "Something is amiss." "What is wrong?" Xiao Ning questioned, puzzled. "There is the sound of water, and it is rushing fiercely," Tang Sancheng exclaimed, pointing to the rock wall. "Look!" From the once damp stone, water surged forth, rapidly cascading down. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped their ankles. The giant serpent and the man known as Brother Zhou, as called by Lei Zi, lay submerged, their blood swirling in the water. "We must hurry. The water is rising," Tang Sancheng warned. The four raced toward the entrance, with Bai Yi ascending the steps first, only to discover the coffin lid was shut. He pushed against it, but it would not budge. They were now trapped in a watery prison. Lazy. The lid was open. He must have closed it. Bai Yi seethed, lamenting his own compassion. What could be done? The water surged swiftly, nearly reaching the steps, and the bodies of the serpent and the man floated to the surface, the stench of blood permeating the air. The four crowded at the exit, Qi Xie and Bai Yi exerting their strength to push open the coffin lid, but it seemed Lei Zi had fortified it, preventing their escape. This was a calculated attempt to seal their fate. Tang Sancheng felt an indescribable discomfort. Having spared Lei Zi's life had been a cruel mercy, and he now comprehended the true meaning of that lesson. The water had risen to their waists. Tang Sancheng stepped down, urging Xiao Ning to remain on the steps. "You stay above, you may endure longer." "Bai Yi, what shall we do now?" Tang San's actions left Xiao Ning momentarily stunned, and suddenly, tears streamed down her cheeks. Everyone assumed she was merely afraid of death, truly believing they were facing the water coffin. Bai Yi blurted out nonsensically, "There's no way out from here. We can only swim back to the upper tomb and wait for the right moment. Otherwise we are doomed to wait for death." Tang San shook his head. "There are sounds of water above as well." Chapter 117. The rat, what should we do? The water gradually crept up, already lapping at Tang San's chest. He exchanged a glance with Bai Yi, pondering whether the two of them could escape alive. Xiao Ning wore a sorrowful expression, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears, her voice trembling. "What should we do? Are we to wait for death here? Damn it. That wretched soul must have discovered the mechanism of the water coffin, escaped on his own, and is now using the mechanism to eliminate us." Bai Yi gritted his teeth. "If we manage to get out, I will surely kill him." However, such words had become meaningless at this point. Qi Xie pressed his hands against the coffin lid, attempting a final struggle, when suddenly, the stone lid shifted slightly. Qi Xie's eyes sparkled with hope. "There's a chance." Before he could finish, his expression morphed into one of horror, as if he had seen a ghost. Bai Yi inquired, "What's wrong?" Upon seeing the face that emerged above, he fell silent. It was Lei Zi. Lei Zi pushed the coffin lid aside. "Hurry, get out." With no time to ponder the situation, the four scrambled to ascend, spotting the bronze pillar and exhaling in relief. Strangely, there was no water here. Lei Zi, observing their expressions, remarked, "The water will gradually overflow. It's only a matter of time. We should leave quickly." "Fine, let us discuss this outside," Bai Yi said fiercely, his words laced with threat. Lei Zi, aware of his own culpability, held his tongue, merely glancing at Tang San as if he had more to say. After consideration, he stomped his foot. "All right. Let us get out first." The five climbed up the bronze pillar, reaching the top where the mechanism at the altar was already activated. They filed out in single file. Tang San, hearing the relentless sound of water behind them, felt a sense of relief, yet it was Lei Zi who had afforded them this glimmer of hope. An unforeseen turn of events. Lei Zi collapsed onto the ground, while Xiao Ning leaned gently against the stone wall, gasping for air. Bai Yi drew his gun, aiming it at Lei Zi's temple. "Speak, what have you done?" Lei Zi dismissively deflected the gun's muzzle. "Brother, don't be so agitated. If it weren't for me, you all would likely have become floating corpses. You were the one who activated the water coffin, weren't you? You were also the one who sealed the exit, right?" "Yes, it was me. Damn it. I have the guts to act, and I have the guts to admit it." Lei Zi sprang to his feet, suppressing the pain in his legs, in the narrow passage of tomb raiding. "Do you dare to claim you wouldn't take action?" "Bai Yi." Tang San pulled Bai Yi aside. "He has finally expressed regret and returned to save our lives. One good deed offsets one misdeed. Let us consider this matter settled. Once we exit the cave, we shall part ways, with no further debts between us. If we meet again in the future, We can address it then. Is that agreeable? Suddenly, Lazy burst into hearty laughter, declaring, "You need not thank me for your salvation. Express your gratitude to this brother instead. I return solely out of respect for the life he saved. Although I, Lazy, am not known for my integrity, I do understand the virtue of loyalty. I have never liked being indebted to others, and now that I have repaid my debt, my heart feels unburdened." Tang San's act of mercy had unexpectedly granted life to the four, leaving Bai Yi utterly astonished, standing there in a daze. Tang San inquired, "Lazy, what on earth is happening here?" "I have mentioned before that this is a water coffin," Lazy explained. "I have heard from my master that a water coffin is a method that leads to mutual destruction. Should tomb raiders inadvertently trigger the mechanism upon entering, they would meet their end here, accompanying the tomb owner in death. Upon my arrival, I detected the moist scent of water and the dampness of the soil, which raised my suspicions, prompting me to remain vigilant for any hidden mechanisms." Though Lazy had not initially discovered anything, he finally made a revelation when he returned first to the burial chamber near the stone screen. An object resembling a gear caught his attention, situated close to the stone screen and concealed from plain view. An insidious thought crossed his mind. "If I cannot possess the treasure, I shall ensure you do not enjoy it either." In a matter of mere seconds, Lazy activated the stone wheel and fled the scene with utmost haste. To prevent Bai Yi and the others from escaping easily, he added several stones atop the coffin lid. Satisfied with his efforts, he contemplated leaving but suddenly remembered Tang San, causing him to hesitate. "Humph, it appears you still possess a conscience," Bai Yi remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Say what you will," Lazy grumbled. "By the way, Xiaoning, is it time to release Wu Tong? I wonder how he is faring." Tang San prompted Xiaoning, who nodded and cautiously approached the mechanism, activating it. A square opening suddenly emerged in the cave's floor. Tang San peered down to find Wu Tong curled up, trembling in fear. A chill emanated from the opening, and Wu Tong, his lips pale from the cold, attempted to smile upon seeing someone above, only to end up appearing rather pitiful. Seven Evil pulled Wu Tong up and draped his coat over him. Tang San glanced back at Xiaoning, his eyes filled with reproach. Xiaoning turned her head away, harboring an innate dislike for Wu Tong, finding him shifty and untrustworthy. Bai Yi turned around to restore the mechanism on the sacrificial altar. If Lazy's words held any truth, soon the water would begin to rise, and it was likely that no one would venture into this cave again. It was for the best, as they had already located the liaogua fruit, and there was nothing to lament. "Let us go and search for Lu Ji and the others." Having lost track of time while in the cave, the four now felt utterly exhausted. Upon emerging, they found themselves enveloped in darkness, and the three who had been guarding the entrance had vanished. Bai Yi had previously instructed that if Xiao Qi's wound worsened, Lu Ji should take him to find a doctor, so he felt no concern. The vehicle remained parked nearby. Their priority was to locate it first before heading to the nearest hospital to meet Lu Ji and the others. Seven Evil moved swiftly, reaching the parking area where both vehicles awaited, which struck him as odd. To seek out a doctor, one would at least need to commandeer a vehicle. Lazy sniffed the air. The smell of gasoline was overpowering. Bai Yi shone his flashlight onto the ground, revealing that the car's gasoline had been drained, pooling on the earth, still dripping. His expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly attempted to stem the flow, preserving the last remnants of fuel. It was evident that this had occurred recently, and such an act was beyond the capabilities of the mountain folk, who would have no knowledge of how to siphon gasoline. Could there be others besides Lazy's group involved? Lazy's expression fluctuated between anxiety and suspicion, and after a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, "Could it be?" "What could it be? Speak plainly, and don't hold back." Bai Yi, having just narrowly escaped death, was exasperated by the disappearance of three individuals. "Are you concealing something?" "We came as three, myself, Brother Zhou, and another we refer to as Mouse." Lazy stamped his foot. "We left him outside to keep watch." Chapter 118. Hostage. This is treachery. Bai Yi furrowed his brow. What is the background of this Mouse? In essence, he was a desperate fugitive, having claimed 3 lives in the northeast, and was perpetually on the run. How he crossed paths with Brother Zhou remains a mystery. They had formed a tenuous alliance. Regardless, it was customary to leave someone behind to keep an eye out while we delved into the tomb, and I had no qualms about it. Lazy inadvertently distanced himself from Mouse with his words. Does he possess a weapon? Yes, an old Model 54 pistol, though the ammunition is running low. Lazy's voice dropped significantly. I've heard he is an accurate shooter. In the northeast, 3 bullets accounted for 3 lives. Wu Tong spat on the ground. Damn it, I'm seething with frustration. We didn't even get to enter the tomb, and now Lu Dazi and the others have vanished. This is infuriating. Xiao Ning, feeling guilty, took a step back, hesitant to speak. Search. Bai Yi spat out the command through clenched teeth. He glanced at his watch. It was just past 7 in the evening, not too late. Yet the mountains grew dark early, and the number of inhabited houses was sparse. Looking around, only a few scattered lights could be seen. Fortunately, each person was equipped with lighting gear, and they were well prepared. Lazy crouched down, inhaling deeply. There's still the scent of gunpowder. Mouse has fired a weapon here. Are you a bloodhound? Just by sniffing, you can tell a gun has been fired? Wu Tong, unaware of Lazy's background, mocked him. The reference to a bloodhound typically vexed others. Yet, Lazy's perspective was unique. While a bloodhound is indeed a dog, it is also a mythical beast, and Lazy, far from annoyed, felt elated. My sense of smell has always been exceptional. I am certain that mouse has discharged a firearm here. Wu Tong was about to retort, but Bai Yi waved his hand dismissively. It's true. Thankfully, he did not shoot a person, but rather the fuel tank. The unexpected emergence of a bloodhound had Bai Yi still advocating for his position, leaving Wu Tong feeling quite discontented. Bai Yi scanned the vicinity. There are no bloodstains. Lu Zhishi and the others should be unharmed. We should split into 2 groups to search. There's only one path here, either upward or downward. Lazy stood beside Tang Sancheng. I will go with him. Bai Yi forcefully lifted him. You will accompany me. Tang San and Xiao Ning descended the mountain in search of their companions, while Bai Yi, along with Lazy and Wu Tong, ascended. The former lacked experience in searching mountainous terrains, whereas Bai Yi brought Wu Tong, who was astute enough to keep an eye on Lazy. One could never truly discern intentions hidden beneath a friendly facade. The group split into 2, with Tang San and Xiao Ning inexplicably shoulder to shoulder, calling out for Lu Zhishi's name as they ventured down. The deep night in the mountains seemed to be haunted by countless phantoms, and even the slightest rustle of leaves sent chills down their spines. Xiao Ning tugged at Tang San's sleeve, calling him a bookworm, the echo of her words bouncing back to them, while the sound of rustling underfoot heightened Tang San's unease, making him glance over his shoulder repeatedly, only to find it was merely the wind stirring the grass. As they approached the farmland they had passed earlier, where a few households resided, Tang San's stomach grumbled, the thrilling experiences in the cave having temporarily dulled his hunger. Now, all his appetite surged forth. Chijia retrieved 2 buns from his bag and handed them to Tang San, saying, This is all we have, make do with it. Tang San hesitated, inquiring about the others. Xiao Ning produced a packet of biscuits, stating, I have this, knowing you would be hungry. Chijia and I will manage with these. Tang San chuckled and, without further ado, began to devour the bread, all the while continuing to call out for Lu Zhishi until they reached the door of a mountain household, where lights still flickered within. Xiao Ning knocked, and after a prolonged delay, the door cracked open to reveal a weathered face of a peasant woman, etched with the lines of hardship and fatigue. Who are you? She inquired. Big sister, we are tourists visiting the mountains. We have 3 friends who have gone missing. Have you seen them? One of them wears glasses, is quite slender, and has a gentle demeanor. The familiarity among women often eases conversation, and Xiao Ning noticed a flicker of uncertainty cross the woman's face. Well, I think I might have seen them. Which direction did they go? Xiao Ning asked, gesturing towards the interior of the house. The woman nodded, her hand mimicking the shape of a gun. They went down the mountain. Xiao Ning feigned surprise. Thank you so much, big sister. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. Goodbye. The woman nodded and retreated, closing the door tightly behind her. Tang San began to grasp the situation, choosing to remain silent until they had distanced themselves. Finally, Xiao Ning remarked, What a clever woman. It appears at least Lu Zhishi has been abducted, likely within that woman's household. The situation remains unclear. We must regroup with Bai Yi and the others. The trio ascended the mountain again and encountered Bai Yi and the others halfway up. Upon hearing Xiao Ning's account, Bai Yi and Wu Tong furrowed their brows, realizing the complexity of the situation. Their companions were in a farmhouse, alongside the farmer's family, and that individual known as Mouse was armed. Bai Yi asserted, We can only remain discreet in the vicinity and act according to the circumstances. Tonight, we will take turns keeping watch over that household while the others rest in the vehicle. This plan, of course, excluded Lazy, and as Xiao Ning was a woman, she was also not considered. Lazy, understanding the situation, climbed into the car to sleep. At this moment, an unfamiliar sentiment began to surface within him, Tang San's life-saving grace. Observing the concern exhibited by his companions for one another stirred a hint of envy within Lei Zi. Indeed, envy. Having followed Brother Zhou since the age of 16, he had never felt any genuine affection from him. Zhou only valued Lei Zi's extraordinary instincts, treating him merely as a tool. The beatings and scoldings he endured in his youth were an everyday occurrence, and his selfishness was learned from Zhou. One must look out for oneself, or face dire consequences. Witnessing Zhou's demise at the hands of a snake, Lei Zi felt an uncharitable sense of satisfaction. That rat was indeed a menace, a wanted criminal nationwide. If he were captured by the police, wouldn't Lei Zi also face misfortune? Such a desperate criminal speaks of loyalty. Yet would he not betray Lei Zi to save himself? A sudden thrill coursed through him as a bold thought emerged. What he needed now was an opportunity. In the mountains, the structure of houses is quite similar. Behind the main door lies the living room, with 2 rooms on either side, and an additional door to the right leading to the backyard, where the kitchen, restroom, pig pen, and storage room are generally found. The yard was cultivated with crops like corn, and the low walls could be easily scaled, a necessity in these sparsely populated mountains where everyone knows each other, alleviating concerns of theft. At midnight, Qi Xie stealthily infiltrated the premises. His movements were so light that the dog sleeping in the yard did not utter a sound. He leaned against a glass window, catching a glimpse of the interior scene. In the corner lay Lu Zhishi, his hair more disheveled than a bird's nest, tightly bound. Another individual lounged on the bed, a gun visible in his hand, presumably the rat that Lei Zi had mentioned. As for Xiao Qi and Lu Zi, they were nowhere to be seen. Having assessed the situation, Qi Xie quietly scaled the wall again, this time stirring the small black dog in the yard, which erupted into a frenzy of barking. Pressed against the wall, Qi Xie remained motionless, evading the rat's gaze as he climbed to the wall to investigate. Once the rat departed, Qi Xie swiftly returned to Bai Yi's side, detailing the circumstances he had observed. Only Lu Daizi, Lu Zi, and Xiao Qi exhibited signs of agitation, but Qi Xie noted Bai Yi's usual calm demeanor was fraying. He advised, "You should return to sleep and let Sancheng come." Bai Yi did not object. It was indeed time to regain his composure. He returned to the car, reclined in his seat, and closed his eyes. Fatigue soon enveloped him in a deep slumber, and after an indeterminate period, he felt a firm hand shaking his shoulder. Bai Yi, there's been a development. Bai Yi had scarcely been gone for an hour and a half when the mouse seemed to sense something amiss. He forced Lu Zhishi out of the farmer's door, clearly intending to descend the mountain. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi sprang to his feet, and the 3 hurried in that direction, refraining from using their flashlights. As they drew closer, they discerned the vague silhouettes of the 2 figures, yet they dared not quicken their pace for fear of alerting the mouse. Qi Xie halted, instructing, "You remain here. I shall proceed." He moved with a swiftness so subtle that his footsteps were nearly inaudible. Tang Sancheng only saw Qi Xie vanish into the night, followed by the unsettling sounds of a struggle, accompanied by screams, and finally the sound of a body hitting the ground, 2 distinct thuds. The 2 exchanged glances before taking off into the darkness. As they drew nearer, they witnessed Lu Zhishi writhing on the ground in agony, clutching his abdomen, while Qi Xie had one foot planted firmly on the wrist of the other man, whose old-style M1911 pistol lay discarded nearby. Bai Yi seized the weapon, declaring, "It appears this is the mouse." The mouse, restrained yet defiant, cursed vehemently, "Damn it, you lot bully me because you outnumber me. Have the guts to face me one-on-one. What nonsense." Bai Yi retorted angrily, "You've taken my person hostage, and you dare berate us for outnumbering you? I truly wish to put you down for good." True to his bandit origins, Bai Yi's fierce side emerged in this critical moment. No sooner had his words left his mouth than Tang Sancheng detected movement behind him. Someone's coming. As he turned, he found himself face to face with Lei Zi, whose inexplicable excitement shone in his wide eyes. Gripping a knife tightly, he lunged forward, mounting the mouse and muttering, "Your existence brings nothing but misfortune to everyone." With those words, the blade plunged accurately into the mouse's heart, blood gushing forth. Tang Sancheng distinctly heard the sound of blood escaping. The mouse's eyes widened in shock as he raised his hands, attempting a final struggle, but alas, he could utter not a single word before his head slumped, lifeless. Blood splattered across Lei Zi's face, twisting his features into a grotesque mask. Qi Xie shoved Lei Zi to the ground, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind?" Furious, he pounded his fist into the earth. In Bai Yi's eyes, it seemed he grasped something profound. Could it be that Qi Xie, Lei Zi's voice morphed into something unrecognizable? Keeping him alive is a calamity. He is a wanted criminal, and having faced you, if he is captured, will he not reveal your identities? Did he not target you because he recognized you as his peers? I am eliminating him for your sake. You ought to be grateful. Bai Yi remained silent, for he too had been troubled by how to deal with this mouse. Despite Lei Zi's madness, his words carried a certain logic. Perhaps it was fortuitous that someone had taken decisive action on his behalf. Let us dispose of the body, Bai Yi said solemnly. I believe I know an excellent location. You mean the cave? Tang Sancheng inquired. Indeed. It is now submerged, and with mechanisms guarding it. It is highly unlikely anyone will discover it. Even if the body were to be found, it would be so waterlogged that its identity would be unrecognizable. As Bai Yi spoke, he kicked Lei Zi, urging, "Hurry up." It is a rare occasion for Bai Yi and Lei Zi to stand on the same battlefield. And as Lei Zi wiped his face, it only became more gruesome, stained with blood. He hoisted the lifeless body of the rat over his shoulder, its head swinging ominously before Tang San. The beam of Tang San's flashlight illuminated the face of the deceased, revealing a bald man now devoid of life, yet with a fierce spirit lingering in his brow. A prominent mole on his nose seemed to stare at Tang San, making him feel uneasy. He turned his head away, watching as Lei Zi carried the corpse toward the cave. You'll get used to it, Bai Yi reassured, patting Tang San on the shoulder. Qi Xie gazed up at the pale moon in the sky, closing his eyes. Bai Yi turned back, asking, Qi Xie, you've never taken a life, have you? Taken aback, Tang San wondered why Bai Yi posed such a question, to which Qi Xie shook his head, confirming, no. Bai Yi smiled faintly. Following Lei Zi as they departed, Tang San hurried after them, inquiring, what about the blood on the ground? It's fine. Without a body and given the remoteness of this place, the villagers will only speculate. Moreover, the ground here is particularly damp. The blood will quickly seep into the earth. That night stretched on interminably. As Tang San lay in the vehicle, sleep eluded him, his mind uncontrollably returning to the rat's face and that unsettling mole. He had encountered death before, but this was murder, an entirely different nature of demise. As he tossed and turned, Bai Yi coldly remarked, We E1The always be fortunate. When it's time to be ruthless, we must be. Tang San fell silent, closing his eyes. Chapter 120. Sourvine Lu Jishi found himself unable to sleep, his stomach in agony. Qi Xie lifted his shirt, revealing a large bruise that was already streaked with blood. Lu Jishi, a mere scholar, nearly wept from the pain. That brute struck with such force. It feels as if my intestines are about to spill out. In reality, it was merely a superficial wound, and Lu Jishi should be thankful that the rat, in a bid to conserve ammunition, had refrained from shooting him directly in the navel. Qi Xie pushed open the car door and stepped out, wielding a flashlight to search the grass along the roadside. He returned with a handful of green vines, breaking them to extract their juice, which he applied to Lu Jishi's abdomen. A wave of coolness washed over Lu Jishi, providing some relief. Qi Xie, what is this? He inquired. Sour vine, much like Sanchi. It can treat external injuries. Bai Yi has anti-inflammatory medication. I'll fetch it for you. Qi Xie rose and moved toward the front of the vehicle. As he glanced inside, the dawn light revealed a troubling sight. He quickly roused Bai Yi, exclaiming, Bai Yi, where is that fellow Lei Zi? Both Bai Yi and Tang San sat up, realizing that Lei Zi had vanished. After killing the rat, he had merely packed up and left, with daybreak upon them. Bai Yi anxiously set out to find Shao Qi and Lu Zi. According to Lu Jishi, on that day, 3 individuals stood guard at the cave entrance. Shao Qi, bearing injuries on his face, took some painkillers and applied them. Liu Zi assisted Shao Qi in resting in the vehicle. Initially, Liu Zi was reluctant to allow Lu Jishi to remain outside the cave, as he was perceived as a mere bookworm, incapable of responding to unforeseen circumstances. However, Lu Jishi, with stubborn determination, insisted on experiencing the situation firsthand. Liu Zi, being a young man himself, was unable to withstand Lu Jishi's eloquent persuasion and eventually acquiesced. Standing at the cave's mouth, Lu Jishi scanned his surroundings, initially maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance. Gradually, however, he began to relax. When he finally noticed someone approaching, he found himself utterly defenseless, having lost the opportunity to flee. All he could do was shout, Shao Qi, run! The two individuals in the vehicle flung open the doors and attempted to escape. A gunshot rang out, but unfortunately, it struck the fuel tank. Liu Zi swiftly led Xiao Qi away, while the assailant, holding a gun to Lu Zhixi's head, found himself at a loss, unable to attend to the other two. "It seems you are in the same trade," he remarked. "What trade are you referring to?" Lu Zhixi feigned calmness, inquiring. "Spare me your pretense. Judging by the attire in your vehicle, as well as the appearance of those who just entered, it's evident you are also here for the treasure. I won't hesitate to inform you that our people are inside as well, and a fierce struggle is inevitable. Young brother, consider yourself unfortunate. If our people suffer losses inside, I might just use you to salvage something." The assailant raised his firearm, asserting, "You would do well to comply. Should our people prevail, and my mood improves, perhaps I shall release you." Lu Zhixi prudently fell silent, and the assailant, noticing Lu Zhixi's silence, grew bolder. Such individuals thrive on bullying the weak, emboldened by their weapons. The assailant, a desperate man by nature, was suddenly filled with rage upon seeing Lu Zhixi's bookish demeanor. In a fit of anger, he kicked Lu Zhixi in the stomach, causing him to double over in pain, rolling on the ground. The assailant kept Lu Zhixi confined outside the cave until darkness fell, yet no one emerged. Lu Zhixi's heart raced with uncertainty about the situation within. Observing the gun in the assailant's hand, he surmised that the latter's accomplices were likely armed as well, which only added to his worries for Bai Yi and the others. Suddenly, the assailant forced Lu Zhixi down into the farmhouse, threatening the inhabitants to provide fine food and drink, which Lu Zhixi would naturally not partake in. Subsequent events unfolded after their emergence from the cave. "Have Xiao Qi and Liu Zi already descended the mountain?" Tang Sancheng inquired. "How is Xiao Qi's injury?" "His face resembles a bloody mess. The bleeding has ceased. But his appearance is beyond redemption," Lu Zhixi lamented. "These two rascals, I allowed them to flee, yet they have vanished without a trace. We cannot remain here. We must descend the mountain," Bai Yi stated, inspecting the damaged fuel tank of their vehicle. The remaining oil was scant, and he hastily retrieved some from another vehicle using a water bottle, pouring it into the tank. "As long as we can manage to reach the base of the mountain, we shall be fine." Without further ado, everyone split into two groups and boarded the vehicles. Tang San gazed at the dragon spouting water on the roof and mused. "Why do I have the feeling that it is Xiao Tianyi who is teaching these individuals the dragon spouting formation?" "Perhaps," Xiao Ning replied, casting his gaze out the window. "If he weren't involved in this, he would surely be a feng shui master." As the vehicle descended the mountain, the county town was not far ahead, and the speed of the car remained unabated. At that moment, a figure burst forth, standing in the middle of the road, waving vigorously. It was Liu Zi. Bai Yi slammed on the brakes, and Liu Zi leaned against the car window, exclaiming, "Brother Bai, Xiao Qi can barely hold on any longer." Liu Zi and Xiao Qi had descended the mountain on foot. Before long, exhaustion set in, and they managed to endure a night on the roadside, anticipating that the others would inevitably come down. With Xiao Qi injured, Liu Zi could only watch the descending vehicles with wide eyes, scarcely daring to blink. Fortunately, there were few cars in this county town, making Bai Yi's two vehicles particularly conspicuous. Without a second thought, Liu Zi dashed forward. As everyone disembarked, Xiao Qi lay at the roadside, his complexion a deep purplish hue, resembling a large piece of liver, his eyes barely open. Qi Xie supported Xiao Qi's face and examined him, his expression grave. "This is a symptom of toxic gas diffusion. It appears the bats in the cave are venomous. Merely stopping the bleeding is insufficient. We must rush him to the hospital immediately. If we delay, it may be too late." Xiao Qi could scarcely utter a word, only managing weak groans. The group lifted him into the vehicle and sped toward the largest hospital in the county. The attending physician examined Xiao Qi's face and exclaimed, "Heavens, what kind of venomous creature has bitten him?" "Indeed, he was bitten in the mountains," Bai Yi replied succinctly. "Doctor, is there a remedy?" "This requires a specific serum. I'm not sure if it's still available in the pharmacy." The doctor's anxiety grew. "I'll immediately call the nurse to check. We cannot afford any delays, or he will not survive." Tang San tightly grasped Xiao Qi's hand. He had already lost consciousness, his head resting limply on Tang San's shoulder. His face had swollen even more than when they first met, with his eyes entirely sunken. Tang San felt a surge of fear. At this rate, Xiao Qi's face might swell to the point of bursting. Chapter 121. The serum. Every second was a matter of life and death. Bai Yi paced in the doctor's modest office when a seemingly innocent young nurse rushed in, exclaiming, "Doctor, we're out of serum." Before she could finish, a muffled sound emanated from Bai Yi's throat as he clenched his fists tightly. The young nurse was startled by Bai Yi's ashen complexion and stammered, "But the delivery truck from the provincial hospital is on its way. It should arrive shortly." This revelation sent a wave of anxiety through the group. Tang Sancheng inquired, "How long until it arrives?" "My friend cannot wait." Though Shao Qi's mind was muddled, he vaguely registered Tang Sancheng's mention of friendship, stirring a warm feeling within him, and tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. Seeing Shao Qi's tears, Tang Sancheng wiped them away with his sleeve. Uncertain if Shao Qi could hear him, he reassured, "It's all right. Your medicine will be here soon." Bai Yi rushed out, just as the delivery vehicle halted at the hospital entrance. Upon explaining the situation, the physician responsible for receiving the medication, upon learning that a life was at stake, made an exception and promptly located the serum without adhering to the usual protocols, allowing Bai Yi to take it directly. As the attending physician administered the serum to Shao Qi, watching it gradually enter his body, a collective sigh of relief resonated among them. Once the injection was completed, the doctor stated, "It will take at least an hour to see any effects. You should assist him outside to rest, and should any issues arise, come find me immediately." "Thank you, doctor," the group expressed in unison, helping Shao Qi to a bench in the corridor. Wu Tong, troubled, chain-smoked. While Lu Zi indulged in the food purchased by Qixia, Shao Ning sat quietly to the side, and Bai Yi, with a bag full of precious items, clutched it tightly, wary of attracting the attention of unrelated individuals. Finally, after an hour had passed, Shao Qi's previously purple face began to show signs of improvement, his once obscured eyes gradually revealing themselves. As his vision cleared and he recognized the people before him, he managed a wry smile, saying, "Brother Bai, Brother Wu, I've caused you worry." Wu Tong spat disdainfully onto the ground. "This isn't your fault. Who knew those bats were poisonous? As long as you're all right." Unbeknownst to him, Bai Yi had retrieved the precious items, leaving Wu Tong with a lingering frustration. Another hour passed, and Shao Qi's complexion had finally normalized. He stood up, saying, "Brother Bai, I can leave now." "Very well, but first we must refuel the vehicle." "Let us go," Bai Yi replied. "We also need to stock up on some provisions for the journey. Lu Zi, please keep a close eye on Shao Qi." As they headed back, the vehicle gradually distanced itself from the tranquil little county. Tang Sancheng, feeling bored, gazed out the window and inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure, Lazy. He was still in the county. There he stood at the entrance of a small shop, speaking on the phone with an expressionless demeanor. The vehicle sped away, leaving Lazy behind, turning the page on the events that had transpired in the county. Shao Ning's head leaned against Tang Sancheng's shoulder, drifting into a deep sleep. Tang Sancheng gingerly reached over, brushing aside the disheveled hair from her forehead, tucking the stray strands behind her ear. In her slumber, Shao Ning murmured, "Dad." Tang Sancheng gently patted Shao Ning's shoulder, whispering, "Sleep well, your father is doing fine." Perhaps hearing his words, a faint smile graced Shao Ning's lips as she sunk deeper into her peaceful slumber. The journey was fraught with obstacles, and this time, Wu Tong did not even enter the tomb. His displeasure was evident as they reached a less crowded area. It was only then that Bai Yi revealed the contents of his bag, 6 strings of exquisite gold and silver ornaments. Among them, there were over 40 golden beads, each adorned with intricate patterns that, while not exceptionally refined, showcased the craftsmanship of the Qin dynasty, characterized by its distinctive carving style. Additionally, there were 4 hair accessories made of smooth white jade, complemented by various arm ornaments. Excluding the agate bracelet gifted to Shao Ning, Bai Yi possessed a total of over a dozen, the lightest being strung together with golden threads, featuring an array of gemstones, including amber, agate, and coral. Among these, 3 bracelets, crafted directly from twisted gold bars, exuded a rustic yet elegant beauty. Upon seeing these adornments, Wu Tong's expression brightened with joy. Bai Yi remarked, "This time, Shao Qi worked the hardest. Give him double the share, and you can decide how to handle it." Wu Tong's earlier frustrations dissipated instantly. The ability to retrieve such treasures was the true essence of their expedition. His spirits lifted. He recalled the matter concerning Tang Sancheng and wondered how the inquiry he entrusted to Shao Long was progressing. He touched his nose and asked, "Boss Bai, will Tang Sancheng and his companions continue to follow us? Is it inconvenient for you?" Bai Yi inquired. Not at all. Brother Tang excels at locating tombs. And Brother Chi's skills are unfathomable. They are invaluable to us, Wu Tong replied cleverly, unaware that Bai Yi had been observing him closely. Wu Tong had persistently inquired about Tang Sancheng and Chi Xie's backgrounds. What was his motive? Bai Yi cast a glance at Wu Tong and clapped his hands. Let's go. Upon returning to the capital, Bai Yi chose not to take the artifacts to an antique shop for processing. Given that his brothers had worked hard, he had a more efficient method in mind, intending to reward his subordinates generously later. Wu Tong led his team away, leaving only 4 individuals remaining. Xiaoning said, I'll take my leave now. Contact me if needed. I won't forget your share, Bai Yi assured her. Xiaoning merely smiled faintly and turned to depart. Tang Sancheng murmured, I wonder what she usually does? Bai Yi replied, You all should rest well. I have matters to attend to. Here is the key. He confidently handed his house key to Tang Sancheng, then drove northward, indifferent to where he was headed. Tang Sancheng, on the other hand, simply wanted to rest. Bai Yi arrived at a narrow alley in the northern part of the city where his car could not fit. He grabbed the bag and approached a house. Knocking on the door with the knocker while calling out, Uncle Hong, I'm here. The door opened slightly, revealing an elderly man with silver hair. Upon recognizing Bai Yi, he smiled broadly, albeit with a hint of formality. Little Bai, come in. As Bai Yi entered the courtyard, Uncle Hong promptly inquired, So, what treasures do you bring this time? Chapter 122. The riddle. Wu Tong did not return home immediately. After parting ways with Xiao Qi and Lu Zi, he rushed to the police station. Xiao Long was engrossed in a newspaper at his desk. Upon seeing Wu Tong waving his hand vigorously through the window, he furrowed his brow, impatiently set down the paper, and sauntered outside. What brings you here again? Xiao Long silently cursed, wondering how he ended up with such a companion from childhood. Have you looked into the matter I asked you about? At the mention of this, Xiao Long's irritation only intensified. I haven't even sought you out, and you come to me about a person with no household registration. How am I supposed to investigate that? The term no household registration referred to individuals without an official identity. Wu Tong was both astonished and elated. Is it true that Tang Sancheng has no household registration? Such an unusual name. There can only be one in the entire country. I first heard it from you. And I am certain that there is no record of this person in the population archives. Xiao Long asserted confidently. Are you mocking me? Do not bother me with such matters in the future. If you wish to see me, go to the tavern. Receiving an inexplicable reprimand from his childhood friend, Wu Tong felt a strange joy. All right. From now on I will heed your words. Thank you for this. Tomorrow evening, at the tavern, it's my treat. Xiao Long looked at Wu Tong and shook his head helplessly. Sometimes, I truly cannot comprehend what goes on in your mind. Originally exhilarated, Wu Tong was halfway home when a sudden thought struck him. If Tang Sancheng was indeed an unregistered child, it would not be unusual for him to lack a household registration. This notion dampened his spirits. Yet the vivid purple blood he had seen was unmistakable. It was the most significant characteristic. Wu Tong hurriedly raced home. Upon entering, he found that his wife and child were not there. Perfect. He locked the door behind him and made his way to the storage room, cluttered with old furniture, items that Wu Tong had used before achieving success. His wife had urged him to sell these trinkets to a scrap dealer more than once. But Wu Tong had scolded her, leaving her feeling frustrated and bewildered as to why these old things held any value. Entering the storage room, he walked to the back where a 5-drawer cabinet stood. This cabinet, with its 5 drawers, was relatively tall, providing space on top for other items. The 5 drawers were meant for clothing. This cabinet had been a gift from Wu Tong's father, and he had endured a severe beating over it. Nevertheless, it remained preserved because his mother cherished it. Now, Wu Tong opened the bottom drawer of the cabinet, where his father had crafted a hidden compartment. It was used to store the family's most valuable possession, a pair of gold earrings that had been part of his mother's dowry. These earrings were once the family's most treasured item, though now, Wu Tong's circumstances were markedly different. Inside the hidden compartment lay an old notebook, which Wu Tong delicately picked up, treating it with care as he turned its pages. This notebook was said to have been passed down from his grandfather, containing records of significant moments in their family history. One particular entry had long been dismissed by his father as something written during a time when his grandfather was not in his right mind. However, many years later, Wu Tong would uncover a startling coincidence. Wu Tong's grandfather was a humble pot mender, traversing the countryside for years, mending pots and repairing bowls for the local villagers. Occasionally, He would bring small trinkets from the city to sell in the rural areas. That particular year proved to be exceptionally arduous, and to support his family, Wu's grandfather had to journey to the impoverished Central Plains. The rationale behind this choice lay in the fact that in such destitute regions, people cherished their cookware and tableware, reluctant to spend money on new items, thus opting for repairs instead. One day, after emerging from a mountain village, Wu's grandfather paused to rest by the roadside, his burdens resting on his shoulders. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a man clad in ancient attire standing in an open space, gazing skyward. This sight struck him as peculiar, for in those times, the concept of filmmaking was foreign to the people. Approaching the man, Wu's grandfather addressed him as young brother, primarily because the man appeared younger. Yet, inexplicably, a sense of authority emanated from him. Having traveled extensively, Wu's grandfather had encountered countless individuals. But the intrinsic dignity of this man compelled him to adopt a more deferential tone. "Young brother, what brings you here? Are you a performer?" he inquired. The man glanced at him but remained silent, offering only a faint, melancholic smile. Undeterred, Wu's grandfather pressed on. "Young brother, the day is waning. Are you a local? What is this object?" The man suddenly pointed to the repair tools on Wu's grandfather's shoulder and asked about them. "Oh, these are for mending pots. This is a file," Wu's grandfather replied, his innate kindness prompting him to lift the tool and present it to the man for a closer look. After all, one could not assume that a stranger would be familiar with such implements. Unexpectedly, as the man's hand grazed the edge of the file, it slipped, and he inadvertently cut himself. "Be careful," Wu's grandfather exclaimed, his concern palpable. Just as he attempted to caution the man against handling it carelessly, it was too late. Blood stained the file, and crimson droplets welled on the man's finger, a deep violet hue rather than a bright red. You, Wu's grandfather stammered, utterly flabbergasted, unable to articulate his thoughts. The man, however, remained expressionless, placing his finger in his mouth to suck the blood before turning his gaze back to Wu's grandfather. "Are you startled?" Wu's grandfather struggled to articulate the strange sensation coursing through him. The individual before him exuded an aura of mystery, yet bore a tranquil demeanor. "Your blood is unique, not uncommon," the man remarked. After a brief pause, he suddenly expressed, "Thank you." Then he set off towards the southeast, and in an instant, vanished without a trace. Grandpa Wu stood there, as if caught in the throes of a vivid dream. Upon returning home, he found it impossible to forget that scene. Besides recounting the incident to his family, he meticulously documented it, despite his handwriting being rather rudimentary from the few years he spent in a private school during his youth. Nevertheless, he was adept at conveying the essential meaning and often focused on the key points. He enjoyed recording various events, claiming that when he grew old, he could revisit them. In that era, for a mere tinsmith to entertain the notion of keeping a diary was remarkable. Perhaps he was unaware of what a diary truly entailed. However, thanks to Grandpa Wu's inclination, Wu Tong now had the opportunity to verify certain matters. Chapter 123. The falsehoods. Firstly, there was the location, and secondly, the color of the blood. The site was in close proximity to where Tang Sancheng had come from. As for the blood, it was indeed of a hue unlike any other. In his childhood, when Wu Tong heard his father recount tales, he thought his grandfather might have been deluded by the glimmer of his craft. As for the garments worn by that individual, they could easily have been a haphazard ensemble mistaken for ancient attire. Wu Tong excitedly closed the diary, which was in reality merely a thin notebook with few pages. He felt a surge of power, fearing he might damage it, and checked it once more to ensure it was unharmed before placing it back in the five-drawer cabinet. Two individuals with crimson blood had appeared. His grandfather encountered one, and now he himself was faced with Tang Sancheng. The Wu family truly seemed to have a connection with such enigmatic individuals. What secrets did this man hold? Wu Tong's head began to ache again. Boss Bai had mentioned that Tang Sancheng was his fellow townsman, leaving Wu Tong perplexed, as if ensnared in a fog from which he could not escape. Outside, a woman's voice called out, "Old Wu, is that you back?" Most likely, his wife had spotted the luggage in the yard, and this shout jolted Wu Tong back to reality. He patted his clothing and strode outside with purpose, exclaiming, "What are you shouting for? I'm not deaf." Meanwhile, Bai Yi emerged from Uncle Hong's home, feeling quite elated. Thinking of the Liao Gu fruit in his possession, he promptly drove home. Upon returning to the yard, he found Tang Sancheng and Qi Xie seated, alongside Lu Zhishi, all three engrossed in something intriguing. Upon noticing Bai Yi's arrival, Tang Sancheng called out excitedly, "Bai Yi, look what we've discovered." They had only just returned a few hours prior. What new marvel had they unearthed? As Bai Yi approached, he saw a bizarre, gelatinous substance laid out on the table, neither square nor round, its white surface emanating a pungent odor. What is this strange thing? The smell is so peculiar. Tang Sancheng leaned in close to Bai Yi's ear, his voice brimming with excitement. It's Tai Sui. Tai Sui. Feeling the Liao Gu fruit nestled in his arms, the emergence of Tai Sui before him was fortuitous, as if two treasures had aligned. Bai Yi's heart raced, akin to a bird fluttering within his chest. However, upon a closer look, his heart sank. Having traversed dark pathways often, he had some familiarity with Tai Sui. The compendium of Materia Medica had recorded, meat fungus, resembling flesh, adheres to large stones, possessing both head and tail. Thus, it is a living entity. The red resembles coral. The white appears like a severed brain. The black is akin to lacquer. The green mirrors emerald feathers, and the yellow resembles purple gold, all shining with a brilliance as clear as solid ice. Furthermore, the Taoist sage Gu Hong of the Eastern Jin dynasty recorded in Biopuzzi that various fungi, when ground into powder and consumed with water, could bestow upon one a lightness of body and the gift of immortality. This pivotal point emerges, the unique efficacy of the Tai Sui, which is one of the key elements in the sorceress formula for longevity. Generally perceived as a plant, the Tai Sui is, in fact, a living entity, a wondrous creation that absorbs the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, possessing a resilient texture and fleshy patterns. Its growth is exceedingly slow, yet this white substance you have, where did you procure it? Bai Yi concealed his inner disappointment and sat down. Upon my return with Qixia, I chanced upon a vendor at the street corner proclaiming the sale of Tai Sui, and I purchased it. Tang Sancheng recalled with a hint of amusement. To think I searched for it far and wide, only to find it right at the alley's entrance. It's as if it were delivered to my doorstep. Bai Yi shook his head, questioning, "Where did you find the money for this?" Fortunately, Lu Zhishi did not seem to grasp the reason for their quest for the Tai Sui. His curiosity appeared genuine, and Tang Sancheng at least had some awareness. "I lacked sufficient funds, which is why I called Lu Zhishi over," Tang Sancheng candidly admitted. "You must repay me this amount." "How much?" Bai Yi inquired. 100 yuan. It was said to have come from the northeast, and the shipping costs were considerable. Tang Sancheng responded, his excitement palpable. 100. Bai Yi exclaimed incredulously. "You spent 100 yuan on a piece of plastic?" Tang Sancheng stammered. "What? Plastic?" "This." Bai Yi produced a lighter and ignited the Tai Sui, which immediately caught fire, emitting thick smoke and a crackling sound, distinctly releasing the odor of rubber. Qixia's expression shifted. "It is indeed not." "Certainly not. To my knowledge, Tai Sui predominantly appears in the southern regions," Bai Yi stated. Tang Sancheng felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, engulfed in profound disappointment. He had thought he was resolving something for Bai Yi, yet it turned out to be merely 100 yuan debt. 100 yuan. How many donkey rolls could that buy? The pang in his heart was unbearable. Bai Yi handed 100 yuan to Lu Zhishi, saying, "Here's your money. You should return home and rest. After all, you've also endured some hardship." "Bai Gu, I still have something to discuss," Lu Zhishi interjected. "Do you remember that fragment? The one said to be from an ancient text?" "Yes, I recall." "What of it?" Bai Yi's interest was piqued. Could there be a twist in the tale? "Upon returning home, I heard from my father that someone was looking for me and left a number for me to call back. Guess what?" Lu Zhishi adjusted his glasses, teasing the suspense. Bai Yi, exasperated, shouted, "Lu, speak plainly. Don't dawdle." Surprised by Bai Yi's sudden intensity, Lu Zhishi stammered, Bai Gu. The person seeking me is the owner of the antiquarian bookshop. He mentioned he had made an error and wished to correct it. This proprietor is quite the scholar, meticulous in all matters. I heard he has expended considerable effort on this." As Lu Zhishi elaborated, Bai Yi's patience waned, and he coughed lightly, urging him to get to the point. The proprietor admitted to his error, explaining that the fragmented pieces I had previously brought were quite similar to the book he had sold, yet they were not the same. Rather, he had merely confused them. The more Lu Zhishi attempted to clarify the situation, the more perplexed everyone became. In his agitation, he struck the table, reorganizing his thoughts. "Here's the matter at hand." The cripple purchased an ancient book from him for 20 yuan, and in a moment of exuberance, the proprietor gifted him another, resulting in the cripple possessing two copies. The one that was burned was the gifted copy, and the fragments you discovered at the cripple's home belonged to the other book. Afterward, he felt he had not articulated this clearly and diligently sought me out. Fortunately, he encountered one of my classmates who provided him with my address. Brother Bai, do you understand now? Tang Sancheng, however, grasped the situation first. So, the items the cripple acquired were not destroyed. Someone executed a clever ruse, leading us astray. Chapter 124. Bloodvine. It is highly probable that the cripple discovered a map to a certain tomb within the ancient book. For reasons unknown, he abandoned his companions and ventured there alone. Upon his return, he bore injuries that, based on the heart-shaped wound on his body, did not appear to be ordinary external injuries. He must have encountered something extraordinary within the tomb. His mental state before his demise seemed rather abnormal, as if he had experienced some form of stimulus. What unexpected event did he encounter? Furthermore, the map had been swapped, likely to deceive others. The appearance of Tang Sancheng and his group was fortuitous. Was this individual attempting to deceive his own comrades? This object appeared to possess a curse, incessantly leading individuals to betray their allies. First the limping man, and now another intent on venturing forth alone. Who could this individual be? Brother Bai, in my opinion, this matter bears little significance to us. We might as well disregard it, Lu Zhishi remarked, scratching his head. He had suffered a minor setback and nearly lost his life. This fright had diminished his courage. No, Tang Sancheng declared, his voice resonating as if it emanated from the depths of his being. Realizing his volume was excessive, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. I mean, if there is conflict, one must confront it. Why be choosy? Lu Zhishi grunted in response. What is the issue? Whether it's a tomb raid or elsewhere, it remains the same. I can't shake the feeling that the cripple's demise was somewhat sinister. Brother Bai, we must not take unnecessary risks. Is there truly no risk in tomb raiding? It's all the same. If you retreat upon sensing difficulty, are you still Brother Bai? Bai Yi retorted. Lu Zhishi stuck out his tongue, well aware of Bai Yi's nature. Tang Sancheng added, everything has a cause and effect. Why did the cripple die right before us? Such coincidences are rare. It seems heaven is nudging us to intervene. Lu, you are correct. Tomb raiding is indeed fraught with peril, is it not? Caught off guard by the typically inarticulate Tang Sancheng's assertiveness, Lu Zhishi fell silent, glaring at him in frustration. Suddenly, Tang Sancheng exclaimed, I also took something. He fished out a small white jade bottle from his pocket, no longer than his index finger, with a flattened shape. Pinching his nose, Tang Sancheng continued, Bai Yi, I noticed you were collecting gold and silver ornaments, so you likely overlooked this bottle, which I found quite appealing and simply took. The small size of the object astonished Bai Yi. Indeed, the boxes contained numerous treasures. However, he had not previously noticed this petite jade bottle. Upon taking it into his hands, he found the jade to be exceptionally smooth. Devoid of any impurities, it was crafted from Heartian white jade. Though diminutive, it held considerable value. Inscribed upon its surface was a character he recognized, soul. The Chinese have long believed in the existence of the soul. In ancient times, fishermen who perished at sea would have their families burn the clothing they wore in life at the shore, calling upon the soul to return home. Soul bottle? Tang Sancheng immediately coined a name for it. Keep it as a memento. Bai Yi placed the soul bottle in Tang Sancheng's hands. Bringing it close to his nose, Tang Sancheng inhaled a faint, delightful fragrance. Could this be an ancient perfume bottle? There was, however, another possibility, a goo bottle. The longevity goo he had contracted emitted a subtle, fragrant scent. Bai Yi paused, feeling overly sensitive. Qi Xie took the bottle, sniffed it, and remarked, this is the scent of bloodvine. It seems this bottle contains bloodvine powder. Bloodvine? Qi Xie appeared well-versed in botany. Bai Yi inquired, this is the first time I have heard of such a thing. Qi Xie, what is its significance? The bloodvine was a traditional medicinal herb, said to be dried and ground into powder, which could be applied to corpses to prevent decomposition, what common folk refer to as zombies. This bloodvine was an exceedingly rare plant, found only in perpetually verdant regions, with an extremely limited yield. To fill a small bottle like this would require the harvest of a decade's worth of bloodvine. Qi Xia placed the soul bottle back in Tang Sancheng's hands, saying, Sancheng, keep it safe. It possesses remarkable utility. Remarkable utility? Tang Sancheng asked, somewhat bewildered. Qi Xia, are you suggesting I use it after I die? No, Qi Xia replied, for everything exists in a cycle of mutual creation and restraint. The bloodvine can defend against the attacks of zombies. Lu Zhishi opened his mouth. a playful expression crossing his face. So zombies truly exist? Bai Yi, after all this time delving into the tombs, you never mentioned having encountered one. Of course they exist, Tang Sancheng asserted earnestly. Those born under the red sand sun, who die under the black sand sun, and are buried in the land of flying sands will transform into zombies, if buried for an extended period without decay. The so-called flying sand land refers to a site deemed inauspicious according to geomantic principles. Such places do not harbor ants or bacteria. A body buried there, even for a century, will not decompose. Muscles and hair remain intact, and nails continue to grow. Bai Yi nodded in agreement. Though I am not well versed in geomancy, I recall that the Shun I Ching mentions, in the south, there are beings 2 to 3 feet tall, bare-bodied, with eyes atop their heads, moving like the wind. They are called Ba, and wherever they go, drought reigns, leaving the land parched for miles. This Ba refers to zombies, albeit of a higher order. As Lu Zhishi listened, he felt increasingly chilled. Laughing nervously, he sought to change the subject. All right, I believe you. Let us discuss this topic another time. Bai Yi, who do you think took the real map? Do you remember the oldest among that group? He seemed to be the leader of the gang, walking with a limp. I know, Tang Sancheng remarked at that moment. I heard their conversation with utmost clarity. The others referred to him as Old Fan, who is also the eldest among them. When he spoke, everyone else maintained an unusual silence. I believe it is indisputable that he is the leader. Very well, let us begin with Old Fan. After all, he is the chief, and inquiring about him might reveal his true nature. Though rivals in the same trade, we are also the most familiar with one another. I will assign Wu Tong to this task. He has extensive connections. Now, Lu Zhishi, you may return. Bai Yi directly issued a dismissal to Lu Zhishi, a customary act for him. Lu Zhishi felt no offense. Rather, he left with a sense of satisfaction. Once Lu Zhishi departed, Bai Yi retrieved the liaogua from his pocket. Though termed a fruit, it is indeed a plant, since being extracted from the chest of that renowned geomancer. The liaogua had never seen the light of day. Now, it appeared vibrant, showing no signs of withering. Its leaves resembled those of a ginkgo, yet their edges were tinged with crimson, reminiscent of blood seeping in. This phenomenon, known as blood seepage, occurs when jade artifacts are buried alongside corpses, and over time, the blood of the deceased permeates the jade, creating a unique and precious form of jade. The liaogua seemed to possess a similar quality, with its leaves imbued with a haunting red. Chapter 125, Blood Nourishment. Could it be that the liaogua thrives on blood? Tang Sancheng pondered. The liaogua discovered in the Eastern Zhou tomb was also found within the coffin, adjacent to the corpse. Is it sustained by the blood and essence of the deceased? This notion held merit, and Bai Yi nodded. I shall give it a try. Bai Yi bit into his middle finger, allowing a few drops of blood to fall onto the leaves of the liaogua. An extraordinary scene unfolded. The previously unfurling leaves suddenly curled inward, enveloping the blood within. Moments later, they unfurled once more, and the blood droplets had vanished. Upon closer inspection, the leaves appeared slightly redder than before. The world is vast, filled with wonders, remarked Chixia. The witchcraft texts merely state the necessity of gathering 7 items, but they lack specificity regarding whether they should be living or inanimate. For now, sustaining it with blood seems the only option. Later, we can seek out Fuyu. Bai Yi stated. The location where the liaogua was found was damp, and I have a basement that meets the conditions. For now, it shall reside there. I believe the liaogua in that tomb was not continuously nourished by blood. After all, once a person dies, their blood ultimately dries. It should primarily rely on the essence of the corpse and the surrounding moisture. If it is the essence we need, that is simple. We can simply toss in a dead cat or dog in the basement. Recalling his childhood pursuits of chasing cats and dogs, Tang Sancheng remembered witnessing a dead cat hung from a tree branch, splayed out like a small person desiccating in the air. Cats have always been regarded as ominous creatures, and upon this thought, he shook his head vehemently. Let us avoid the cat and stick with the dog. This was manageable. Lu Zi lived on the outskirts, and he could assist in procuring a dead wild dog. But they should say it was for hot pot to avoid further inquiries. Resolving this, Bai Yi found a porcelain bowl, placed the liaogua along with some mud inside, and, feeling uneasy, added several more drops of blood before placing it in the basement. They would wait for the dead dog to arrive, and with the essence of the corpse, everything would come together perfectly. At present, the 7 have only managed to uncover a single item. merely scratching the surface of a much larger mystery. Additionally, a limping individual has discovered an enigmatic ancient tome, which contains a cryptic map, signaling that the adventure is just beginning. Having just returned to Beijing, Bai Yi found himself busily engaged in various tasks, and soon fatigue began to set in. "I shall take a brief respite. You all should rest as well," he suggested. Tang Sancheng and Qi Xie exchanged glances before both decided to retire for a spell. The trio slept deeply, emerging later to find Bai Yi ready to contact Wu Tong to inquire about a certain individual known as Lao Fan. While awaiting news from Uncle Hong, it became evident that ancient jewelry was in high demand. Within just 2 days, a significant portion had already been sold. Bai Yi was well aware of Uncle Hong's capabilities, and having collaborated with him previously, he felt assured in allowing him to handle the goods. On that day, Uncle Hong called to request a settlement. Bai Yi, accompanied by Tang Sancheng and Qi Xie, made their way over. Having faced numerous life and death situations together, the bond among the three was now unbreakable, tightly woven by an invisible thread. Bai Yi was willing to share secrets with them that even Wu Tong was unaware of. Upon arriving in the alley, Bai Yi knocked on the door as usual. Uncle Hong opened it slightly, and, upon seeing the unfamiliar faces behind Bai Yi, showed signs of surprise. "Who are these two?" he inquired. "Rest assured, they are trustworthy," Bai Yi replied. Uncle Hong smiled. "Your cautious approach has earned my trust." He then opened the door wider, allowing the three to enter. To Tang Sancheng's astonishment, the alley, which appeared dilapidated from the outside, revealed a tidy courtyard upon entering. Flowers and plants adorned the area, reminiscent of Bai Yi's own courtyard, flourishing with vibrant blossoms. In the center stood a table with 4 chairs, accompanied by a chess set, suggesting that Uncle Hong often entertained himself in solitude. "This is Uncle Hong. Uncle Hong, these two are my fellow townsmen and confidants. There is no need to keep secrets from them, as they assisted me in moving this batch of goods," Bai Yi introduced. Uncle Hong nodded. "The merchandise is commendable and has been completely cleared out, leaving only my due share. Here is your portion." He handed Bai Yi a thick bundle wrapped in brown paper, which undoubtedly contained a substantial sum. Bai Yi accepted the money without counting, confident in Uncle Hong's reliability. However, this time, Bai Yi sought to glean further information. "Uncle Hong, having spent considerable time in this line of work, I wish to inquire about someone." "Who?" Uncle Hong replied, his confidence evident. "I do not know his full name. He is commonly referred to as Lao Fan, an older gentleman of somewhat portly stature," Bai Yi described, noticing a change in Uncle Hong's demeanor. "What is it, Uncle Hong? Do you know this person?" "Bah." Uncle Hong spat on the ground. "I not only know him, but I also wonder why that old fool is still plying his trade." It appeared there was a significant history between them, and Bai Yi could hardly contain his excitement. "What? Has this Lao Fan offended you in some way?" Uncle Hong shook his head, bent down, and rolled up his pant leg for the three of them to see. Tang Sancheng, ever the curious one, leaned in for a closer look and immediately stuck out his tongue. There was a patch of flesh missing from Uncle Hong's calf. The edges of the wound were dark, and had it been any deeper, one could have seen the bone. It was a grievous injury indeed. Were it not for my own resolute decision to excise the flesh, I might have lost my life. This is all thanks to old Fan. If you seek him, tread carefully. Though we are rivals in this line of work, we would not resort to lethal measures unless absolutely necessary. Yet this fellow is merciless." Uncle Hong lowered his pant leg and continued. "Years ago, he and I ventured into a Ming Dynasty tomb together. When we opened the coffin, we inadvertently triggered a trap, and he used me as a human shield. Had I not reacted swiftly, the poisoned arrow would have pierced not my calf, but my heart." Uncle Hong recounted the tale. Still simmering with indignation, this old scoundrel assumed I was doomed, grabbed the treasures, and fled, leaving me behind. When he later learned that I had survived, I do not know if he felt embarrassed or frightened, but in any case, he never came to see me again. Tang Sancheng felt a chill creep up his spine, recalling what Bai Yi had said that fateful night. He began to grasp the reality of the underground world. Beyond traps and hidden weapons, humans can also pose a threat. One must always be vigilant against betrayal. After that incident, I lost faith in this profession and chose instead to become a middleman. Surprisingly, this suited me far better, and I found my life to be much more comfortable. Were it not for your mention of him, I might have forgotten all about it." Uncle Hong rubbed his nose. "What business do you have with him?" "There is something that may be in his possession, and we wish to procure it," Bai Yi replied. "So, Uncle Hong, you do know his full name?" "Of course. We all call him Old Fan. In truth, he is considerably younger than I, only in his 50s. His full name is Fan Jianghe, originally from Jiangsu. He came to Beijing in his 20s and used to reside on West Street, though I am unsure of his current whereabouts. Bai, I can only share this much with you. Uncle Hong pondered for a moment. If you truly manage to find him, ask him if he remembers the misdeed he committed. Understood, Bai Yi agreed, informing Uncle Hong that they would take the money and head off. Knowing his full name simplifies matters significantly, especially since Bai Yi intended to help Tang Sancheng and Qi Xia with their household registration. He could easily inquire with Director Tang, as Bai Yi was something of a celebrity in the marketplace. Many foreigners sought to meet him, and those in the know treated him with utmost courtesy. Director Tang had once asked Bai Yi to bring back a certain Western medicine from abroad, which reportedly saved his mother's life, thus incurring a significant debt of gratitude. Tang Sancheng sat silently in the back seat for quite some time. Qi Xia turned to him and asked, "What is on your mind?" "I was reflecting on how exhausting it is to contend with both tombs and people." Tang Sancheng sighed, his body slumping slightly. "Alas, after living so long. How do you not understand such a simple truth?" Bai Yi interjected, "At least, Qi Xia and I would never treat you that way." The words carried a semblance of a promise. Tang Sancheng realized that Bai Yi had completely embraced him and the 7 evils as his own. He straightened his posture and declared, "I have absolute faith in you and the 7 evils." Bai Yi parked the car in front of Wu Tong's residence, opened the bundle of cash, counted the amount, kept a portion for himself, and rewrapped the remainder as before. He then alighted from the vehicle and knocked on the door. Wu Tong, draped in a coat, emerged with reddened eyes, slightly inebriated. "Ah, it's Boss Bai. Come in for a drink," he exclaimed. "This is for you and the brothers. As I mentioned, Shaoqi deserves double, and everything else remains the same." Bai Yi pressed the wrapped money into Wu Tong's hands, stating, "Why drink during the day?" Wu Tong, with his flushed eyes fixed on Tang Sancheng in the car, chuckled, "I'm just feeling joyful. Rest assured, I will not neglect my duties. I have it all noted down." "That's good to hear," Bai Yi replied with a grunt, turning to return to the car and driving away. Wu Tong stood still, weighing the money in his hands while watching the car's departing rear, muttering to himself, "It must be just as I thought," followed by an odd laugh. Bai Yi headed straight to find Director Tang, picking up 2 bottles of fine liquor along the way. Upon seeing Bai Yi, Director Tang greeted him as if he were a long-lost benefactor, displaying utmost courtesy. When Bai Yi mentioned wanting to assist a friend with their household registration, Director Tang immediately agreed without hesitation. Upon seeing the liquor, he shook his head and softly remarked, "You know, accepting this would mean I am no longer helping a friend. You should take it back." "All right, I will heed your advice." Bai Yi, understanding the underlying principle, continued, "However, Director Tang, aside from this matter, I have another request. I am searching for a man named Fan Jianghe, approximately 50 years of age. I hope you can assist me." "That is certainly manageable," Director Tang replied. "Xiaochun, take these 3 to the archives and see what you can find." With a command from Director Tang, a demure young man entered, his complexion pale from long hours spent in the office. As Director Tang's personally attended guest, Xiaochun was keen to assist and promptly led the trio to the archives. The records were well organized, and as soon as Bai Yi mentioned the name he was searching for, the young woman in charge of the archives swiftly began to search. "I have worked in the archives for 4 years. Anything I have handled is unforgettable. I recall the person you mentioned, Fan Jianghe. The records came from Suzhou." "Suzhou?" Uncle Hong mentioned that Old Fan's origins were indeed in Jiangsu. "That must be him. I appreciate your help." Bai Yi spoke with great politeness. The young woman, upon noticing Bai Yi's handsome face and upright posture, blushed slightly. "It's no trouble at all." Indeed, she proved to be quite proficient in her work. In no time, she placed a file before Bai Yi. This should be the individual. It was undoubtedly Fan Jianghe, though the photograph was somewhat outdated, depicting a younger version of the man. Nevertheless, Tang Sancheng recognized him at once. "Bai Yi, it's definitely him." Bai Yi noted down Fan Jianghe's current address, remembering to sweeten his words. "Thank you so much. How about I treat you to a movie sometime?" "Really?" The young girl was on the verge of standing up in her excitement. But upon noticing Xiaochun beside her, she composed herself and smiled modestly, saying, "Perhaps we should talk another time. My work keeps me quite busy." "Oh, then I shan't intrude further. We shall take our leave." Bai Yi seized the opportunity to depart. The young girl felt a mix of urgency and frustration, smacking her own lips in dismay. "What nonsense have I just uttered? Now, Look at the situation. Although she was vexed, she could not muster the audacity to chase after Bai Yi to inform him of her availability, with a routine job from 9 to 5, leaving her evenings free. Ultimately, however, reason triumphed over impulse, and she could only watch wistfully as Bai Yi exited the archive room. Bai Yi greeted Director Tang before promptly driving off to find Lao Fan, whose whereabouts were now quite well known. Tang Sancheng felt a tinge of anxiety. Could it be that he has already left? This thought mirrored Bai Yi's own preoccupations, prompting him to press the accelerator, causing the car to almost soar towards Lao Fan's residence. Unfortunately, Lao Fan was indeed not at home. When inquiring about his family, they mentioned that he had returned to his hometown of Suzhou, which Bai Yi suspected to be a fabrication. Unyielding, he pressed on. Did he purchase any tickets? Tickets? The woman holding a rag, seemingly engaged in cleaning, suddenly recalled, oh. He mentioned he was going to visit a friend first before heading to Suzhou to pay respects at his father's grave. What was it called? This at least confirmed one point. Lao Fan had indeed orchestrated a ruse, and now he had gone off somewhere alone. But where could he have ventured? All hope now rested upon this somewhat confused woman before him. It was hardly her fault. Individuals like Lao Fan, who spent extended periods away from home, often faded from the immediate concerns of those around them over time. The woman continued shifting the rag from her left hand to her right, then back again. As different people exhibit varied behaviors while deep in thought, at last, the rag settled in her right hand. Tang Sancheng, observing this, inquired, so, have you remembered anything? Yes, I recall, the woman replied. It's Zhou Cheng. Yes, Zhou Cheng. I haven't heard of that place before, so it took me a moment to remember. By the way, are you his friends? It was only then that she thought to ask about the identities of the three men. Yes, we need his assistance. But it seems we have encountered quite the misfortune. By the way, when did Lao Fan leave? Bai Yi asked. He just departed, a little over an hour ago. He had been going on about wanting to visit that place, but was always tied up with matters until now. I wonder what's so special about it. Madam, since Lao Fan is not at home, we shall take our leave, Bai Yi interjected, unable to endure the woman's incessant chatter any longer. Now that he has just left, should we pursue him or not? Tang Sancheng asked knowingly. Bai Yi, still troubled by his earlier deception, was determined to follow. Indeed. Let us go, he replied resolutely. Fortunately, upon their return, they were weary, and their luggage remained unpacked, allowing them to simply grab it and leave. However, this time, only the three of them would venture forth, as there was no time to notify anyone else. Tang Sancheng felt a surge of excitement. I have a feeling this place may prove even more exhilarating than the Qianlong watering hole. One has perished. Another has gone mad, and we are now on our way. The words carried an ominous tone, prompting Bai Yi to cast a sharp glare at him. Shut your mouth, he commanded. Tang Sancheng merely stuck out his tongue and chuckled. Children speak without restraint. What nonsense. You're nearly 70. Chijia couldn't help but laugh as well. The trio returned to the courtyard to collect their luggage and hurried towards the train station. They moved swiftly. The train heading to Zhou City wasn't a direct route and required a transfer. However, the possibility of catching up with Old Fan was not out of reach, as there were several trains available at the transfer point. They opted for the fastest one, and once aboard, they collectively exhaled in relief. Tang Sancheng tilted his head, exclaiming, my goodness, this feels like a scene from a movie. Chijia closed his eyes, and Bai Yi couldn't shake the feeling that Chijia possessed an ethereal quality. Contemplating his profound knowledge of plant characteristics, Bai Yi inquired, Chijia, with such an understanding of botany, have you studied traditional Chinese medicine? Sort of, Chijia replied ambiguously, leaving the matter unresolved. Bai Yi recognized that if Chijia chose not to divulge further, his inquiries would yield no fruit, prompting him to abandon the conversational pretense. After a bumpy journey, they arrived at the transfer station. Upon inquiring, their hopes were buoyed. The train to Zhou City would arrive in 40 minutes, albeit delayed. Although they could only secure standing tickets, it was the best outcome they could hope for. The three wandered aimlessly around the station until Tang Sancheng's ears caught a myriad of sounds. The cries of children, the playful banter of young couples, the crackling of sunflower seeds being cracked open, and the jingling of tricycle bells. A familiar voice caught his attention. He turned to see Old Fan leaning against the wall, munching on sunflower seeds while engaging in a lively conversation with a station staff member holding a loudspeaker. We've indeed caught up, Tang Sancheng exclaimed. Look over there. Now we're all on the same train. Your hearing is truly impressive, far superior to my eyesight, Bai Yi conceded, acknowledging Tang Sancheng's usefulness. All four boarded the same train, and fortune favored old Fan, who had bought his ticket early enough to secure a seat. In contrast, Tang Sancheng and the others were left standing amidst the crowd, swaying with the train's motion as they frequently stole glances at old Fan, who appeared at ease, animatedly chatting with the person across from him. Tang Sancheng couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it. You've burned your own companions and stolen their map. Yet here you are, so comfortable while I stand here suffering, my legs going numb. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the destination. But the throng of people was overwhelming. The trio feared old Fan might vanish into the crowd, so they followed closely. Gradually, Tang Sancheng sensed something amiss. At several turns, old Fan had ample opportunities to lose them, yet each time they rounded a corner, he remained visibly close. Tang Sancheng glanced at Bai Yi's face, noticing he had also recognized the situation. Old Fan was clearly aware of their presence and was intentionally allowing them to follow. You sly old fox, he mused. What was old Fan scheming? Regardless of Tang Sancheng's confusion, Bai Yi too struggled to decipher old Fan's motives. The three had no choice but to persist in their pursuit. Upon exiting the station, old Fan abruptly leaped onto a tractor, which sped away. Turning back, he flashed a mischievous grin at the trio and even waved goodbye. Beside them, a small car was parked, a rare sight in such a diminutive locale during this era. The occupants of the vehicle must have been extraordinary. However, Bai Yi could not afford to ponder over that. He took out 100 yuan and said, "Driver, please follow that tractor. If we catch up to it, I will give you another 100. The person behind the wheel was impeccably dressed, his hair slicked back with precision. Upon noticing the banknote in Bai Yi's hand, a look of conflict and hesitation crossed his face. But hearing there was another 100 at stake, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Get in." Indeed, money can work wonders. Within moments, they caught up to the tractor. Tang Sancheng, feeling playful, stuck his arm out of the window and gestured towards Lao Fan, whose face turned ashen. Bai Yi let out a muffled grunt. Lao Fan was shrewd but still held onto outdated notions. Relying on a tractor for support was a clear misstep. The curious driver inquired, "You three are from out of town, right? What brings you here?" Tang Sancheng hesitated. That was a rather difficult question to answer. They couldn't exactly say they were here to dig for treasures and follow someone. Yet Bai Yi smiled gently and replied, "I heard this place is a water town, so I came to take a look. To my surprise, I ran into an old friend I hadn't seen in ages. We simply must catch up." This explanation was plausible, and Tang Sancheng felt a sense of admiration for Bai Yi. No wonder he excelled in business. Eventually, the tractor came to a halt. Lao Fan jumped down, wearing an expression of resignation. Bai Yi handed the driver 100 yuan, and the three of them exited the vehicle. The driver had unexpectedly gained 200 yuan, and as they departed, he waved goodbye to them. Lao Fan observed the trio standing before him and grinned. "You all possess quite the skill, managing to track me down here. If you had left any later, we would have had no idea where to find you. Is it true that you have the map of the lame one?" Bai Yi cut to the chase. "We are all in the same line of work. Nowadays, valuable coffins are scarce, and if there is a good opportunity, it should not be hoarded by a single person. Besides, it's always better to have more people on your side." "Bah, I've never seen such shameless individuals," Lao Fan exclaimed in frustration. The seven evils, with a grave expression, leaned in to whisper something in Lao Fan's ear, causing his demeanor to shift immediately. He became somewhat subdued, saying, "Brother, let's discuss this amicably." Suddenly, Lao Fan's attitude softened. Tang Sancheng was initially perplexed, but soon realized that Lao Fan had burned the body of the lame one at the dump, and Seven Evils was a witness. If this secret were to come to light, Lao Fan would find it difficult to explain himself. Who could prove that the person was already dead when the fire was set? He could easily be charged with premeditated murder. Lao Fan, being a man of understanding, quickly executed a complete turnaround in his demeanor. "Speak," Bai Yi said, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "Where exactly are you headed this time? And what is the story behind the lame one?" "I intend to journey to a certain location, and it would be quite agreeable for you to accompany me. As for the cripple, I am uncertain of the origins of the map he possesses. However, I have perused the book, and in my estimation, it is a personal account left behind by the architect of the tomb chambers, containing a map of the burial site. It appears that the design of this tomb is rather extraordinary, and the creator, not wishing to remain anonymous, has documented this account. The cripple, having obtained the map, ventured forth alone without uttering a word, only to meet an untimely and obscure demise. Speaking of the cripple's death, old Fan exhibited no sorrow, rather a hint of schadenfreude. You surely haven't burned the account yet, have you? Bai Yi inquired. The cripple likely only tore out the map, was the response. Old Fan hesitated, but then Chi Xia cleared his throat indignantly and produced the account. Bai Yi expressed his dissatisfaction. What about the map? At that moment, both the account and the map were in their possession. Bai Yi opened the account and let out a sigh of relief. The writing was in regular script, clear and comprehensible. However, the descriptions were not exhaustive, as the author had withheld certain details. After all, the layout of a significant tomb is a matter of utmost secrecy. Much of the text was vague, merely alluding to the arduous nature of the project and the fact that the plans had undergone several revisions. It was mentioned that a notable figure had visited multiple times to oversee the work, indicating the importance placed upon this endeavor. Despite the ambiguity, the account emphasized the concepts of labyrinth and illusion, which appeared frequently, suggesting that these were points of pride for the designer, albeit briefly mentioned. Upon examining the map, it revealed itself to be an ancient document, quite indistinct, only roughly indicating potential locations of the burial chamber. It seemed that old Fan had conducted some investigation, which explained his delayed arrival. His intentions were clear. He appeared to have gleaned a general understanding of the ancient map. Bai Yi raised the map, stating, "It seems you are already quite aware of the tomb's location." "Aware? Nonsense," old Fan retorted. "The cripple met his end too swiftly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have exerted such effort. I can only ascertain that the tomb may be connected to a temple on this mountain. Beyond that, I know nothing. There indeed exists a temple on the nearby mountain, though it was left in ruins during the Cultural Revolution, let alone any offerings being made there." On the train, Tang Sancheng had overheard discussions regarding this temple, which were rather peculiar, suggesting that even if the temple had not been destroyed, it would not be suitable for worship, as it was said to be haunted. Contemplating a haunted temple, one might question its efficacy. Tang Sancheng was skeptical of supernatural beliefs. Still, the connection between the tomb and the temple was intriguing. Bai Yi turned to Tang Sancheng and asked, "What do you think? Is this location reliable?" "It remains uncertain. We must ascend to investigate," Tang Sancheng replied. "However, for a tomb to be linked to a temple, the identity of the deceased must be extraordinary." Indeed, Bai Yi concurred. Now that they had reached a consensus, they resolved to ascend the mountain. Old Fan hesitated again, stating, "I am still awaiting someone. I cannot depart until they arrive." It appeared he was not alone in this venture. Glancing at his wristwatch, a Meihua brand, he remarked, "They should be arriving soon. We agreed upon this time." Old Fan seemed to be doing well for himself, thought Tang Sancheng inwardly. As the saying goes, speak of Chow Chow, and Chow Chow shall arrive. The person whom Old Fan had invited has come. Upon seeing Tang Sancheng and his companions, the individual slowed his pace. Tang Sancheng, hearing the decelerating footsteps, turned around. His mouth slightly agape lazy. The name had only just resonated in his ears. Bai Yi and Chi Xia simultaneously turned, and indeed, it was lazy. Observing his gait, it appeared that his injury had nearly healed. He carried a large pack on his back, and, upon spotting Tang Sancheng, inquired, "What brings you here as well?" Bai Yi retorted, "Fate has a peculiar way of intertwining enemies." Lazy glanced at Old Fan, who was at a loss for words, ultimately mustering, fellow travelers." To their surprise, they had crossed paths again after only a few days apart. "However, this time, let us coexist amicably," Lazy chuckled, suggesting they move along. Now, their group had swelled to 5. The quintet quickened their steps towards the mountain, where the temple awaited them halfway up. Upon arrival, they discovered the temple had indeed been ravaged. Its roof had been dismantled, and the statues within had long been removed, leaving only tattered drapes that had succumbed to the elements, presenting a desolate sight. Tang Sancheng circled the area, remarking, "If it hadn't been torn down, this place would have been splendid, situated to the north and facing south, flanked by the celestial steed. The hall is spacious, exuding an aura of magnificence, akin to the dwelling of a sage." "Sage's dwelling?" Lazy pondered. "Old Fan, do you suspect this to be an imperial tomb?" All eyes turned to Old Fan, who, it seemed, had secretly cultivated some knowledge. Now exposed by Lazy's probing, he internally chastised himself for his loose tongue while attempting to salvage the situation, stating, "I was merely speculating. How do you two know each other?" Tang Sancheng inquired of Lazy. Lazy, feeling a sense of affinity towards Tang Sancheng, who had once saved him, was more than willing to share. Back when Brother Zhou was still around, I collaborated with Old Fan. I was initially searching for Brother Zhou, but alas, he has long since met his demise. Setting aside that layer of discourse, Bai Yi produced a map and began cross-referencing it with his notes. The notes indicate that thousands of stones were excavated to construct a single burial chamber. It seems unnecessary to require such a vast quantity of stone. Furthermore, it mentions that the passageway accommodates only one person. I wonder if the vast stones were intended for the burial chamber, constructed alongside the temple, thereby connecting the two? Old Fan temporarily set aside their conflicting positions. Pondering aloud, are you suggesting that the entrance to the burial chamber lies within the temple? Tang Sancheng, emphasizing the significance of the location, stated, "This place is indeed a sage's dwelling, indicating exceptional feng shui. Your suspicion of it being an imperial tomb is not without merit." As Bai Yi concluded his thought, Old Fan's expression turned awkward. At this moment, Tang Sancheng reiterated, "The individual who selected this site must possess extraordinary discernment, with mountains encircling it and water at the back. All essential elements of feng shui are present. Unless an earthquake occurs, the feng shui here will remain unbroken for millennia, rivaling the underground water we have encountered before." Chapter 129. The well. Historically, emperors have always chosen burial sites based on feng shui. Tang Sancheng's insights acted as a powerful boost to the group's morale. Prompting Old Fan to chuckle, this brother possesses remarkable skills. "Merely a matter of sustenance," Tang Sancheng replied. "Not out of modesty, but rather as a practical means to earn his and Chi Xie's living by reading palms and assessing homes for feng shui." As the crowd meandered around the temple, Tang Sancheng grew increasingly uneasy. "Bai Yi, this temple seems peculiar," he remarked. Although temples from various dynasties exhibit slight differences, their structures generally adhere to a common design. Typically, the entrance to the temple is referred to as the Mountain Gate, leading into the Heavenly King Hall, the Great Hero Hall, and the Guanyin Hall, among other principal sanctuaries. Some temples even feature a life release pond. However, the entrance we are facing from the mountain path does not resemble a mountain gate. It appears more like a back door. On the other side lies a precipice. Is it logical for the mountain gate to face a cliff? It is indeed strange. Once Tang Sancheng pointed this out, others began to notice as well. The temple was oriented away from the mountain path. The reason they hadn't realized this sooner was due to the temple's dilapidated state. Having spent considerable time in various temples, Tang Sancheng was well-versed in their architectural layouts, making him more perceptive than the others. After scrutinizing the surroundings, he began to identify anomalies. Moreover, the well was not situated within the temple grounds, which was also rather odd. Upon closer inspection, Tang Sancheng noticed a hexagonal well nearby, which appeared to have been there for some time. Leaning over, he peered inside. The well was dry. His curiosity was justified. In the realm of feng shui, wells are of paramount importance. A well filled with water signifies a source of wealth, and its positioning can influence the feng shui of the area. A dry well is considered a grave taboo. It was plausible that this well had once contained water, but over time, various circumstances could have led to its desiccation. However, this well should ideally align with the mountain gate to preserve the feng shui balance. Currently, the mountain gate was obscured, and reaching it seemed impossible unless one possessed exceptional agility to leap across. The cliffs flanking the temple left no pathway to the main entrance. Approaching the edge and gazing down revealed an unfathomable depth, with the boulders below appearing as mere pebbles. The temple was undeniably enigmatic. The longer Tang Sancheng stared at the well, the more he felt an inexplicable pull drawing him closer. Unconsciously, he approached, resting his hands on the well's edge and peering down. "What is going on here?" His voice echoed down, and the reverberation returned. "What is going on here?" Hearing the echo, Tang Sancheng suddenly struck the edge of the well with great force. "So that is how it is." Noticing Tang Sancheng's excitement, Bai Yi understood he had made another discovery and urged him, "It's nearly dark. Hurry and tell us what you found. There is something unusual about this well." Tang Sancheng called down into it once more, and a series of echoes cascaded back. "Listen, this is a series of echoes." Such a phenomenon typically occurs only in very deep contexts, yet this well appears to be transparent to the bottom. Isn't that contradictory? Could it be that the well conceals some mechanism? Bai Yi grasped the implication, and Lazy volunteered, "I'll go down and take a look." Everyone expressed no dissent as Bai Yi retrieved a rope from his bag, fastening it around Lei Zi's waist before lowering him down. Lei Zi, adorned with a miner's lamp upon his head, clutched the rope with both hands, his feet pushing against the well walls as he descended gradually. Tang San, positioned at the well's mouth, keenly observed Lei Zi's movements. Upon reaching the bottom, Lei Zi did not release the rope tied around his waist, but instead jumped down, his hands exploring the walls of the well as he called up, "There are no mechanisms." Tang San was taken aback, wondering if he had misheard. A shiver coursed through him. "Lei Zi, check if there is anything on the well walls, perhaps inscriptions or the like." "Come on, Tang San, are you jesting with me? The walls are bare, there's nothing here." Lei Zi's voice carried a hint of annoyance. Suddenly, a sharp scream echoed from below, and in that moment, the rope Bai Yi was gripping jerked downward violently, a powerful force pulling against him. Tang San and Qi Xie lunged forward simultaneously to grasp the rope, while Lao Fan approached leisurely to peer down into the well. Tang San, irked by Lao Fan's nonchalance, knew there was no time for argument. The three of them struggled together, but the rope continued to plummet, slipping from their grasp and landing at the bottom of the well. Looking down, they found no trace of Lei Zi. The abrupt disappearance of Lei Zi cast a pall over the atmosphere. Tang San stood there, mouth agape. Realizing the well indeed concealed a mechanism, Qi Xie suggested, "Let me go down and take a look." "No," Tang San shook his head. "This place is enigmatic. I should descend." It was Tang San who sensed the anomaly within the well. Perhaps he could unravel the mystery. Bai Yi nodded in agreement. "That's fine. But the rope has already fallen." Finally, Lao Fan revealed a semblance of conscience, stating, "I still have some rope." One must always be prepared when venturing into the underground. Tang San, less agile than Lei Zi, grazed his knee against the well wall on his descent, the friction stinging painfully. Gritting his teeth, he continued downward, struggling to maintain control, nearly plummeting several times, which made Qi Xie anxious. At last, Tang San reached the bottom, standing where Lei Zi had previously been. When Lei Zi was speaking, his head had been tilted upward, his body slightly askew, before he vanished. Tang San mimicked Lei Zi's stance, tilting his head slightly. Yet nothing occurred. No, something was amiss. The echoes he had heard earlier were deep and resonant, a phenomenon only produced by the depth of the well. Now standing there, if he were to descend further, the issue lay not within the walls, but beneath his feet. If a mechanism existed at the bottom, then the air would flow through, allowing a breeze to emerge from below, creating a series of reverberations. Realizing this, Tang San looked down and was startled to discover a pair of large footprints deeply imprinted in the ground, with him standing awkwardly upon them. Suddenly enlightened, he exclaimed, "Bai Yi, there are footprints at the bottom of the well. This is the mechanism." Lei Zi had inadvertently stepped into them, triggering the mechanism, which had caused his fall without any forewarning. It seemed that the well must have once contained water. Otherwise, how could the concealed mechanism have remained intact? Unfortunately, fate had other plans, leading to the well's desiccation and the exposure of its hidden trap. Resolute, Tang San declared, "Bai Yi, Qi Xie, I shall proceed." Tang San lowered his head, the headlamp illuminating a pair of large footprints. He positioned his feet to align with them and stood within their confines. Suddenly, he felt his body lurch downwards, and in just a few fleeting seconds, darkness enveloped him as he plummeted. Chapter 130. Fog as Tang San fell. An instinctive reflex compelled him to grasp at the air, but of course, he grasped nothing. He shut his eyes, fervently wishing for a pile of soft mud to cushion his landing, just as before. To his astonishment, he opened his eyes to find himself still standing, not sprawled on the ground. Looking down, he noticed the same large footprints beneath him. Confused, he stepped out of the footprints and observed them ascending swiftly, accompanied by the sound of gears whirring. It dawned on him that he had descended along with those footprints, rather than falling outright. The sensation of dropping had merely been an illusion. "Lei Zi, where are you?" Tang San called out, his voice echoing through the fog. He realized he was enveloped in a thick mist. Was it truly fog? Doubt crept into his mind as he glanced at his body, shrouded in a vast expanse of white. Initially, the fog was subtle, but it gradually rose, threatening to engulf him entirely. Looking around, he was met with nothing but a sea of white, obscuring his surroundings. Suddenly, a skull flashed before him, its dark eye sockets fixated on his own. Alarmed, Tang San gasped, "Oh my!" The memory of his firearm jolted him, and without hesitation, he drew it, and fired at the skull with a resounding bang. In an instant, someone lunged at him, pinning him down and gripping his right hand, which held the revolver. Dazed, Tang San muttered, "I'm going to die. I'm going to die." "You won't die. You'll just go mad," came the reply. A sharp slap struck Tang San's face, igniting a fiery pain that jolted him back to clarity. The fog before him vanished, revealing the face of Qi Xia. "Qi Xia, what are you doing here? What happened to that skull?" "What skull?" Bai Yi shook his head. "I think you're hallucinating." "But I clearly fired a shot," Tang San insisted, glancing at his firearm. "Indeed, you nearly shot Qi Xia," Bai Yi replied, shaking his head. "I just arrived and saw you aiming at Qi Xia. Fortunately, he was quick enough to dodge, otherwise." Tang San noticed a bullet hole in the stone wall. The bullet lodged within. He rubbed his head, bewildered. "I don't know what happened to me. It felt like I was experiencing a hallucination. After descending, I lost track of time in this fog. Everything was just a white blur." Now, however, there was no trace of fog. His vision was completely unobstructed. It was undoubtedly an illusion. "Why am I the only one experiencing this?" he wondered aloud. Qi Xia pointed to the stone wall. "Did you brush against it when you entered?" "I don't recall." Tang San shook his head. "I was a bit dazed when I came down." On the stone wall lies a powder, derived from the ground fruit of a plant known to induce hallucinations. A mere touch is sufficient to provoke illusions. Over time, this powder has adhered to the stone surface. Thus, unless one interacts with the wall, it will not infiltrate the nasal passages or oral cavity. Qi Xia remarked. "It is possible that you brushed against the wall upon entering." Although Lao Fan scoffed at Qi Xia's certainty, Bai Yi was aware of the truth. During his studies abroad, he had heard tales of the indigenous peoples of the Amazon basin in South America who, during their annual rites for the deceased, would dry and grind the blood-red resin of a particular plant into powder, which they would then blow deep into the nostrils of participants. Within 3 minutes, individuals would experience extreme exhilaration, followed by a stupor in which they envisioned serpents and tigers and battled phantoms. Upon awakening, continued inhalation of the powder could keep them in a dreamlike state for 10 consecutive days and nights. Tang Sancheng's earlier behavior perfectly mirrored the symptoms exhibited by those who had consumed the resin. Bai Yi commented, "The notes indicate that this place is filled with labyrinths and illusions. It seems these illusions refer to the hallucinogenic powder." Suddenly, Lao Fan inquired with surprise, "Where has Lazy gone?" Indeed, one person was missing. Lazy had vanished. Qi Xia, looking slightly alarmed, exclaimed, "This is dire. Lazy possesses an extraordinary sense of smell. He can detect the scent of this powder. Could he have approached the wall too closely?" This was serious. If Lazy made contact with the wall, a substantial quantity of the powder would enter his system. Tang Sancheng had merely brushed against it and had already displayed murderous intent, wielding his weapon with lethal decisiveness. If Lazy had inhaled even more, he would undoubtedly succumb to madness, and now he was nowhere to be found. At this moment, Tang Sancheng could finally survey the stone chamber with a clear mind. The vast space was empty, save for numerous long tracks etched into the ground, forming deep impressions in the stone. As Tang Sancheng gazed at the floor, Bai Yi remarked, "The notes mentioned that carts were used to transport stone blocks. These tracks are not singular, but rather many overlapping ones, indicating that this was once a passageway for constructing an underground tomb. The well above must have been constructed after its completion. Such a monumental undertaking. Whose tomb could this possibly be?" Lao Fan, growing impatient, replied, "We have only reached the entrance. Let us delve deeper to uncover the truth." Bai Yi scanned the surroundings, his attention drawn to a mural on the inner wall. Aside from this mural, the other walls were bare. The mural depicted the Bodhisattva of enlightenment, outlined in iron wire to accentuate its solemnity and purpose. The Bodhisattva was draped in a delicate, snow-white veil, with the fabric's patterns meticulously detailed using pearl powder, creating an ethereal quality that felt light and refreshing, akin to a gentle spring breeze. The mural's hues were soft, portraying a bodhisattva with a well-proportioned figure, a round face, drooping phoenix-like eyes, and gently closed cherry lips, not only capturing the bodhisattva's fullness, but also conveying a sense of warmth and compassion. Observing Bai Yi entranced by the mural, Tang Sancheng nudged him. "What is this? Has the spell now befallen you?" "No. The image of the Bodhisattva and the craftsmanship of the mural are unmistakably in the style of the Ming dynasty," Bai Yi remarked. "It seems that this must be a tomb from the Ming dynasty." They had yet to enter the main burial chamber. Yet Bai Yi deduced the historical background of this tomb from the mural alone. Lao Fan, clearly taken aback, realized that this young man was far more capable than he had initially perceived, prompting a more respectful tone from him. But how do we enter? We shall enter from the place where Lazy vanished, Bai Yi replied with an odd chuckle. Lao Fan, having finally managed to maintain a calm demeanor, found his patience tested again. Isn't that merely stating the obvious? Chapter 131. Rebirth. As Lao Fan scolded Bai Yi, Tang Sen became entranced, fixated on the mural of the round enlightenment bodhisattva, as though he were being drawn into it, murmuring, "So that is how it is. What on earth are you trying to convey?" Bai Yi, already exasperated, turned to see Tang San's eyes seemingly devoid of focus, sensing trouble. He covered Tang San's eyes with one hand while pinching his philtrum with the other, causing Tang San to cry out and, thankfully, regain his senses. "This round enlightenment bodhisattva image is peculiar," Tang San remarked. "The more I look, the more it resembles a map." Bai Yi observed the garments and the flowing veil. They mimic the temples below, while the other details correspond to this underground tomb. "Look here at the bodhisattva's neck. Doesn't it resemble the well we descended from?" As Tang Sen elaborated, his words became increasingly mystical. Bai Yi swallowed hard, glancing back, and he couldn't tell if it was Tang San's explanation that influenced him. But he too began to perceive a certain resemblance, as the bodhisattva image took on an eerie quality. Suddenly, Lao Fan burst into laughter. "I understand. I see it now." His demeanor shifted dramatically. "I shall take my leave first, gentlemen. Farewell." Lao Fan propelled himself towards the right side of the round enlightenment bodhisattva image. And with a forceful impact, a concealed door in the wall was activated. As the hidden door swung open, Lao Fan vanished into the other side of the wall. Tang San's face turned pale. "This is bad," he exclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than a blood-curdling scream echoed from beyond the wall. It was Lao Fan. The anguished cry, filled with despair, sent chills down their spines. Tang San lamented, "I should have sensed something was amiss." This sudden turn of events left Bai Yi and Qi Xie both astonished and bewildered. While Qi Xie might have harbored some sympathy for Lao Fan's predicament, Bai Yi felt entirely at ease, knowing that Lao Fan would surely seek an opportunity to retaliate. Rather than risk an ambush in this uncertain tomb, it was better to resolve the matter early. Now, Lao Fan had unwittingly stumbled into a trap, his fate uncertain, which turned out to be a fortuitous development. "What is amiss?" Qi Xie inquired. "Even I can see now that this bodhisattva image is indeed a map. Look, the feet of the bodhisattva must indicate the exit. Once we pass through, we should enter the temple. If we disregard the human structure and focus solely on the direction of the bodhisattva's garments, it serves as a guiding chart." Tang Sancheng, with a bitter smile, remarked, "It should be the map to the afterlife, for this diagram leads us down a path of demise." What does this mean? Bai Yi still felt somewhat confused. Whenever he encountered matters of geomancy or religion, his mind seemed to falter. He merely wished for Tang Sancheng to express himself in simpler terms. "Bai Yi, do you believe the owner of the tomb would deliberately place a guiding map at the entrance of his burial chamber to allow grave robbers to find his coffin so easily? This is, in fact, a trap." Upon speaking these words, Tang Sancheng lamented, "I have brought harm to old Fan. Had I only perceived this sooner." Bai Yi began to grasp the situation. The master of the notes, who was also the architect of this tomb, could not conceal his pride and left behind a concise record of the tomb's construction, persistently emphasizing the themes of mazes and illusions. Indeed, this mural of the bodhisattva represented one of his masterpieces, an illusion. When one perceives it as a genuine guiding map, one has already stepped onto the path they have meticulously laid out, a road leading to death. This tomb is fraught with mechanisms and concealed chambers. Discerning the entrance from the traps is impossible. It is said that in the eyes of the bodhisattva, all beings are equal, and it is his duty to liberate them. Yet in this tomb, the bodhisattva has been wielded as a tool for murder. How ironic. This was Bai Yi's first encounter with such a predicament. Having turned over countless tombs over the decades, his focus had shifted to the commercial realm in recent years. Nevertheless, his experiences in tomb exploration made him stand out among his peers. Consider this. Others might spend a lifetime turning over tombs for a mere 30 or 40 years. Yet he had done so for over 50. In all those years, he had never found himself in such a state of desperation, unable to even enter the tomb. Standing there utterly perplexed. Now, he could not discern where the entrance lay or where the traps were. Looking again at the mural of the Bodhisattva, he found it exuded an eerie, ominous aura, teeming with murderous intent. Lei Zi had vanished, an old fan, believing himself to be at an advantage, now faced an uncertain fate. Was this truly the gateway to the afterlife? Tang Sancheng plopped down onto the ground, exhausted from the ordeal, both weary and famished. The rumbling of his stomach echoed loudly. He retrieved a baked pancake and, sitting on the ground, began to nibble on it while keeping his gaze fixed intently on the Bodhisattva mural. The Bodhisattva's gentle countenance and lowered phoenix eyes seemed to beckon. Suddenly, Tang Sancheng sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "The eyes! I understand now. It's all about the eyes." The eyes? Bai Yi and Qi Xie turned their attention to the wall. The eyes of the round enlightenment Bodhisattva gazed downward, revealing only the eyelids without showing the pupils. At that moment, Bai Yi and Qi Xie stood observing, while Tang Sancheng, seated, had a different perspective. Once they realized this, Bai Yi and Qi Xie mimicked Tang Sancheng's posture and sat down to gaze at the Bodhisattva's eyes. What was once the drooping eyelids of the Bodhisattva suddenly transformed into wide-open phoenix eyes, from which a glimmer of light emerged, enveloping the entire mural. As they stared for a prolonged moment, they noticed the attire of the Bodhisattva shifting. The round enlightenment Bodhisattva, originally with hands clasped before his chest, now extended his arms, revealing a map on his chest. This was the true map of the tomb. Bai Yi swiftly committed the map to memory, then rose to his feet. Upon standing, the mural on the wall appeared unchanged. Yet, upon sitting down, another mural manifested itself. The wall housed two murals, cleverly merged into one. The illusion we perceived while standing was merely a trick of perspective. When seated, the alternate mural became visible. This ingenious design showcased the designer's remarkable craftsmanship. And no wonder he was reluctant to keep such a secret to himself, opting instead to share his notes, albeit regrettably, without revealing his true identity. Tang Sancheng had just finished his sesame cake, clapped his hands, and stood up. Those who delve into tomb raiding are primarily motivated by profit. Few maintain a calm disposition. Once the illusion is uncovered, they rush in, falling into the trap set by the designer. Indeed, while others prioritize profit in their endeavors, Bai Yi and his companions possessed a different nature. It would be ideal to extract valuable artifacts, yet their foremost task remained the discovery of the 7 items. In comparison, maintaining a tranquil mindset facilitated clearer analysis. Poor old Fan, having plotted his own downfall, had unwittingly sealed his fate. Chapter 132, The Golden Passage. Now, the true map of the tomb lay in their hands, but its authenticity remained uncertain. They could only proceed step by step. The map indicated that behind the Bodhisattva statue lay the entrance to the burial chamber. Tang Sancheng mimicked old Fan, colliding with the mural, only to feel a painful jolt, with no change in the wall. Frustrated, he muttered, "Is this not a jest? How did old Fan manage to break through with a mere bump? If it were so simple, the designer would hardly take pride in his work." Bai Yi remarked, "The map merely outlines the structure of the tomb. Deciphering its mechanisms is up to us. If everything were laid bare, what purpose would the tomb's anti-theft design serve? It would be foolishness on the part of the designer." Rubbing his sore shoulder, Tang Sancheng pleaded, "Oh, Bodhisattva, please illuminate our path." Qi Xie had remained silent, but suddenly stepped forward and placed his hand on the foot of the Bodhisattva depicted in the mural. To their astonishment, the wall shifted to the left, revealing a pitch-black opening. Tang Sancheng leapt with joy, exclaiming, "Qi Xie, you are incredible. How did you come to this realization? Let us venture inside," Qi Xie urged. Leading the way, he switched on his lamp, only to halt abruptly. Tang Sancheng, following closely, collided with his back. Qi Xie. As he finally discerned the sight before him, Tang Sancheng's mouth fell agape, unable to close, resembling a child awaiting milk, only to be left unsatisfied. Good heavens! Tang Sancheng squeezed his eyes shut, then opened them wide again. "I cannot believe my eyes. Is this truly made of gold?" Before the trio lay a narrow and elongated burial passage, leading deep within. Unlike any sepulchral corridors they had previously encountered, this one shimmered with a myriad of dazzling hues on both sides and the ground. Though veiled in dust, its resplendent golden gleam remained undeniable. Tang San stamped his foot, causing a cloud of dust to dissipate, revealing the ground beneath, which glimmered even more brilliantly without its dusty shroud. Could all of this be gold? He pondered. Bai Yi stepped further inside, watching as the wall behind him mysteriously restored itself. He pressed against the sides of the corridor and examined the floor. This is genuine gold, an opulent golden passage. The owner of this tomb must have been extraordinarily wealthy. Regrettably, it was merely for display, not for taking. The construction of this golden corridor was incredibly solid, and the tools they carried would be utterly ineffective in dislodging it. Furthermore, the intricate mechanisms of the tomb could easily be triggered if even a single piece were removed. Weighing the risks, Bai Yi concluded that a singular artifact would be far safer to acquire than this vast expanse of gold. Such an abundance of gold. Even a national treasury might pale in comparison. To construct such an extensive golden passage, an immense amount of gold must have been amassed over many years. This tomb must have been meticulously planned before its eventual realization, a monumental undertaking indeed. Gold is a remarkable asset, renowned for its enduring value. It is said that in times of chaos, gold reigns supreme, while in prosperous eras, antiques hold sway. Gold remains an immutable currency. However, to entomb it in this sepulchre for the dead seems excessively extravagant. The designer's notes made no mention of gold, only alluding to the countless amounts of soil and stone utilized, suggesting a protective purpose for the tomb. By the way, Qixia, how did you deduce the mechanism to enter? Bai Yi inquired. In the hearts of ordinary people, bodhisattvas are revered and untouchable. Yet, within the wall's mural, the attire of the round enlightenment bodhisattva was lavish and dignified, exuding an air of nobility, yet peculiarly, one foot was depicted protruding outward, an indecorous detail. If this was the artist's doing, it seemed rather odd, as the artist should have been more aware of the bodhisattva's proper pose. Pondering this, Qixia pressed the foot of the bodhisattva in the mural. To his astonishment, the foot was not flat, but rather protruded, and upon pressing it, a switch was activated. Every cause has its effect. There is always rationale behind the illogical. This realization led the trio to stand within the golden passageway. Bai Yi produced the map he had just sketched. The map indicates that the tomb consists of 5 chambers and 3 tunnels, an imperial standard. The 5 chambers signify 5 underground palatial structures. The commonly referred back chamber, left ear chamber, and right ear chamber are now designated as the rear hall, back hall, central hall, left hall, and right hall, with the main hall being the principal burial chamber. If this tomb indeed belongs to a Ming dynasty emperor, the accompanying artifacts would be innumerable. Already, the golden passage offers us a glimpse into its grandeur. This is my first venture into an imperial tomb, a royal mausoleum, exclaimed Tang San. What is our current location? The back hall, Bai Yi replied. This golden passage leads directly to the back hall, as depicted on the map. Bai Yi added a remark, for he still harbored some doubts regarding the map. He raised his gaze, and the tomb passage loomed at a height of 8 or 9 meters, grand and imposing. Let us proceed and see where this golden passage leads. No sooner had Bai Yi spoken than he heard Tang Sancheng exclaim from behind, "Oh my!" Without turning back, Bai Yi could only frown. He had momentarily lost sight of Tang Sancheng, and now, upon turning, he saw Qixia's hand pressed against the golden wall. In front of him stood nothing but a solid wall of gold, and Tang Sancheng had vanished. Bai Yi felt a mix of urgency and anger, throwing the map to the ground and stepping on it. In the past, such behavior would have been uncharacteristic for Bai Yi, but today he felt as though he were being led by the nose by the designer of this tomb. Just moments ago, he had reveled in the discovery of the tomb's structural diagram, but now it seemed merely a fade. The designer was toying with them. Uncertain of where Tang Sancheng had encountered trouble, Qixia had not seen it either. Upon hearing Tang Sancheng's shout, he reacted swiftly, reaching out to grasp him, yet Tang Sancheng was engulfed by the golden wall, swallowed entirely. First his back vanished, then his body, and finally, the last sight was of his hand reaching out, disappearing fingertip by fingertip. Damn it, Bai Yi cursed aloud. If only I had let Tang Sancheng walk in front. It was too late for regrets. Poor Tang Sancheng had only time to call out mother, and whether his mother, whom he had never met, could hear him was uncertain, as he completely fell into another realm. Qixia's countenance darkened. His hands pressed against the golden wall in a futile search for a secret, but he found nothing. Bai Yi joined the fray, their efforts in vain, yielding no clues. With a sigh, Bai Yi conceded, he can only rely on his own fortune now. This tomb is a veritable maze. An illusion, a labyrinth. The journal had mentioned labyrinths. Bai Yi chuckled bitterly. I hope that Tang Sancheng's naivety brings him some fortune, and that we find the main hall swiftly, hoping he can meet us there. Unbeknownst to Bai Yi, he subconsciously believed that Tang Sancheng was in no real danger, his tone suggesting a reunion, as if it were certain that Tang Sancheng would arrive at the main hall. Qixia noticed this and clenched his fists, convinced that Sancheng would be unharmed. Chapter 133. Trapped. Tang Sancheng had no recollection of how he arrived in this place. It was starkly different from the previous location, with the ground composed of damp earth. Luckily, the light above still illuminated the area, revealing it as an untouched cavern. He could not recall how he had entered. Did he fall? He shook his head, feeling no pain. Within the cavern stood a large tree, its numerous branches cascading down to the ground. The leaves were a dark green, sparse in number, and their somber hue lent an air of lifelessness to the surroundings. Where scattered stones lay nearby. Suddenly, Tang Sancheng spotted a fire pit on the ground and rushed toward it, excitement surging as he noticed flint beside the fire pit. He learned how to use a flint from Bai Yi. Though his hands trembled slightly, he managed to ignite the brazier. At the moment the flames surged forth, Tang San was startled and retreated several steps, only to trip over an object and fall to the ground. His heart raced as he beheld two corpses, their decayed flesh exuding a foul stench. The remains were propped against each other, frozen in the poses they had assumed in death, with two backpacks scattered nearby. Recognizing the style of the backpacks, Tang San realized they belonged to modern individuals. Gathering his courage, he approached the backpacks and opened them, only to find not the archaeological tools he had anticipated, but rather paintbrushes and sketchpads. It seemed these two were students who had inexplicably found themselves trapped here, a truly unjust fate. Their intimate postures suggested they might have been a couple. Tang San placed the backpacks back down and turned around, only to discover that the object that had tripped him was Lei Zi. Lei Zi lay face down in an unusual position. Tang San hurriedly turned him over and noticed black blood trickling from his nostrils. He appeared unconscious but still breathed. Placing Lei Zi's head on his lap, Tang San retrieved his water bottle and poured several sips into Lei Zi's mouth, shaking him vigorously. Lei Zi, wake up! With a groan, Lei Zi opened his eyes, though he lacked strength. Upon seeing Tang San, he murmured, "Is that you? What happened to me? It is I who should be asking you that. You were the first to descend, and when we came down, you had vanished. How did you end up here?" Tang San offered Lei Zi more water, and he began to feel somewhat better, recounting the events leading to his descent. It seemed to align with what Qijia had surmised. Lei Zi had inadvertently triggered a trap, descending into the tomb chamber. The moment he entered, an unusual odor wafted from the walls, compelling him to investigate. As he leaned in to sniff, chaos ensued. His mind spiraled into confusion. In contrast to Tang San, who merely glimpsed a skull, Lei Zi beheld a creature that resembled neither dragon nor bull, pursuing him. He fled in terror and subsequently lost consciousness, only to awaken to Tang San's presence. Tang San recounted the events outside, including the secrets hidden within the Bodhisattva mural and old Fan's disappearance. Lei Zi listened intently, feeling grateful for Tang San's trust, which transformed his mindset entirely. Referring to Bai Yi's map, Tang San noted that this place did not conform to the structure of the tomb. Could our fall here be mere coincidence? He helped Lei Zi to his feet, who, feeling utterly drained, likely due to the dust he had inhaled, was experiencing severe aftereffects. Tang San reassured him, "Do not worry, I am here. I will ensure your safe return." Suddenly, Lei Zi chuckled, "Do not mock me. Your words are perhaps the most comforting I have ever heard." "Huh," Tang San replied, taken aback. "My words? Are you always so naive?" Lei Zi responded, "I am not one of your group. This matter may not hold great significance, but now that we find ourselves here, my sole concern is to survive and make our way out. Furthermore, I harbor no desire for anyone to perish in this place. We have come merely to excavate, not to take lives." Upon concluding his statement, Tang Sancheng remarked, "Moreover, did you not save us last time?" The previous incident was one that Lei Zi hesitated to mention, had it not been for his own intervention. Tang Sancheng and the others would not have found themselves in such peril. Clearing his throat, Lei Zi suggested, "Let us now ponder how to escape." Beyond the tree's rear, the situation appeared fully visible. Tang Sancheng instructed Lei Zi to take a seat, stating, "I will investigate over there for any possible exits." As he approached the tree, the typically careless Tang Sancheng inadvertently bumped into a fire basin, causing nearby stones to scatter and strike the trunk of the tree. Suddenly, The previously languid tree sprang to life, its drooping branches rising vigorously, resembling claws that gathered together to ensnare the stones. Within mere moments, the stones transformed into a viscous fluid, gushing over the tree's surface. Confronted by such an eerie tree, beads of sweat began to trickle down Tang Sancheng's back. Had he not collided with the fire basin, he would have inevitably touched the tree trunk, and rather than stones, it would have been himself drawn into its grasp. He retreated to Lei Zi's side, exclaiming, "Goodness, what manner of tree is this that devours stones? Could it be a man-eating tree?" Lei Zi directed Tang Sancheng. "Why not attempt to toss those two corpses over and observe what transpires?" "That seems rather inappropriate," Tang Sancheng replied, shaking his head. "I noted earlier that these two were not excavators. They appeared to be art students, complete with a backpack containing a sketchpad and brushes. Their demise seems unjust, and we cannot allow their remains to vanish entirely." Tang Sancheng's compassion was rather excessive, leaving Lei Zi resigned. "Very well, then. Why not try throwing a larger stone instead?" Tang Sancheng located a sizable stone and hurled it at the tree, which responded with movement. The vines coalesced once more, and the stone metamorphosed into a liquid that trickled down the trunk, after which all the vines fell back to the ground, returning to their original state. "This is truly terrifying. What kind of tree is this?" Tang Sancheng said, stepping back cautiously. Luckily, those two had not encountered this tree. Otherwise, their remains would indeed have been obliterated. "Could it truly be a man-eating tree?" Lei Zi remarked. "I have heard tales of such trees, though I have never witnessed one. Your reluctance to discard the corpses renders confirmation impossible. If it only consumes stones, that would be acceptable, but if it feasts on humans..." Tang Sancheng's expression shifted to one of concern, caught in a predicament. Behind the tree might lie an exit, yet its unknown nature posed an uncertainty. To ascertain the truth, he would need to use the two corpses as a test, yet he could not bring himself to do so. Chapter 134, Man-Eating Trees. "Very well, I shall not press you further. Please assist me in crossing." Helpless, Lei Zi instructed Tang San to assist him towards the two corpses, disregarding the foul stench emanating from the decaying remains. Summoning all his strength, he hefted one of the bodies and hurled it away. But his feeble effort failed to reach the tree trunk, merely grazing the fallen branches on the ground. Suddenly, the branches quivered as if infused with vitality, and Tang San perceived that the tree was indeed alive, capable of sight and sound. Upon sensing its prey, it struck without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the remains were ensnared by the branches, which converged to obscure Tang San's view. Once the branches unfurled, the corpse had transformed into a stream of black liquid, leaving no trace of bones behind. It was indeed a carnivorous tree. Lei Zi murmured, "We are in trouble now. I cannot ascertain where the exit lies. If it is indeed behind the tree, we must first deal with this man-eating monstrosity. How do we proceed?" "We cannot even approach it," Tang San replied. "I must remain calm, composed. Every entity has its strengths and weaknesses. Nothing is indestructible." He clutched his head and shook it vigorously, as if the act might conjure a solution. Lei Zi chuckled bitterly. "Tang San, even if you shake your head off, I fear no remedy will emerge. No, this carnivorous tree, formidable as it may be, is still just a tree," Tang San exclaimed as he sprang to his feet. "It is wood, and wood has its fears." "Ah, Lei Zi, what is wood fear?" "Fire," Lei Zi blurted out. Their gazes fell upon the fire pit at their feet. The flames flickered before them. Suddenly, Tang San smiled. "With fire, we have a glimmer of hope, do we not? Let us try, and besides, Bai Yi and Xie must still be searching for me. We will surely find a way to survive." "You truly are optimistic," Lei Zi replied, resigned. "We must not relinquish hope," Tang San said, moving closer to the fire pit. The flames were dwindling. If they did not act swiftly, it would be too late. With so little fire, who knows if it will catch? Lei Zi struggled to retrieve a small bottle from his pocket, revealing a stainless steel flask. He tossed it to Tang San, saying, "What a pity to waste this fine wine on that tree." "This will serve us well," Tang San declared, uncapping the flask and pouring its contents over the branches. He then lifted the fire pit and hurled it towards the drenched vines. The tree, reliant on its tendrils to ensnare its prey, would be weakened if its grasp was scorched. The flames ignited as the fire pit landed on the alcohol-soaked branches, which writhed in agony, as if animated by the flames. Tang San, feeling a pang of sympathy, stepped back 2 paces. "This tree is truly malevolent, Lei Zi. I think I can even hear sounds. Sounds? What sounds? Lazy queried. All I perceive is the scent of charred wood. It's hard to describe, but it resembles a scream, akin to a human wailing, Tang San replied, covering his ears. I cannot bear it. It feels as if someone is stabbing my heart with a knife. Tang San's words sent a chill down Lazy's spine, causing him to shudder. Do not speak of it any longer. As the two conversed, the branches of the tree had nearly burned away, and the trunk was blackened from the smoke. Tang Sancheng picked up a stone and hurled it towards the trunk, which this time did not react at all. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, I shall go see if there is an exit. Stepping over the ashes of the branches, Tang Sancheng discovered a small hole on the other side of the tree, just large enough for a single person to pass through. The other side was shrouded in darkness, making it difficult to discern. He removed the lantern from his head and shone it into the hole, only to be startled and take a step back. The light revealed a pair of eyes staring back at him, unblinking. Who is it? Is it old Fan? He called out. Tang Sancheng, what is happening? Lazy, feeling weak, approached cautiously upon hearing Tang Sancheng's surprised voice. Concerned, are you all right? Tang Sancheng quickly returned to Lazy's side and recounted what he had just seen. Lazy inwardly groaned, recognizing that wherever Tang Sancheng went, strange occurrences seemed to follow. Tang Sancheng reassured himself. It could be old Fan. I shall investigate further. Be careful, Lazy cautioned. If anything seems amiss, retreat immediately. Understood, Tang Sancheng replied, moving back to the hole. He called out, Old Fan. He earnestly hoped the person inside was indeed old Fan. But after several calls with no response, the eyes remained fixed upon him. Summoning his courage, he extended his hand, feeling a hard object. Grasping it, he easily pulled it out. To his surprise, it was a silver mask with hollow eye sockets that, in the darkness, resembled a pair of eyes staring back at him. Tang Sancheng couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of being startled by a mere mask. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he returned to Lazy, who exclaimed, A pure silver mask. But how did it end up here? I have no idea. Perhaps it belonged to someone who used to dig here? Tang Sancheng suggested as he helped Lazy forward, intending to explore the hole further to see if it could lead them out. Given Lazy's injuries, Tang Sancheng urged him to go first, positioning himself behind to assist him, thus improving their efficiency. As they squeezed into the narrow passage, moving their hands and feet in unison, Lazy, though fatigued, was propelled forward by Tang Sancheng's support. They were unsure how long they had been crawling, but gradually, the space began to widen. Eventually, they stood upright, and Tang Sancheng steadied Lazy, exclaiming, Goodness, where are we now? The area was unlike the previous cavern. It featured smooth stone walls and a floor adorned with patterned stone tiles, clearly indicating meticulous construction. Which chamber of the 5 rooms are we in? Tang Sancheng wondered aloud. As he turned back, his hand rested on a square stone block at the entrance, and suddenly, a stone slab emerged to cover the opening. Lazy's expression changed. I think I understand. What have you realized? Tang Sancheng inquired. I have discerned the origin of the silver mask. It appears that prior to our arrival, aside from the pair of students who inadvertently wandered here, there were others who ventured into this location. The silver mask was carried away by them, activated the mechanism, and entered that cave, but unfortunately, they left the mask behind. Just as they emerged from the cave, they encountered the man-eating tree. Chapter 135. The Central Hall. One cannot help but pity the unfortunate companions of the grave robbers who arrived here, believing they had struck gold, only to be lured into the clutches of the man-eating tree, meeting a fate of utter annihilation. Tang Sancheng's contemplation of the word lure arises from the conspicuous nature of this mechanism, which evidently signals to passers-by that there exists a mechanism here. That something is amiss. Is this not an invitation to enter? It is no wonder that the notes on the heist repeatedly reference illusions and mazes, of which this is undoubtedly a part. Tang Sancheng surveyed the area. Bai Yi had mentioned that this place consisted of 5 chambers and 3 tunnels. He was uncertain as to which chamber this was. Within this stone chamber, the floor was paved with stone slabs, and a divine throne was established for an emperor and 2 empresses, resembling the thrones used by sovereigns in their lifetimes. Notably, the emperor's throne was quite distinctive. Adorned with dragons, the backrest was intricately carved with 4 dragon heads, and an entire dragon was sculpted along the back, its heads reaching toward the front in a gesture of playfulness. The thrones on either side were embellished with phoenixes, both crafted from Han white jade. The designs of the phoenixes differed slightly. The one on the eastern throne was depicted with wings spread wide, while the one on the western throne was illustrated with its head extended. At the forefront of the throne stood an altar, which should have housed 5 offerings. As this is a royal tomb, and at least 5 offerings are customary. What constitutes these 5 offerings? Generally, they include a censer, a pair of candlesticks, and a pair of vases. In previously excavated royal tombs, these offerings were typically made of yellow glass, but now the altar lay bare, suggesting that, much like the silver mask, the items had been removed, possibly taken along with their owners as a tribute to the man-eating tree. Lazy expressed a sentiment of regret. What a pity. Not to worry, at least we've secured a silver mask. Tang Sancheng responded with optimism. He noticed 3 porcelain jars positioned before the divine throne, each facing a respective throne. Upon closer inspection, he observed that the jars contained some solidified substances in a congealed state, along with wicks. Lazy remarked, "This must be the everlasting lamp." Tang Sancheng had heard of the everlasting lamp, also known as the continuation lamp or the endless lamp, which is a light that remains perpetually lit before the Buddha. Since ancient times, households have ignited these lamps on New Year's Eve. Once lit, they cannot be extinguished until the oil is depleted, at which point the candle will extinguish itself. This is an ancient tradition. Legend has it that on New Year's Eve, as the gods ascend to heaven, various spirits emerge in search of sustenance, particularly those lesser-known spirits who, during festive occasions, have not been duly honored. If the lamp is extinguished, plunging the surroundings into darkness, these spirits may seize the opportunity to snatch individuals, especially vulnerable children crying at midnight or elderly individuals coughing, leading to dire consequences. In the tombs of Chinese monarchs, everlasting lamps are also placed, their significance diverging from that of ordinary households. They symbolize the hope that their royal tombs may shine as brilliantly as their palaces did in life for the deceased. The resting place is both a mausoleum and a residence, and a continuously burning everlasting lamp signifies a regard for death akin to that of life. Lazy reached into the vat and took a whiff. It was waxy lamp oil. Even after all this time, the oil remained. It seemed the everlasting lamp had extinguished shortly after being lit. If the emperor were aware from beyond the grave, he would undoubtedly seek out the one responsible for lighting it. "Isn't the everlasting lamp supposed to be eternal?" asked Tang Sancheng. When the imperial tomb was sealed, it had not been provided with sufficient oxygen. For a flame to burn, oxygen is essential. It is likely that once the tomb was sealed, the everlasting lamp was snuffed out. Tang Sancheng, with his keen eyes, noticed an inscription on the vat, made during the reign of the Jiajing emperor of the Ming dynasty. Could this be the tomb of Emperor Jiajing? Lazy, having exerted considerable effort, leaned against the vat, panting heavily as he spoke. Tang Sancheng, I fear I cannot accompany you any further. In my current state, I can only be a burden. How could I leave you here? It's all right. Someone has been here before. We know of the trap set in this place. It should be safe, Lazy replied. As long as you understand that this is the central hall, and with Bai Yi possessing the structural diagram of the tomb, after I rendezvous with them, I will return for you. Lazy wiped the sweat from his brow. If you take me along, we won't have time to react to any mechanisms. Lazy's reasoning held merit. This place was likely safer than traversing the treacherous unknowns of the tomb chambers. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Sancheng nodded. Very well, you stay here. I will leave you water, and once I meet with Bai Yi and the others, I will return for you. Promise me you will wait. Rest assured, I will await your return. Lazy settled against the porcelain vat. I shall not go anywhere. Tang Sancheng nodded. Then I shall take my leave. As he approached the entrance to the central hall, he pressed a mechanism, and a door opened, leading to the burial passage. The passage bifurcated. One path led forward, the other backward. Tang Sancheng, unfamiliar with the tomb's layout, relied on instinct to proceed forward. There was nothing particularly noteworthy along the way. Yet he called out for Bai Yi, wondering where he and Qi Xian might be at that moment. Before the central hall, there lay another burial chamber. Without much effort, Tang Sancheng successfully entered, only to be met with disappointment. This chamber was relatively small. Upon entry, he found no remarkable furnishings, and the floor was merely covered with yellow pine planks, unlike the stone-patterned boards he had seen in the central hall. The wooden planks in this burial chamber were quite substantial, each measuring 3 or 4 meters in length, and bore enormous wheel tracks, identical to those he had observed in the stone chamber at the bottom of the well. Noticing the lack of anything extraordinary and realizing Bai Yi and the others were not there, Tang Sancheng decided against lingering. There was an exit in this chamber. straightforward and inviting, as if beckoning him. Come on, hurry here. Recalling the mechanism leading to the man-eating tree in the central hall, Tang Sancheng remained cautious. Would such an obvious passage be a trap? As he approached, he picked up a piece of rubble from the ground and tossed it inside. After a long pause, he heard no sound of it hitting the ground, indicating it was a bottomless pit. He touched his chest, his heart still racing incessantly. Had he approached without hesitation moments ago, he feared he would have met a fate akin to that of the stone. Tang Sancheng contemplated venturing out when a sudden recollection struck him. Bai Yi had mentioned that there were two interconnected burial chambers, serving as the front and rear halls. Since he had just ascended to the hall, if this chamber were indeed the front hall, then the rear hall must be in close proximity. Typically, the rear hall houses the coffin of the emperor. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he paced within the chamber, his eyes scrutinizing every detail. Aside from the tracks imprinted on the ground, there was naught else to observe. The tracks. Tang Sancheng crouched down, gazing at the profound imprint before him. The more he stared, the more convinced he became that the tracks were systematically arranged within the chamber, resembling an arrowhead. With a breath of realization, he exclaimed, "What a cunning indication! So this is how it is.